Yi Chuyan loved Pei Xiuyan for 12 years, yet her affections stirred not a single emotion within him. Instead, he annihilated the Yi family and, on a day blanketed with snow, subjected her father and brothers to a gruesome demise over the course of 3 days. At last, she comprehended. In the remainder of her life, there existed no love between herself and Pei Xiuyan, only an unquenchable hatred, a relentless vendetta. Later, Pei Xiuyan knelt fervently before the Buddha, praying earnestly for a life of shared fidelity with Yi Chuyan. Yet, she could only smile. Pei Xiuyan, I have already made a vow to the divine. Once I drag you into the depths of an endless abyss and hell, I shall willingly forsake the cycle of reincarnation, enduring the torments of hell, solely to ensure that in this life and the next, we shall meet neither in grievance nor obligation.
Chapitre 1. À joyeuse occasion.
Dr. Wei, what troubles you? Upon observing the grave expression of Dr. Wei, Yi Chuyan could not suppress her concern. Dr. Wei withdrew his hand and respectfully replied, Your Highness, you have sustained no serious injury from your fall into the water. However, you are with child for over 2 months, and today's immersion has left you vulnerable to cold. You must rest and nurture the fetus. As he spoke, Dr. Wei began to inscribe a prescription. I shall prepare a remedy. Your Highness must adhere to the regimen diligently, for during this period, you must not exert yourself. Half reclining on the bed, Yi Chuyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe her ears. With a trembling voice, she cautiously inquired, Dr. Wei, are you certain I am with child? Seeing her voice quiver, Dr. Wei could not help but chuckle. Your Highness, having practiced medicine for decades, I would never mistake a pregnancy. Indeed, you are with child. As a former imperial physician who left the palace to establish his own practice, Dr. Wei was renowned for his medical prowess. Yi Chuyan felt as though struck by lightning, an overwhelming joy washing over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her mind was consumed by 3 words, with child. Having suffered a grave illness in her youth, she not only lost her memory but also developed a condition that made conception seem unlikely. Additionally, after 3 years of marriage, she had never conceived, leading her to believe that she would remain childless. Yet, unexpectedly, she was now with child. The maid Baiji beside her clasped her hands in excitement, murmuring praises to the heavens. Thank you, heaven and Buddha, for blessing our princess with a child at last. May she deliver a healthy son, and may the prince and princess enjoy harmony and happiness thereafter. Dr. Wei handed the prescription to Baiji, reiterating the importance of rest. Baiji eagerly promised to comply. Upon receiving the prescription, she showered Yi Chuyan with congratulations before joyfully departing to procure the necessary medicines. Once Baiji left, tranquility returned to the room. The lilac-glazed incense burner emitted fragrant wisps, while the vibrant coals filled the space with warmth. Yi Chuyan gently placed a hand on her abdomen, feeling as though she were floating on clouds. The enormity of her joy left her in a dreamlike state. Her heart raced alarmingly, taking some time before she could fully accept that she was carrying a child belonging to herself and Pei Xiuyan. After 3 years of marriage to Pei Xiuyan, she had finally awaited this day. Pei Xiuyan had always maintained a cold indifference towards her after their union. If the child were to be born smoothly, she could share in the joys of teaching their child music, chess, literature, and art, watching the child grow and hearing them call out for their father and mother. Might Pei Xiuyan show her a modicum of kindness for the child's sake? As Yi Chuyan reveled in these endless, beautiful dreams, a loud crash shattered the moment, and the door was violently kicked open. A cold gust of wind flooded the room, instantly enveloping it in a chill. Pei Xiuyan stood silhouetted in the doorway, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Having just returned from the palace, he was informed in haste that Zhao Yujiao and Yi Chuyan had quarreled in the attic, resulting in Yi Chuyan falling into the lotus pond, though she was unharmed, while Zhao Yujiao had fallen from the attic and broken a leg. Seeing Pei Xiuyan stand at the door like a vengeful spirit, Yi Chuyan sighed deeply. His furious demeanor was undoubtedly for Zhao Yujiao's sake. In the estate, only Zhao Yujiao had the power to provoke such wrath from Pei Xiuyan. Before Yi Chuyan could utter a word, Pei Xiuyan strode to the bedside. Upon seeing her seemingly unscathed, with a glimmer of light in her eyes and a hint of joy upon her face, his suspicions were further confirmed. After Yi Chuyan had pushed Zhao Yujiao from the attic, resulting in a broken leg, she felt a sense of elation. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he seized a handful of her hair.
Yi Chuyan.
You, venomous woman, are you only satisfied if Yujiao is dead? She is as fragile as a flower. How could you bear to push her from the attic? Yi Chuyen winced from the pain, filled with indignation. Pei Xiuyan, what madness has possessed you today? You are hurting me. Let go. It was clearly Zhao Yujiao who pushed me from the attic into the lotus pond. I have never harmed her. Today, Zhao Yujiao had invited her to the attic for a game of chess. Though she had initially hesitated to go, Zhao Yujiao's persistent insistence led her to acquiesce. Unexpectedly, during their game, Zhao Yujiao's maid had come to deliver pastries. Having never favored sweets, Yi Chuyan had declined, but Zhao Yujiao had urged her repeatedly. In the ensuing scuffle, she had been unprepared and was pushed out of the attic window into the lotus pond. Having always harbored a fear of water, she was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, her maid Bai Ji had promptly rescued her from the pond. As she regained consciousness, she had yet to settle accounts with Zhao Yujiao, only to find herself on the receiving end of false accusations. Pei Xiuyan gritted his teeth. Are you aware of pain? When you pushed Yujiao from the attic and she broke her leg, did you consider her suffering? As he spoke, he continued to drag Yi Chuyan by her hair. Remembering Dr. Wei's admonition to rest, and for the sake of her unborn child, she refrained from resisting vigorously. While she patted Pei Xiuyan's arm, she cried out, Pei Xiuyan, I am with child. You cannot treat me this way. I have told you, I did not push Zhao Yujiao. She pushed me from the attic into the lotus pond. Pei Xiuyan abruptly turned, fixing a cold, piercing gaze upon Yi Chuyan, who lay on the ground. Yujiao is as fragile as a flower. While your prowess is unmatched in the capital, how could she have pushed you into the lotus pond? Moreover, do not use your pregnancy as an excuse. You will not deceive me. Given your history of palace coldness, it is nearly impossible for you to conceive. As Yi Chuyan realized Pei Xiuyan refused to hear her explanations, she seized the opportunity to bite his arm. In pain, Pei Xiuyan instinctively released her. Yi Chuyan rubbed her sore scalp, her voice laced with anger. Pei Xiuyan, I am not deceiving you. I am indeed over 2 months pregnant. I do not know how Zhao Yujiao broke her leg, but if you truly care, you should inquire with the servants in the estate before casting judgment. When she had fallen into the lotus pond, Zhao Yujiao had been standing safely by the window. Even if Zhao Yujiao had indeed broken her leg after Yi Chuyan's fall, it was unrelated to her. Pei Xiuyan, furious at Yi Chuyan's persistent defense, felt the veins in his forehead throb. He approached her, gripping her neck and dragging her outward, declaring as they walked, You will apologize to Yujiao. Yi Chuyan felt her vision darken as he tightened his grip on her neck, rendering her speechless. Desperately, she beat against his hands, but he was impervious to her struggles as they were forcibly pulled outside. The harsh winds of late winter howled outside. Clad in thin garments and barefoot, Yi Chuyan shivered in the biting cold, the wind slashing at her like a knife. Seeing Pei Xiuyan grasping Yi Chuyan's neck, the estate servants emerged from their quarters like specters, kneeling in deference, too fearful to utter a word. Pei Xiuyan dragged Yi Chuyan all the way to Zhao Yujiao's courtyard, unceremoniously tossing her to the ground, and with deliberate enunciation commanded, You go inside and apologize to Yujiao. As Yi Chuyan gently rubbed her neck, she gasped for breath, her brows knitting in fury. Pei Xiuyan, I am your legitimate consort. Zhao Yujiao is merely an unrecognized guest residing in this estate. If I wished her dead, she would not have survived to this day. I have stated that her injury is of no concern to me. With striking features that set her apart from the delicate ladies of the capital, Yi Chuyan possessed an air of valiance. It was this very trait that had often led her to don male attire in her youth, mingling among soldiers. At this moment, she sat partially on the ground, her delicate brows arched and her phoenix-like eyes ablaze with fury. Clad in a white nightgown, her slender neck bore the marks of a cruel grip, turning an ominous shade of purple, while her dainty feet were reddened by the cold, presenting an oddly captivating beauty. Pei Xiuyan was momentarily taken aback. Overcome by anger, he had yanked Yi Chuyan from the bed, and now, witnessing her shiver from the chill yet remain stubborn and proud, he felt a pang of disbelief. It had been a long time since he had seen her in such a light. After their marriage, Yi Chuyan had sought to please him, mimicking Zhao Yujiao's gentle and restrained demeanor, always bowing her head in submission. Yet today, she had revealed her former defiance and true nature once more. He sneered derisively. No more pretense? You are the ever-wise and dignified princess of Qing, who never shows her teeth when she smiles, never strides boldly, and never loses her temper. Now that the facade has crumbled, your true self emerges. Chapter 2. The Dispute Yi Chuyan was weary of arguing with Pei Xiuyan. A slight pain gripped her abdomen. This child was a hard-won blessing, and she wished for no misfortune. Thus, she slowly rose, inhaled deeply, and calmly declared, Pei Xiuyan, I do not wish to quarrel. I am fatigued. With that, she turned to return to her quarters. The harsh winter had rendered the ground icy, and she walked barefoot, step by step, back home, the cold beneath her feet failing to compare to the chill in her heart. Though she harbored no ill will toward Zhao Yujiao, she had never wished harm upon anyone. After 12 years of acquaintance and 3 years of marriage, it pained her to realize how wretched she had become in his eyes, transformed into a treacherous woman in his mind. She had thought he would be delighted to learn of her pregnancy, but instead, he responded with skepticism. She had always feared water, yet he showed no concern when he learned of her fall. When had Pei Xiuyan become so cold and unfeeling? Even before understanding the truth, he had resorted to violence against her for Zhao Yujiao's sake. Yi Chuyan felt a sting in her eyes and touched her cheek, realizing tears had silently slipped down her face. The icy tears felt like needles, painfully piercing her skin. She had loved Pei Xiuyan for so long that she had forgotten she too could feel pain. Glancing down at her abdomen, she forced a smile that would not come. This child was perhaps a gift from heaven. With the companionship of a child, she desired not to be consumed by thoughts of Pei Xiuyan alone. Seeing that Yi Chuyan remained unyielding, Pei Xiuyan coldly uttered a remark before turning to leave, dismissing her completely. His fury erupted. Yi Chuyan? Who gave you permission to leave? If you refuse to apologize, then a fall from the loft will suffice. Before she could react, Pei Xiuyan had seized her from behind and lifted her effortlessly. Pei Xiuyan, what are you doing?
Put me down.
Yi Chuyan struggled, but Pei Xiuyan's grip on her legs was unyielding, rendering her immobile. As Pei Xiuyan carried her toward the loft, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. He intended to throw her from the loft. In that moment, she disregarded Dr. Wei's warnings, biting her lip fiercely, her hands forming into fists as she summoned her energy and struck toward Pei Xiuyan's chest. Caught off guard, Pei Xiuyan was momentarily stunned by her sudden attack. Though her skills paled in comparison to his, she was still a formidable opponent. The impact caused a sharp pain to shoot through his chest, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuyan attempted to free herself. Pei Xiuyan's eyes blazed with rage, and through clenched teeth, he spat, Yi Chuyan, you are growing increasingly audacious, not only wishing harm upon Jiao Jiao but plotting against your own husband. Without granting her another chance, he leaped up with her in his arms and hurled her from the loft. In that fleeting moment of descent, Yi Chuyan felt a jolt of pain in her abdomen, as if something warm was flowing from within her. She wished to channel her energy to soften her landing, yet the agony in her belly rendered her powerless. Desperately, she pressed her hands against her stomach, praying fervently, Child, please do not leave me. Yi Chuyan crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Even as she lay there, she clutched her belly, blood seeping from beneath her, staining her white garments crimson. The last image she beheld before slipping into unconsciousness was Pei Xiuyan's astonished expression from above. Yi Chuyan found it absurd. Despite her martial prowess, she was not invulnerable. What astonished Pei Xiuyan? That he too could be hurt. Pei Xiuyan gazed down at Yi Chuyan, sprawled in a pool of her own blood, the sight of it shockingly red against the white ground. He knew her skills were formidable. She could withstand numerous exchanges with him, and even a fall from the loft would typically not harm her. Yet, she had not used her abilities and had simply fallen. A strange emotion began to unfurl within him, coiling tightly around his heart, wrapping it in an unbearable ache. Yi Chuyan dreamt of the child within her transforming into a malevolent spirit, staring at her with accusing eyes, demanding, Why did you not protect me? She yearned to explain, but her mouth opened in vain, no words emerging. Sweat drenched her body as she jolted awake, her gaze falling on Baiji, who was staring at her with swollen, red-rimmed eyes. Yi Chuyan glanced at her abdomen, already aware of the answer, yet still hoping for a miracle. Slowly, she turned her head, fixating on Baiji, who, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her gaze, struggling to contain her emotions. Your Highness, if you desire a child, you may adopt the children of other concubines. Her words trailed off as her nose tinged with sorrow. Baiji loathed herself for having gone out to fetch medicine earlier. Had she been present, the conflict between the prince and princess could have been averted, and the miscarriage might not have occurred. This miscarriage meant Yi Chuyan might never conceive again, a cruel fate for any woman. Yi Chuyan's eyes dimmed. In the moment of her fall, she had realized that if she lost this child, she would never have the chance to bear another. Seeing Yi Chuyan silent and ashen, Baiji's heart ached. Your Highness, you have just miscarried and sustained 2 broken ribs. You must not further injure yourself. Yi Chuyan lay on the bed, engulfed in a sense of helplessness. Where is Pei Xiuyan? Her voice emerged as a strained whisper. She longed to know if he was aware of her miscarriage. Did he believe her words were false? Upon hearing this, Baiji clenched her fists in anger. Your Highness, after returning you home, the prince said nothing and went directly to Zhao Yujiao. Upon her return, she had learned of the princess's injury, yet during Yi Chuyan's unconsciousness, the prince had not inquired after her, but had gone to Zhao Yujiao's residence instead. Baiji's words crumpled Yi Chuyan's heart like a piece of rice paper, leaving her unable to smooth it out, contorted and painful. This was the man she had fallen for at first sight and loved for 12 long years. He had thrown her from the loft, causing her to miscarry and break her ribs, and even in the midst of her unconsciousness, he had not forgotten to concern himself with Zhao Yujiao. Initially, she had asked him, holding the resurrection herb, whether he would marry her. His agreement had stemmed from a desire to use it to save Zhao Yujiao. After 3 years of marriage, she had endured neglect and grievances, only to arrive at such a disheartening conclusion. If there were indeed consequences in this world, then she was now reaping the bitter fruits of her own wrongdoings, entrapping herself. Yi Chuyan suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh laced with tears, so loud that it triggered a violent coughing fit, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Yet still, she laughed. The blood mingled with her tears, painting her pearly teeth a crimson hue, a sight that bordered on madness. Baishi could no longer contain her horror. Your Highness! Your Highness! Chapter 3. Miss Zhao Pei Xiuyan gazed at Zhao Yujiao, who lay upon the bed, her delicate brows furrowed. The fever had rendered her cheeks a rosy hue, her tear-filled eyes resembling the beauty of a sickly shishir, soft and pitiful. He held the medicine bowl, propping her up as she nestled into his embrace. Zhao Zhao, be a good girl and drink your medicine. Only then can your fever subside. With a bashful nod, Zhao Yujiao accepted the bowl from Pei Xiuyan's hand, consuming the medicine in one gulp. As he observed the soft and enchanting Zhao Yujiao, memories of Yi Chuyan's stubborn gaze and bloodied appearance suddenly flooded his mind. After escorting Yi Chuyan back to the courtyard, he had rushed to Zhao Yujiao upon hearing she had awakened. He wondered if Yi Chuyan had regained consciousness yet. Noticing Pei Xiuyan's distracted demeanor, Zhao Yujiao bit her lip timidly and said, Your Highness, my leg was broken by my own carelessness. Please do not blame my sister. I was merely thoughtless, forgetting she does not indulge in sweets. I only wished to persuade her to try a piece of cake. Her voice trailed off, drowned by her sobs. However, the coldness and satisfaction in her tearful eyes went unnoticed by Pei Xiuyan. She was a distant relative of the Yi family, orphaned at a young age and raised within their household, being a year older than Yi Chuyan. Like a rootless reed, she had managed to cling to Pei Xiuyan, becoming his savior and capturing his heart, destined to be the rightful princess of Qing, only to have everything snatched away by Yi Chuyan. For this, she had gritted her teeth and left the Yi family, becoming Miss Zhao residing in the prince's residence. Over the years, no matter how she hinted, Pei Xiuyan had remained unwilling to take her as his wife. After waiting for 3 years, she could bear it no longer. Thus, she orchestrated a scheme, first pushing Yi Chuyan into the lotus pond and then, clenching her teeth, leaping from the loft to break her leg. She harbored dreams of devouring Yi Chuyan alive, only lamenting that Yi Chuyan hadn't drowned immediately upon falling into the pond. Her original plan was that if Yi Chuyan survived, she would fall from the loft, provoking Pei Xiuyan's wrath to the point of divorcing her. Yet, unexpectedly, Pei Xiuyan had not mentioned divorce, but had merely thrown Yi Chuyan from the loft. Seeing Zhao Yujiao weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Pei Xiuyan embraced her tightly. You are far too kind-hearted. That venomous woman caused your leg to break. And you still defend her? You have truly suffered these past years. Though he had not witnessed the incident, he could surmise that Zhao Yujiao had likely urged Yi Chuyan to eat the cake, inciting her anger, resulting in Zhao Yujiao being pushed from the loft, leading to Yi Chuyan's unfortunate plunge into the pond. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yujiao lifted her teary gaze to Pei Xiuyan. Your Highness, I hail from a humble background, inferior to my sister. As long as I can remain by your side, I have no regrets. I can endure any hardship. Pei Xiuyan sighed deeply. He had previously mentioned to Yi Chuyan his desire to take Zhao Yujiao as a concubine. However, the laws of the Defeng dynasty dictated that a husband could not force a wife to accept a concubine against her will. Yet, Yi Chuyan had adamantly refused, insisting that as long as she was alive, there would be no legitimate wife. Thus, Zhao Yujia had spent 3 years in the royal residence without a name or status, enduring much gossip. Over time, he found himself questioning why he had not granted Zhao Yujia the title of concubine sooner, allowing her to suffer unwarranted ridicule. At this juncture, he felt it necessary to provide her with an explanation. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Zhao Yujiao's eyes, he said, "Zhao Jiao, once you recover, I shall first take you as my concubine. We can discuss the matter of a legitimate wife at a later time." Zhao Yujiao stiffened abruptly. Pei Xiuyan intended to take her as a concubine? A wife is the master, while a concubine is but a servant. If Yi Chuyan remained obstinate, she would be condemned to a lifetime as a concubine. She wished to refuse, but then reconsidered, realizing that Pei Xiuyan had never touched her in all these years, possibly due to her lack of status. Being a concubine was certainly better than being nameless and unrecognized. In time, should she bear him a son or daughter, along with his affection, she could wield significant influence within the royal residence. With this thought, she relaxed her posture and nodded gently. "Your Highness, I shall heed your wishes. To serve you, I would gladly be a maid or a servant." Before she could finish, a servant hurriedly entered to report, "Your Highness, the princess has awakened. She is both laughing and crying and has been spitting blood incessantly." The doctor said. Pei Xiuyan was instantly engulfed in a chill, his voice sharp as he demanded, "What did the doctor say?" The servant trembled under Pei Xiuyan's piercing gaze, stammering, "Your Highness, the doctor said the princess was only 2 months pregnant, and after this miscarriage, she will never be able to conceive again. Moreover, she has broken 2 ribs, and if she does not recuperate well, she may suffer lasting ailments." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Pei Xiuyan, fearing that his master might unleash his wrath upon him. Pei Xiuyan stood frozen, his expression devoid of emotion for a long while. It took some time for him to grasp that Yi Chuyan had indeed miscarried. She was truly pregnant. She had not lied to him. Bai Ji, witnessing Yi Chuyan's uncontrollable laughter, was frantic, unsure how to respond, and cried out in comfort, "Everything will be all right." Yet, despite her reassurances, Yi Chuyan continued to laugh maniacally. Bai Ji, in her anxiety, frequently glanced towards the door. Earlier, she had sent a servant to summon the prince, hoping he could offer some solace to the princess. Seeing her spitting blood without cease, she wondered why the prince had not yet arrived. Just as Bai Ji was about to despair, Pei Xiuyan finally appeared. Bai Ji saw him as a savior, prostrating herself on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. "Your Highness, please have mercy on the princess. Counsel her, if you would." Upon turning to see Pei Xiuyan, Yi Chuyan abruptly ceased her laughter. "Bai Ji, leave." Bai Ji hesitated, torn between her desire to speak and her fear of defying Yi Chuyan's command, ultimately retreating with reluctant glances back as she gently closed the door. Pei Xiuyan, witnessing Yi Chuyan's sudden silence, coldly remarked, "You are the princess. Your every word and action reflects upon the royal residence. You summon me here, yet you laugh uncontrollably within the palace, truly unbecoming of your station." After a pause, he continued, "Considering your injury, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of your pushing Jiao Jiao from the loft." Yi Chuyan remained silent, her eyes wide as she regarded Pei Xiuyan, as if beholding a stranger. The phrase "shall refrain from pursuing" was the greatest mercy Pei Xiuyan had bestowed upon her since he had pushed her down the stairs. Pei Xiuyan possessed strikingly handsome features, with a narrow face that accentuated his proud demeanor. He towered over most, standing like a resilient pine, exuding an air of majesty that had captivated her for 12 years. She, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yi, with a deceased empress as her aunt, a father who was the duke, and brothers who held esteemed positions, was among the most privileged women in the capital, previously vibrant and radiant. Yet after marrying Pei Xiuyan, she had become the most humble of women. Pei Xiuyan disdained women skilled in martial arts. Thus, she had laid aside her long spear. He preferred tranquility, and she had ceased to laugh freely. Pei Xiuyan suffered from a hidden ailment. She prepared his meals daily with meticulous care. Pei Xiuyan despised the whispers suggesting that she relied on her husband's family power, so she made an effort to avoid the Yi family. She believed that Pei Xiuyan was enamored with Zhao Yujiao due to her gentle and charming demeanor and in her yearning to capture his attention. She willingly imitated Zhao's every word and action. Yet, no matter her efforts, she could not elicit even the slightest favor from Pei Xiuyan, who showed no tenderness even in their intimate moments. Pei Xiuyan was inherently aloof and proud, rarely revealing his emotions, except when it came to her, where his feelings were laid bare. It seemed he reserved all his negativity solely for himself. How had she, once so proud, ended up in such a state? The paper of her heart felt as if it had been soaked, slowly dissolving. With a soft smile and a hoarse voice, she confessed, Pei Xiuyan, I am very sad. She mourned the fact that the man she loved was not a good man, lamenting her 3 years of marriage without ever receiving her husband's affection. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly, expressing his disdain for Yi Qian's imitation of Zhao Yujiao's melodramatic words. No matter how Yi Qian tried to mimic her, her innate rebelliousness was utterly different from Zhao Yujiao's nature. Yi Qian, you are already of a constitution that makes conception difficult. When I married you, I had no intention of having children with you. Your miscarriage and inability to conceive again do not displease me, so why should you feel sorrow? You may have broken your ribs, while Jiao Jiao has a broken leg. What more do you desire? Pei Xiuyan's tone dripped with scorn. Each word struck Yi Qian like needles, numbing her heart. The paper in her heart had finally disintegrated completely. Despite her own plight, Pei Xiuyan still believed he was the one who had harmed Zhao Yujiao, unwilling to spend even a moment to uncover the truth. The feelings she offered, unreciprocated, felt as worthless as mud, deserving only to be trampled upon. In the end, it was her feelings that he deemed sullied.
یه چویان لهره ترگازه. Pei Xiuyan.
I am sorry for delaying your happiness with Zhao Yujiao. I am culpable, and now I recognize my mistakes. My inability to conceive, along with my broken ribs, should count as compensation. I am weary and no longer wish to love you. I voluntarily seek a divorce. From now on, we shall part ways amicably, each free of obligation. I wish you and Zhao Yujiao a long and happy life together. Her voice, seemingly calm and devoid of emotion, trembled upon closer inspection. These words drained Yi Qian of all her strength. Whenever she felt she could not endure, she would reassure herself that it would pass, that Pei Xiuyan would eventually recognize her worth. This belief had sustained her through endless coldness and grievances, yet now she resolved to remove that very support. A dark flame ignited in Pei Xiuyan's eyes. Yi Qian, do you think I have tolerated you for so long because of any affection? It is because the Empress Dowager forced me to swear that I shall not divorce until death. Otherwise, I would have divorced you 100 times by now. He looked down at Yi Qian, lying on the bed, each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. Chapter 4. Thorns. Yi Qian's parched eyes welled up again, her vision veiled in a thin mist. No wonder Pei Xiuyan had not divorced her despite knowing her difficulties with conception. She had mistakenly believed it was out of love, when in fact it was a matter of necessity. The Empress Dowager, who had once opposed her marriage to Pei Xiuyan, had arranged everything for her own happiness. Clenching her fists, she spoke resolutely, Pei Xiuyan, I was unaware of the oath. The Empress Dowager has passed, and I am the one proposing the divorce. Regardless of what oaths you take, I am willing to bear all consequences. Should there be a hell, I will enter it. Seeing Yi Qian's determination to divorce, Pei Xiuyan felt as if a trapped beast was roaring within him, igniting a restless fury and an inexplicable anger. What if I do not permit it?
Yi Qian.
Now emotionally desolate, no longer wished to entangle herself further with Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan, I am voluntarily proposing the divorce. All oaths are irrelevant to me. Let us release one another and find peace. I still have the support of the Duke's household. If you insist on refusing the divorce, we will only end up as enemies. In that moment, a flame ignited in Yi Qian's eyes, shining brightly. Pei Xiuyan was momentarily taken aback by the light in her gaze, reminiscent of the spirited Yi family heiress he had once known. From the moment he married Yi Qian, he had yearned for her to initiate a divorce, thus allowing him to grant Zhao Yujiao a legitimate standing. Yet, no matter how he treated Yi Qian, she had always accepted it without question, never once mentioning the word divorce. Now, when the moment had finally arrived, he felt an unsettling agitation and panic. Pei Xiuyan could not comprehend his own feelings, attributing his agitation to the irrationality triggered by Yi Chuyan's mention of divorce. He leaned closer to her ear, a smile playing on his lips as he whispered, Yi Chuyan, do you think you can just declare divorce? Who do you think you are? You shall die in the prince's manner. With that, he strode out of the room. Addressing the servants outside, he commanded, the princess is injured and requires peace to recuperate. Aside from the doctor and her personal maid, no one is allowed to disturb her. Without my orders, no one shall enter or leave her quarters. Furthermore, no messages shall be sent to the duke's household. He was determined not to let Yi Chuyan use the duke's influence to coerce him into a divorce. Confinement was the best solution. News of the situation quickly spread throughout the royal residence. Since the day of her confinement, Pei Xiuyan had not visited Yi Chuyan's quarters. Everyone remarked that the prince had completely lost his affection for the princess. Zhao Yujiao was elated upon hearing this news. Each time Pei Xiuyan visited her, she would softly persuade him not to hold a grudge against Yi Chuyan, feigning concern while feeling immensely satisfied inside. Looking at her injured leg, she felt it was all worth it. She planned to persuade Pei Xiuyan to divorce Yi Chuyan once her leg healed, thus allowing her to become the legitimate princess without having to be a concubine. Unbeknownst to her, half a month had passed. Thanks to her childhood training in martial arts, Yi Chuyan's bone injury healed rapidly. Although her ribs were not fully recovered, she could now walk without issue. On this snowy day, as flakes fell like feathers, Yi Chuyan stood by the window, lost in thought. It had been half a month since she resolved to let go of Pei Xiuyan, and she had been confined here for that duration, the courtyard door locked from the outside. Baizhi reassured her that the prince had ordered no disturbances for her recovery. But she was not naive. She understood the distinction between recuperation and confinement. She no longer wished to question Pei Xiuyan's reasons for her confinement, given the circumstances. She also did not want her parents in the duke's household to know of her injuries. Moreover, it was inconvenient to go out, so confinement was, in fact, conducive to her healing. During the quiet nights, whenever she thought of relinquishing the man she had loved for 12 years, it felt as though the bones within her had transformed into thorns. Her flesh was pierced by these thorns, causing excruciating pain. She knew that every thorn was inscribed with Pei Xiuyan's name. 12 years of love had seeped into her very marrow, becoming a habit. It was better to endure a short pain than a long one. From her initial despair, she had reached a point of calm acceptance of reality. Today, on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, in another half-month, once her ribs had healed and her confinement ended, she would return to the Yi family to disclose everything. This year, she would spend the new year with her parents, and after the festivities, she would seek a divorce openly. Baizhi entered with a bowl of laba porridge, and upon seeing Yi Chuyan standing tall by the window, she quickly set the porridge down. Yi Chuyan, still in her confinement period, was kept warm by several braziers placed around the room to prevent her from catching a chill. Dressed in a moonlight satin robe, her hair unadorned, she had tied it up simply with a dark wooden hairpin, presenting an androgynous appearance that bore a striking resemblance to a youthful, dashing figure. Baizhi momentarily stared, as if she were witnessing the once daring Yi family heiress who had disguised herself as a man. Coming back to her senses, she hastily set down the porridge and approached, closing the window while chattering, Princess, your ribs have just healed. You mustn't stand for too long. Moreover, for those who have suffered a miscarriage, it is imperative to avoid exposure to cold. Otherwise, future prospects of pregnancy may be jeopardized. Baizhi suddenly fell silent, lowering her head in a flustered manner, and said, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It was not my intention. Yi Chuyan offered a faint smile, gently reassuring Baizhi, It matters not. Having made my peace, I shall not dwell on such trifles. After the divorce, I shall not remarry. The ability to conceive has long ceased to hold significance for me. Baizhi gazed at Yi Chuyan with trepidation and asked, Your Highness, have you truly resolved to proceed with the divorce? Having accompanied Yi Chuyan since her youth, she was acutely aware of the depth of Yi Chuyan's feelings for Pei Xiuyan. Over the years, regardless of Pei Xiuyan's harsh demeanor, Yi Chuyan had consistently greeted him with kindness.
Yi Chuyan nodded affirmatively.
Yes, I have made up my mind. Should you wish to accompany me after the divorce, I shall take you with me. I once dreamed of wandering the world, and now, having let go of Pei Xiuyan, I can pursue my dreams. As she spoke, Yi Chuyan instinctively laid a hand upon her heart. The room was undeniably warm, yet why did her heart feel as though it had been pierced? Filled with an unshakable chill that refused to dissipate? Bai Ji felt a mix of sympathy and relief. She grieved for the years Yi Chuyen had devoted in vain and rejoiced that Yi Chuyen could finally return to her true self. Over the years, observing Yi Chuyen suppress her true nature to please Pei Xiuyan, Bai Ji, as her close maid, had witnessed it all and felt it was unjust. If a divorce were to indeed transpire, it would not be without merit for her mistress. As the two conversed, a cacophony erupted from beyond the courtyard walls. Since the onset of her house arrest, the courtyard had remained untouched for a considerable time. The servants and maids had been reassigned by Pei Xiuyan, leaving only Bai Ji behind. In the stillness of the small courtyard, the noises from outside felt particularly pronounced. In half an hour, the execution shall commence. It is said that all male members of the Yi family have been sentenced to death by slicing. Indeed, the tides of fate are ever-changing. Within a mere 10 days, the Yi family had plummeted from grace to execution. The once illustrious Duke's residence now stood in utter ruin. Indeed, had it not been for the law stating that sins do not extend to married daughters, our princess would be facing judgment as well.
Yi Chuyen stood frozen.
Her face drained of color. Bai Ji grasped Yi Chuyen's hand tightly and urged, "Your Highness, the people outside are surely spreading unfounded rumors. Do not believe them. The master has always acted with prudence and can never be in error, much less face sentencing." Despite her words, Bai Ji's hand trembled violently. In the capital, there was but one duke's residence and only one Yi family. The people in the royal palace were well aware that the princess was the legitimate daughter of the duke. To slander her maternal family within the royal palace could result in 50 lashes and expulsion from the residence. Yi Chuyen forced herself to regain her composure, disregarding the pain in her ribs, and nimbly leaped over the wall, landing deftly on the other side. Bai Ji gasped from within the room, "Your Highness, you must not." Before she could finish her warning, Yi Chuyen had already vanished over the wall. Chapter 5. The raiding of the house. Two maids outside the wall were engaged in animated discussions about the Yi family's plight when they were startled by Yi Chuyen's sudden descent. Regardless of the Yi family's misfortunes, as long as Yi Chuyen remained a princess, the rules must not be broken. The two maids quickly regained their senses, kneeling in unison to pay their respects to the princess. Yi Chuyen urgently inquired, "Is what you spoke of true? Has the Yi family been raided?" The two maids exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Growing anxious, Yi Chuyen seized one of the maids by her collar, demanding, "I ask you again, is what you said true? What has happened to the Yi family?" Yi Chuyen had spent 3 years in the estate and seldom lost her temper with the servants. The staff, accustomed to her gentle disposition, were taken aback by her fierce demeanor and fiery eyes, realizing that she was indeed a formidable martial artist. The maid, trembling in fear, stammered, "Your Highness, the Yi family has been accused of treason and has been raided. All the men are to be executed by slicing, and the women exiled to Ningguta. I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Yi Chuyen felt as if struck by lightning, her strength waning as she released the maid. Her body shaking uncontrollably, nearly losing her balance. She bit down on her tongue, forcing herself to remain calm. A singular thought consumed her. The maid must be lying. She would go to the marketplace herself to verify the truth. She could not believe her father would betray the nation. Nor could she accept that the Yi family had been raided. She dashed out, and the guards stationed at the palace gates, witnessing Yi Chuyen rush out like a tempest, recalled the prince's orders prohibiting her from leaving. They hurried to obstruct her. The guards, merely tasked with stopping the princess, did not dare to use excessive force. However, Yi Chuyen fought fiercely, swiftly dispatching them. Upon exiting the palace, Yi Chuyen beheld the streets plastered with notices of the Yi family's disgrace. She tore one down, every word stabbing her eyes painfully. "Yi Jin has committed treason. His crime is unforgivable. On the 8th day of the 12th month of the De Yuan 9th year, he shall be executed by slicing. Let the people of Dafeng remember, the law of Dafeng must not be broken. The foundation of the nation must not be shaken." In a daze, Yi Chuyen felt as though she had plunged into a lotus pond, frigid water engulfing her, rendering her breathless. With her heartbeat the only sound resonating in the void around her, clenching her jaw, she seized a passerby's horse and galloped toward the marketplace. Today was the 8th day of the 12th month, a day of great snow, and despite the bitter cold, the marketplace was bustling with citizens. 10 days prior, the emperor had been wounded in an assassination attempt. The emperor's guards had discovered a letter penned by Duke Yijin and a hand-drawn map of the palace's defenses on the assassin. The letter instructed the assassin to deliver the map to the second prince of Beirong, ensuring its safe arrival. The assassin, seeking glory, had attempted to infiltrate the palace to kill the emperor but was captured, with irrefutable evidence against him. The conflict between Dafeng and Beirong had persisted for nearly a century, making them sworn enemies, and Duke Yijin's actions incited public outrage. In no time, the court was inundated with petitions against the duke, all asserting that he had long harbored treasonous intentions. Some petitioners sought to defend the duke, arguing that the Yi family had been loyal for generations and could never betray the nation, urging the emperor to discern the truth and not be misled. The court erupted in chaos. The emperor, grieved, was taken aback. The duke was the emperor's maternal uncle and also the imperial tutor. To think that just a year after the empress's passing, the duke would hastily engage in treasonous acts. The benevolent emperor, recalling their bond, hesitated to punish the duke and found himself unable to eat or drink. Ultimately, the matter was entrusted to the clear prince, Pei Xiuyan, for a resolution. Pei Xiuyan acted decisively, promptly imprisoning all those who petitioned for the duke's clemency, declaring, "Those who plead for leniency shall share the same fate." The court fell silent. Subsequently, Pei Xiuyan swiftly condemned Duke Yijin for treason, and to set an example, he immediately ordered public execution, personally overseeing the punishment. At this moment, Pei Xiuyan sat high upon the execution platform, gazing thoughtfully at the swirling snowflakes. The gathered citizens murmured among themselves. They had long heard that the clear prince had not married Yi Chuyan willingly, a fact that had always displeased him.
Now,
He personally presided over the case against the Yi family and supervised the execution.
how can you say that?
If the clear prince had not acted of his own accord, he would have divorced her long ago. Indeed, the Yi family has committed such a grave offense. The clear prince has not divorced her, which can be seen as a model of virtue. Yet, Yi Jin, with students scattered across the land and a position of power in the capital, would stoop to treasonous acts? What significance do power and status hold compared to the emperor? As the old saying goes, a greedy heart can swallow an elephant, but I have heard that the Yi family is being falsely accused. Indeed. Consider this. From the occurrence of the incident to the execution, merely 10 days have elapsed. Is there sufficient time for the investigation of evidence? How can a verdict be reached so swiftly? Even in ordinary criminal cases, investigations typically require months to conclude, let alone in such a significant case. Cease your words. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Beware of being deemed an accomplice. As the appointed hour drew near, Pei Xiuyan's gaze, sharp as a hawk, swept across the crowd, instantly silencing the murmurs. Yi Jin, the emperor has treated you generously, yet you have betrayed your country. Such actions are contemptible. On this day of execution, do you have any final words? Pei Xiuyan addressed Yi Jin, who stood below him. All the male members of the Yi family awaiting execution had their mouths bound with cloth, except for Yi Jin. Approaching 50, he appeared disheveled from days of torment, his garments stained with blood. Yet, this did not diminish his scholarly demeanor. His eyes remained clear, neither servile nor arrogant, as he slowly knelt in the direction of the palace, proclaiming, "The Yi family has served the country with unwavering loyalty for generations, yet we have been grievously wronged.
Today,
Heaven bears witness. A great snow falls to cover the world's filth. I, Yi Jin, have no guilt towards heaven or my conscience, and thus have no words to speak." Upon concluding, he obediently bowed 3 times, then straightened his back and fell silent. This declaration stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Recently, rumors had circulated that Yi Jin's family had been wronged, and the haste in reaching a verdict was merely to prevent a reversal of fortune. Could there be truth in these claims? Pei Xiuyan regarded Yi Jin with a complex expression, furrowing his brow and pursing his lips in silence. Zhang Qingman, the Minister of Justice overseeing the execution, noticed the growing clamor among the populace and feared potential unrest. He leaned closer to Pei Xiuyan, whispering, "Your Highness, the time is nearly upon us. Perhaps we should commence early." Pei Xiuyan cast a sharp glance at Zhang Qingman, indicating there was no need to rush when the hour had not yet arrived. This glance was piercing, causing Zhang Qingman to feel as if he were being pricked by a thorn. He recalled Pei Xiuyan's ruthlessness during the interrogation of Yi Jin. A man capable of such cruelty towards his own father-in-law was certainly not benevolent. Thus, he dared not speak further and returned to his designated place. Yi Chuyen urged her horse onward with desperate fervor. Dressed too lightly, her lips had turned blue from the cold, her ribs were fractured from the jostling of the ride, and her abdomen throbbed as if inflated. Yet, she was oblivious to these afflictions. An overwhelming fear dulled her senses to the world around her. Why did the marketplace seem so distant, as if it were at the ends of the earth? Finally, she arrived at the market entrance, where she saw a throng of citizens gathered, their conversations rife with words like Yi family, palace defense plans, spies, and treason. Hearing this, Yi Chuyen dismounted, her legs weakened. Nearly collapsing, she pushed through the crowd, frantically rushing inward. Chapter 6. Father and brothers. Yi Chuyen burst into the inner circle, only to find her father and two brothers kneeling in unison, disheveled and ragged, their bodies marked with faint traces of whip scars. Behind them knelt other male members of the Yi family, equally in disarray. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a sound, gasping for breath. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, as if they would never cease. Yi Jin was the first to notice her, nodding slightly in her direction, his eyes filled with warmth. Pei Xiuyan observed Yi Chuyen trembling at the execution site, her thin garments dark against the frigid landscape. His expression darkened in annoyance, and he sharply commanded his attendant, "Remove the princess from here." The attendant complied, moving to pull Yi Chuyen away. However, the moment he touched her sleeve, Yi Chuyen snapped back to reality, her voice piercing with anguish. "Don't touch me. Go away." She leaped over the railing and dashed towards her father and brothers.
Ayan,
"Do not act foolishly. Return at once," Yi Jin called out in haste. The execution site erupted into chaos, and Zhang Qingmen gasped, "Someone is attempting to disrupt the execution. Quickly, kill her." Pei Xiuyan leaped forward, landing before Yi Chuyen, blocking her path. "What are you doing here? Return at once." Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan's face, Yi Chuyen recalled the murmurs of the crowd, stating that the verdict was reached due to evidence found on a spy, namely, the palace defense plans drawn by her father. How could such a crucial piece of evidence be in the hands of a spy? Had Pei Xiuyan orchestrated this entire affair? This thought, woven with terror, ensnared her heart. She could neither bear to accept nor believe that the man before her could commit such a heinous act. With gritted teeth and tears in her eyes, she asked softly, "The palace defense plans were given to you by my father. How could they be found on a spy? Did you orchestrate this?" The words barely escaped her lips. A whisper only they could hear, for she feared that raising her voice would shatter the fragile tether of hope within her. Pei Xiuyan remained silent. His silence an implicit admission. The thread of her hope snapped, leaving her desolate. In an instant, rage ignited within her, and she declared, "Pei Xiuyan, I will kill you." With that, her fist shot forth like lightning towards Pei Xiuyan's heart. Yi Chuyen's ribs had been broken during her frantic ride, and now, fueled by anger and exhaustion, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Surrounding soldiers closed in, preparing to strike her down with their halberds. Yet Pei Xiuyan, quick as a flash, seized the halberd aimed at her back, angrily chastising the soldiers. "Do not lay a hand on her." Without hesitation, he placed a firm hand on her frail shoulder. Exerting pressure, her already delicate arm fell limply at her side, devoid of strength. Realizing she could no longer use her arm, Yi Chuyen lunged at Pei Xiuyan with her head. He caught her in his embrace with one arm and with the other, dislocated her chin, rendering her unable to speak. To the surrounding soldiers, he declared, "The princess has been overtaken by emotion today and acted against me. This matter does not concern you." The Minister of Justice's cries of disruption were dismissed by Pei Xiuyan's words, which reframed the scene as a mere domestic quarrel. The soldiers and citizens stood in stunned silence. Previously, it had been said that the Yi family's legitimate daughter, upon marrying into the prince's household, acted with grace and decorum, yet today, she appeared as if driven mad. Truly, the prince exemplified the virtues of a gentleman. Not only did he refrain from dismissing her, but he also shielded her at the execution site. Yi Jin, witnessing this, beseeched Pei Xiuyan, "Your Highness, may I have a moment to speak with Ayen?"
Pei Xiuyan ponderet briefly before noting, Pashink Ye Chuyan tovard Yevin.
At this moment, her dislocated jaw rendered her unable to speak. She had never seen Yi Jin plead with anyone before. Now, witnessing him abase himself before Pei Xiuyan for her sake, she felt as if she were suffocating. Kneeling before her father, she desperately blinked, striving to discern his features, but tears blurred her vision. And the figure before her grew increasingly indistinct. She longed to call out father and to apologize. She had taken the palace defense plans drawn by her father, seeking to please Pei Xiuyan, never anticipating they would become the evidence of the Yi family's treachery. Ah Yen, do not cry. I know what you wish to say. There is no need to apologize. This is not your fault, and do not blame yourself, Yi Jin gently consoled. Yi Chuyan shook her head vehemently, wanting to convey, "It is my fault, it is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon the Yi family. I am the one who deserves to be punished." Yi Jin seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. He shook his head slightly. The Empress Dowager has wielded power for many years. The Emperor has long harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Yi family. He has merely refrained from action while she was alive. When a sovereign demands the death of a subject, there can be no refusal. Both blessings and calamities are bestowed by heaven. You must not harbor hatred towards the Emperor, nor blame Pei Xiuyan. After all, he is merely executing the Emperor's will. Promise me, live well. Yi Jin's voice was calm and unhurried, steady as if advising her to dress warmly against the cold. He had always been strict with Yi Chuyan, yet she had often wondered why he spoke gently to his students but was so harsh with his own children. She had long wished for him to speak to her with kindness. Little did she know that her wish would be fulfilled today. But each word would be stained with blood. The snow fell increasingly heavier, and Yi Jin was seized by a violent cough, the cold wind piercing through him. After a series of coughs, he cleared his throat slightly. "Ah Yen, father is innocent. Even in death, he shall not suffer in hell. You need not worry for me." Upon hearing these words, Yi Chuyan could no longer contain herself. She leaned her head against Yi Jin's chest, emitting a pained whimper from her throat, akin to a wounded beast. Beside her, Yi Chuqing continually made soft sounds, signaling his desire to speak with Yi Chuyan. As the eldest son of the Yi family and Yi Chuyan's elder brother, he was held in high regard. The executioner standing beside Yi Chuqing was momentarily at a loss, casting a bewildered glance at Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. After the executioner removed the cloth from Yi Chuqing's mouth, he called softly, "Ah Yen." Yi Chuyan looked up at Yi Chuqing, who smiled faintly. His demeanor, always as gentle as jade, remained dignified even amidst his disheveled state. "Ah Yen, do not cry. If you weep, your beautiful face will be marred. Your elder brother will no longer be able to protect you, so you must live well. Our mother and the others have been exiled. If you have the chance,
Go see them.
Yi Chuqing paused. "There is something I wish to entrust to you. Your sister-in-law, Gu Yan, has discovered she is with child. The road of exile is fraught with hardship, and I fear for her endurance. If the child is born safely, remember to inform me. It would bring me solace in the afterlife." Yi Chuyan's mind exploded with this revelation. Gu Yan was pregnant. She, a delicate woman from the southern waters, had struggled to adapt to the cold winters of the capital. Ningguda was 1,000 miles away, perpetually frigid. How could Gu Yan withstand such conditions? And what of their elderly mother and 7-year-old niece, Yi Wan, along with the other women of the Yi family? How would they endure? Yi Chuqing discerned the sorrow in Yi Chuyan's eyes and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. Even if the child cannot be preserved, it is merely a sign that the child longs for their father, wishing to come forth early to accompany me." Nearby, Yi Chuyan, the second brother of the Yi family, also wished to speak with Yi Chuyan, his voice rising in anguished cries. The executioner, seeing that Pei Xiuyan remained unresponsive, hesitated to remove the cloth. The Minister of Justice, noting the time, observed that Yi Chuqing and Yi Chuyan were still engaged in conversation. And Yi Chuyan appeared eager to speak as well. Growing anxious, he addressed Pei Xiuyan, "Your Highness, the time has come. We cannot delay further." Pei Xiuyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as frosty as the weather, pulling the princess away to commence the execution. Several guards forcibly dragged Yi Chuyan away. A sharp pain pierced her ribs, and blood surged forth from within her, staining the thick layer of white snow beneath. In her dazed state, she witnessed the executioner tear open Yi Jin's clothing and slice a piece of flesh from his back. The swirling snowflakes transformed into a crimson hue, gradually enveloping her until darkness consumed her vision. Upon seeing Yi Chuyan faint, Pei Xiuyan ordered for her to be taken back to the royal residence while he continued to oversee the execution. Chapter 7. Unworthy of burial, Yi Jin had always been generous, frequently aiding impoverished scholars, and many among the onlookers had benefited from his kindness. As they beheld his torture, recalling the rumors that the Yi family had been wronged, Their hearts ached with compassion. Some knelt in tears, crying out, "Farewell, old Yi." The chorus of lamentation gradually crescendoed. Zhang Qingman, feeling anxious and perspiring slightly, had once been a colleague of Yi Jin. Though their interactions were few, he held deep respect for Yi Jin's literary integrity. The truth of treason was indeed perplexing, and he felt uncertain. Witnessing the outpouring of grief from the people, he worried it might incite a riot. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously suggested to Pei Xiuyan, "Your Highness, shall we conclude this swiftly?" Swiftly conclude was a euphemism. Some families of the condemned would bribe the chief executioner to deliver a quick death, allowing the condemned to escape prolonged suffering. Pei Xiuyan remained composed atop the platform, snowflakes dusting him like a thin mist, rendering him indistinct, as if he were a pine in the fog. His handsome visage bore no expression. Upon hearing Zhang Qingman's proposal, he coldly replied, "No need." Zhang Qingman shuddered, perceiving the man before him as more fearsome than a demon. He mused that Pei Xiuyan, indeed of royal lineage, was as ruthless as an emperor. The heavy snow persisted for 3 days, during which Pei Xiuyan oversaw the executions from the market square. Most of the male members of the Yi family perished on the first day. 2 legitimate sons succumbed on the second day, while Yi Jin clung to life until the very last moment, uttering only, "My heart is like the moon, radiant and untainted." Many onlookers were moved to tears by his final words. Some volunteered to collect the bodies of the Yi family, but Pei Xiuyan intervened, declaring, "Those who endure such punishment are unworthy of burial." He then ordered the 3 bodies to be dragged to a mass grave and discarded. With Yi Jin's death, the tumultuous Yi family treason case came to a definitive close. On the 4th day, the skies cleared, and the world was blanketed in white. The bloodstains at the market square had long been concealed beneath the snow, while icicles hung from the eaves, refracting light into dazzling brilliance, rendering the capital a paradise on earth. Yi Chuyan dreamt of Yi Jin being executed, blood streaming from his eyes. He glared at her with those bloodied eyes, roaring, "It was you who provided the palace's defense plans to Pei Xiuyan. You are the one who deserves this punishment." The scene shifted, revealing Yi Chuqing, also bloodied, sprawled on the ground, his face marred, revealing his stark white teeth as he ominously proclaimed, "Ayen, Guyan has been exiled because of you. If she dies, it is a life for a life." Instinctively, Yi Chuyan shook her head desperately, wishing to cry out her apologies, acknowledging her faults. She should not have loved Pei Xiuyan, nor sought to please him by acquiring the palace's defense plans. She yearned to speak, but a grip tightened around her neck. Looking down, she beheld a malevolent spirit in the form of an infant, clutching her and incessantly wailing, "Mother, since you failed to protect me, will you not come join me?" Yi Chuyan relinquished her struggle, allowing the malevolent spirit to hold her. She contemplated, should hell exist, she would willingly descend into its deepest depths to endure all torments as penance. Bai Ji entered with medicine, finding Yi Chuyan with tightly shut eyes, drenched in sweat, her grip still fierce around her neck. Alarmed, she set down the medicine and rushed to pry Yi Chuyan's fingers away. "Princess, awaken! Please, awaken." 4 days prior, Yi Chuyan had scaled the walls to flee the royal residence. When returned, she was bloodied, her ribs fractured anew, both arms and her chin dislocated. She had remained by Yi Chuyan's side, tending to her, and while Yi Chuyan's chin and arms had healed, the fractures of her ribs and the chill from her miscarriage proved difficult to mend. Yi Chuyan had been in a coma for 4 days, plagued by high fevers and unresponsive. Bai Ji attempted to pry Yi Chuyan's hands apart, but her strength was formidable, and Bai Ji found herself unable to loosen the grip. In despair, she cried out, "Is anyone there? Please, save the princess. Someone, help the princess." Her cries echoed forlornly in the silent night, resonating with an eerie intensity. In the study of the prince's residence, Pei Xiuyan sat at the desk, gazing at the palace defense plans drawn by Yi Jin himself, a growing agitation consuming him. Rising, he began to pace back and forth. The words Yi Jin uttered before his death, "My heart is like the moon, radiant and untainted," reverberating in his mind. His restless emotions transformed into a ferocious beast, clamoring to break free from its cage. He struck the desk with a fist, blood seeping from his knuckles. Yi Jin had died, leaving him to bear the burden of villainy alone. The vision of Yi Chuyan's desperate eyes at the execution site and her frail form weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him. Your Highness, a quiet voice from outside interrupted Pei Xiuyan's thoughts. Enter. His voice remained as calm and deep as ever. Yan Xie stepped inside, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I have followed your command and disposed of the corpses of the Yi family in the mass grave. Those individuals did not dare to show themselves yesterday. But as soon as night fell tonight, they appeared and took the remains of the Yi family. Pei Xiuyan nodded. Follow these individuals closely and investigate their identities discreetly. We must not alarm them. Those who dared to retrieve the bodies of the Yi family are undoubtedly the loyalists, as Yi Jin described. I must uncover their identities. Yes, Your Highness. How fare the exiled women of the Yi family? I have arranged for their secret protection, including a physician disguised among them. The escort has been properly arranged, so there should be no unexpected occurrences along the way. Yan Shui reported. What of the incident where the news about the Yi family reached the princess? It was an accident. Two newly arrived maidservants, lacking discretion, were gossiping outside the princess's chamber and were overheard. I have dealt with it, Yan Shui said, casting a furtive glance at Pei Xiuyan. At that moment, Pei Xiuyan's lips were tightly pressed, his expression stern, revealing no hint of emotion. Despite being by his master's side for so long, he could never fathom his master's intentions. While he personally condemned the Yi family, he forbade anyone from pleading on their behalf. Simultaneously, he arranged for the care of the exiled women of the Yi family and punished several servants who leaked information to the princess. These actions left Yan Shui utterly perplexed regarding his master's true sentiments towards the Yi family and the princess. Pei Xiuyan waved his hand, and Yan Shui understood, swiftly vanishing from the study. Upon exiting the study, Pei Xiuyan lifted his gaze to the night sky. The moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, casting a serene stillness over the land, where the unmelted snow lay untouched. As he strolled beneath the moon, he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a courtyard, his eyes catching the inscription Jianjia Garden on the plaque, leaving him momentarily speechless. This was Yi Chuyan's courtyard. How could he have wandered here unknowingly? Yi Chuyan was still under house arrest, and the guard outside must have sought refuge from the cold, leaving the courtyard desolate and eerily silent, as if abandoned. Since their last encounter at the execution ground, he had been occupied with overseeing the executions for 3 days. It had now been 4 days since he last saw Yi Chuyan. He wondered about her well-being. This thought startled Pei Xiuyan. When had he begun to concern himself with Yi Chuyan's health? He shook his head, dispelling the notion. Remembering his promise to Zhao Yujiao to accompany her for moon-gazing that morning, he turned to leave. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed from within the courtyard, calling, "Help the princess." Pei Xiuyan's heart tightened instinctively, and he harnessed his energy, leaping into the courtyard. The desperate voice grew clearer. "Is there anyone to save the princess? Help!" Pei Xiuyan was thrown into a frenzy by the sound. He had no time to think and kicked open the door, rushing inside. Bai Ji watched as Yi Chuyan's complexion turned increasingly ashen, abandoning her cries in despair. If her master were to perish, she could not bear to live alone. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Yi Chuyan, saying, "Princess, I shall soon accompany you." Just then, the door burst open. The cold wind rushed in, causing Bai Ji to shiver, and she saw Pei Xiuyan frowning as he approached the bedside. Observing Yi Chuyan nearly choking herself, he swiftly pressed on her acupoint, rendering her arms weak and limp. Still in shock, Bai Ji reacted and half-embraced Yi Chuyan, crying out, "Princess, princess." Pei Xiuyan scanned the room, noticing only Bai Ji and no other maidservants, his expression darkening. "How do you serve the princess? You merely stand by as she nearly suffocates herself? Did you not think to seek help from other servants?" Upon seeing Yi Chuyan's color gradually returning to normal, Bai Ji sighed in relief. Hearing Pei Xiuyan's reprimand and recalling the situation with the Yi family and Yi Chuyan lying unconscious, she was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Without a second thought, she blurted out, "Your Highness, it was your decree that no servants, except for myself, were allowed to attend to the princess during her house arrest. The princess's injuries after her miscarriage were also a result of your actions. After returning from the execution ground, she has been haunted by nightmares and suffered recurring fevers, her life hanging in the balance. If you truly cared for the princess, how could you allow her to fall into such a state?" As soon as the words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Pei Xiuyan's anger flared, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. The candlewick within the flame crackled ominously. Bai Ji felt a pang of regret. She feared not for her life, but for the fact that if she were to perish, no one would care for the princess as she did. Resolute, she bowed respectfully to Pei Xiuyan, saying, "If your highness wishes to take my life, I have no objections. I only hope you will treat the princess with kindness henceforth. The Yi family is no more. The princess has only you left." At this, Bai Ji's eyes grew misty, and she began to weep quietly. Before the calamity befell the Yi family, the princess had joyfully spoken of taking her along on adventures. Now, with the Yi family destroyed, the princess, a daughter of a traitor, could only rely on Pei Xiuyan to survive, yet he was the very one who condemned the Yi family. Pei Xiuyan suddenly froze. The words "the princess has only you left" echoing in his mind. Once a proud daughter of the Yi family, Yi Chuyan was now utterly alone. Ironically, he was the one who had been the coldest and most hurtful to her. Observing Bai Ji's inconsolable tears, Pei Xiuyan spoke in a low voice, "Rise. For your loyalty to your master, I shall spare your life today." Hearing this, Bai Ji understood her life was spared. She glanced at Yi Chuyan, noticing her flushed complexion, and, disregarding etiquette, rushed over to touch Yi Chuyan's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. She hurried to fetch a bowl of medicine, striving to maintain her composure as she spoon-fed it to Yi Chuyan. Yet, Yi Chuyan seemed determined to die, tightly pursing her lips, making it impossible for Bai Ji to administer the medicine. Bai Ji continued to plead, "Princess, I beg you, please take some medicine. If this fever does not subside, your life will be at stake." Pei Xiuyan stood nearby, watching Bai Ji's repeated attempts to feed Yi Chuyan, all in vain. In his memory, Yi Chuyan had always been like a resilient wintersweet, unyielding to the harshest of winters, never wilting. Yet, after just a few days apart, she now appeared so frail. He stepped forward briskly, snatching the medicine bowl from Bai Ji's hands and pushing her aside. "I will feed her." Bai Ji stumbled to the ground, still in shock, as Pei Xiuyan forcefully held Yi Chuyan's cheeks and poured the medicine into her mouth. After administering the medicine, Pei Xiuyan did not leave, but sat quietly at the table, his face half hidden in the flickering candlelight, shrouded in shadows. Bai Ji remained silent, merely tending to Yi Chuyan's forehead. After half an hour, Yi Chuyan slowly opened her eyes in a daze. Bai Ji's eyes lit up in surprise. "Princess, you are awake."
Yi Chuyan, does it?
Scanned her surroundings and turned to see Pei Xiuyan seated at the table. Her eyes instantly filled with rage. "Pei Xiuyan, I will kill you."
Bai Ji gasped, "Princess, no."
Before her words could fade, Yi Chuyan rolled off the bed, charging at Pei Xiuyan. In her weakened state, Pei Xiuyan easily caught her arm with one hand while the other remained behind his back. "It was you who personally delivered the palace defense map to me," he stated flatly. Yi Chuyan glared at Pei Xiuyan, wishing she could pierce him with her gaze. "Pei Xiuyan, I was foolish, loving the wrong person. If I kill you, I shall descend to apologize to my father and brothers." Pei Xiuyan chuckled lightly. "Oh, so you intend to kill me, and then take your own life as an apology?" He surveyed Yi Chuyan with disdain. "Yi Chuyan, you harbor such beautiful delusions. When you wed this prince, you should have anticipated that my heart belongs to Zhao Yujiao, and you shall inevitably pay the price for it." Pei Xiuyan's voice was clear and unhurried, each word piercing like a dagger. "The Yi family has been confiscated, and their former friends now shun them. I have heard that your sister-in-law is with child. Currently, the only one who can aid you is this prince. If I were to perish, who else would extend a helping hand?" Yi Charan felt as though she had been drenched in a deluge of icy water, trembling violently. Pei Xiuyan seemed quite pleased with her reaction, pulling her into his embrace and whispering softly in her ear, "Yi Charan, listen well. I will allow you to continue as the crown princess, facing the very enemies who murdered your father day and night. Fear not, as long as you serve me well. I shall ensure the safety of the exiled women of the Yi family. Live well to atone for your sins, should I see you seek death again. I cannot guarantee the safety of the Yi women on their path to exile." With that, he left her, leaving Yi Charan feeling as though her very bones had been stripped away. After a long while, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Her sins were too grave, and she no longer had the right to seek death. Bai Ji, witnessing this, rushed to embrace Yi Charan, weeping in sorrow. She could not fathom what wrongs the princess had committed to deserve such suffering. Chapter 9. Heartache. After exiting Yi Charan's courtyard, Pei Xiuyan was in a state of disquiet, his mind unable to focus on seeking Zhao Yujiao, and he made his way directly to the study. Zhao Yujiao's broken leg had largely healed, and Pei Xiuyan had ordered a wheelchair to be made for her. She sat at the entrance, waiting anxiously for him, her patience wearing thin. A servant, dispatched to gather news, soon returned with tidings. Miss Zhao, the princess has awoken. The prince visited her courtyard and has since returned to the study. Zhao Yujiao's expression darkened instantaneously, her eyes glinting with a toxic fury that startled the servant. Her personal maid, Hong Ying, noticing her distress, quickly whispered, "My lady, do not fret. The prince must have been delayed by pressing matters. Shall I assist you back inside?" Zhao Yujiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Indeed, the Yi family had been brought low. What was there to rush for? Yi Charen's dismissal was merely a matter of time, and the title of princess was within her grasp. With this thought, Zhao Yujiao turned to Hong Ying with a smile. "Let us visit my sister tomorrow. She must be heartbroken over the downfall of the Yi family." Hong Ying's heart sank. 2 years prior, when her father was pursued for gambling debts, she had no choice but to borrow a substantial sum from Zhao Yujiao, thus becoming her confidant. Only she knew the venomous heart concealed beneath that seemingly innocent facade. She had orchestrated the princess's fall into the lotus pond and had deliberately leaked the news of the Yi family's misfortune during the princess's confinement. Now, she could hardly imagine how Zhao Yujiao would provoke the princess during their visit. Observing Hong Ying's distracted demeanor, Zhao Yujiao frowned slightly. "Hong Ying, are you not going to assist me back?" Hong Ying quickly lowered her head. "Yes, Miss Zhao." The following day, dark clouds and thick fog enveloped the sky, casting a somber pall over the world despite it being midday. Yi Charen lay in bed and suddenly murmured, "What is the date today?" Her voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Bai Ji, upon hearing her speak, felt a surge of excitement. Since the prince had departed the previous night, the princess had not uttered a single word, lying wide-eyed and motionless, refusing food and drink. No matter how she pleaded, it was in vain. Hearing the princess finally speak brought her a glimmer of hope. She cautiously replied, "My lady, today is the 12th day of the 12th month." Yi Charen turned her gaze towards Bai Ji, wanting to inquire about the resting place of her father and brother, yet she hesitated to voice the question. Finally, she uttered a barely audible, "Oh." Though she looked at Bai Ji, her eyes were filled with a profound emptiness. Bai Ji approached with a bowl of medicine. "My lady, if the master were aware from beyond, he would surely wish for you to live well. Please take this medicine and rest. Do not prolong your suffering. I am truly frightened for you." Yi Charen seemed to awaken suddenly, murmuring to herself, "Yes, I must drink the medicine. I must live to atone for my sins. I should have foreseen the cost of marrying Pei Xiuyan. I deserve this torment in hell." With that, she seized the bowl from Bai Ji's hands and drank it all in one go. Bai Ji gasped, alarmed. "My lady, please do not act this way. You still have the old lady and others. You must live well to have a chance to see them again." Yi Charen had never feared hardship, yet the bitterness of the medicine was overwhelming, spreading from her mouth throughout her body. Were it not for her mother and others, she felt she had no right to live. "Bai Ji, go summon Pei Xiuyan for me. Tell him I have matters to discuss." Bai Ji's face clouded with worry. She feared Yi Charen might attempt to harm Pei Xiuyan again. Yi Charen recognized Bai Ji's concerns. "Fear not. I do not intend to harm him. I merely have some questions that require clarification. In my current state, I couldn't possibly threaten him." She wished to ask Pei Xiuyan if his previous words were genuine, and if she could protect her mother and others during their exile. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ji bit her lip and agreed. She approached the courtyard gate and knocked loudly, calling out, "Open the door. Open the door. The princess wishes to see the prince. Allow me to pass. I must find him." The 2 guards stationed outside exchanged amused glances. One remarked sarcastically, "Miss Bai, do you think it is, as it once was? The princess can see whomever she pleases." The other chimed in, "The Yi family is no more. Do you still consider yourself a legitimate daughter of the Yi family? It is only because our prince is soft-hearted that he has not taken the opportunity to dismiss her." As they exchanged words, they noticed Pei Xiuyan approaching, flanked by the portly steward Li Fu and several guards. Uncertain if their previous comments had reached Pei Xiuyan's ears, the guards awkwardly knelt to salute him. "Greetings, Your Highness." Li Fu glared at the 2 guards, his expression darkened, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat. Due to the Yi family's downfall and the princess's continued confinement, the servants had lost all respect for her. In recent days, the guards had been neglecting their posts, often sneaking out for drinks in the evenings, which Li Fu had chosen to overlook. This morning, he had been summoned to Pei Xiuyan's study and received a harsh reprimand, subsequently being brought here. The guard's disrespectful comments had conveniently reached the prince's ears. Pei Xiuyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke slowly. Li Fu. What punishment is warranted when servants slander their master? Li Fu bowed. Your Highness, the punishment is 50 strokes of the rod, followed by expulsion from the estate. The guards, upon hearing this, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare us. Please spare us. The guards of the Qing prince's residence were all born servants who had undergone training from a young age. Those with skill had been selected to serve as guards, shedding their status as slaves. Surviving 50 strokes would leave them either dead or severely maimed, and being expelled would return them to a life of servitude. A fate worse than death. Li Fu recognized these two guards. He had watched them grow up. Now, he dared not plead for their clemency, only gritting his teeth and saying, "Take them away." The guards behind him lunged forward like wolves, dragging the two away. Pei Xiuyan cast an impassive glance at Li Fu. Open the door. Li Fu hastily produced the key and unlocked the door. Bai Ji listened intently to the exchange outside, and when the door opened, she bowed with a hint of excitement. Your Highness. Pei Xiuyan did not acknowledge her but instructed, "Wait here," as he strode into the room. Yi Charan heard the footsteps growing clearer and turned her face slightly. Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan approach, she hoarsely asked, "Pei Xiuyan, were your words from yesterday sincere?"
Pei Xiuyan,
Observing Yi Charan lying on the bed, her eyes hollow and darkened, felt a pang of concern. He had never seen her in such a wretched state, and he could not help but frown. This prince has never broken a promise.
예초랑 그러도알리 로흐렛 하레이릿스.
Father, brother, I am sorry. I cannot avenge you yet, nor can I apologize to you. She opened her eyes once more. Thank you, Your Highness. I will strive to live well and ensure your happiness. I implore the prince to honor his promise and ensure the safety of the Yi family's women. Pei Xiuyan, noticing that Yi Chuyan's countenance resembled a still pond, felt discomfort. Before the New Year's Eve, I expect to see a lively and spirited princess, not a pitiable shell of a person, he coldly declared before departing the chamber like a gust of wind. Yi Chuyan fought to keep her eyes wide open, stifling her tears. She believed she had no right to weep. She must regain her strength to endure Pei Xiuyan's disdain. Pei Xiuyan felt a strange trepidation at the thought of encountering the despair and sorrow reflected in her eyes. Exhaling a deep sigh, he addressed Li Fu, who stood guard at the door. From this day forth, the princess is to be released from confinement. Acquire a new batch of servants to attend to her. Bring all the precious medicinal herbs from the estate. I wish for her swift recovery. Those in the courtyard were taken aback. Was the prince truly showing concern for the princess? Chapter 10. Provocation before Zhao Yujiao could reach Yi Chuyan's courtyard. She learned of the prince's compassion towards the princess. Instantly, she clenched her nails into her palm, but quickly composed herself, realizing the reason behind this change. With the Yi family recently destroyed, Yi Chuyan was now merely the daughter of a condemned traitor, incapable of bearing children. If Pei Xiuyan were to treat her harshly now, it would undoubtedly invite gossip, an act clearly performed for the benefit of others. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yi Chuyan's courtyard, she found the gates wide open. 2 guards had been dealt with by Pei Xiuyan, and with the new servants yet to arrive, the entire Jianjia garden was eerily deserted. Zhao Yujiao and her maid entered the inner chamber without hindrance, finding Bai Ji seated by the bedside, feeding Yi Chuyan porridge. Feigning surprise, Zhao Yujiao remarked, "Sister, seeing you with such an appetite puts my heart at ease." Bai Ji turned and, upon seeing Hong Ying pushing Zhao Yujiao in, immediately adopted a stern expression. "What brings you here?" The sight of Zhao Yujiao's face incensed her. In the past, the head of the Yi family had treated her with great kindness. Yet she had repaid their generosity with malice, often instigating discord between the prince and the princess within the palace. Zhao Yujiao, unfazed by Bai Ji's demeanor, responded, "Sister, there was some misunderstanding between us in the loft the other day. Regardless of my explanations to the prince about my leg injury being an accident, he refuses to believe me, and in turn, it has caused you distress. I have been unable to sleep, burdened by guilt." Her tone was sincere as she continued, "I have brought you the 1,000-year-old ginseng the prince gifted me, hoping you can forgive me." From a cloth bag behind her wheelchair, Hong Ying extracted a redwood box and placed it on the table. Seeing Yi Chuyan in bed unresponsive, Zhao Yujiao persisted, "Alas, My leg injury prevents me from going out, and with the recent calamity befalling the Yi family, I am consumed with worry, both for your well-being and fearing you might misinterpret the prince's intentions. Now that I see you have an appetite, it seems these troubles have not affected your spirits, which brings me relief. Bai Ji glared at Zhao Yujiao with gritted teeth, while Yi Chuyan gently patted Bai Ji's hand, signaling her to remain calm. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "The maid who conveyed messages from outside the wall that day, was she sent by you?" Zhao Yujiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, feigning innocence. "What do you mean, sister?"
I do not understand.
Yi Chuyan sighed softly. It was indeed Zhao Yujiao. She was perhaps one of the few who truly understood Yi Chuyan, knowing her aversion to sweets would lead her to refuse them. Aware that her fear of water would prevent her from struggling if she fell in, Zhao Yujiao understood that no matter how she explained, Pei Xiuyan would never believe her. She recognized that apart from Pei Xiuyan, her greatest vulnerability lay with the Yi family, which is why she had arranged for information to be relayed to her during her confinement. Having called Zhao Yujiao sister since childhood, Yi Chuyan once believed she had never wronged her, yet now they stood as adversaries. Reflecting on the path that led to this point, she acknowledged her own failings. Uncertain of Yi Chuyan's intentions, Zhao Yujiao, seeing her silence, gestured for Hong Ying to push her closer. Bai Ji stood protectively by the bedside, refusing to allow Zhao Yujiao's wheelchair near. Zhao Yujiao, halting a foot away from the bed, said, "Sister, there is something I am unsure whether to mention, fearing it may sadden you. Yet, if I do not speak, how will you know?" Bai Ji immediately interjected, "Then do not speak. Just leave." Zhao Yujiao glanced back at Hong Ying, who, exasperated, admonished, "When the mistress speaks, when is it your place to interrupt? What right did she have to claim authority as a mistress living in another's household?" Bai Ji was resolute. As long as she breathed, she would not allow anyone to bully the princess. Her words struck a nerve with Zhao Yujiao, who trembled with anger, biting her tongue to regain her composure. She then feigned sorrow, saying, "I know you harbor many misunderstandings about me, yet I will always remember the kindness of the Yi family. My uncle suffered a slow death for 3 days, and I wept for 3 days at home." Zhao Yujiao choked back tears, recalling how she had sent someone to retrieve her uncle's remains from the mass grave, only to discover the bodies had been devoured by wild dogs. The thought pierced her heart with anguish. Bai Ji, furious, felt that Zhao Yujiao's words could extinguish the precious will to live that Yi Chuyan had just begun to reclaim. Enraged, she nearly struck Zhao Yujiao down. Before anyone could react, she overturned Zhao Yujiao's wheelchair. Hong Ying let out a shriek, scrambling to assist Zhao Yujiao, and chaos ensued in the room. Yi Chuyan lay in bed, her lips pale, muttering, "I do not believe it. I do not believe it." She had thought that, even if Pei Xiuyan had become heartless, he would at least provide a modest burial for her father and brothers, rather than discarding their bodies in a mass grave to be torn apart by beasts. When Li Fu entered the courtyard with the newly purchased servants, the commotion inside alarmed him, prompting him to rush into the room. He found Yi Chuyan lying in bed, devoid of color, while Zhao Yujiao lay half on the ground, clutching her broken leg and trembling, her wheelchair overturned. Bai Ji and Hong Ying were engaged in a fierce struggle. Drawing a sharp breath, he hastily helped Zhao Yujiao to her feet, while several servants restrained Bai Ji and Hong Ying. Zhao Yujiao's eyes were red-rimmed, her lashes glistening with tears. "Li Fu, please do not blame Miss Bai Ji. All the fault lies with me. I only intended to bring the ginseng to my sister, but I did not expect her to loathe me so. Even in this condition, she insists on having Mississippi Bai Ji drive me away." Li Fu quickly grasped the situation. So Zhao Yujiao had come to deliver a gift, and it was Bai Ji who had overturned the wheelchair, igniting the conflict between her and Hong Ying. Without allowing Li Fu to speak, Zhao Yujiao stifled a sob, forcing back her grief as she addressed Hong Ying. Hong Ying quickly apologized to Miss Bai Ji. Understanding, Hong Ying dropped to her knees, bowing her head to Bai Ji. "Miss Bai Ji, I acted out of concern for my mistress. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold it against me." The room fell silent, the onlookers taken aback, especially the newly acquired servants, who had not anticipated the princess to be so bold and imperious. Bai Ji, caught off guard by Zhao Yujiao's swift manipulation of the narrative, trembled with rage. She was held back by 2 newly acquired servants, and as she spat at Zhao Yujiao, she exclaimed, "You and your servant harbor ill intentions, distorting the truth." May you not find peace. Li Fu's expression darkened as he delivered a sharp slap to Bai Ji's face, rebuking her fiercely. Impudent servant, this is the Qing Wang Fu. How dare you behave so reckless? The force of the blow left Bai Ji's face swollen. She stood there in shock. Having served the princess for so long, she had never endured such humiliation. Zhao Yujiao, astonished, never expected Li Fu to risk offending Yi Chuyan by striking Bai Ji. In that moment, she felt a wave of satisfaction. Li Fu himself was taken aback, not understanding why he had acted so irrationally. Witnessing Zhao Yujiao weep so pitifully while Bai Ji continued to berate her, he had struck the princess's personal maid before everyone. Chapter 11. Dignity. Upon noticing that everyone in the room was staring at him, Li Fu snapped back to reality, gazing incredulously at his own hands. Just this morning, the prince had flown into a rage over disrespect shown to the princess, leaving Li Fu uncertain of the prince's current sentiments towards her. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Stealing a glance at Yi Chuyan, he found her lying on the bed, her eyes vacant, seemingly impervious to the commotion around her. And he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding Bai Ji, a resounding slap struck his face, leaving his ears ringing. I am still alive, and it is not for a mere servant like you to lay a hand on me. Yi Chuyan had risen, her complexion pale. Yet her icy eyes sparkled with a fierce brightness, surveying the room with a chilling gaze that made one instinctively want to recoil. The slap had jolted her awake from her stupor. With her father and brothers subjected to the cruelest of fates, her dignity had long since been stripped away. What did it matter whether she had a humble coffin or not? Her mother, sister-in-law, and the other women of the Yi family depended on her for survival. In recent days, Bai Ji had fought fiercely to keep her alive, and now she was resolutely defending her. What was she doing? Had a single utterance from Zhao Yujiao brought her to her knees? She needed not only to survive but to uphold her position as the princess, for only then could she protect the few remaining people by her side. Though she bore injuries, she was a martial artist at heart. The strength with which she had delivered that slap left Li Fu's face more swollen than Bai Ji's, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
Li Fu,
nearly 50, had spent half his life as the steward of the Qing prince's residence, believing himself to be esteemed and respected, often acting as if he were half master of the estate, never before having endured such a beating. Since Yi Chuyan had become the princess, she had never been harsh with anyone. This was her first act of fury. The crowd in the room erupted in astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Chuyan turned her cold gaze upon Zhao Yujiao, advancing step by step. Zhao Yujiao, unnerved by Yi Chuyan's predatory stare, felt her hair stand on end. Hastily, she attempted to retreat in her wheelchair. Sister, what do you intend to do? Yi Chuyan curled her lips into a peculiar smile, raising her hand to deliver another slap that nearly sent Zhao Yujiao tumbling to the ground. This slap is for your heartlessness towards the Yi family, when misfortune befell us. You came here to gloat. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. With that, she struck again, swift and decisive. This slap serves as a reminder. Do not provoke me again, and do not dare to speak to me with that condescending tone. As long as I am the princess, you shall not run rampant before me. Zhao Yujiao covered her face, her composure shattered, tremblingly pointing at Yi Chuyan, unable to articulate her fear and fury. She could not comprehend how Yi Chuyan, gravely injured, still possessed such strength. Scanning the room, she noted the servants dumbfounded, even Li Fu nursing his face in shock, none daring to intervene. In that moment, no one could come to her aid. Yi Chuyan shot a fierce glare at Hong Ying. Why are you still standing there? Quickly push your mistress away. Hong Ying, as if awakening from a dream, scrambled to break free from the grasp of the servant holding her, hastily pushing Zhao Yujiao away as if a vengeful spirit were pursuing them, urging her to run faster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Fu knelt and bowed his head. Your Highness, this old servant has overstepped. I implore you to forgive me.
Yi Chuyan lifted her chin.
Her voice as cold as ice. Oh, so you still recognize me as the princess? Li Fu repeated his apologies, pressing his forehead to the ground. Your Highness, forgive me. Forgive me. It was in a moment of panic that I struck Miss Bai Ji. With an icy gaze, Yi Chuyan regarded the kneeling Li Fu. Remember this. Though the Yi family may have fallen, I, Yi Chuyan, am still the princess. Li Fu, no longer daring to act out, hastily acknowledged his error. bowing his head until blood began to seep from his forehead, at which point Yi Chuyan permitted him to rise. She then inquired about the purpose of his visit. Li Fu truthfully responded, stating that he had been sent by the prince to deliver new servants and rare medicinal herbs to the princess. A smirk crept upon Yi Chuyan's lips as she listened. How clever of Pei Xiuyan, upon lifting my confinement, to replace all the servants in the courtyard with new faces. A thinly veiled attempt to monitor me, and to send precious herbs as if to feign concern. How nauseatingly hypocritical. Pei Xiuyan sought to build a facade of a benevolent reputation while continuing to degrade her once she regained her health. If he wished to construct a facade, she would play along. She accepted the servants and the medicinal herbs without reservation. Since entering the Qing prince's residence, she had grown accustomed to Bai Zhi's constant attendance, rarely allowing others to stay. Thus, she arranged for all the new servants to be stationed in the yard and instructed, except for Bai Zhi. No one is permitted to enter the room without my express permission. The servants, having been awed by Yi Chuyan's earlier display of strength, dared not disobey, dutifully attending to their tasks. Once everything was in order and Li Fu had departed, the room was left with only Bai Zhi and Yi Chuyan. Unable to hold on any longer, Yi Chuyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body leaning back. She had suffered a miscarriage and had not yet healed from her rib injuries, and with the added chill from her visit to the execution ground, her body was already frail. She had merely been pushing herself beyond her limits. Bai Zhi cried out, rushing to support Yi Chuyan, helping her to lie down on the bed. As she wiped the blood from Yi Chuyan's lips, she struggled to stifle her own sobs. Your Highness, you are too precious to risk yourself for me. We are in peril ourselves. Today, you have offended Zhao Yujiao and struck Li Fu. How will you manage within the residence from now on? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Your Highness, it is my failure. If only I possessed martial skills, I would have slain Zhao Yujiao today, and no one would dare bully you again. Yi Chuyan felt both touched and amused by Bai Zhi's words. Do not blame yourself, Bai Zhi. My actions today were not solely for you, they were for my own sake as well. If you had truly killed Zhao Yujiao, it would have constituted a violation of the law, and I would have been unable to protect you. Bai Zhi had a twin sister, Bai Qi, who had served Yi Chuyan since childhood until her untimely death due to illness, leaving only Bai Zhi behind. At that time, Yi Chuyan had vowed to treat Bai Zhi well for the rest of her life. Gently, she caressed Bai Zhi's face. Does it hurt? Bai Zhi wiped her tears and shook her head. No, it does not. Following a mistress like you, I would gladly face death. Fearing that Yi Chuyan might feel sorrow for her, she quickly turned away to dry her tears. Your Highness, the prince has sent many precious herbs. I shall prepare the medicine for you. With that, she dashed away. Once Li Fu had arranged everything, he exited Yi Chuyan's courtyard, his face dark and stormy as he covered his bruised face. He had watched Pei Xiuyan grow up. Not even Pei Xiuyan had ever struck him. Today, Yi Chuyan had the audacity to slap him in front of so many witnesses. Very well, he would remember this debt. Upon returning to his quarters, a servant approached with news. Steward, Miss Zhao has attempted suicide by cutting her wrist. Fortunately, Miss Honging discovered her in time and saved her. She is now wailing uncontrollably, and no one can restrain her. You should go and see. Chapter 12. Very well, Li Fu pondered. Where is the prince? The servant replied. Today, Prince Pingyong has come to the capital. The prince has gone to the palace to accompany him at the emperor's command. Li Fu chuckled to himself. Go find the prince and tell him that Miss Zhao came to visit the princess with good intentions, only to be met with a barrage of insults and slaps from the princess, leading to her current state of despair. The servant paused for a moment, then nodded and hurried out to find Pei Xiuyan. After the servant left, Li Fu examined his swollen right cheek in the mirror, gritting his teeth before delivering several hard slaps to his own cheek until it swelled to the size of a mountain, at which point he ceased. Satisfied with his reflection, he straightened his attire before heading to Zhao Yujiao's courtyard, accompanied by 2 servants. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with the sound of weeping. Inside, he found Zhao Yujiao lying silently on the bed, her lips pale, the imprint of a hand clearly visible on her cheek, her eyes swollen from tears. Her right wrist was bandaged, faint traces of blood seeping through. A sudden pang of inexplicable heartache washed over him. Hong Ying knelt beside the bed, crying while trying to console her. Li Fudao, Red Tassel Girl, may I have a moment to speak with Miss Zhao alone? Red Tassel turned around, startled by Li Fu's remarkably swollen right cheek. Realizing that he too was a victim of violence, a fellow soul adrift in the world, she nodded in agreement, thinking perhaps he could offer some comfort to her master. Li Fu waited for Red Tassel to leave, ensuring the room was empty before he spoke. Miss Zhao, your reckless demeanor causes the old man distress on the prince's behalf. Zhao Yujiao snapped back to reality from her daze, turning to look at Li Fu. Sensing the tenderness in his eyes, she stifled her aversion towards him and replied, Butler Li, I apologize for dragging you into this. I had no idea I was so despised by my sister. After today, as humiliation, I can no longer bear to live. Please let me go. Her voice, as soft as ever, lacked fury but was instead tinged with a heartbreaking fragility. Tears clung to her lashes, her gaze cast downward, the corners of her eyes reddened. Li Fu fought the impulse to wipe away her tears, gritted his teeth, and spoke plainly. Miss Zhao and the prince have always shared mutual affection. It was the princess who intervened and caused your suffering. I have a plan. Red Tassel stood outside, contemplating how Miss Zhao's self-destructive act would surely provoke the prince to punish the princess. Before she could gather her thoughts, Pei Xiuyan, exuding an icy demeanor, strode swiftly into the inner chamber, prompting her to follow. Li Fu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Miss Zhao, if anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the prince? If you were to leave this world, what would become of him? Hearing a voice behind him, Li Fu turned to see Pei Xiuyan. While still on his knees, he crawled forward, crying out, My prince, you have finally returned.
Pei Xiuyan ignored Li Fu,
Lifting the curtain at the foot of the bed to find clear handprints on Zhao Yujiao's face, causing him to inhale sharply. Gently caressing her cheek, he spoke softly. Jiao Jiao, do not fear, I have returned. How could you consider such foolishness? Zhao Yujiao buried her face in his hand, whispering, My prince, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I cannot bear to live after this. I fear I can no longer accompany you. Her sobs came in gasps, rendering her unable to articulate complete sentences. Pei Xiuyan turned to Red Tassel. Has she been treated? Red Tassel nodded timidly. Yes, my prince. The medicine has been applied. The doctor said there are no major issues, though her leg is re-injured and the healing process will be troublesome. You will recount today's events to me in full. Pei Xiuyan's voice was low, laced with barely contained fury. Red Tassel immediately bowed. My prince. Miss Zhao mentioned the Yi family was in trouble and worried that the princess would not withstand it. She instructed me to push her to deliver ginseng to the princess. But instead of gratitude, the princess ordered Bai Ji to send us away. As Red Tassel recounted the harrowing events, she trembled, recalling the terrifying moments. I barely had time to push Miss Zhao away when Bai Ji suddenly overturned her wheelchair. I could not stand by, so I fought with Bai Ji. Then Butler Li arrived and reprimanded her, but the princess suddenly became enraged and struck him, then turned to strike Miss Zhao. My prince, you must stand up for Miss Zhao. The princess struck and insulted her, and she could hardly endure the humiliation. Her life was nearly forfeit today. Though her body shook, Red Tassel spoke with clarity. Pei Xiuyan clenched his fists, approaching the kneeling Li Fu. Look at me. Li Fu wiped away his tears and raised his head to meet Pei Xiuyan's gaze. My prince. Upon seeing Li Fu's disfigured face, Pei Xiuyan was taken aback. Yi Chuyan actually did this to you? Realizing the effect of his words, Li Fu's face crumpled in sorrow. I did not foresee this, my prince. The princess struck me and then took her anger out on Miss Zhao. I failed to protect her, and I cannot face you.
Seemingly resolute, Li Fu lamented.
I have offended the princess today. My days will not be peaceful henceforth. My prince, please allow me to retire and live out my remaining years in peace.
With that,
he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Pei Xiuyan, witnessing the trio of Red Tassel, Li Fu, and Zhao Yujiao all weeping in unison, felt a vain throb at his temple. Through clenched teeth, he uttered, Very well. Yi Chuyan, very well. Bai Ji had to fight him before, and now she struck others. If Yi Chuyan were not injured, with her skill, she could likely kill them all. Pei Xiuyan leaned down to gently stroke Zhao Yujiao's hair. Jiao Jiao, cease your tears and promise me this. Under no circumstances shall you ever harm yourself again. I will ensure that every grievance you suffered today is avenged. Zhao Yujiao gazed at him through tear-filled eyes, biting her lip in silence. Pei Xiuyan pinched the bridge of his nose, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet he somehow found calm. Li Fu, gather several capable guards and bring the princess here. If she resists, bind her. Lock Bai Ji in the woodshed and await my orders. Li Fu's heart soared with joy, though he dared not show it, replying respectfully, yes, my prince.
Ye Chuyan.
Having comforted Bai Ji and taken her medicine, fell into a deep slumber. Bai Ji was dozing at Yi Chuyan's bedside when Li Fu's men startled her awake.
Li Fu barked, "Seize Baitzi."
Before Bai Ji could comprehend the situation, she was dragged away by several guards like feral hounds. Yi Chuyan awoke with a start, demanding, Li Fu, who gave you permission to take Bai Ji? Meeting Yi Chuyan's icy gaze, Li Fu felt his bravado diminish. My princess, it is the prince's command. He requests your presence at Miss Zhao's side. Chapter 13. Voluntary Yi Chuyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Pei Xiuyan was quicker than she had anticipated. Zhao Yujiao was indeed the one closest to his heart. No doubt he rushed back upon hearing of the incident. She mustered her strength to rise, summoning a maid to assist her in changing clothes. Li Fu, eager to drag Yi Chuyan away, found himself waiting impatiently at the courtyard entrance, silently cursing, Yi Chuyan. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. Once Yi Chuyan was dressed, she endured the pain and followed Li Fu, walking slowly toward Zhao Yujiao's courtyard, her demeanor calm and deliberate, as if taking a leisurely stroll in a garden. When Li Fu led Yi Chuyan inside, Pei Xiuyan was still softly comforting Zhao Yujiao. In the past, Yi Chuyan would have been consumed by jealousy at the sight of Pei Xiuyan and Zhao Yujiao together.
Now,
witnessing his tenderness towards Zhao Yujiao only filled her with revulsion. Zhao Yujiao appeared somewhat fearful of Yi Chuyan, drawing closer into Pei Xiuyan's embrace. Pei Xiuyan, cradling Zhao Yujiao, glared at Yi Chuyan with eyes sharp as daggers. I ask you, did Zhao Jiao come to deliver something to you? Only for you to refuse and strike her and butler Li Fu? Yi Chuyan replied coolly yes. Whenever matters concerning Zhao Yujiao arose, Pei Xiuyan never granted her the chance to explain. As now, he merely demanded a confirmation without inquiry into the reasons behind her actions. Seeing Yi Chuyan's indifferent expression, as if she had no care for the situation, only fueled Pei Xiuyan's unquenchable anger. He struck her face with a resounding slap. Kneel. Yi Chuyan turned her face, tasting the blood that filled her mouth, the metallic sweetness heightening her nausea. Standing tall, she showed no intention of kneeling. The prince lifted my house arrest this morning, bestowed upon me a new servant and valuable herbs, and the household speaks of his loyalty. This afternoon, for a nameless woman and an old butler, you struck me. Are you not concerned for the reputation of your esteemed family? Pei Xiuyan was momentarily taken aback. He began to reassess Yi Chuyan. Before leaving, Yi Chuyan had draped herself in a snow-white fox fur cloak, the snowy trim accentuating her pallid complexion, rendering her skin almost translucent, which made her dark brows and eyes appear even more striking. Even after receiving a slap moments ago, she remained poised within the room, her icy gaze radiating a fierce brilliance. Her beauty differed from that of Zhao Yujiao, who resembled a delicate parasitic flower, requiring tenderness and care. She, on the other hand, was akin to resilient green bamboo, possessing a vigorous vitality. No matter the storm she faced, she would remain unyielding and self-reliant. Pei Xiuyan felt the restless beast within him begin to stir once more. He detested the way Yi Chuyan looked at him with disdain and mockery. While she called him Your Highness, her eyes were filled with revulsion and indifference. Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brow, his expression complex, lips pressed together in silence. No one could fathom his thoughts, and the atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily strange. Li Fu glanced at Zhao Yujiao, who immediately understood, and let out a soft whimper, rolling off the bed to tug at Pei Xiuyan's sleeve. Your Highness, you mustn't strike my sister. If you hurt her, it pains me deeply. Only then did Pei Xiuyan notice that Zhao Yujiao had anxiously bitten her own lip, the tender flesh stained crimson, reminiscent of ripe berries, begging to be licked. He picked her up, saying, When will you learn to abandon your soft-hearted ways? Zhao Yujiao looked up at him, clutching his sleeve tightly, pleading, Your Highness, can you promise me not to strike my sister? If you refuse, I shall not let go. Pei Xiuyan could hardly fathom Zhao Yujiao's tenderness, still pleading for Yi Chuyan, despite the latter's cruel act of striking her face. Zhao Yujiao gazed at him with imploring eyes, while Pei Xiuyan's brow tightened further. Ultimately, he succumbed to her entreaty and nodded slightly in acquiescence. He carried Zhao Yujiao back to the bed and approached Yi Chuyan, whispering in her ear, Yi Chuyan, I have agreed to spare you from punishment for Jiao Jiao's sake, but your maid Bai Ji has committed an offense against her superior. The Qing Wangfu cannot accommodate such a breach. Are you willing to kneel in Jiao Jiao's courtyard to plead for my forgiveness on behalf of your maid? Yi Chuyan's expression shifted dramatically. Clenching her fists, she silently walked out to kneel in the courtyard. Her voice, neither servile nor arrogant, declared, "The offense of my maid Bai Ji is my failure in discipline. I implore the prince to forgive me." Pei Xiuyan addressed those in the room. The princess has chosen to punish herself by kneeling in the snow for the sake of a maid who has committed an offense against her superior. Do you all understand? His voice was chillingly cold. The servants fell silent, murmuring their understanding. Zhao Yujiao exclaimed in distress, "Your Highness, you cannot do this. My sister's health is still fragile. If this continues, she will surely fall ill. You promised me you would not punish her." In her urgency, she coughed repeatedly after speaking. Pei Xiuyan held a cup of water to her lips. "This is her choice for Bai Ji, and it does not concern you. You need not feel guilty, nor are you permitted to plead on her behalf." Zhao Yujiao attempted to protest, but a glance from Pei Xiuyan silenced her. Resigned, she fidgeted with a corner of her quilt, seemingly worried for Yi Chuyan. As Zhao Yujiao drank, she exchanged a swift glance with Li Fu. He had previously advised her on various advantages and disadvantages, suggesting she retreat to advance. Regardless of the prince's fury, she must plead for Yi Chuyan's sake. For the prince's fondness for her would surely result in a harsher punishment for Yi Chuyan. This tactic proved effective. In the biting cold, if Yi Chuyan remained kneeling all night, she would either perish or suffer grievously. Pei Xiuyan dismissed everyone, intending to remain and care for Zhao Yujiao. Thus, Yi Chuyan knelt in the courtyard. Servants hurried past, none daring to speak a word to her. Time passed slowly, and heavy snow fell as night descended, the piercing cold wind slicing at their faces. Yi Chuyan lifted her gaze to the swirling snowflakes, recalling the day her father and brother were executed, which had also been like this. She reached out to catch a few snowflakes, which melted instantly in her palm, leaving a barely discernible droplet. At the age of 7, on a snowy day, she had fallen for Pei Xiuyan at first sight. Now, at 19 on this snowy day, she was separated from him by the pain of losing a child and the vengeance for her father's death. Henceforth, love faded like the wind, while hatred crystallized in her heart. When she struck Zhao Yujiao, she had already contemplated her retreat. If Pei Xiuyan wished to preserve his reputation, he could not punish her. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Pei Xiuyan would shamelessly threaten her with the only remaining Bai Ji. From a distance, the sound of the night watchman echoed, signaling the arrival of the midnight hour. She had knelt for a full 5 hours. From the initial pain throughout her body, she had long since lost all sensation. In a daze, she seemed to see her father approaching, Yi Jin, as composed as ever, standing before her and gently calling a yen. Chapter 14. Unyielding Yi Chuyan forced a smile. "Father, I miss you so much." Her face had grown numb from the cold, and she realized that this smile must appear far uglier than any tears. Yi Jin smiled gently. "A yen, come with me." Yi Chuyan felt a surge of emotion. "Yes, I will go with you." Inside, the air was dry and warm. Zhao Yujiao, having finished her medicine, lay drowsily in bed. Pei Xiuyan stood by the window, the candlelight elongating his silhouette. He gazed at Yi Chuyan, who knelt outside, his eyes narrowing. He had stood for an hour, observing as Yi Chuyan's posture shifted from upright to slightly hunched, her lips turning alarmingly pale. Her expression was devoid of emotion. After catching a few snowflakes, her eyes began to glaze over, as if she were murmuring something. He had promised Yi Jin in prison to protect Yi Chuyan, solely for her safety. Thus, he never explained anything to her, merely leveraging the women of the Yi family to compel her to live on, allowing her to be consumed by guilt, regret, and hatred. Now he had succeeded. Yi Chuyan, driven by her hatred for him and her longing for the women of the Yi family, as well as her self-reproach, had transformed back into the resilient Yi Chuyan of old. Today, he was aware of Zhao Yujiao's anger at being struck. But what infuriated him more was Yi Chuyan's complete indifference while he held Zhao Yujiao close. Though he did not harbor feelings for Yi Chuyan, punishing her today was an attempt to make her realize that he was her only refuge. He longed for her to look at him again with the same endless affection she once had. He was perplexed by his own feelings. Suddenly, Yi Chuyan seemed to tilt and fall to the ground. Without a moment's thought, Pei Xiuyan leaped from the window and caught her in his arms. Yi Chuyan's warmth had long dissipated. Her hands and feet were as cold as ice. were it not for the faintest breath escaping her lips. He would have doubted he was cradling a living being. He swiftly carried her, employing his agility to return to his courtyard. Upon exiting, he encountered Yenju, who had just returned from his duties. Yenju, fetch Dr. Wei immediately. At once. His voice trembled slightly. Yenju, unaware of the situation, had never seen his master so flustered. Without pausing to inquire, he rushed out to find Dr. Wei. The physician's skill surpassed those of the palace doctors, ranking among the best in the capital. Pei Xiuyan dashed, carrying Yi Chuyan back to his bed.
Yi Chuyan,
Wake up. I will not allow you to die. As long as you live, I will release Bai Ji. His voice lost its usual calmness. Seeing Yi Chuyan remain unresponsive, he checked her breath, which was becoming weaker. Nearing cessation, he pressed his palm against her back, channeling his inner strength into her. However, the energy, like a stone sinking into the ocean, prompted an inexplicable fear within him. Yi Chuyan was dying. He roared at the servants in the room. Are you all lifeless? Don't you see the princess is cold?
Go.
Add charcoal to the fire. The servants trembled in fear, hastily bringing in several basins of charcoal. The room quickly grew warm. Yenju, having flown to Dr. Wei's clinic, unceremoniously dragged him and his medicine chest, carrying him back with haste. Dr. Wei was howling loudly on Yen Jian's back. Yen Shuwei, you're going to torture me like this. Quickly put me down. Yen Zhuo remained silent with a stern expression and carried Dr. Wei to the Qingwang mansion within a stick of incense. After Dr. Wei entered the room, he gasped heavily. Before he could even curse Yen Jian, he saw Yi Chuyan, who was already gasping for breath in Pei Xiuyan's arms. He's scared. Let her down quickly. Pei Xiuyan dared not delay and quickly placed Yi Chuyan flat on the bed. After Dr. Wei went up to check his pulse, his face gradually turned pale. His brow almost furrowed into a Sichuan shape, and Pei Xiuyan's usually handsome eyebrows and eyes also furrowed. Dr. Wei, how are you doing? Last time the old man checked the pulse of the queen, she was still pregnant and not seriously injured. Why did she have a miscarriage, fractured ribs, cold in the 5 organs, and suffer from severe physical damage in less than a month? I also hope that the prince will truthfully tell me about the experiences of the queen so that it can facilitate the diagnosis and treatment of the elderly.
Doctor.
Wei's tone was quite stiff, with a hint of displeasure. When he resigned from his position as imperial physician, the Empress Dowager was furious. The imperial physician resigned to treat Bu Yi, which was a great disrespect to the royal family. At one point, he was prepared to kill him. It was Yi Jin who pleaded for mercy to save his life, and even helped him open a medical clinic. No matter what happens to the Yi family, he always feels grateful to them. In addition to the concern of the doctor's parents, after diagnosing Yi Chuyan's pulse with Shi Mai, he heard about Yi Chuyan's family being raided, Yi Chuyan causing chaos on the execution ground, and even worried about whether Yi Chuyan's fetus was safe. Now that Yi Chuyan is undergoing another pulse examination, she can only hold her breath. Yen Jian subconsciously glanced at Pei Xiuyan and saw that his expression was stiff and his face was quite unpleasant. Pei Xiuyan dropped Yi Chu down from the attic, causing trouble on the execution ground and injuring him, as well as being punished to kneel in the snow today. Every time he says something, he feels incredibly heavy-hearted. And everything starts because of him. He unknowingly harmed Yi Chuyan to this extent. Dr. Wei's hands and feet trembled with anger after listening. I stomped my feet fiercely. Your Highness. Upon hearing the old man's words, why not let the queen go instead of enduring the torment of life? After finishing speaking, he stepped onto the medicine box and was about to walk away. Dr. Wei, if you dare to leave today, I will kill you. Pei Xiuyan stopped Dr. Wei with his long arm, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face was as smooth as a monk's. Dr. Wei glanced at Pei Xiuyan. The old man is never afraid of threats. Unless the prince guarantees that the queen will recover and no longer torment her, the prince will kill the old man now. If Dr. Wei had not been stubborn and unwilling to be bound by palace rules, he would not have left the palace in the first place. After he finished speaking, he fearlessly met Pei Xiuyan's biting gaze. Pei Xiuyan gritted his teeth and said, the king has agreed. He has always hated threats from others. If it weren't for saving Yi Chuyan today, he would have killed the stubborn old man in front of him on the spot.
Doctor.
Wei breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also wants to save Yi Chuyan, but saving alone is not enough. He must ensure that Yi Chuyan passes this hurdle safely. He stopped talking nonsense, took out the golden needle from the medicine box, and began to inject Yi Chuyan. After the injection was completed, Dr. Wei's forehead was slightly sweaty. Time gradually passed, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Xiuyan stared intently at Yi Chuyan, seeing that she had no improvement and her whole body began to become irritable. When will she wake up?
Doctor.
Wei silently removed all the golden needles. Your Highness, the old man has done his best. Now it depends on whether the queen has the desire to survive. If this breath cannot be sustained within a stick of incense, then there is no power to turn the tide.
What?
Pei Xiuyan couldn't believe it. His panic quickly evolved into a heart full of anger. Yi Chuyan wants to die. No, he will never allow it. Yi Chuyan, if you dare to die, I will kill Bai Ji and all the female relatives of the Yi family to be buried with you. Chapter 15. King Pingyang. Yi Chuyan followed Yi Jin for a long time and arrived at a pitch-black bridge, surrounded by terrifying silence. Suddenly, I heard a furious voice coming from the sky. Yi Chuyan, if you dare to die, I will kill Bai Ji and all the female relatives of the Yi family to be buried with you. She was suddenly startled and stopped in her tracks. Yi Jin saw her stop and instantly changed his face. He grabbed her wrist and said fiercely, Ayan, come with me.
Yi Chuyan shouted anxiously, I'm sorry, Dad.
I can't go with you yet. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Chuyan muttering to himself. Although he was not yet sober, his breath had become stronger. The ice in his eyebrows and eyes instantly melted a lot, and he exclaimed with joy, Dr. Wei. After taking the pulse, Dr. Wei became slightly excited. Hurry up and prepare ginger soup. The queen continued her breath, needing to soak it in ginger soup to warm up. The old man will prescribe a few more medicines. And there is a pill that he has secretly made. Could you please send someone to the old man's clinic to retrieve it as soon as possible? All the servants in the room became orderly and busy. Strictly remove the medicine, while others prepared ginger soup and large buckets for bathing. The servants quickly prepared a bathtub filled with cooked ginger soup. Dr. Wei instructed Pei Xiuyan to let the queen soak until her body temperature returns to normal. Two maidservants wanted to go up and help Yi Chuyan into the bathtub, but Pei Xiuyan gave a cold glance. No need, the king will come himself. Pei Xiuyan instructed his servants to take Dr. Wei to the side room for a temporary rest. He dismissed everyone in the room and took Yi Chuyan, who was unconscious, into the bathtub. Pei Xiuyan gently leaned Yi Chuyan against his chest. Yi Chuyan has been practicing martial arts since childhood, and her muscles and bones are different from those of other women in terms of tenderness. She has always been tight and solid. Every inch of her skin seemed to contain endless vitality. Pei Xiuyan had to admit that such a body could ignite all his desires every time. Pei Xiuyan was surprised to find that Yi Chuyan's back shoulder blades were like a butterfly spreading its wings to fly. The back lines that used to have distinct textures are now emaciated, with the backbones protruding high. His hand was finally grinding back and forth on Yi Chuyan's backbone, as if trying to smooth out the raised butterfly bone.
Doctor.
Wei paced back and forth in the side room, without taking a rest. Finally, when Pei Xiuyan called for someone to enter the house, Yan Jian happened to be back just in time. Dr. Wei entered the room and saw Yi Chuyan neatly dressed and lying on the bed, her complexion and hands and feet looking red again. He handed over all the medicine Yan Jian brought back and the medicine he had just boiled to Pei Xiuyan, who personally fed the medicine to Yi Chuyan. Although Yi Chuyan lost consciousness, she had a strong desire to survive and drank all the medicine in confusion. That night, Pei Xiuyan's courtyard was brightly lit and everyone worked nonstop. As the sky gradually brightened, Yi Chuyan slowly opened her eyes and looked around. It was on her own bed. Bai Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Princess, you have finally woken up. Yi Chuyan is a bit confused. Bai Ji? She remembered kneeling unconscious in Zhao Yujiao's yard. Princess, it's me. The prince asked someone to release me and take good care of you. Bai Ji was emotionally agitated. She heard from the people in the mansion that the queen knelt down in Zhao Yujiao's courtyard and fell into a coma because of her. And the prince took the queen away. Early this morning, Yan Jian let her go back to Jiajian to serve the queen well. Yi Chuyan raised her eyebrows and sneered. It seemed that Pei Xiuyan was not ready to let her die yet, but wanted her to live and continue to suffer. Princess, it's all my fault. As soon as Bai Ji opened her mouth, Yi Chuyan immediately stopped her. Bai Ji, Pei Xiuyan is punishing me for Zhao Yujiao. He's just using you as a cover. You don't have to blame yourself. Bai Ji opened her mouth, her eyes slightly red. The queen's affection for her has already surpassed that of a master and servant. What will she repay in this life? Zhao Yujiao woke up in the morning and found that there was no Pei Xiuyan in the room anymore. She called out Hong Ying to inquire. Hong Ying dared not conceal anything and revealed everything that happened yesterday. Zhao Yujiao suddenly spoke up. What? Last night Yi Chuyan fainted. And the prince carried her back to his yard? Did you send it back to Jieja Garden in the morning? Hong Ying's eardrums roared with the delicate voice of Zhao Yu. With patience, I advise, Master, I feel that the prince is not sorry for the queen, but is afraid that the queen will die in your yard and spread rumors that will affect your reputation. Zhao Yujiao's anger dissipated almost instantly, revealing Pei Xiuyan's meticulous consideration for her. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, and her voice regained its former softness. What exactly did the prince do after carrying me back to his courtyard?
Sperno de tel.
Hong Ying felt a chill run down her spine. The people within the prince's estate had maintained a resolute silence regarding yesterday's events. She had spent the morning inquiring, yet gleaned no information whatsoever. She pondered how to respond without inciting Zhao Yujiao's wrath upon herself. What could it be? Most likely, someone intervened to save her. Otherwise, dying in the prince's courtyard would tarnish your reputation. Hong Ying scoffed, her tone dismissive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yujiao finally felt a sense of relief. It stood to reason. Had Pei Xiuyan truly cared for Yi Chuyan, he would not have punished her the previous day. While Yi Chuyan had not perished from the cold, this incident would undoubtedly leave her with lasting repercussions. Witnessing the faint smile on Zhao Yujiao's lips, Hong Ying secretly exhaled in relief. In that moment, both mistress and maid harbored their own thoughts. In the court, several officials were embroiled in a heated debate. Years ago, after Nangonyuan aided the founding emperor of Defeng in establishing the dynasty, he willingly relinquished all military power. Grateful for his contributions, the founding emperor bestowed upon him the title of a prince of a different surname, allowing for hereditary succession, and granted him the governance of Yunnan province, exempting him from tax obligations. Over the years, Yunnan province flourished under the meticulous administration of successive Pingyang princes, subtly exhibiting signs of becoming a nation within a nation.
Now,
the title had reached its ninth holder, Nangongli. Presently, the esteemed concubine Jing in the palace was Nangongli's biological sister, Nangongjiren. A month prior, Nangongjiren had given birth to a dragon son, the first prince of Emperor Pei Yi. Nangongli had come to the capital to offer congratulations. The harem had yet to establish an empress, prompting some court officials to propose that they take this opportunity to elevate Nangongjiren to empress, thereby solidifying ties with the Pingyang prince. Others opposed this, arguing that such a move would only bolster the power of the Pingyang prince. Your Majesty, the Pingyang prince Nangongli is already a prince of a different surname, having governed Yunnan for an extended period. He now subtly exhibits intentions of usurping power. Your Majesty must not appoint his sister, concubine Jing, as empress. Your Majesty, I believe that if concubine Jing were to be made empress, it would effectively restrain the Pingyang prince. Should he ever harbor ulterior motives, his first concern would be for his sister. Your Majesty, this cannot be. If the Pingyang prince truly harbors treachery, he would not care for sibling loyalty. Pei Xiuyan stood among the officials, his brows tightly knit, his expression cold as he observed the heated discussions. Prince Jing, what is your perspective on this matter? A gentle voice broke through Pei Xiuyan's contemplation.
Piye.
With his remarkably handsome features and a distinctive red birthmark upon his forehead, sat upon the high dragon throne, exuding an air of compassion rather than authority. Presently, he wore a half-smile, his demeanor warm as he awaited Pei Xiuyan's response. The squabbling officials turned their gazes toward Pei Xiuyan, following the emperor's lead. Pei Xiuyan's father and the late emperor were brothers, but the elder prince and his consort had passed away early, leaving behind the young Pei Xiuyan. Through decisiveness in battle, he had alleviated the emperor's burdens, earning his favor and single-handedly sustaining the entire Qing royal household. During the late emperor's reign, the cabinet had been disbanded. And although Pei Xiuyan had not been formally appointed, he effectively wielded the powers of the former cabinet, surpassing the 6 ministries. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Xiuyan spoke slowly. It is my belief that concubine Jing, hailing from the Pingyang prince's household, is a virtuous character and has now borne a dragon son. Thus, she should rightfully be conferred the title of empress. As these words left his lips, those in favor of her elevation visibly brightened. However, before anyone could react, he continued, given that the Empress Dowager passed away just a year ago, I propose that the matter of elevating concubine Jing to empress be postponed until the 3-year mourning period has concluded. Otherwise, it would unjustly cast a shadow of filial disloyalty upon her. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the court. Pei Xiuyan's cunning was evident. Though the empress could be appointed, it could not occur immediately. With the Empress Dowager's passing being so recent, waiting an additional 2 years left room for unforeseen developments. De Foam had always emphasized filial piety, rendering Pei Xiuyan's remarks irrefutable. The two factions advocating for the Empress's appointment found themselves at a loss for words.
Pie.
Concealing a smile in his eyes, wore a mask of solemnity. I find myself restless whenever I think of my late mother, regretting that I could not care for her better during her lifetime. Therefore, I must not act unfilially following her passing. He sighed deeply, the sorrow in his gaze unmistakable. This matter requires no further discussion. Let it be carried out as Prince Qing has suggested. I am unwell today. The court is dismissed. With a wave of his hand, he took his leave, accompanied by his personal eunuch. The matter of appointing an empress was thus decisively settled, leaving the court officials with varied expressions, engaging in hushed discussions. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Xiuyan swiftly exited the court. By the time the others regained their composure, he had already vanished. Upon returning to the Qing royal residence, Yan Xie had just halted the carriage at the entrance when a flash of red descended from above with a sharp cry. A figure wielding a silver sword aimed directly at the carriage with lightning speed. Pei Xiuyan, how dare you bully a yen? Pei Xiuyan hurled a teacup, which collided with the sword tip, shattering with a crisp sound. He then gracefully emerged from the carriage. Yan Xie and the guards who had rushed to assist hesitated, but Pei Xiuyan coldly instructed, "There's no need." The group could only remain stationary, watching as Pei Xiuyan donned in indigo official robes, engaged in a fierce tussle with the red-clad figure. After nearly half an hour of combat, the red figure emitted a low groan, clutching his shoulder as he fell to the ground. It was then that the onlookers discerned the individual was a youth of around 18, with sun-kissed skin, sharp brows, and bright eyes, exuding an aura of youthful charm. His red attire appeared not out of place but rather imbued with a unique elegance and defiance. A gash on his shoulder bled profusely. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Pei Xiuyan descended gracefully, sword in hand, his cold gaze fixed upon the fallen youth. "Wu Mu, have you made enough of a scene?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers understood why the prince had refused assistance. The Wu family had a long-standing tradition in commerce, with Wu Mu's grandfather fortuitously marrying Princess Yuzhen, thus elevating the Wu family to the status of the foremost royal merchant in De Foam. Following his grandfather's death, Wu Mu's father, Wu Yuntai, took over the family business. Having 5 daughters before finally having a son, Wu Mu was the sole heir. In essence, Wu Mu and the current emperor were cousins. Pei Xiuyan, as the Prince of Qing, could spar with Wu Mu, yet those beneath him could not dare to harm Wu Mu in any way. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Wu Mu rose, glaring at Pei Xiuyan with clenched teeth. "Pei Xiuyan, you despicable bully of a yen. If you have the guts, kill me with a single sword." In his youth, overly mischievous and willful, his grandfather had sent him to the military camp on the borders to temper him. It was there that he met Yi Chuqing, who had also been sent for training, along with her sister, Yi Chuyan, who had a penchant for disguising herself as a boy. He had once told Yi Chuyan that he would marry her when they grew up. However, upon turning 15, he learned that Yi Chuyan had become engaged to Pei Xiuyan. When he sought to come to the capital to find her, Wu Yuntai had confined him for several months. By the time he was released, Yi Chuyan had already wed Pei Xiuyan. This had strained his relationship with Wu Yuntai, leading him to wander in frustration. A few days prior, he had heard of the Yi family's downfall, all orchestrated under Pei Xiuyan's supervision, with the case concluded within 10 days. Despite the overwhelming evidence and the Yi family's admission of guilt, he was convinced something was amiss. His first act upon arriving in the capital was to stand guard at the gates of the Qing royal residence, eager to confront Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan was well aware of Wu Mu's feelings for Yi Chuyan. This was no secret in the capital. A look of disdain crossed his features. "Yi Chuyan is my princess. Matters concerning our marriage are not for a mere merchant's son to meddle in. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" Wu Mu, incensed, clenched his fists. Pei Xiuyan's words felt like a heavy stone, crushing him to the ground and constantly reminding him of his lack of standing. Despite his royal lineage, he remains unenthroned, merely recognized as the young master of the Wu family. Whether seeking justice for the Yi family or avenging Yi Chuyan, he lacks the qualification to do so. Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow and flung the sword he held onto the ground.
Wu Mu,
"I shall spare you this time, due to your first offense. Should you show me disrespect again, I will assuredly end your life. With that, Pei Xiuyan adjusted his sleeves and turned to enter the estate. Yan Xie reinforced the defenses of the royal residence. No one shall enter without my permission. Yan Xie clasped his hands and replied, understood. The grand gates of the Qing Wangfu slowly closed, leaving Wu Mu and the solitary sword behind. In a fit of rage, Wu Mu struck the wall with his fist, letting out a furious roar. After some time, he picked up the sword, gripping it in one hand while pressing against the wound on his shoulder, wandering despondently through the streets. After hearing news earlier that day, he had been consumed by a desire to kill Pei Xiuyan, yet he realized that in terms of skill and status, he was no match for him. He longed to see Qiuyan, to inquire about her well-being. Unbeknownst to him, an inconspicuous carriage approached, from which a man's laughter emerged. Has the young master of the Wu family truly given up? Wu Mu raised his sword defensively, addressing the occupants of the carriage with a sharp tone. Who are you? The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a man clad in white, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Adorned with a crown of jade and sporting sharp brows and slanted eyes, his refined demeanor belied the depths of his inscrutable gaze.
Observen Wu Mu's heightened vigilance.
He spoke gently. Young master of the Wu family, why not step into the carriage? I may have a way to assist you. Chapter 17. I am certain Wu Mu scrutinized the man for several seconds before a smirk crept across his face. You are Prince Pingyang Nangongli. The young master of the Wu family was indeed astute, recognizing his identity. A smile remained on Nangongli's lips, though a ripple of surprise passed through his otherwise calm eyes as he pondered how Wu Mu had discerned his true identity. Wu Mu sheathed his sword with a cold huff. The Wu family and Prince Pingyang had never had dealings. If he sought something, he should state it plainly rather than engage in such convoluted exchanges. Nangongli was momentarily taken aback by Wu Mu's retort, but quickly regained his composure. I invite you to the carriage for a more detailed discussion. Seeing that Nangongli seemed intent on prolonging the standoff, Wu Mu raised an eyebrow and hopped into the carriage. Upon returning to his study, Pei Xiuyan shut the door and suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the crimson stain, a sense of agitation rising within him. Wu Mu's prowess exceeded his expectations. Years ago, Wu Mu could barely exchange a few blows with him, but now, Pei Xiuyan had barely managed to triumph. In the past, Wu Mu had left the Wu family for 3 years for Yi Qiuyan, almost severing ties with them. Now, how far would Wu Mu go for her? This nameless frustration rendered him incapable of focusing on anything, prompting him to step outside. His thoughts in disarray, he unwittingly found himself at the entrance of the Jianjia courtyard. Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan, the servants inside greeted him in unison. Pei Xiuyan hesitated, unsure whether to enter or retreat. The servants dared not rise without his command. After a moment, a voice from above called out, "You may rise." One of the male servants, noticing Pei Xiuyan standing at the entrance, hurriedly asked, "The princess has awakened. Would the prince care to join her for breakfast?" Pei Xiuyan couldn't help but glance at the young servant, who appeared no older than 14 or 15, his youthful innocence accompanied by an astute glimmer in his eyes. He nodded slightly. The servant led him inside, whispering, "Miss Baiji, the prince has come to see our princess." Having just prepared breakfast, Baiji was about to enter the inner chamber when she heard the commotion and looked up, spotting Pei Xiuyan entering. He cast a cold glance at the meal she had prepared. "You may all leave." Baiji opened her mouth to protest, but the servant pulled her out of the room. Dragged to the corridor, Baiji's almond eyes widened in anger. "Let go of me." The servant released her. Baiji assessed him, recognizing him as a new servant brought by Li Fu. Following yesterday's incident, she held a low opinion of everyone Li Fu had assigned. "I advise you not to betray your master, or I will not spare you." The servant scratched his head, speaking earnestly. "Miss Baiji, rest assured, I am Lin Shi." A new servant. As a servant of Jianjia Courtyard, I know who the master is. My intentions are solely to allow the prince and princess to spend more time together. Seeing Baiji's stern demeanor, he bowed respectfully. "Consider this, Mississippi. The prince personally brought the princess back in the early hours and allowed you to serve her closely. He must have feelings for her. This is an excellent opportunity for them to cultivate their bond." He continued, "I understand your concerns for the princess's well-being. But if the prince wished to cause her distress, he would not have returned her today." Baiji pondered his words. Though Lin Shi was unaware of the intricate dynamics between the prince and princess, she recognized that the better the prince treated her, the easier things would be for the princess. His reasoning held merit. Meanwhile, Yi Chuyan awaited Baiji's arrival, glancing around impatiently. Just as she was about to call for someone, Pei Xiuyan entered with a white porcelain bowl in hand. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Let Baiji serve me. Yi Chuyan was taken aback, but maintained a composed tone. Pei Xiuyan remained silent, placing a golden silk pillow behind her for support. Once settled, he sat at the edge of the bed, gently stirring the 8-treasure soup before raising a spoonful to her lips, signaling her to open her mouth.
Ye Chuyan fronet.
What is the meaning of this? Are you afraid I might perish and escape further torment? Such an act would have delighted her a month ago. But now it felt insincere and repulsive.
Eat.
Only by pleasing me can you ensure the safety of the women of the Yi family. Pei Xiuyan's nonchalant declaration shattered Yi Chuyan's defenses. She fell silent, obediently finishing the bowl of soup. Pei Xiuyan observed her. Noting the faint marks on her face from the slap he had delivered the day before, her complexion pale and devoid of color. His heart stirred, creating ripples of emotion that could no longer be quelled. Yi Chuyan caught Pei Xiuyan's gaze and smiled faintly. You've struck me and fed me. You may take your leave. I shall strive to recover and await your return for further torment. The contrast between her smile and the frost in her eyes was stark. Am I so contemptible in your eyes? Pei Xiuyan realized he had inadvertently referred to himself as I instead of this king, marking the first time he had used such a term before Yi Chuyan. Yi Chuyan seemed unperturbed by this detail, letting out a scoff. Do you expect me to sing your praises? If you do not wish for me to perish soon, keep me isolated from Zhao Yujiao during this time. Pei Xiuyan's expression darkened. You were the one who made things difficult for her. Hearing Zhao Yujiao's name nearly made Yi Chuyan regurgitate the meal she had just consumed. Her gaze lowered. If you do not wish for me to trouble Zhao Yujiao, then continue my confinement. No one shall enter Jianjia courtyard until I have recovered. Especially not Zhao Yujiao. Pei Xiuyan collected the bowl. Are you certain? Yi Chuyan closed her eyes, unwilling to see his face. I am certain. Very well. I shall grant your request. Pei Xiuyan replied decisively. He had promised Dr. Wei to cease tormenting Yi Chuyan. With Wu Mu's persistent schemes, confining Yi Chuyan to the back courtyard was indeed a prudent course of action. As Pei Xiuyan left with a stern expression, Baiji hurried inside, relieved to find Yi Chuyan unharmed. Soon, Yan Shui arrived with a dozen guards at the entrance of the Jianjia garden, sealing the gates tightly. Once again, the Jianjia garden was put under strict confinement, personally overseen by the prince's trusted attendant, Yan Shui, allowing not even a single insect to enter or exit. The authority of the princess's chief lady-in-waiting was entirely revoked. Within half an hour, the news reached Zhao Yujiao. Hong Ying rejoiced, exclaiming, My lady, the princess's power is waning. Soon she will merely be a decoration. My lady, the prince is clearly concerned for you. Fearing trouble from the princess, he has promptly confined her. My lady, you should take this opportunity to recuperate your legs. Did the prince not mention wanting to take you as a concubine? Once your legs are healed, we can hastily arrange a propitious date to celebrate your union with the prince. My lady, the prince's revocation of the chief lady's rights clearly indicates he intends to pass them to you after your marriage. My lady, you shall be the future mistress of the Qing Wangfu. Chapter 18. The Messenger of Medicine. Hong Ying's series of praises left Zhao Yujiao blushing, as she envisioned herself commanding the Qing Wangfu. In the afternoon, Pei Xiuyan came to visit Zhao Yujiao, bringing several boxes of jewels and medicinal herbs, repeatedly urging her to focus on healing her legs. This only solidified Zhao Yujiao's belief in Hong Ying's assertions. As the year-end approached, the Ministry of Six Affairs required Pei Xiuyan's scrutiny of numerous accounts, and with the Pingyang prince choosing to remain in the palace for the new year, he was particularly busy, often staying overnight at the palace. Zhao Yujiao was determined to rest her legs in peace, and with no disturbances from Yi Chuyan, the Qing Wangfu enjoyed an unusually tranquil atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve, and the residence was adorned with lanterns and red couplets. As dawn broke, the sound of firecrackers echoed continuously outside. The servants of Jianjia Garden had already prepared everything the day prior. Despite the confinement, the festive spirit was unabated. Yi Chuyan sat by the window, her brows slightly furrowed. Since that day of confinement, Dr. Wei had visited every 3 days, delivering a self-composed red pill that proved even more effective than the palace's imperial physicians, significantly healing her rib injury. As long as she did not exert herself, she could move about with ease. After breakfast, Yi Chuyan commanded the servants in the courtyard to return home for a day of rest. intending for them to come back the next day. New Year's Eve was meant for family reunions, and she did not wish for others to share in her solitude. The servants, however, dared not take a break and knelt, expressing their desire to spend the new year with the princess. Yi Chuyan, citing her wish for peace, insisted that Yan Shui send everyone back to rest, and for reasons unknown to him, Yan Shui agreed without hesitation. The servants then realized the princess genuinely wished for them to return home to celebrate, expressing their gratitude with repeated bows. By noon, the expansive Jianjia garden was left with only Yi Chuyan and Baizhi. Baizhi could not help but remark, "My lady, while others celebrate the new year with joy, we are quieter than a temple. I wonder if Dr. Wei will come today?" Yi Chuyan glanced at the sky and casually replied, "He will come." No sooner had she spoken than Dr. Wei entered the courtyard, medicine box in hand. Baizhi was astonished, exclaiming, "My lady, you truly are astute." Yi Chuyan smiled slightly. "Baizhi, it is indeed commendable that Dr. Wei comes to attend to my pulse on New Year's Eve. Please prepare some of your finest pastries for him to take when he leaves." Dr. Wei never accepted gifts beyond his consultation fees, and Baizhi's sweet pastries were her specialty, surpassing even those made by the palace's chefs. After guiding Dr. Wei in, Baizhi eagerly went to the small kitchen to prepare the treats. After taking Yi Chuyan's pulse, Dr. Wei remarked, "Your Highness has a strong constitution. With proper rest, in half a month, you shall be fully healed, with no lingering ailments." As he spoke, he retrieved a black jade porcelain bottle from his medicine box. "This pill must be continued, Your Highness. It must not be interrupted." Yi Chuyan accepted the porcelain bottle and suddenly remarked, "If I were to leave any residual illness, I fear I would be remiss towards the one who sent this pill." Dr. Wei stiffened momentarily, his movements in packing the medicine box betraying his alarm. "What does Your Highness mean? I do not comprehend." Yi Chuyan poured out the red pills from the porcelain bottle, noting that there were precisely 3. This pill, known as the bone growth pill, was concocted from the rare dragon's blood herb and 180 other precious ingredients, with the dragon's blood herb being exceedingly rare. Even within the palace, Dr. Wei, while your medical skills may be unparalleled in the capital, such a pill is beyond your capacity to concoct. Yi Chuyan fixed her gaze on Dr. Wei, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a crisp sound. "Dr. Wei, how do you know the identity of the one who delivered the medicine?" Seeing Yi Chuyan's penetrating gaze, Dr. Wei sighed deeply. "It seems I have been discovered. Some days ago, a young man unexpectedly visited my clinic, privately seeking me out, presenting a bottle of bone growth pills, hoping I could find an opportunity for you to take them. The dragon's blood herb is a rare commodity. Any discovery must be reported to the court and cannot be used for personal purposes. I do not know the young man's identity, but to possess such a rare medicine is certainly not the act of an ordinary person. Wishing to avoid trouble, I told him that the Qing Wangfei was not suffering from a terminal illness and could recover sufficiently without such a rare medicine." Upon hearing this, Yi Chuyan scoffed. "Did that person not inform you that if I refused to take it, he would destroy all the pills before your eyes? You, concerned for such a precious remedy and wanting to assist me, thus agreed." Dr. Wei inhaled sharply, astonished that Yi Chuyan could accurately guess everything that was said. Observing the apprehension on his face, Yi Chuyan understood his fears. If word got out that he had the pill without reporting it, it would be a crime punishable by death. That person entrusted you with this pill because he values your integrity and knows you are not one to betray your word. You need not worry. I shall never disclose this matter." Dr. Wei, realizing he had briefly suspected Yi Chuyan might use this knowledge to threaten him, felt a pang of guilt for underestimating her character. "Your Highness." Yi Chuyan smiled sweetly and performed a respectful bow. "Dr. Wei, I am deeply grateful for your willingness to take such risks to assist me. As for this pill, please do not have that person deliver it again. I shall write a letter for you to pass on to him. Upon seeing it, he will surely refrain from troubling you further." Dr. Wei hastily helped Yi Chuyan to her feet. "Your Highness, you mustn't. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Old Yi has shown me kindness. Aiding you is my duty." Thinking of her father, Yi Chuyan felt a wave of emotion. She no longer wished to be polite with Dr. Wei. Taking up her brush to write a letter, sealing it carefully before handing it to him, Dr. Wei placed the letter gently at the bottom of his medicine box, nodding slightly to Yi Chuyan before hastily departing. When Baizhi emerged with the pastries, she found the room empty save for Yi Chuyan. Glancing around, she asked, "My lady, has Dr. Wei left?" Yi Chuyan, noticing the disappointment on Baizhi's face, replied softly, Dr. Wei is eager to return home for the reunion, and I would not keep him against his will. He mentioned that he is aware of our intentions and asked me to thank you on his behalf. Bai Ji managed a forced smile, glancing at the pastries in her hands, troubled. What shall I do with all these pastries? My lady, you are currently on medication and cannot eat these treats. Yi Chuyan glanced toward the courtyard entrance and lifted her chin slightly. Take them to Yan Shui. He has stood guard at the entrance of Jianjia Garden for so long, allowing me the peace to recuperate. He deserves recognition for his efforts. Bai Ji's ears reddened imperceptibly as she retorted, he is the one who enforced our confinement. He is unworthy of such delicacies. Yi Chuyan could not help but chuckle, playfully tapping Bai Ji on the nose. This is an order.
What?
Do you not heed my words? Chapter 19. The scent of wine outside. The bitter wind howled, leaving the 3 guards at the gate feeling their limbs stiffen with cold, eager merely to rub their hands and stamp their feet. They turned their heads to see Yan Xiaomian standing expressionless, as if sculpted from ice, momentarily paralyzed, only able to grit their teeth and endure. Yan guard, could you please open the door? I have something to discuss, came the voice of Bai Ji from the courtyard. Yan Xiaomian turned and opened the door. This time, the confinement was different from the last. The prince had specifically instructed him that if any servant from the Jianjia garden had matters to report, he must open the door promptly. Upon opening the door, Bai Ji's face appeared, her round cheeks slightly pouting, exuding a reluctant charm. These are for you, take them. Bai Ji hastily shoved 2 delicate pouches of oil into Yan Xiaomian's hands and turned to flee. Yan Xiaomian was still in a daze when he realized he had acquired 2 exquisite pouches. The 3 guards beside him immediately perked up. Yan guard, could it be that Bai Ji has taken a liking to you, sending you gifts? Yan guard, you are usually so serious. Yet a lady seems to have an interest in you? Quickly, open it and see. Yan Xiaomian opened one of the pouches and discovered it was filled with pastries, each uniquely shaped and vividly colored, appearing exceedingly refined and tantalizing. One guard exclaimed, I have heard that the princess's personal maid, Bai Ji, is renowned for her savory pastries. Having seen them today, they live up to their reputation. Let me have a taste. As he spoke, he reached out to grab one. Yan Xiaomian reacted swiftly, dodging aside. The prince has commanded us to guard the door, not to engage in frivolous antics. The other 2 guards, about to jest, immediately fell silent upon seeing Yan Xiaomian's stern countenance, quickly standing at attention. Yan Xiaomian carefully wrapped the pouches and tucked them into his bosom. After regaining his composure, his face resumed its usual solemnity, though he felt a warmth emanating from where the pouches rested. After delivering the pouches, Bai Ji dashed to the corridor at the entrance, touched her face, which felt slightly flushed, and took several deep breaths to calm herself. By evening, Zhao Yujiao, seated in her wheelchair, personally prepared several exquisite dishes and had Hongming adorn her carefully, eagerly awaiting the return of Pei Xiuyan to share dinner. As night deepened, however, Pei Xiuyan's figure remained absent. Li Fu hurried over, breathless, and reported, Miss Yao, the prince has sent word that he'll be staying in the palace tonight and will not be returning. Zhao Yujiao bit her lip, her eyes reddening with a sense of grievance. This was the first time in 3 years since she moved to the Qingwangfu that Pei Xiuyan would not be by her side for the new year.
Li Fu,
noticing her distress, couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Miss Zhao, do not be disheartened. The prince is not neglecting you, but is truly burdened by affairs in the palace.
Today,
the emperor is hosting a banquet for Prince Pingyang. How could the prince abandon the emperor and the prince to return? Zhao Yujiao understood these reasons, yet her heart felt sour and unpalatable. Li Fu resolutely said, Miss Zhao, if you do not mind, I can stay here and keep you company. Do not let sorrow overcome you. Hongming could not help but scoff. Li Fu was indeed quite bothersome. Zhao Yujiao suppressed her discomfort and replied, There's no need for you to trouble yourself, stewardly. Since the prince will not be returning, I shall retire for the night. Ever since she followed Li Fu's advice to punish Yi Chuyan, he had been persistently visiting her, often reporting on Pei Xiuyan's every move. She knew that aside from Yan Xiaomian, Li Fu understood the prince the best. She simultaneously yearned to gain insights into Pei Xiuyan's actions and the events outside, while feeling repulsed by Li Fu's attempts to engage her in conversation. Knowing the limitations of his position, Li Fu refrained from overstepping boundaries, offering a few comforting words before reluctantly departing. Today, the emperor hosted a banquet in the Zhengyang Palace, not only for Prince Pingyang Nangongli, but also for Wu Mu. Pei raised a cup of wine and addressed Wu Mu, Wu Yuntai has generously donated 500,000 taels of silver for the frontier soldiers. I wish to reward him handsomely, but he repeatedly declines. Wei suggests I bestow upon the Wu family. Pei Yi, already slightly flushed from drink, spoke with a smile that was difficult to decipher, leaving others uncertain of his true emotions. Wu Mu dared not meet Pei Ye's gaze and downed his cup in one gulp, respectfully stating, "The Wu family is a royal merchant. All we possess is granted by the imperial grace. We do not dare to covet rewards. It is already an honor for us to offer our humble assistance to the soldiers of Dafeng." Nan Gongli, also slightly inebriated, chuckled, "Your Majesty, this was meant to be a family banquet. Why bring up such court matters?" He smiled gently, his tone exceptionally mild. Pei Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, shaking his head in apparent exasperation. "It seems I have indulged too much. I inadvertently mentioned such topics. I shall drink this cup as penance." Just as he was about to drink, Pei Xiuyan intervened. "Your Majesty, you have had enough to drink. Allow me to take this cup for you, if I may." Wu Mu raised his cup again, locking eyes with Pei Xiuyan. "Indeed, Prince Qing always considers the Emperor's well-being. I shall drink this cup with you." Nan Gongli also lifted his cup. "I too wish to drink a toast to the Emperor and Prince Qing." As he spoke, his eyes began to drift, and upon raising his cup, he realized it was empty. Pei Yi burst into laughter at the sight of Prince Pingyang's antics. "Both Wu Mu and Prince Qing are my blood relatives. One alleviates my courtly burdens, while the other eases my treasury troubles. You are my uncle, allowing me to marry a virtuous wife. You are all my closest friends. I am truly delighted to have you gathered here today." Pei Ye's emotions swelled with excitement.
Come.
"Let us all set aside our identities and drink to our heart's content." With Pei Ye's exuberance, the atmosphere quickly became lively. The hall filled with the clinking of cups and the aroma of wine. Prince Pingyang was the first to succumb to inebriation, still demanding more wine even in his stupor. Pei Yi, helpless, ordered the eunuchs to assist him and settle him down. Before long, Pei Yi himself also became tipsy, and the eunuchs, fearing it might delay the New Year's Day ceremony, advised him to take his leave. Wu Mu and Pei Xiuyan, seeing this, urged him to depart, and Pei Yi had no choice but to let the eunuchs support him out. Only Wu Mu and Pei Xiuyan remained in the hall, and Wu Mu's earlier deference toward Pei Yi had vanished. He coldly regarded Pei Xiuyan, clenching his teeth. "Prince Qing, shall we take a stroll in the rear garden to air out the wine?" Pei Xiuyan retorted with a smirk. "The heir of the Wu family may roam freely at night, but I have a wife awaiting me at home. I have no time to accompany you for a walk."
Wu Mu forced himself to calm down.
Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I have heard that a Miss Zhao resides in the prince's household, who has captured the prince's affections. Is this true?" Chapter 20. The secret signal. Pei Xiuyan's expression abruptly shifted. Wu Mu stood, locking eyes with him defiantly. "Did I strike a nerve? If you have a beloved, and the Yi family has fallen, why not let Yen go?"
Pei Xiuyan scrutinized Wu Mu,
a smile slowly curving his lips. "Let her go? Yi Chuyen fought tooth and nail to marry me. She would not leave so easily."
Wu Mu's breath hitched.
Indeed, Yi Chuyen had explicitly rejected him in the past, ultimately marrying Pei Xiuyan. Now, with the downfall of the Yi family intertwined with Pei Xiuyan, he could not believe that Yi Chuyen would still wish to remain in the Qing Wangfu. Pei Xiuyan, observing Wu Mu's grim expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. "I must return to celebrate the new year with my wife. I shall take my leave." With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Wu Mu understood that this was not the time to engage further with Pei Xiuyan. His fists clenched tightly as he signaled a eunuch to escort him out of the palace. Once outside, he dismissed the eunuch and walked on foot to Dr. Wei's clinic. He had yet to inquire about Yi Chuyen's recovery. Approaching the corner of the clinic, he suddenly remembered that today was New Year's Eve. He wondered if the clinic had already closed. Dr. Wei, locking the door, noticed a figure lurking in the shadows and was startled. Raising his lantern for a closer look, he recognized the young man delivering medicine and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's you." As Wu Mu encountered the esteemed Dr. Wei, his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. "Dr. Wei, you have not yet returned?" Dr. Wei stroked his beard and replied, "I have been awaiting your arrival, thinking you might not come today. I was just about to lock the door and head home for the new year." Upon hearing this, Wu Mu felt a warm surge in his heart. Nan Gongli was indeed correct. Dr. Wei was a man of his word. Dr. Wei retrieved a small wooden box from his bosom and handed it to Wu Mu, saying, This is something entrusted to you. She said you would know what to do upon seeing it. Wu Mu accepted the box, brushing his sleeve to reveal a golden jade token, which he presented to Dr. Wei. I have no means to express my gratitude. This token is a gift for you. Dr. Wei glanced at the character Wu inscribed on the token and instantly deduced the youth's identity. He let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand, saying, "A physician's heart is akin to that of a parent. It is but my duty." With that, he turned and walked away, lantern in hand. Holding the wooden box as if it were a priceless treasure, Wu Mu surveyed his surroundings. Noticing no one was around, he cautiously tucked the box into his bosom and departed. The grandest tavern in the capital, Zui Chiolo, was owned by the Wu family. Since arriving in the capital, Wu Mu had opted not to stay in his family's residence, choosing instead to lodge in the uppermost level of Zui Chiolo. Once back in his chamber, he closed the door and felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he opened the wooden box. Inside lay a letter and a vial of medicine. He unfolded the letter. Written in a vigorous and elegant script, unmistakably the handwriting of Yi Chuyan. This medicine is precious. Do not waste it, nor feel compelled to do anything further on my behalf. Once I recover, I shall seek you out for a proper conversation. Do not act impulsively. There was no signature, but a small stroke at the bottom resembled a branch. Wu Mu felt a swell of emotions, a complex mixture he could not articulate. During their time in the military, Yi Chuyan had affectionately dubbed him Little Wood, even drawing a small branch as his insignia. This was a secret only they shared. She understood him too well. Knowing he had sent the medicine and predicting he might act rashly, Nan Gongli had informed him of the circumstances surrounding the Yi family's plight and the injustices Yi Chuyan had faced in the Qing palace. Wu Mu was eager to find Yi Chuyan and inquire why she remained in the Qing palace. If it was for her safety, he could provide her with a better life, one far more comfortable than that of the Qing princess. Meanwhile, Pei Xiuyan returned to his residence, reeking of alcohol. When Li Fu came out to greet him, he was taken aback, for he had never witnessed Pei Xiuyan in such a drunken state. Today, Pei Xiuyan seemed restless, his demeanor tinged with inebriation. Li Fu hastily arranged for hot water, but upon seeing him, Pei Xiuyan was reminded of the day Li Fu and Zhao Yujiao had punished Yi Chuyan. Unable to contain his frustration, he dismissed Li Fu. Sitting in the bath, thoughts of Wu Mu's bright eyes and the phrase, "Why not let her go?" echoed in his mind. He shook his head, quickly tidied himself, and made his way to the study. There, he found a letter on his desk, tucked it into his sleeve, and stepped outside. Yi Chuyan was not resting. She was kneeling in the courtyard, burning paper ingots in front of a brazier. Bai Ji knelt beside her, incessantly murmuring, "Master, I implore you, bless the young lady with safety in the afterlife." Yi Chuyan remained silent, her complexion flushed by the glow of the fire. Since becoming the princess, each New Year's Eve had been spent in anticipation, hoping Pei Xiuyan would celebrate with her. Unfortunately, he always chose to be with Zhao Yujiao. She now regretted not cherishing her time with her family. Separated from her father and brothers, she had no knowledge of her mother's or sister-in-law's well-being. All she could do was hope that Pei Xiuyan would keep his promise and have her mother write to her. Upon entering the courtyard, Pei Xiuyan was confronted by a disheartening sight. All the red spring couplets had been torn down and replaced with white ones. Yi Chuyan and Bai Ji were kneeling by the brazier, burning paper ingots. This scene felt less like a New Year celebration and more like a period of mourning. When she caught sight of Pei Xiuyan, Yi Chuyan's expression remained impassive. The spring couplets were torn down by me, the white couplets were written and hung by me, the paper ingots were folded by me. If the prince believes I have ruined the festive atmosphere of the Wangfu, feel free to punish me as you see fit. Bai Ji hesitated to speak, struggling to find the right words, before finally saying, "Your Highness, the princess is also thinking of Lord Yi. I hope you do not hold it against her." She had never anticipated Pei Xiuyan's arrival and was now filled with anxiety over the potential consequences for Yi Chuyan. Pei Xiuyan understood that Yi Chuyan was in mourning for her father, and he quietly approached her, crouching down to toss several paper ingots into the brazier. "Is your Highness feeling guilty, fearing that your father might seek you out for retribution?" Yi Chuyan glanced at Pei Xiuyan. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered, "The affairs of the Yi family are my fault. I too have my burdens." It seemed he was compelled to explain everything to Yi Chuyan. "You wish to say that it was the emperor's coercion, that you had to act against the Yi family to protect the Qing palace, am I correct?" Yi Chuyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Pei Shuyan turned to face her, their gazes locking. The flames from the brazier illuminated Yi Qian's eyes, making them shine brilliantly. And her smirk lingered. He should have anticipated that Yi Qian, being so astute, would eventually see through everything. Before Pei Shuyan could speak, she continued. My father told me before his execution not to blame you. I hail from a prominent family. How could I be oblivious to court matters? Her tone was eerily calm. Standing slowly, Pei Shuyan rose alongside her. Though they stood face to face, it felt as if they were worlds apart. Chapter 21. Ushering in the new year, Pei Shuyan did not foresee that his actions would lead to such consequences. He suddenly felt the need to clarify. The affairs of the Yi family were beyond my control. The intricacies are not as simple as you perceive. Yi Chuyan gazed vacantly into the distance, letting out a deep sigh that interrupted his words. Pei Shuyan, my father instructed me not to blame you or the emperor before his passing. I understand that the Empress Dowager has held power for years, and the emperor has long harbored grievances against the Yi family. However, there were many ways you could have ensnared the Yi family, yet you chose to use the palace defense map I provided, ensuring that I would carry the guilt for life, as if I had handed you the dagger myself. She averted her gaze, casting a radiant smile at Pei Shuyan, though her eyes were as cold as ice. If the Yi family's plight was due to unfortunate circumstances, then was it also someone else's coercion that led you to abandon me from the loft and force me to kneel in the icy cold, begging for forgiveness? Pei Shuyan was rendered speechless. Even after the Yi family was raided, you still used the women of the Yi family to threaten me, forcing me to remain by your side in the most agonizing manner, witnessing your affection for Zhao Yujiao and enduring humiliation. Was that also due to some unfortunate necessity? Yi Qian's gaze lowered slightly. Pei Shuyan, do you have anything else to say? Pei Shuyan found himself at a loss for words in the face of Yi Qian's accusations. He had indeed employed the most despicable methods against the Yi family, and punishing Yi Qian for Zhao Yujiao had become instinctual for him. He had grown accustomed to sacrificing Yi Qian for her sake. Now, he felt utterly incapable of justifying his actions. The distant sound of the midnight bell signaled the arrival of a new year. This marked the first time Pei Shuyan and Yi Qian would welcome the new year together. Yi Qian offered a slight bow to Pei Shuyan. At the dawn of this new year, may I wish the prince soaring success and great honor. Instinctively, Pei Shuyan reached out to support Yi Qian, but she discreetly stepped back, evading his gesture. If the prince has no further matters, it would be best to retire early. Pei Shuyan's hand remained suspended in the air. Suddenly, a burst of light shot through the dark night sky, exploding into a magnificent blossom of fireworks. As one firework descended, another swiftly ascended, merging with the remnants of the previous display. Unbeknownst to whose household was celebrating, the extravagant display illuminated the entire street outside the Qing Palace. Yi Chuyan and Pei Shuyan found themselves drawn to the fireworks above, their gazes instinctively converging. A flicker of astonishment and understanding flashed in Yi Qian's eyes, just as Pei Shuyan caught sight of it. In the blink of an eye, Pei Shuyan conjured a peculiar hypothesis. The fireworks were a display for Yi Qian.
Orchestrated by Wu.
Wu Mu had arrived in the capital, did you know? Pei Shuyan suddenly blurted out. Yi Qian paused, turning her head away, and replied nonchalantly. I do not know. Pei Shuyan scrutinized every subtle expression on her face, endeavoring to discern the truth behind her response. She knew, before their marriage, Yi Chuqing had drunkenly confided in him that if it were not for Yi Qian's insistence on marrying him, he would have preferred her to wed that fellow Wu Mu. Yi Chuqing had also asserted that Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu were well matched, sharing a profound understanding. How had Yi Chuyan managed to acquire knowledge of Wu Mu's arrival despite his efforts to sever all her connections to the outside world? Could it be that there truly existed a telepathic bond between Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu? A surge of possessiveness and anger quickly filled his heart. He abruptly pulled Yi Chuyan into his embrace, his voice tinged with irritation. Did not the princess wish for this king to retire for the night? I shall remain in the Jianjia garden tonight. Ignoring Yi Chuyan's struggles, he forcefully brought her into the room, leaving Bai Ji frozen in place. Once inside, Yi Chuyan ceased her resistance, managing a forced, humorless smile as she remarked, Your Highness is in quite the jovial mood. My health has yet to fully recover. I kindly ask you to be gentle. With that, she gently extricated herself from Pei Shuyan's grasp, closed her eyes, and lay upon the bed, her expression one of resignation. Pei Shuyan instantly comprehended her meaning. Gazing at Yi Chuyan lying on the bed, He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He stood there for a brief moment, extinguished the candlelight, and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on the crown of her head, yet refraining from any further actions. Yi Chuyan's body stiffened, feeling an overwhelming heat radiating from her back, discomfort flooding her senses. Once yearned for embraces, now felt akin to punishment. Do not move. Simply accompany me in slumber for a while. I shall later give you the letter penned by old Madame Yi. Pei Shuyan's warm breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, enveloped her. Yi Chuyan slightly furrowed her brow, contemplating her mother's letter, yet she ultimately subdued her feelings. Thus, they lay in silence, rigidly turned away from one another. Yi Chuyan, do not trouble Jiao Jiao any longer. I shall not make things difficult for you either. Just remain content as the clear king's consort. Pei Shuyan's voice shattered the silence, slightly hoarse. In the darkness, Yi Chuyan's expression remained hidden. But Pei Shuyan felt her body tremble suddenly. She laughed, tears brimming in her eyes, nearly gasping for breath. Finally, regaining her composure, she replied coolly, Pei Shuyan, do you know? Not only are you heartless, but you also repulse me.
Yi Chuyan,
Do not forget. The lives of the women of the Yi family are still in my hands. Pei Shuyan tightened his grip around her. Sensing his anger, Yi Chuyan gently inquired, will you choke the life out of me, or will you strike me? Pei Shuyan inhaled deeply, but remained silent. The room fell into silence once more.
Yi Chuyan drew her lips in a silent, sardonic simile.
Pei Shuyan's eyes narrowed slightly in the darkness, a tempest of emotions swirling within. At dawn, as the sun rose on the first day of the new year, the weather was splendid. When Yi Chuyan awoke, Pei Shuyan had already departed, leaving a letter on the table. Eagerly, she opened it to discover the elegantly penned script of old Madame Yi. Yan Yan, we're all well. The road of exile is long, yet not arduous. As long as we live, we shall meet again. Take care, and do not worry. Just a few short sentences brought tears of joy to Yi Chuyan's eyes. Regardless of the hardships, as long as they lived, they would eventually reunite. Though the Yi family had fallen, its members still endured. Baiji entered with toiletries and, upon seeing Yi Chuyan holding the letter and crying while smiling, hastily asked, Your Highness, what is the matter? Yi Chuyan tucked away the letter, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. It is nothing. I am well. My mother wrote to me, saying she is safe. Baiji could not help but feel elated, her eyes slightly reddening. How wonderful! I knew that the old madam possessed a kind heart, and with heaven's protection, she would be safe. The two exchanged smiles. After enduring so many days under the weight of a colossal burden, Yi Chuyan finally felt as though she could breathe a little easier. After freshening up, as Baiji was helping her comb her hair, voices of contention drifted from outside the courtyard. Miss Zhao, the master has decreed that during the princess's house arrest, no one is permitted to enter or exit. I hope Miss Zhao will not make things difficult for us. Zhao Yujiao gazed at the expressionless Yan Xiao, biting her lip in grievance. Guard Yan, can I not simply enter to wish my sister a happy new year? Yan Xiao remained unmoved, coldly reiterating, Miss Zhao, please do not make things difficult for us. With glistening eyes, Zhao Yujiao looked up at Yan Xiao, almost on the verge of tears. Guard Yan, can you not be lenient? I came to invite the princess to the ancestral hall to offer incense. Traditionally, on the first day of the new year, the princess would rise early to offer incense at the ancestral hall of the Wang family. Although Zhao Yujiao held no official title, she would still participate.
No.
The three guards nearby could no longer bear to watch, as they felt sympathy for Zhao Yujiao, their hearts tugging painfully. Yet, Yan Xiao remained resolute. In the courtyard, Yi Chuyan and Baiji overheard the exchange, and Baiji furrowed her brow, spitting in disdain. What a misfortune on this joyous occasion. Yi Chuyan chuckled at Baiji's antics. Standing in the courtyard, she took a deep breath, gazing up at the sky. Although the weather was cold, the sun was shining. Suddenly, her heart brimmed with strength. No matter what, she must find a way to see her mother. She also wished to witness her sister-in-law safely giving birth to her little nephew. Li Fu spotted Zhao Yujiao at the entrance of Jianjia Garden and hurriedly approached to greet her. Miss Zhao, a happy new year to you. Are you here to invite the princess to the ancestral hall? Is it that the princess is unwilling to come out?
Awning glanced at Li Fu.
Unable to suppress her admiration for his astuteness.
Zhao Yujiao instantly understood Li Fu's implication.
Indeed, but Guardian is unwilling to grant any leeway. And my sister inside remained silent. Yan Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, for the prince had not instructed any incense offerings today, and the princess was still under house arrest. He hesitated momentarily. Bai Ji, infuriated in the courtyard, exclaimed, "Your Highness, why not let Guardian open the door and allow me to scold that wretched person? What right does she have to offer incense at the Wang family ancestral hall?" Yi Chuyan found Bai Ji utterly endearing, for she had forgotten the pain of past injuries and showed no restraint. With a calm smile, she replied leisurely, "Pei Xiuyan will return soon. Do not worry, for there will soon be a spectacle to behold." Pei Xiuyan returned even sooner than expected. Before the New Year's opening ceremony had concluded, urgent news arrived. The Emperor of Beirong had died unexpectedly on the 20th day of the 12th month. The court had kept this information secret until now. 5 days prior, the second prince of Beirong, Na Sheng, had executed the crown prince on the grounds of plotting against the emperor and had taken over the Beirong palace, eliminating everyone of the Na family. Na Sheng, born of a lowly maid in the Beirong palace, possessed heterochromia and an uncanny appearance, making him despised by the Beirong royal family. Aware of his lowly origins, he had requested to join the army at the age of 5 and had fought for over a decade at the border. His actions were decisive and ruthless, infused with a sinister aura. Beirong had concealed this matter exceptionally well, only revealing it to the public when Na Sheng ascended the throne, proclaiming himself the Emperor of Tianwu. The new Emperor of Beirong simultaneously dispatched envoys to Dafeng, intending to visit the Emperor of Dafeng in Kyoto on the 15th day of the first month. His visit, shrouded in ambiguity, stirred a great uproar in the court. The morning's opening ceremony had yet to conclude when the courtiers erupted into chaos. Some proposed assassinating Na Sheng or taking him hostage, believing this would cause great upheaval in Beirong, allowing Dafeng to capitalize on the situation. Others argued that Na Sheng, having just ascended to the throne, should focus on stabilizing Beirong rather than coming to Dafeng, suggesting he might have ulterior motives and that any rash actions could provoke a backlash from Beirong. Additionally, some courtiers speculated that Na Sheng's visit was intended as a gesture of goodwill, proposing it would be better to foster relationships and maintain peace at the borders. Pei found himself thoroughly troubled by these developments. The matter with King Pingyang has just ended, and Beirong has brought it up again. At the beginning of this year, it seems particularly difficult. After the New Year's ceremony was held in the palace, all the courtiers were dispersed. The emperor wants some peace and quiet today. Pei Xiuyan returned home with a heart full of worries. After he returned, he saw a group of people standing at the entrance of Jiajian from afar. When he went over, he saw Zhao Yujiao, Li Fu, and Yan Jian all present. "Zhao Jiao, didn't you say to rest well? Why are you here?" Regardless of Pei Xiuyan's emotions, when he saw Zhao Yujiao, he couldn't help but soften his voice, afraid of startling her. Everyone saluted one after another. Zhao Yujiao said with grievance, "Your Highness, I want to call my younger sister to go and offer incense together, but unfortunately, the Yan guards are not accommodating, and my younger sister remains silent inside." Pei Xiuyan pinched his forehead and felt a little tired. "Yi Chuyan is currently under lockdown. You don't need to pay attention to her, I'll take you there." After finishing speaking, I was about to push Zhao Yujiao. She was already weak and had a slow recovery from her leg injury. She had not yet fully recovered and was still in a wheelchair. Zhao Yujiao turned her head and looked at Pei Xiuyan with great concern. "Your Highness, my younger sister is the queen. If she doesn't go, I will accompany you without any name or responsibility. I always feel that it's not appropriate." Pei Xiuyan was slightly angry. "Who said you were nameless and without distinction? Didn't I say that? Wait for your legs to heal. Open the door. Open the door. The queen has something to say to the prince." Bai Ji's knocking on the door in the yard interrupted Pei Xiuyan's words. Pei Xiuyan nodded slightly towards Yan Jian, who understood, and opened the lock. Zhao Yujiao pretended to be surprised on her face, but secretly sneered in her heart. She heard this morning that Pei Xiuyan was staying overnight with Yi Chuyan, and she came up with this plan just now. She wanted Yi Chuyan to personally hear how Pei Xiuyan gave himself a proper title. The door has opened. Yi Chuyan's hair was tied up high, without wearing pink or black. She was dressed in a crescent-colored silver silk embroidered bamboo waist-hugging robe, with a snow-white fox fur waistband draped over it. She only wore a pear blossom wooden hairpin all over her body. Cold white skin, clear eyebrows and eyes. No sadness or joy, pure and untainted by dust. There was a ripple in Pei Xiuyan's tired eyes. She was so clean that no one dared to profane her. "Greetings to the prince." Yi Chuyan obediently bowed to Pei Xiuyan. Before Pei Xiuyan could answer, she turned to Zhao Yujiao and said, "Sister, do you want to accompany the prince to the ancestral hall to offer incense?" Zhao Yu coquettishly scolded, "Sister, you haven't come out yet. The prince pitied me and suggested taking me there. Sister, please don't be angry with the prince." Yi Chuyan gave a faint smile. "How come? In the past, I was not sensible and caused a lot of trouble for my sister, which made her unhappy. Today is the beginning of a new year. In front of everyone, the prince also helped me as a witness. I apologize to my sister here and hope she can forgive me." After finishing speaking, he said to Bai Ji behind him, "Quickly give my sister the New Year gift I prepared." Bai Ji was unambiguous, holding a gift box in both hands and crisply saying, "This is Millennium Ginseng. I hope Miss Zhao will accept it," with a smile. The faces of Hong Ying and Zhao Yujiao suddenly changed. This is the Millennium Ginseng that Zhao Yujiao gave to Yi Chuyan last time she provoked him. What kind of demon does Yi Chuyan want to use this as? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing why the queen suddenly changed her personality today and treated Zhao Yujiao so well. Pei Xiuyan thought that Yi Chuyan had received a letter from Ye's mother yesterday, thought everything through, and was willing to be a loyal queen. "I can't help but feel a little relieved. In that case, please accept it, Jiao Jiao. Regardless of who was right or wrong in the past, it has all passed." Chapter 23. 2 years? Zhao Yujiao held her breath and wanted to see if Yi Chuyan could really swallow her throat. After asking Hong Ying to accept the item, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. "I wish I could get up from my wheelchair and grab Yi Chuyan's hand. Sister, can you think like this? I'm so happy, sister. Just now, the prince said he wanted to give me a title so that we can serve him together in the future." Yi Chuyan looked up at Pei Xiuyan in surprise and asked, "What title does the prince want to give to my sister?" Pei Xiuyan said in a deep voice, "I am ready to take Jiao Jiao as my concubine." The old Qing king was infatuated with the old queen and never had any concubines in his life. It was also stipulated that in the future, descendants of the Qing royal family were not allowed to appoint concubines and could only take concubines if necessary. After saying this, he subconsciously looked at Yi Chuyan, eager to know her reaction. Yi Chuyan's face immediately changed drastically, and I thought it was inappropriate. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. "What, are you dissatisfied?" Zhao Yujiao couldn't help but curl her lips. Yi Chuyan couldn't hold back any longer. If she dares to confront Pei Xiuyan today, Pei Xiuyan will definitely not spare her. Yi Chuyan took a deep breath and calmed down. "My lord, how could I be dissatisfied? At the beginning, I was willful and caused harm to the prince and sister, which prevented them from enjoying each other. Now that I have come to my senses, I feel ashamed and overwhelmed." Yi Chuyan paused for a moment and continued, "I want the prince to give my sister a concubine status. Let my sister and I be both Qing princesses. Your Highness, what do you think?" Pei Xiuyan's heart seemed to be lifted up by a huge wave and then fell down fiercely. Yi Chuyan initially refused to marry a plain wife, but now she says this lightly, completely disregarding herself. Zhao Yujiao's excited heart almost jumped out. Has Yi Chuyan been tricked today? Voluntarily proposing this? No, she must have seen that her situation was hopeless and wanted to take the opportunity to flatter herself. Pei Xiuyan suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Very good. The princess's proposal is very good. At that time, the rights of being the head of the household will also be handed over to Jiao Jiao, and from now on, Jiao Jiao will be in charge of the household in the Qing palace." Yi Chuyan coquettishly said, "Your Highness, you haven't asked for your sister's opinion yet." Everyone looked at Yi Chuyan with sympathy for a moment. No wonder the queen is so abnormal today. It turns out she has a bad brain. Who would refuse to be a queen? Moreover, Zhao Yujiao and the prince were already in love with each other. "Jiao Jiao, would you be willing to marry me as your wife and help me manage the Qing palace in the future?" Pei Xiuyan's tone is quite gentle. Zhao Yu lowered her head coquettishly and shyly. Of course she was willing. She had been dreaming of waiting for this day. However, in front of everyone's eyes, she must remain reserved and not let anyone fail to see her urgency. She almost bit her lip and whispered, letting the prince decide.
Ye Chuyan kıleput her hand secretedly.
"Congratulations, Your Highness. The lovers have finally become a couple." Everyone saw that Yi Chuyan was genuinely smiling and secretly sighed. The queen's brain is really bad. Pei Xiuyan saw Yi Chuyan excited to the point where her eyes curved and her cheeks were fine, giving her originally cold and white skin a hint of blush. like a fairy in the snow. He looked at Yi Chuyen with icy eyes and entrusted the wedding arrangements to the queen. Yi Chuyen had a blessing. Yes, your highness. I will definitely live up to the prince's instructions and help him handle this matter in 2 years. Zhao Yujiao almost instinctively shouted. What? 2 years? Pei Xiuyan squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Chuyen, waiting for her explanation. Yi Chuyen pretended to be surprised and said, Sister, don't you know? The Empress Dowager passed away, and the emperor had to wait until the 3-year mourning period had passed. The prince is also a member of the royal family. How could he marry and establish concubines during this period? Yi Chuyen spoke as if she had thought of something, suddenly raising her voice.
No.
Today is already the first year of junior high school, so it won't take 2 years to calculate. Just wait for another year and 11 months. When Dr. Wei was chatting with her, he accidentally mentioned this matter. He also said that this matter was personally decided by Pei Xiuyan. I took it out and used it today.
It was really satisfying.
Zhao Yujiao had also heard about this a while ago, and now when she put it on herself, she felt her eyes turn black and the sky spin around. If it weren't for sitting in a wheelchair, she would have almost been on the verge of collapse on the spot. She is 1 year older than Yi Chuyen and already 20 years old this year. If we wait for another year or 2, it will be 22. In Dafeng, 22 is an old girl that no one wants. Pei Xiuyan's angry emotions miraculously disappeared. This statement makes sense. He wants to give Zhao Jiao a proper title, but now he really can't violate the rules. He glanced at Zhao Yujiao, seeing her pale face and worried that she wouldn't be able to hold on. Zhao Jiao, are you okay? Yi Chuyen cast her gaze back and forth between Pei Xiuyan and Zhao Yujiao, her heart nearly bursting with a desire to clap and exclaim. What a pair of shameless lovers. The callous man, indeed, wished for his legitimate wife to remain devoted while not wanting to see his beloved suffer. Even Zhao Yujiao, no matter how naive, realized Yi Chuyen's true intentions today, yet she had to swallow her resentment in silence. Your Highness, my sister is right. We cannot act against the will of the world by holding a wedding. Yi Chuyen concurred with a nod. Your Highness, since my sister is so wise, why not grant her the authority to manage the household? Let her practice for the next 2 years so that she may better manage the Grand Qing Wangfu once married. Zhao Yujiao was filled with a mix of anger and hatred, her nails digging deep into her palms. Moments ago, Yi Chuyen had compelled her to delay marriage for 2 years, and now she sought to hand over the management rights, leaving Zhao Yujiao utterly speechless. As if Yi Chuyen was genuinely considering her well-being. Pei Xiuyan knelt to gently comfort Zhao Yujiao. I apologize for putting you in this position, Zhao Jiao. Would you be willing to assist me in managing the household? Zhao Yujiao nodded in agreement, fearing Yi Chuyen's next move. Thus, the matter of Zhao Yujiao becoming a consort was settled. After arranging everything, Pei Xiuyan lifted Yi Chuyen's confinement and took both her and Zhao Yujiao to the ancestral hall to offer incense. Upon their return, he departed on business. Yi Chuyen and Zhao Yujiao returned to their respective quarters. Upon her return, Bai Ji could hardly contain her laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, I nearly rolled my eyes when Zhao Yujiao heard about the 2-year delay. You were truly magnificent today. She laughed until exhausted, wiping the tears from her eyes, and voiced her curiosity. Your Highness, I cannot fathom why you would hand the authority of the household to Zhao Yujiao today. Yi Chuyen settled by the tea table, pouring herself a cup, taking a delicate sip before explaining calmly. The rights of the household had already been revoked, and whether they could be reclaimed remains uncertain. Why not smoothly pass them to Zhao Yujiao? The last time I confronted Li Fu, he has harbored resentment against me. If I continue to manage the household, he might undermine me privately, requiring me to exert additional effort. Handing it over to Zhao Yujiao is just right, allowing her to deal with Li Fu. There was something she left unsaid. Today, she noticed that Li Fu's gaze towards Zhao Yujiao was peculiar. Even though he concealed it well, she had perceived it. Since Li Fu wished to get closer to Zhao Yujiao, it would be prudent to afford them more opportunities to interact. Chapter 24. Strategic Advances. Rest assured, Zhao Yujiao will have no opportunity to impose upon us. We still possess our dowry estates, sufficient for our expenses, Yi Chuyen explained slowly to Bai Ji. Though the Qing Wangfu had few masters, the servants and guards combined numbered over 500, along with numerous properties. After Zhao Yujiao takes charge, she would be preoccupied for at least half a month, leaving us untroubled. Bai Ji felt a mix of emotions. Your Highness, you were never like this before. I can't help but feel a sense of unease. The former master dared to love and hate openly, disdainful of scheming. Now it seems you tread cautiously.
Ye chuyan similet wrelie.
Once, I was the legitimate daughter of a marquis. Now I am merely the daughter of a disgraced minister. All my honor and disgrace depend on Pei Shuyan. The identity of the Qing Wangfei facilitates many matters for me, and I cannot allow it to be taken away. During this time, she had come to understand many things. She bore the weight of past guilt, but could not relinquish all hope for the future. She intended to vindicate the Yi family, to make Pei Shuyan pay a price, to plan for those who still lived. The road ahead was long and fraught with thorns and darkness. Even if she reached the end, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. But so what? Whatever Yi Chuyan resolved upon, she would persevere, even if it meant grinding her teeth and crawling forward. After returning, Zhao Yujiao seized a vase from the table and smashed it to the ground. The shards scattered, cutting into Hong Ying's forehead. Covering her head, Hong Ying contemplated that she was in the same boat as Zhao Yujiao and needed to offer counsel. My lady, why are you angry? You are now the legitimate Qing Wangfei, with the authority of the household in your hands. It is merely the formality of a grand wedding that is lacking. Zhao Yujiao's temples throbbed. Merely a formality? Without a grand wedding, no matter how sweetly you phrase it, I am still Miss Zhao. Yet, that was not the most dreadful part. The most terrifying realization was that today she sensed a different emotion from Pei Shuyan towards Yi Chuyan. She could not articulate what it was, but it felt like possessiveness born from anger. When Pei Shuyan declared his intention to marry before Yi Chuyan, it was laced with an unmistakable sense of resentment. Was Pei Shuyan attempting to provoke Yi Chuyan? To make her jealous? Pei Shuyan had developed feelings for Yi Chuyan. This thought slithered through her mind like a venomous serpent, sending shivers down her spine, making her tremble involuntarily. In 2 years, too many changes could occur. She cast a sidelong glance at Hong Ying, her voice chilling. Why did you not speak up for me today? Hong Ying replied, in such a situation, is it appropriate for a mere servant to interject? Seeing Hong Ying's silence, Zhao Yujiao picked up a teacup from the table and hurled it at her. You were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, weren't you? Her rage sought an outlet. Hong Ying instinctively dodged the flying cup. You wretched maid. How dare you evade? Zhao Yujiao fumed. Just then, a servant outside the courtyard called out, Miss Zhao, stewardly requests an audience. Zhao Yujiao's fierce expression instantly morphed into one of delicate charm as she softly instructed, let him in. Afterward, she cast a cold glance at Hong Ying. When Li Fu entered, Hong Ying was busy picking up the shards of the teacup and vase, muttering, My lady, it was all my carelessness that broke your belongings. Please punish me. Zhao Yujiao sighed softly. You are my personal maid. How could I bear to blame you? Breaking something is trivial. But what if you injure your forehead and leave a scar? I find it quite distressing. Clean up quickly and apply some medicine.
Hong Ying hurriedly complied.
Swiftly exiting the room after tidying up the shards, Li Fu's heart softened at the sight. Having grown older, he could not help but be moved by such tender moments between master and servant. Clearing his throat, he said, Miss Zhao, here are the contracts of all the servants of the Qing Wangfu, property deeds, business licenses, and an inventory of the storehouses. Zhao Yujiao finally noticed that the red silk box Li Fu held contained various documents. Seeing Zhao Yujiao appear somewhat dazed, Li Fu shook the wrinkles on his face. Miss Zhao, now that you possess the authority of the household, you are the mistress of the Qing Wangfu. Why are you not pleased? Zhao Yujiao lifted her gaze to meet Li Fu's, uncertain of his intentions, and fell into silence. Miss Zhao, I have heard that the young master of the Wu family has arrived in the capital. The emperor summoned all ministers yesterday to discuss this matter. The conclusion reached was to first host him according to proper etiquette, showcasing the grandeur of Dafeng, and then observe the situation once the intentions of the visitor are clear. The emperor entrusted all matters regarding the reception of the young master of the North Rong to Pei Shuyan. Pei Shuyan was so busy that he scarcely had time to breathe, spending several days at the Honglu Temple, tirelessly discussing reception details with the Minister of Rites and the chief of the Honglu Temple. The Prince of Pingyang, who had originally planned to return after the New Year, also decided to remain temporarily in the capital due to the arrival of the young master of North Rome. In a moment, the court was rife with turbulence. Yet, within the Qing Wangfu, tranquility reigned. After an extensive conversation with Li Fu, Zhao Yujiao dedicated herself to assuming control of the family affairs, becoming increasingly dizzy from the intricate accounting. As she busied herself, her mind was filled with astonishment. Yi Chuyan was indeed remarkable. having managed the vast Qingwangfu for 3 years without a single mistake. This realization ignited a fervent determination within her to efficiently manage all aspects of the Qingwangfu and to surpass Yi Chuyan. Innately astute, Zhao Yujiao quickly adapted to her responsibilities, aided by Li Fu, and began to grasp the nuances of her position. During this period, Yi Chuyan remained in the Jianjian, focusing on her recovery. Although her confinement had been lifted, she had not stepped beyond the courtyard's threshold. Thus, the days slipped by until the 10th day of the first lunar month. On the evening of the 10th, under the perfect moonlight, Yi Chuyan practiced her breathing exercises in the courtyard, discovering that the remnants of her illness had vanished, and she was recovering days ahead of Dr. Wei's predictions. A warmth spread through her heart, a testament to the efficacy of the bone-nourishing pills provided by Wu Mu. She resolved to seek an opportunity to visit Wu Mu the following day. Summoning Bai Ji, she retrieved the long spear she had not touched in 3 years and danced gracefully beneath the moonlight. It was imperative that she reclaim her martial skills. She could not afford to let them languish. The new servants in the courtyard were captivated by Yi Chuyan's elegant movements, exclaiming in admiration. Unbeknownst to them, one servant, Lin Shi, was absent from the scene. In the Honglu Temple's side chamber, Pei Shuyan sat before his desk, selecting officials to receive the Northern Rong delegation. Yan Zhu entered, bowing as he reported, "Your Highness, Lin Shi just informed me that the princess consort has remained in Jianjian today, as she has been in previous days. She was practicing with her spear in the courtyard when he left." Pei Shuyan's gaze flickered as he contemplated how long it had been since Yi Chuyan practiced with a spear. He recalled how she had once donned red attire and practiced in the plum grove of the Yi family estate, her presence both ethereal and commanding. After the turmoil in the Yi family, she had abandoned her martial pursuits to please him, and following the family's downfall, her feelings had oscillated between a desire for mutual destruction and an imposed guilt that compelled her to endure. He understood that Yi Chuyan could never return to her former self. Since the first day of the Lunar New Year, she had inexplicably transformed, seemingly accepting her reality and embracing the role of a competent Qing princess consort, even orchestrating matters concerning Zhao Yujiao. Yet, beneath this compliance, lay a multitude of thorns. Yan Zhu discreetly observed Pei Shuyan. After the lifting of Yi Chuyan's confinement, his master had instructed him to investigate a clever servant in her courtyard, Lin Shi. Upon confirming Lin Shi's unblemished background, he was tasked with daily reporting of Yi Chuyan's every action. Yan Zhu now found it utterly incomprehensible what his master truly intended regarding Yi Chuyan. Was this surveillance a means of ensuring her safety, or a manifestation of concern for her well-being? If Pei Shuyan were aware of Yan Zhu's confusion, he would be unable to provide an explanation. For he too was uncertain of his motivations, driven by an inexplicable compulsion to know every detail of Yi Chuyan's life. He shook his head, pressing his fingers against his temples in an attempt to dispel the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. "Yan Zhu, how long has it been since we returned to the residence?" Pei Shuyan's voice was slightly hoarse from days of relentless paperwork. "My lord, today is the 10th day. We have not returned for 9 days, Yan Zhu replied, slightly bewildered. Pei Shuyan rose and remarked, "Indeed. It is time for me to return home and take a day of respite." As Yan Zhu followed, they made their way back to the Qingwangfu. Just as they entered the alley leading to the residence, Pei Shuyan suddenly leapt from the carriage. A shadow loomed among the sycamore trees, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Upon noticing Pei Shuyan's approach, the figure retaliated with an unexpectedly bizarre attack. Yan Zhu rushed to assist. After a tense exchange lasting a short incense stick's worth of time, Yan Zhu was filled with dread. Pei Shuyan's skills surpassed even those of the palace's elite, and despite Yan Zhu's own considerable prowess, they struggled to graze the shadow's garments. The shadow, seemingly disinterested in prolonged confrontation, swiftly made its escape. Yan Zhu attempted to pursue, but Pei Shuyan halted him. Pei Shuyan ascended to the very branch where the shadow had stood, his expression darkening as he let out a series of cold, disdainful laughs. After descending, his voice, now hoarse with anger, commanded, "Return to the residence. What transpired tonight must remain confidential." Meanwhile, Yi Chuyan practiced with her spear until a fine sheen of perspiration coated her back. Bai Ji, concerned for her health, repeatedly urged her to cease. But Yi Chuyan remained resolute. She felt lighter than ever, reveling in the freedom of movement. Her practice became increasingly fluid. Clad in a flowing white robe, She danced beneath the moonlight, akin to a silver dragon leaping from the sea. As Pei Xiuyan entered Jianjian, the servants were enraptured by Yi Chuyan's graceful form, oblivious to his presence. Bai Ji, however, noticed his figure clad in purple lurking in the shadows, and gasped in surprise. "Your Highness," she called out, breaking the spell that held the courtyard's occupants. Yi Chuyan, having dismounted from her practice, caught sight of Pei Xiuyan and frowned momentarily before smoothing her expression. "Your Highness, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Pei Xiuyan cast a cold glance at Yi Chuyan. "What? Does the princess consort not welcome me? Your demeanor was quite different on the first day of the new year." Uncertain of the source of his sudden ire, Yi Chuyan softened her tone. "Your Highness jests. How could I not welcome you?" Pei Xiuyan strode into the inner chamber, commanding, "Prepare water for my bath. I shall be staying in Jianjian tonight." Yi Chuyan clenched her fists, inhaling deeply before slowly relaxing her grip. The servants sprang into action, eager to fulfill his request. Yan Ju, stationed outside Jianjian, caught sight of the sycamore trees in the alley and began to piece together the situation. After bathing, Pei Xiuyan noticed Yi Chuyan's rigid posture and drew her into his embrace, the heat of his breath enveloping her ear. "The old lady Yi and the others are nearing Ningguta. We must prepare a suitable place for their arrival. What do you think, Princess Consort?" Yi Chuyan turned her head, silently retreating to bathe. Having been bitten by a dog once is the same as being bitten 1,000 times. If she must tread this path on her knees, she could not afford to dwell on such matters. Expecting Pei Xiuyan to treat her with the same indifference as before, she was taken aback by his unexpected tenderness. Pei Xiuyan felt as if he were under a spell, having stooped to the depths of using threats to elicit intimacy. While he shamelessly employed the women of the Yi family to intimidate Yi Chuyan, he feared that their first encounter after her recovery would be tainted by inner turmoil, and thus he refrained from treating her as he once had. To his astonishment, as emotions ran deep, Yi Chuyan offered no resistance. A surge of joy blossomed within him. Yi Chuyan still harbored feelings for him. Much later, Yi Chuyan turned her back to Pei Xiuyan, her eyes vacant, tears brimming within her eyelids as she bit down on her lip to stifle any sound of sorrow. This was the price of vengeance. Until she succeeded, she would have to endure Pei Xiuyan's presence, no matter how distasteful or unwilling she felt, without revealing her true intentions. She would drag him into the depths of an inescapable abyss. Pei Xiuyan gently caressed the butterfly bone at the base of Yi Chuyan's back. The duration of her recovery had softened her once protruding bones, yet his touch still felt somewhat lacking. "Are you aware of the new emperor of Northern Rome, Sheng?" Pei Xiuyan's seemingly random question jolted Yi Chuyan from her reverie. "I have heard of him," she replied, striving to conceal her tears from Pei Xiuyan's notice. "Sheng was the second prince of Northern Rome. This matter is well known across the realm. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, he will arrive in the capital, and the emperor intends to extend a grand welcome. There will be a banquet in the palace. You shall accompany me," Pei Xiuyan stated. He had noticed from the sycamore tree that he could see directly into Jianjian's courtyard. During the confrontation, he had sensed that the shadow employed techniques not native to the Central Plains and suspected it might belong to someone from Northern Rome. The impending visit of the new emperor of Beirong has prompted the people of Beirong to cast their gaze upon the Jianjia garden. He intends to take Yi Chuyan to a palace banquet, eager to discern the true intentions of the Beirong people. Chapter 26 Reunion. The next day, as Yi Chuyan awoke, she found herself enveloped in the embrace of a large hand. Pei Xiuyan had not yet departed. "Awake?" he inquired, his voice slightly hoarse, yet regaining its usual clarity after a night's rest. Yi Chuyan was reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with Pei Xiuyan, as she had plans to meet Wu Mu that day. "Freshen up and accompany me out," he urged. Sensing her initial stiffness, he asked, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" "No, merely taken aback," Yi Chuyan replied with a hint of self-mockery. After 3 years of marriage, aside from palace banquets, Pei Xiuyan had never taken her out. "For the Lantern Festival banquet, you must dress splendidly. I shall take you to the Lanhua Pavilion shortly." The Lanhua Pavilion was the largest garment establishment in the capital. A cold smile crossed Yi Chuyan's mind. It was no wonder he insisted on personally accompanying her to select attire. He feared losing face before the Beirong people. Once they had finished their preparations, Pei Xiuyan dismissed Bai Ji, opting instead to have a young servant from his own courtyard accompany them while Yan Shui drove the carriage to take them out of the estate. Upon exiting, Yi Chuyen lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, gazing in astonishment at the bustling streets outside. She could scarcely recall the last time she had ventured out. The previous occasion had been to the execution ground. In a mere span of days, returning to the lively streets felt as though she had traversed through time. Pei Xiuyan, engrossed in his documents, glanced up at Yi Chuyen's sorrowful expression and remarked, "Close the curtain, it's cold." She complied, setting down the teacup from the table and taking a delicate sip while Pei Xiuyan resumed his reading. The chilly wind whipped outside, yet within the carriage, a comforting warmth enveloped them. Were it not for their individual thoughts, one might believe time had stood still. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Lanhua Pavilion. Pei Xiuyan disembarked first, and as Yi Chuyen prepared to follow, he extended his hand before her. In front of the gathering crowd, she managed a slight smile, placing her hand in his as he assisted her down. Just as they alighted, Yan Shui leaned in to whisper a few words to Pei Xiuyan, whose expression shifted slightly. Turning to Yi Chuyen, he said, "I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly." Yi Chuyen secretly wished he would never come back. She maintained a composed smile and replied, Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow, noting her obedient demeanor that day. He then instructed the young servant to take good care of the princess before departing with Yan Shui. Upon entering the establishment, Yi Chuyen was greeted from behind with a mocking salutation. "Ah, is this not the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of the State, Yi Chuyen? Long time no see."
Oh.
"Wait, that's incorrect. The Marquis's household is no more." Yi Chuyen turned to see two young women entering, unable to suppress a laugh at the familiar faces. One was Zhang Xiuyu, the daughter of the Minister of Justice, and the other was Wu Mu's fourth sister, Wu Yuelin. Wu Yuntai had once sought to curry favor with Pei Xiuyan by attempting to marry off Wu Yuelin to him, yet she had unfortunately beaten him to it. Moreover, Wu Yuelin's disdain for Yi Chuyen was understandable, given that Yi Chuyen had left home for years without returning. Zhang Xiuyu, seemingly having formed a bond with Wu Yuelin, approached her today, as if they were sisters. The attention drawn by Wu Yuelin's words instantly captivated everyone in the store. Yi Chuyen felt as if she were exposed under the glaring sun, subject to the scrutiny of those around her. The gazes were filled with surprise, contempt, and sympathy. The shopkeeper, a eunuch who had once served in the palace, recognized that these three young women were not individuals he could afford to offend. He mustered the courage to address Yi Chuyen, "Madam, are you here to select garments? Perhaps you'd like to see our latest designs upstairs?" He attempted to guide Yi Chuyen toward the second floor. His face, coated with white powder, bore a skeletal smile, his voice high-pitched. As long as he could prevent a confrontation among the three women in his shop, he would consider his day a success. Wu Yuelin interjected, "Shopkeeper, open your eyes and see who our esteemed guest is today." The shopkeeper, ingratiatingly smiling, replied, "Miss Wu, you exaggerate. All who visit this humble establishment are esteemed guests. Your presence today truly enhances our establishment. Please do look around for garments that catch your eye. I shall provide you with the best price," he continued, hoping to appease her. Wu Yuelin frowned, "Shopkeeper, do not attempt to deceive me. The Wu family lacks for nothing. Remove the eyesore from your establishment, and I will purchase every garment here." Zhang Xiuyu tugged at Wu Yuelin's sleeve, believing her conduct toward Yi Chuyen to be inappropriate. Yet, Wu Yuelin forcibly pulled away Zhang Xiuyu's hand, continuing to chide, "Shopkeeper, did you hear that? Who is the eyesore? You know very well." The chill of winter had the shopkeeper sweating profusely from the intensity of her words, caught in a dilemma. While he could afford to offend many, he could not afford to dismiss Yi Chuyen, who, despite being the daughter of a disgraced minister, still held the title of the Princess of Qing.
Yi Chuyen,
Perceiving the shopkeeper's discomfort, offered a gentle smile. "Do not trouble yourself. I shall return another day." With that, she turned and left with the young servant. As she departed, whispers began to circulate among the patrons. With the fall of the Yi family, Yi Chuyen had been reduced to such a state, evicted publicly without a hint of anger. Indeed, aside from her title, she possessed nothing, and everyone was aware that the Qing king had long harbored disdain for her. What a pity, how tragic, how lamentable. It was well known that the young master of the Wu family held affection for Yi Chuyen. Had she chosen him, she might not now be in such a dire predicament. Upon hearing the mention of past events, Wu Yuelin's expression darkened, and she threatened, "If you continue to gossip, I swear I shall tear your faces apart." The surrounding crowd fell silent. Zhang Xu stepped forward, Speaking softly, Sister Yuelin, do not be angry. They are merely praising the young master of Wu. Had Yi Chuyan married him, he would never have harmed her. Wu Yuelin turned to Zhang Xiuyu, frowning. Do you also believe my brother is exceptional? Zhang Xiuyu's face flushed crimson. She had never met Wu Mu but had heard tales of his infatuation with Yi Chuyan, even to the point of leaving home for her. Curious to see this devoted young master, particularly as her father was also interested in a union with the Wu family. She had befriended Wu Yuelin. Now, Wu Yuelin's question had unearthed her innermost secrets, leaving her at a loss for words. Fortunately, Wu Yuelin did not pursue the matter further, merely suppressing her annoyance and turning her attention to the shopkeeper to inquire about garments. Yi Chuyan, accompanied by the young servant, exited leisurely. Did the prince mention where we should go if not to the Lanua pavilion? The young servant, tasked with keeping an eye on the princess, scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Yi Chuyan, aware of his limited authority, decided not to rely on him for guidance. Shall we wait at the Zuikula across the street? The second floor has private rooms with a view of the Lanua pavilion, and when the prince comes to find us, we can see him. The young servant was taken aback by the princess's thoughtfulness, wishing to bow in gratitude, and promptly agreed. The two reached the second floor of Zuikula and requested a private room, with the young servant waiting outside. Yi Chuyan expressed a desire for pastries from Chengxinglu, sending the young servant to fetch them. After a brief interval, Yi Chuyan turned toward the screen within the room and called, "Come out." A young man clad in black emerged slowly, his eyes sparkling like stars, a smile gracing his lips. Yi Chuyan felt her heart swell with warmth, as if it were filled with clouds, soft and tender. She yearned to greet him with a radiant smile, yet tears betrayed her, spilling forth uncontrollably. Finally, with tear-filled eyes, she whispered, "Xiao Mudu, it has been so long." Chapter 27. Fool Wu Mu, upon seeing Yi Chuyan's tear-streaked face, instinctively drew her into his embrace, wiping away her tears. How could my yen cry? He stepped forward, halting a few paces away from Yi Chuyan, restraining his emotions while feigning indifference with a sly smile that revealed his pulley white teeth. Am I not obedient? You asked me to wait, and I complied without causing you any trouble. Little did she know the agony he endured during this time. He longed to infiltrate the Qingwangfu to see Yi Chuyan, to whisk her away to distant lands, to guard her day and night. He wished to comfort her, assuring her not to fear, for although the Yi family had perished, he remained steadfast. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that his actions would only bring her greater trouble and anguish. Yi Chuyan wiped away her tears and met Wu Mu's gaze. The boy's eyes were eternally pure, bright, and untainted. For years had passed since their last meeting. He had grown taller and more robust, yet still retained an air of youthful innocence. Tell me, what price did you pay for the growth pill? And what did you promise your fourth sister for her assistance? She was well aware of the pill's immense value, and the Wu family would not permit Wu Mu to squander it easily. Moreover, as soon as she entered the Lanua pavilion, Wu Yueling followed closely behind, insisting she leave. Such coincidences were too uncanny to ignore. Wu Yueling, the eldest daughter of the Wu family and a shrewd businesswoman, would never dare offend the princess consort of Qing in public. She recognized that the Zuikula was a property of the Wu family and, upon entering, caught a whiff of the unique agarwood scent that clung to Wu Mu. He turned his head away, avoiding her gaze, and fumbled at the table, stammering, "And no, it's nothing." He had learned of Yi Chuyan's every misfortune from Nan Gongli and was aware of her injuries. He sought out Wu Yuntai, expressing his willingness to return to the Wu family and manage its affairs, provided Wu Yuntai granted him all the growth pills in the family's secret stock. Unable to wait for Yi Chuyan, he counted the days with a sense of urgency. When he saw her enter the Lanua pavilion from the second floor, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. He spoke sweetly to his fourth sister, Wu Yueling, promising to hand over the Wu family's timber industry to her in exchange for her assistance. Fortunately, his Ayan was astute enough to deduce his presence there. Yi Chuyan sat opposite Wu Mu, turning his head to force him to meet her gaze. "Little Wood, you claimed you would never deceive me. Tell me, what price have you truly paid?" Wu Mu locked eyes with Yi Chuyan. Despite the passage of time, his reflection remained vivid in her eyes. Clad in white, devoid of makeup, her brows and eyes still exuded a striking courage, albeit veiled by a hint of sorrow. Wu Mu could not hide the truth and recounted everything candidly. Upon finishing, he resembled a child who had erred, his head bowed in shame. Then, As if attempting to remedy his blunder, he timidly asked, "Did you see the fireworks that day?" Yi Chuyen, upon hearing this, covered her eyes with her hands, both laughing and crying.
Indeed.
The fireworks were set off by Wu Mu for her sake. How could someone as foolish as Wu Mu exist in this world? What merit did she possess to warrant such devotion from him? After a long while, she finally calmed down and began to analyze the situation for Wu Mu. Nan Gongli was a man of hidden depths. He shared details about her yet asked for nothing in return, indicating that his intentions were far from simple. However, she had yet to decipher them fully. Today, you allowed your fourth sister to offend me publicly, undermining the Qing Wangfu's authority. Pei Xiuyan is not a man of tolerance. He will undoubtedly make things difficult for the Wu family afterward. I wrote to inform you of my visit, and I will certainly keep my word. I urged you not to act impulsively. Why rush?
Wu Mu sighed, speaking cautiously. I'm sorry, Ayan.
I was too hasty. I promise not to act against your wishes in the future. Yi Chuyen found his childlike demeanor both amusing and exasperating. After her laughter subsided, she deliberated before voicing the sentiments she had long wished to share with Wu Mu. You are the young master of the Wu family. You must act with greater prudence henceforth, especially avoiding any outlandish acts such as running away from home. I am now the daughter of a traitor and unworthy of your kindness. Please, do not do such things for me anymore.
Wu Mu.
I am a year older than you. If you do not mind, I would still like to call you Little Wood. From now on, I shall regard you as my younger brother, and you may consider me an older sister. After saying this, she lifted her gaze and asked Little Wood, "Do you understand my meaning?" She knew Wu Mu's feelings and could not afford to delay him. Suddenly, Wu Mu stood up, trembling with anger. Ayan, do not brush me off like this. I do not wish to be your younger brother, nor do I want you to be my sister. I do not understand why you say this. Previously, you refused to marry Pei Xiuyan, yet now you reject my affection. He was both furious and anxious, exclaiming, "What purpose does your stay in the Qing Wangfu serve? Do you love Pei Xiuyan that much? Even after he orchestrated the downfall of the Yi family, you still wish to remain by his side?"
Yi Chuyen stood frozen.
As if turned to stone, Wu Mu felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had struck a nerve. He softened his tone, almost pleading, "Ayan, I did not mean to speak so harshly. It was thoughtless of me. Please do not be angry. Just say the word, and I will find a way to take you away from the Qing Wangfu and seek justice for the Yi family." Yi Chuyen regained her composure and looked at Wu Mu, her thoughts in disarray. Leaving the Qing Wangfu? The emperor despised those who sought power through commerce. She could not allow Wu Mu to involve himself in this matter. This path of vengeance was fraught with darkness and peril, and regardless of success, it would lead to an irrevocable abyss. She could not endanger anyone, especially Wu Mu. Since childhood, this boy had laid bare his heart for her. Yet she could not reciprocate due to her love for Pei Xiuyan. How could she bear to blame him now? How could she allow him to become entangled with someone so deeply scarred? 4 years ago, she had married Pei Xiuyan, inflicting deep wounds upon this boy. Now, she felt even less deserving of him. Yi Chuyen slowly rose, standing face to face with Wu Mu. With deliberate clarity, she stated, "Wu Mu, listen closely. I love Pei Xiuyan, and even if he destroyed the Yi family, I still love him. I have loved him for 12 years, and no matter what he does, I cannot let go. Do you understand? I do not care for you to seek justice for the Yi family, nor do I wish to leave the Qing Wangfu." If she could not dissuade him, she would have to sever all ties. Wu Mu stood as if petrified, unable to move, feeling as though he were being pulled into an endless abyss, sinking deeper and deeper into chaos, losing all sense of self. It was only when the waiter knocked at the door and announced, "Sir, your food has arrived," that Wu Mu returned to reality. He mechanically glanced at Yi Chuyen, uttering not a word, and pushed the door open to leave. Yi Chuyen sat in stunned silence, staring blankly at the meal before her. Once spoken, her words could not be taken back. From this moment on, her Little Wood was lost to her forever. Wu Mu might have been the only light in her life. Now, that light had extinguished. On this path to hell, she must endure alone. After a long time, she cradled her face, allowing tears to flow through her fingers. With her head bowed, she murmured, I'm sorry. She had no choice but to wound this boy's heart once more. The door swung open again, and Yi Chuyen, with tear-filled eyes, looked up to meet Pei Xiuyan's icy visage. What are you crying about? Chapter 28. enemies Pei Xiuyan encountered a servant returning with pastries and learned of the events at Lanyue Pavilion. He hurried over, only to find Yi Chuyan in tears. Over the past few weeks, she had wept before him several times, her tears often woven with despair. Today, she emanated a heartbreaking loneliness, as though abandoned by the entire world. Seeing her in such a state, Pei Xiuyan's breath caught in his throat. He abruptly grabbed Yi Chuyan, exuding a murderous aura, and commanded, "Come with me." Yi Chuyan instinctively believed that Pei Xiuyan had seen Wu Mu and intended to settle scores with her. She could not allow Pei Xiuyan to target Wu Mu. In a state of panic, she implored, "Pei Xiuyan, it is all my fault. Please, do not act this way." Pei Xiuyan halted, turning to gaze at Yi Chuyan. Noticing her flustered expression, with tears yet to dry and eyes filled with trepidation, he found it hard to reconcile this humble demeanor with the proud spirit she usually exhibited. His rage surged, nearly reaching its zenith. "Yi Chuyan, you are my princess, and I will not allow anyone to humiliate you in such a manner." After a moment of shock, Yi Chuyan instantly grasped Pei Xiuyan's implication. He mistakenly believed her sorrow was due to the matter concerning the Lanyue Pavilion. "My lord, they speak the truth. I am merely the daughter of a condemned minister." Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Xiuyan bellowed, "Silence." Without allowing further discussion, he seized Yi Chuyan and brought her to the Lanyue Pavilion. The shopkeeper was in the midst of packing all the items for Wu Yuelin when he saw Pei Xiuyan storm in, dragging Yi Chuyan along like a vengeful spirit. Fear gripped him, causing him to tremble. Zhang Xiuyu, feeling apprehensive, stealthily shifted half a step behind Wu Yuelin. Wu Yuelin, however, met Pei Xiuyan's fury head-on, unflinching. The crowd that had gathered fell into an eerie silence. Pei Xiuyan scanned the room, bypassing all others to confront Wu Yuelin directly. "You kneel and apologize to my princess." His aura was laden with lethal intent, sending chills down the spines of those present. Yi Chuyan, stepping in front of Wu Yuelin, urged, "My lord, please." "It was my choice to leave. It has nothing to do with Wu Yuelin." She understood that Wu Yuelin had acted to assist her and Wu Mu, and she could not let her suffer indignity. Wu Yuelin's lips paled momentarily, but quickly regained their color. She calmly replied, "The princess claims she left of her own accord. On what grounds should I apologize?" Pei Xiuyan, infuriated to the point of mockery, launched a fierce kick towards Wu Yuelin's knee. Yi Chuyan, swift as lightning, interposed herself between them. Pei Xiuyan hastily withdrew his foot, only to feel a backlash of energy that caused a sharp pain in his chest, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. "Yi Chuyan, you..." Yi Chuyan met Pei Xiuyan's astonished gaze. "My lord, even if you force Wu Yuelin to apologize today, it will not silence the rumors outside. My identity as the daughter of a condemned minister is well known, and you cannot silence the voices of the world." She continued, "I understand that you act out of concern for me. I hope you do not blame others for this, as it only burdens my heart with guilt." Her words granted Pei Xiuyan ample dignity and prevented him from further unleashing his wrath. The onlookers could not help but admire Yi Chuyan, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, whose noble spirit was unmatched by ordinary women. Her bright, sincere eyes reflected Pei Xiuyan's own furious visage. He realized that pressing the issue further would only humiliate Yi Chuyan. It felt like striking cotton, hollow and deeply unsettling. Emotions surged within him. He released his anger, pulling Yi Chuyan into his embrace and declared sternly, "Let it be known, Yi Chuyan is my princess, the rightful consort of the Qing prince. Henceforth, anyone who dares to speak ill of her shall be regarded as an enemy of the Qing prince's residence." His eyes, sharp as blades, surveyed the room, inducing a heavy silence. This was an unambiguous threat. Who dared claim that Pei Xiuyan despised Yi Chuyan? Could one truly harbor disdain for someone yet stand up for them? Using the reputation of the Qing prince's residence to counter the murmurs beyond its walls? The shopkeeper trembled, his limbs quaking. Hearing those words, he felt a sense of relief. Today, it seemed, there would be no violence in the shop. "Who is the shopkeeper?" he stammered, his heart racing. "I am the humble shopkeeper," he replied, forcing a smile. Pei Xiuyan pointed to the packed items. "Deliver all of these to the Qing prince's residence. If I do not see them there within an hour, the Lanyue Pavilion shall never open its doors again." The shopkeeper nearly wept. These items had already been paid for by Wu Yuelin. He could not afford to offend either the Wu family or the Qing prince's residence. Turning to Pei Xiuyan, Yi Chuyan playfully said, "My lord, I do not fancy any of these items." Shall we explore other places? Yi Chuyen had never before displayed such softness towards him, nor had she shown this girlish demeanor in front of others. It was as if a feather had brushed against Pei Xiuyan's heart, leaving him tickled. He understood that Yi Chuyen's demeanor was an effort to shield Wu Yuelin, and though he intended to refuse, he found himself saying, "If my princess finds no merit in your goods, then there is no need for them to be sent today." Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan's expression soften, Yi Chuyen seized the moment to lead him away. Before exiting, she glanced back at Wu Yuelin, silently conveying an apology. Wu Yuelin, with a complex expression, watched their departing figures, suddenly breaking into an enigmatic smile. Zhang Xiuyu, who had been cowering beside Wu Yuelin, was terrified that Pei Xiuyan would notice her and implicate the Zhang family. Once they left, she exhaled a long sigh of relief.
Pei Juyan favor se Chuyan.
Wu Yuelin's words stunned Zhang Xiuyu momentarily. She chuckled awkwardly. It was only natural for the Qing prince to cherish his princess. Wu Yuelin scrutinized Zhang Xiuyu from head to toe. Wu Mu has recently been at the Zuiqiu Tower. How about I take you to meet him sometime? Zhang Xiuyu was taken aback by Wu Yuelin's sudden suggestion, and her face flushed crimson. She responded with a timid After exiting, Pei Xiuyan, seated in the carriage, said to Yi Chuyen, "Remember, you are the Qing princess. Every action you take reflects upon the Qing prince's residence. Should anyone dare to insult you, you must retaliate as you did before. The consequences shall be borne by the Qing prince's residence." Yi Chuyen suddenly felt a laugh bubbling within her. It was Pei Xiuyan himself who had perpetually insulted her. Her heart whirled with conflicting emotions, yet her face remained adorned with a charming smile. "I will remember." Following this incident, Yi Chuyen presumed Pei Xiuyan would no longer wish to continue their outing. To her surprise, he instructed Yan Zhu to lead her into a secluded alley. Arriving at the entrance of a delicate courtyard, Yan Zhu knocked on the door, and a woman in her 30s, with an ordinary appearance but silver hair, emerged. Upon seeing the carriage behind Yan Zhu, she exclaimed, "My lord." Chapter 29. Deep affection like the sea. Pei Xiuyan lifted the curtain and nodded slightly in her direction, helping Yi Chuyen down from the carriage. The woman, upon noticing Yi Chuyen beside Pei Xiuyan, appeared somewhat astonished. "My lord, who is this?" "This is my princess." The woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Princess, you may call me Mo Nyangzi. You are indeed extraordinary, and your spirit shines brightly. A perfect match for the prince." Yi Chuyen, unsure of Mo Nyangzi's background, found herself at a loss for how to respond to such praise, stammering, "Mo Nyangzi."
You flatter me.
Mo Nyangzi, quick and nimble, ushered Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyen into the courtyard. Once inside, Yi Chuyen observed that it was a 3-section courtyard, unpretentious yet exquisitely crafted. The corners featured plum and bamboo intertwining, every plant and tree reflecting the owner's meticulous care. Mo Nyangzi led them into a side room, which was even larger than the main house, adorned with fabrics and sample garments, displaying needlework that rivaled that of palace seamstresses, with styles that were truly eye-catching. Pei Xiuyan, feeling at home, pointed at Yi Chuyen and said, "There will be a palace banquet on the 15th day of the first month. Please make 2 outfits for my princess." Upon hearing this, Mo Nyangzi appeared to have received a monumental grant. Without hesitation, she pulled Yi Chuyen into the inner room and began to take her measurements with a tape.
Pei Xiuyan,
Feeling it appropriate, waited outside. Curiosity piqued, Yi Chuyen asked Mo Nyangzi, "Who exactly are you, and how do you know the prince?" While measuring, Mo Nyangzi chuckled, "Princess, you might as well ask the prince yourself. He brought you here to see me, which undoubtedly signifies his profound affection and utmost trust in you." Yi Chuyen was amused by the phrase profound affection. Indeed, it was a depth that rendered his 12 years of devotion invisible and as vast as the sea, making her feel as if she were living in torment. Madame Mo never inquired about the news from outside, remaining entirely ignorant of the affairs of the Yi family and the true identity of Yi Chuyen, believing instead that Yi Chuyen was merely pleased to have heeded her words. She continued, "Princess, donning the garments I have crafted for you will ensure that when you stand beside His Highness, you will appear as a celestial couple, envied by all." Celestial couple? Yi Chuyen's smile widened at this remark. Had she heard such words months ago, she would have rewarded them handsomely. Now, however, it felt like a cruel jest. Outside, Pei Xiuyan caught the sound of Yi Chuyen's laughter and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. It had been a long time since he had heard her laugh so heartily. After their marriage, it seemed as though she had never laughed like that again. After taking her measurements, Madame Mo did not mention the style of the garments, only instructing Yan Shui to return in 3 days to collect them. In the carriage on the way back, Yi Chuyen rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Pei Xiuyan casually picked up a book to read, waiting for some time, but noticed that Yi Chuyen did not inquire about Madame Mo's words. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "If you fancy Madame Mo's words, you may visit her any time for garments." Yi Chuyen came to her senses and shook her head. "No need. Madame Mo's identity is peculiar. It is better for me to maintain a distance." "Has she revealed her background to you?" he asked. "No, but I have guessed it." Pei Xiuyan was intrigued by Yi Chuyen's deduction.
"Oh, do share."
Yi Chuyan explained calmly, "She must be the illegitimate daughter of the former Minister of Rights, Mo Chong. The Mo family perished due to the Literary Inquisition. There was an illegitimate daughter from the Mo family who served as a lady-in-waiting in the Garment Bureau, renowned for her unparalleled garment-making skills, but tragically died in a fire the day before the Mo family's calamity. Madame Mo's knowledge of crafting garments for imperial banquets, without any inquiries about the requirements, indicates her familiarity with the palace's protocols. At around 30, possessing this skill and having spent time in the palace with the surname Mo, I can only deduce that she is the former Mo family's illegitimate daughter, Mo Yenner." Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by this revelation, and chuckled softly.
Ye Chuyan.
"After so many years of acquaintance, you are even more astute than I remember, accurately discerning people's identities."
Ye Chuyan silanti skofud.
After all these years, how well had he truly come to know her? "I am not clever. I have yet to understand why you are acquainted with a lady-in-waiting who should have perished in that fire. Today, I merely happened to guess her identity correctly." She added with a self-deprecating tone, "In truth, my judgment of character has always been poor, as evidenced by marrying a cold-hearted person." Pei Xiuyan felt a lump in his throat, initially intending to clarify matters regarding Madame Mo, but all his words were caught in his throat. The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly grew oppressive. The two remained silent until they returned to the Qing Wangfu. After Yi Chuyen disembarked, Pei Xiuyan changed into casual attire, abandoning the carriage, and rode off with Yan Shui towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Yan Shui spoke. "These individuals are still unaware that the people from Nan Street have been apprehended by us. If they do not hear from them, they will likely assume that the Nan Street individuals have backed down." For quite some time, he had secretly followed and investigated those who collected the bodies of the Yi family father and son at the mass grave. Recently, he finally uncovered the truth, and today, while at Lanyue Pavilion, he had taken his master to apprehend a few individuals from Kyoto's Nan Street who were now secretly detained. They were now heading to the outskirts to find more individuals. Pei Xiuyan frowned. "This matter has not leaked, has it?" "No, aside from you and me. No one else knows." Pei Xiuyan nodded and spurred his horse forward, racing towards the outskirts. Yan Shui closely followed suit. In a desolate area on the outskirts, a group of 10 young men, all clad in white, gathered, led by a youth with pronounced brows and bright eyes, whose square face exuded righteousness. He and his companions respectfully bowed 3 times to an unmarked grave. Rising, he addressed his followers, "What we are up against is Pei Xiuyan, the Qing Wang, who stands above all others. Are you all prepared? Once we embark on this path, there is no turning back." The group responded in unison. "My heart is like the moon, pure and untainted." Hearing this, the leading student felt his eyes welling with tears and exclaimed repeatedly, "Good, good, good." He opened a box on the ground, filled with white papers, distributing them among the group. Afterward, he gazed tearfully at the grave marker and proclaimed, "Heaven above, we shall clear the injustice for Elder Yi." Hidden at a distance, Pei Xiuyan heard this declaration and sneered. Yan Shui, seeing that the group was about to disperse, whispered, "Master, is it time to act now? These individuals are merely scholars without any means to defend themselves. You alone can handle them." Pei Xiuyan nodded in agreement. Yan Shui leapt into action, descending from above, and before the crowd could react, he placed his sword against the throat of the leading student. "Do not move. Anyone who stirs will meet their end." Pei Xiuyan approached leisurely from behind. "You think you can stand against me with such triviality?" The crowd was taken aback. The leading student, upon recognizing Pei Xiuyan, glared at him with fiery eyes. "Pei dog, you commit heinous acts and harm the loyal. Even if you kill us today, countless others will rise to take our place. Your crimes will eventually be exposed for all to see." The others, inspired by his words, glared at Pei Xiuyan with righteous indignation. Your murder cannot conceal the truth. Today, we sacrifice ourselves for justice. In the future, your crimes will be revealed, and we shall meet again in the afterlife. Pei Xiuyan paid no heed to their accusations. He bent down to pick up one of the books from the box, flipping through its pages, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. I underestimated you all. It seems you have uncovered even the most obscure details of these past events. The white papers detailed Pei Xiuyan's transgressions, from coercing increased taxes to the successive confiscation of properties belonging to several prominent families in the capital, and the imprisonment of several loyalists, all with Pei Xiuyan's fingerprints evident throughout. The papers laid bare his misdeeds with shocking clarity. Holding the white paper, Pei Xiuyan circled the leading student. Zhang Puyu, if my memory serves, you are the second son of the Minister of Justice, Zhang Qingman, just turned 20 and yet unmarried. You once received guidance in your studies from Yijin. Zhang Puyu was taken aback, not expecting Pei Xiuyan to recognize him. Pei Dog, I act alone. This is solely my doing, and it has nothing to do with the Zhang family. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me. Pei Xiuyan laughed heartily, then turned to the others, pointing at one of them. Yuan Deju, you were a successful scholar in the 5th year of Deyuan, once serving as the magistrate of Pingqing County. Displeased with the government's tax policies, you resigned in frustration, and now you live by selling paintings, without a wife or children, caring for a sick grandmother at home. Yuan Dejui's face turned ashen at being named. Pei Xiuyan continued, Lu Zhu, your hometown is in Yangzhou's Wuxian. You failed your exams last autumn, and now rely on your wife to support your 3-year-old daughter by weaving cloth. Have you considered your family before taking up this cause? He went on to recount the names and backgrounds of each scholar, concluding with a stern warning. I previously stated that anyone who pleaded for the Yi family would share the same fate. It is truly regrettable that your families will now suffer for your choices. The scholars felt as though their bones had been stripped away. Many were former students of Yi Jin, and some had benefited from his kindness, driven by a sense of justice to seek retribution for the Yi family, never contemplating retreat. Now, their efforts had been discovered by Pei Xiuyan, and they faced the prospect of shared punishment, stirring a tempest of emotions within them. They feared not death, but the consequences for their families. Zhang Puyu, as the leader of the group, had financed their efforts. Realizing their situation was untenable, he pleaded, all of this was my doing alone. They merely followed my orders. You can do as you wish with me, but spare them. Pei Xiuyan scrutinized Zhang Puyu, noting his clear gaze and unyielding demeanor, unafraid of death, reminiscent of Yi Jin's legacy, and couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He replied with mockery, Oh, if I were to release them, how can you assure me that they would not cling to me? Zhang Puyu stared at the crowd, momentarily taken aback. Pei Xiuyan observed the struggle like a captivated spectator, his interest piqued. Today, I am in a splendid mood. You may take your own life before them, making them remember that they bear the weight of your life, and then swear by Confucius that they shall not pursue me again. I shall release them. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fury. Pei, do you dare to kill us? Threatening us with your family and Zhang Puyu is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Pei Xiuyan laughed heartily. I am no gentleman. My hands stained with blood. Zhang Puyu, realizing that the crowd was willing to share his fate, felt an even deeper sense of guilt. He had misjudged Pei Xiuyan's capabilities and endangered everyone. Now he could only atone with his life. He clasped his hands before the crowd, saying, My esteemed colleagues, it was my recklessness that brought you into this predicament. Today, I shall redeem myself with my life. I wish for your future safety and implore you not to act impulsively again. He then turned to Pei Xiuyan and asked, Will you keep your word? I have always been a man of my word. Zhang Puyu declared. Very well. Without hesitation, he offered his neck to the sharp blade, blood splattering the ground. He fell heavily to the earth, creating a dull thud and stirring up dust. The crowd cried out, Brother Puyu. Pei Xiuyan kicked the motionless Zhang Puyu, and seeing no sign of life, he expressed satisfaction, saying, Did you all witness? Zhang Puyu died for you. I have kept my promise and released you. You must also uphold Zhang Puyu's vow to swear by Confucius. The crowd remained motionless. Pei Xiuyan mocked. What? Do you wish to seek revenge? You learned scholars would do better to return and pursue your ambitions rather than engage in futile endeavors here. In the future, when you hold high positions, you may seek me out under a different pretext that would honor Zhang Puyu's sacrifice. One among them threw down a white paper, kneeling in tears to swear an oath. then bowed thrice to Zhang Puyu's corpse before resolutely departing. Others, witnessing this, followed suit. Pei Xiuyan was indeed correct. They were powerless and faced inevitable defeat. Only by attaining high office could they combat this darkness and tyranny, restoring the honor of the Yi family and achieving peace into foam. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yan Zhu hastily knelt beside Zhang Puyu, pressing on his acupoint. He retrieved a vial of medicinal powder from his bosom and sprinkled it on Zhang Puyu's self-inflicted wound. Pei Xiuyan inquired, "Will this harm him irreparably?" Yan Zhu replied, "According to your command, I withdrew the blade a few inches. He merely fainted and is not fatally harmed." Pei Xiuyan nodded and commanded Yan Zhu to incinerate all the white papers on the ground, meticulously cleaning up all traces before departing with Zhang Puyu. The desolate outskirts returned to silence. After a while, a man adorned in splendid robes and a crown approached 3 nameless tombstones, followed by a cold and elegant sword-wielding maid. This man was Prince Nanguang of Pingyang. He gazed at the tombstones and lamented, "With such loyalty and righteousness, how could I not surprise Pei Xiuyan?
Romein letter 11 nu.
Relocate these 3 graves entirely." She knew hesitated for a moment, then replied expressionlessly, "Yes, my lord." Nanguang's lips curled into a smile as he countered. She knew. "Do you question my decision?" She knew slightly shook her head. "I dare not." Nanguang looked up at the sky. Clouds had obscured the sun, casting a gray pall over the already frigid day. "I intend to stir the waters of the capital before leaving for the outskirts." The news of Pei Xiuyan's furious defense of a beautiful woman spread swiftly throughout the capital. Offending Yi Chuyan henceforth equated to offending the Prince of Qing.
Ying.
Upon learning this, dared not conceal the truth and relayed everything to Zhao Yujiao. She anticipated that Zhao Yujiao would vent her anger upon her, but to her surprise, Zhao Yujiao merely smiled faintly and remained silent, leaving Han Ying feeling even more uncertain. Ever since Yi Chuyan bid farewell to Wu Mu, she felt an emptiness within, haunted by nightmares of Wu Mu's injuries. During the day, her only solace lay in fervently practicing her swordplay. By the 13th day of the first lunar month, Yan Zhu delivered the garments crafted by Madame Mo to Jianjian, leaving Bai Ji astounded. She urged Yi Chuyan to try them on, and upon doing so, was met with extraordinary praise. However, Yi Chuyan displayed little interest, worrying Bai Ji greatly. Over the past few days, Pei Xiuyan had stayed at the Honglu Temple, not returning home. During this time, he instructed Yan Zhu to convey a message to Zhao Yujiao, inviting her to join him and Yi Chuyan for a palace banquet on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Zhao Yujiao declined, citing her unhealed leg and her unsuitable status. Pei Xiuyan was astonished, yet sighed deeply at Zhao Yujiao's understanding. As the sun rose and set, the 15th day of the first lunar month arrived. Chapter 31. The great emperor of Tianwu. This morning, Na Sheng entered the capital with the envoys of Beirong, and Pei Xiuyan led the officials to the city gate to welcome them. The streets of the capital were bustling with crowds eager to glimpse the legendary new emperor of Beirong. Na Sheng was accompanied by 2,000 guards and several envoys, along with his personal servants, totaling just over 2,000, while their baggage occupied more than 50 carts. Na Sheng's carriage was adorned with glazed jade, and atop it, for golden shilin heads jingled as it moved, creating a melodious sound. The city gate swung wide open, revealing Pei Xiuyan in a resplendent crimson robe standing before the officials, a figure of striking elegance. He addressed Na Sheng's procession, proclaiming, "I am Pei Xiuyan, the Prince of Qing, here to warmly welcome the great emperor of Tianwu from Beirong to our capital." Na Sheng lifted the curtain and gracefully stepped from the carriage, his voice exuding an entrancing charm. "I have heard much of the Prince of Qing's unparalleled beauty and virtue. Today's encounter proves the rumors to be true." Pei Xiuyan, the officials, and the surrounding citizens fell momentarily silent, captivated by Na Sheng's otherworldly appearance. It was said that he had striking heterochromia, often hidden beneath a military cap, leaving few to witness his true visage. Today, they beheld that one eye was a deep black, while the other gleamed a vibrant emerald. His nose was finely sculpted, lips thin, and complexion pale, giving him an ethereal, almost demonic allure. Pei Xiuyan was the first to regain his composure. "Your Majesty's flattery is too great. I cannot accept such praise." Na Sheng smirked slightly. The prince is merely modest. After exchanging pleasantries, Pei Xiuyan followed protocol and escorted Na Sheng to the Honglu Temple for proper arrangements. The Beirong delegation, weary from their journey, would spend the day at the Honglu Temple to freshen up before attending an evening banquet at the palace. The officials remained at the Honglu Temple to host the Beirong envoys, while Pei Xiuyan and the other officials proceeded to the palace. Upon entering his designated chamber, a shadow leapt down from the rafters. "Your Majesty, have you uncovered the truth?" "Yes, it appears to be the princess of Qing, Yi Chuyan." Na Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean by appears?" His voice was as cold as ice. The shadow hesitated. "Your Majesty, regarding the red birthmark on her ankle, I truly could not verify."
"Depart."
The shadow vanished swiftly.
Na Sheng suddenly chuckled.
"She is already a wife? No matter." As the sun set, Yan Zhu drove to fetch Yi Chuyan for the palace banquet. When Yi Chuyan emerged alongside Bai Ji, Yan Zhu's eyes flickered with astonishment and admiration. Today, Yi Chuyan wore a lotus-colored, front-fastening feathered garment with a white magnolia-hued skirt adorned with butterflies and flowing waters, topped with a snow-white embroidered shoulder cape. Her hair was styled in a delicate bun, with a single golden hairpin shaped like a Buddha's hand elegantly askew, and around her neck was a hollow gold filigree necklace. She wore no other excessive adornments. This ensemble complemented her innate grace, distinct from that of any noblewoman, exuding neither delicacy nor seduction. She appeared ethereal and pure, a luminous pearl of celestial origin. Outside the palace, the carriages formed a lengthy procession. The emperor allowed only those of the first rank and above to bring their families, making tonight's banquet a grand affair. Everyone was required to disembark at the Xingyang Gate and walk to the Hanyuan Hall, where the banquet was to be held. The noble ladies, in small clusters, made their way towards the Hall of Hanyuan. Despite the chill in the air, the fragrance of perfume was undeniable, and the hems of their skirts fluttered gracefully. After Yi Chuyan disembarked from her carriage, Yan Shui instructed a servant to drive it away, accompanying her into the palace. Along the way, some onlookers whispered among themselves, their eyes roving over her with expressions of admiration, disdain, scorn, and confusion. A daughter of a condemned official, and yet she had the audacity to attend the banquet. Yi Chuyan's stunning attire today was undoubtedly an attempt to garner the attention of those from Beirong. But what would that achieve? Could she truly hope to entice the new emperor of Beirong and become their empress? You mustn't speak so carelessly. Be wary of the anger of the Qing prince. The Qing prince? I've heard he has entrusted the management of his household to his beloved Miss Zhao. It is only a matter of time before Yi Chuyan faces disgrace. Protecting her at the Langyue Pavilion is merely for the sake of the Qing prince's reputation. Bai Ji, upon hearing these malicious remarks, felt a surge of anger. Before the Yi family fell from grace, these same people would eagerly seek favor from her, their demeanor as warm as that of close friends. Now, they regarded her as if she were a plague, wishing to distance themselves by 3 paces, while gossiping behind her back. Yi Chuyan gently patted Bai Ji's hand, whispering, "Bai Ji, the palace is different from other places. You must not display your emotions." Having grown up alongside Yi Chuyan, Bai Ji was well-versed in the ways of the world. Though she was initially filled with indignation at Yi Chuyan's reminder, she quickly composed herself and fell in line beside her. According to palace rules, ministers and eunuchs were forbidden from entering the palace. However, Yan Shui, bearing the Qing prince's token, was granted special permission. He followed behind Yi Chuyan with a stoic expression, disregarding the murmurs around them while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. His task today was to ensure the safe escort of the princess to the prince, with no room for error. The emperor had yet to arrive, and the ministers congregated at the Hall of Hanyuan. The ladies, upon their arrival, did not rush to take their seats but instead engaged in conversation with familiar acquaintances. Each attendee held their own intentions for this banquet. As Yi Chuyan entered, it was Nan Gongli, conversing with several ministers at the entrance, who first noticed her. He circumvented the group and approached her with measured steps, offering a warm smile. "Princess of the Qing, I am Nan Gongli." Yi Chuyan's brows furrowed slightly. Wu Mu had mentioned Nan Gongli before, and she found the Prince of Pingyang to be rather inscrutable, having never met him. She was perplexed as to how he recognized her and approached her so openly in this setting. Bound by etiquette, she returned a curt greeting. Instantly, the attention of those within the hall shifted towards the two. Nan Gongli knew Yi Chuyan? Their conversation, reminiscent of familiarity, was indeed peculiar and worthy of scrutiny. Yi Chuyan stood rooted, contemplating how to extricate herself when she spotted Pei Xiuyan from a distance. Today, she stood out among the many beautiful women, while Nan Gongli engaged her with such ease. What intentions lay behind that? Pei Xiuyan's eyes darkened with displeasure. He strode over, subtly drawing Yi Chuyan behind him. The Prince of Pingyang knows my princess? Nan Gongli, unfazed by Pei Xiuyan's discontent, maintained his gentle demeanor. Do not misunderstand, Qing Prince. I have merely heard of the princess's unparalleled sword dance and have long admired her grace. Given the matter of establishing a consort, Pei Xiuyan was acutely aware that Nan Gongli was no ally. The Prince of Pingyang had resided in Yunnan for a long time, yet was well informed about affairs in the capital. Those around them began to sense the undercurrents in Pei Xiuyan's words and leaned in to listen intently. Sensing that his objective had been achieved, Nan Gongli did not linger. You jest, Qing Prince. Yi Chuyan understood that she must align herself with Pei Xiuyan at this moment and wished to avoid the scrutiny of others. My lord, I wish to take a stroll in the Imperial Garden. Pei Xiuyan understood her intent and suggested, Go ahead, let Yan Shui accompany you. It would be unwise to confront Nan Gongli today. Yi Chuyan nodded and withdrew, accompanied by Bai Ji and Yan Shui. Yi Chuyan left the hall of Hanyuan for the Imperial Garden. Halfway there, Yan Shui suddenly said, Princess, please wait here. I will return shortly. Chapter 32. Heartless Yi Chuyan was puzzled by Yan Shui's intentions, contemplating that he must have urgent business to report to Pei Xiuyan. Thus, she settled into a nearby pavilion with Bai Ji. Bai Ji immediately remarked, Princess, this pavilion is quite drafty. Shall I fetch you a warming pot? No need. I have fully recovered, and the cold cannot harm me. Bai Ji persisted, Princess, your attire today is somewhat thin. I truly worry for you. Unable to refuse Bai Ji's kindness, Yi Chuyan nodded in agreement. After Bai Ji departed, Yi Chuyan surveyed her surroundings. Most of the palace eunuchs and maidservants were gathered at the hall of Hanyuan, leaving the path to the imperial gardens sparsely populated, and the pavilion was enveloped in the tranquil shade of pine trees, creating a serene atmosphere. It was indeed a peaceful retreat. Wu Xiaozhu, wait for me. A distant voice, breathless and pleading, echoed through the air. How many times must I say it? Do not follow me. Wu Mu's tone was laced with annoyance. But Sister Koko Yulin said I should stick close to you in the palace. The girl sounded somewhat aggrieved. Whoever said that, go find them. Zhang Xiuyu, clearly distressed, began to cry. Amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, it was evident that the girl was running away in tears. Since their parting that day, the image of Wu Mu's wounded eyes had haunted Yi Chuyan's dreams. Hearing his voice again stirred a tumult of emotions within her as she sat in the pavilion. Fortunately, the dusk was settling in, and Wu Mu should not be able to see her from the path. After a long while, his footsteps gradually faded. Yi Chuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly, a figure clad in blue leaped down from the pavilion. Instinctively, she called out, Little Mu, this is the palace. Do not act so recklessly. Yen, were you worried about me? I knew you cared.
Wu Mu.
Dressed in a stunning deep blue brocade robe, with white jade belt and adorned with a golden crown, radiated youthful exuberance. His bright eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. Yi Chuyan dared not meet his gaze and attempted to leave, but Wu Mu grasped her sleeve. Yen, I've been thinking, you are not a naive girl. You must harbor deep resentment towards Pei Xiuyan. I have heard that the exile of the Yi family's ladies is under his jurisdiction. I pondered. Your presence by his side must be for this reason. Am I correct? Yi Chuyan was taken aback. She struggled to free herself from Wu Mu's grip, but he held on tightly. Wu Xiaozhu, you are overthinking, she replied sharply. I remain in the Qing prince's residence solely out of admiration for him. Nothing more. The Yi family has committed treason. The Qing prince's mercy in sparing our lives is a kindness I am grateful for, not a source of resentment. Wu Mu, like a wounded creature, spoke with a tone of grievance. Yen, your words suggest you do not wish for me to interfere. The emperor despises collusion between officials and merchants. You do not want me involved in the Yi family's affairs because you fear it may implicate me, correct? But Yen, have you considered how I could possibly allow you to bear this suffering alone? Yi Chuyan had always regarded Wu Mu as an innocent youth, but she now realized she had been mistaken from the very beginning. This young man possessed a heart keenly attuned to the world. He was not simple-minded but had chosen to remain uninvolved in the sordid affairs of life. Yi Chuyan struggled to contain her emotions, adopting a tone of disdain and mockery. Wu Xiaozhu, you are truly deluding yourself. If I had any feelings for you, I would not have repeatedly rejected you over the years. I reiterate, My heart belongs to the Qing prince. I implore you to cease your self-importance and refrain from disturbing me. Should you continue to entangle me, our youthful friendship shall be severed. Wu Mu staggered back, loosening his grip on her sleeve, his eyes reddening as he yelled, "A Yen, you are deceiving me. You are deceiving me. Young Master Wu, I implore you to exercise restraint. My princess has made her position abundantly clear. Please do not persist in your entanglements." At that moment, Pei Xiuyan arrived with Yan Xia. The biting words that Yi Chuyan had directed at Wu Mu earlier had evidently pleased him, causing a sly smile to creep across his lips. Yi Chuyan dug her nails into her palm, steadying her trembling heart, and leaned slightly into Pei Xiuyan's embrace. Adopting a childlike tone of affection, "My lord, what brings you here?" Pei Xiuyan felt as if his heart skipped a beat. He admitted that he was utterly enchanted by Yi Chuyan's playful demeanor. Whether genuine or feigned, he was eager to embrace it all. He gently took her hand in his. Speaking softly, "I have come to see you regarding a matter. Let's speak as we walk." Yi Chuyan nodded slightly, obediently following him. At that moment, Bai Ji, carrying a pot of soup, encountered Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyan descending from the pavilion. Pei Xiuyan naturally accepted the pot from Bai Ji's hands and placed it into Yi Chuyan's palms. As they walked hand in hand, their figures gradually faded into the distance, appearing as a deeply affectionate couple. Meanwhile, Wu Mu crouched on the ground in the pavilion, clutching his head in anguish, murmuring, "A Yen is deceiving me. A Yen is deceiving me. She is acting thus to protect me. A Yen is deceiving me." On the way back with Pei Xiuyan, Yi Chuyan, fearing he might inquire about Wu Mu, preemptively asked, "My lord, what business do you have with me?" Pei Xiuyan paused briefly, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence." Earlier, Yan Xia had spotted a figure in the palace that bore an uncanny resemblance to one he had seen lurking near the Jianjia garden. Concerned that the individual might have come specifically for Yi Chuyan, he had followed Yan Xia to find her. However, since the person merely shared a similar silhouette and his identity remained unclear, it was prudent to avoid alarming anyone. Yi Chuyan remained silent, contemplating the possibility that Yan Xia had caught a glimpse of Wu Mu, prompting Pei Xiuyan's hasty arrival to catch them in a compromising situation. Fortunately, she had not implicated Wu Mu. Yet, she hoped that her words today would dissuade him completely. Both harbored their own thoughts as they returned to Hanyuan Hall. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, the chief eunuch was announcing, "The hour of Yu is approaching. Please, all officials, take your seats." The central dais of Hanyuan Hall was reserved for the emperor and empress, flanked by long tables arranged according to protocol. The Northern Rome envoy was seated near the dais on the right, next to royal family members without official titles, while the left side was occupied by the officials of Dafeng, with Pei Xiuyan positioned at the forefront, gazing across at the newly crowned emperor of Northern Rome. Once seated, Yi Chuyan noticed that South Gongli was positioned beside her. Chapter 33. The imperial banquet. Suddenly, South Gongli turned to Yi Chuyan, their gazes meeting in the air. He raised his teacup in a nod of acknowledgement, prompting Yi Chuyan to furrow her brow. Pei Xiuyan, sensing her discomfort, followed her line of sight to South Gongli, who offered Pei Xiuyan a gentle smile. Pei Xiuyan narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not respond. After the previous emperor disbanded the cabinet, the 6 ministries fell directly under the emperor's control. For years, Pei Xiuyan had held authority over the 6 ministries, while Minister of Justice Zhang Qing was particularly favored by the emperor, seated below South Gongli. Today, he had not brought his wife, but was accompanied by his eldest son, Zhang Jing, and his legitimate daughter, Zhang Xiuyu. Zhang Xiuyu sat in a daze, her eyes glazed over, while Zhang Jing seemed to comfort her, the two of them whispering quietly. After a moment of consolation, Zhang Jing's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, landed on Yi Chuyan, his teeth clenched in a silent smirk. "The emperor has arrived." A high-pitched voice of the eunuch pierced through the bustling hall, silencing it instantly.
P.S. Trodain.
Adorned in a golden 5-clawed dragon robe and crowned with a jeweled headdress, his vermilion birthmark on his forehead subtly visible, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial deity. Following him were several palace consorts. Foremost among them was the esteemed concubine Nangongyue. Clad in a deep crimson gown, her beauty was akin to a peony in full bloom, a radiant presence in the hall. The other consorts, standing beside her, appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. As all present bowed in reverence, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. "Long live our emperor!" Pei Yi, in high spirits, raised a hand to bid everyone rise before elegantly seating himself upon the dragon throne. Though not officially crowned, Nan Gongyue, currently managing the Phoenix Seal, occupied the Empress's throne, while the other consorts took their places on either side. Pei Yi surveyed the hall, nodding before addressing the assembly in a commanding tone. "Let us commence." A eunuch beside him waved a ceremonial whisk and proclaimed, "We humbly invite the great emperor of Northern Rome, Tianwu." All eyes turned toward the entrance of Hanyuan Hall. As that Sheng entered, accompanied by several envoys, even those who had previously seen his face could not help but hold their breath in awe. He donned a unique black and gold embroidered robe from Northern Rome, edged with silver, draped in a purple fox fur cloak that obscured part of his profile. His striking heterochromatic eyes shimmered under the bright candlelight, a slight, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, his presence exuding an eerie charm. A timid maid, having never encountered someone with such unusual eyes, turned pale with fright. He moved gracefully into the hall, one hand resting upon his abdomen, bowing slightly. "I am Bei Rong Na Sheng, honored to meet the Deyuan Holy Emperor." His tone, though lacking in deference, astonished the officials. His greeting was that of an envoy. His apparent humility indicated a desire for diplomatic relations with Dafeng. Pei Yi replied solemnly, "The great emperor of Tianwu is too modest. Please, take a seat." The phrase "grant a seat" solidified Na Sheng's status as an envoy. He appeared unfazed as he followed the eunuch's guidance to a position directly opposite Pei Shuyan.
Pei Yi,
Witnessing this, was filled with delight. He raised his cup, descending the dais to approach Na Sheng, exclaiming, "The great emperor of Tianwu's visit is a great honor for Dafeng. I toast to you." Na Sheng reciprocated the gesture. After their cups clinked and emptied, their gazes locked, each discreetly assessing the other. Na Sheng raised his cup once more, declaring loudly, "Northern Rome wishes to coexist peacefully with Dafeng and share prosperity. To demonstrate our sincerity, we, Northern Rome, present 30 chests of treasures." As he spoke, one of his envoys presented a white jade box containing a catalogue of treasures, which a eunuch beside Pei Yi accepted with both hands. Pei Yi, momentarily taken aback, soon exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. The great emperor of Tianwu is indeed benevolent. I shall honor this." Na Sheng's intentions were crystal clear. It appeared he sought peace to stabilize his newly acquired throne. The notion of exchanging 30 chests of treasures for peace was laughable. After sharing 3 cups of wine, Pei Yi refrained from further discussing diplomatic relations, returning to his dragon throne and declaring, "Let the banquet begin." His words prompted the officials to begin their own calculations. Some military leaders hoped to leverage this opportunity for peace, having endured years of conflict that left the populace in despair and soldiers returning home in coffins. Others, however, desired to continue the war, as it brought with it conscription, taxation, and a myriad of other benefits. The courtiers whispered among themselves, while Na Sheng surveyed the room with a composed demeanor, his lips curling into a slight smile, as though he were an observer from afar. Thus, the imperial banquet commenced amidst this charged atmosphere. The sound of pipa echoed, and the dancers swirled gracefully, filling Hanyuan Hall with a vibrant ambience. Yi Chuyen spotted Wu Mu seated across from her. He had remained silent since his arrival, his head bowed. A group of idle royal relatives seemed particularly interested in him, persistently offering him drinks, which he accepted without hesitation, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Though Yi Chuyen felt a pang of sympathy, she dared not show it, fearing that Pei Shuyan might detect her concern and that her efforts would ultimately be in vain. She had no choice but to feign grace while serving wine to Pei Shuyan. As Pei Shuyan observed the delicate curve of Yi Chuyen's neck while she poured the wine, he felt an involuntary tightening in his throat. Since that day, when Yi Chuyen nearly froze to death in Zhao Yujiao's courtyard, his feelings toward her had seemingly transformed. He had yet to comprehend the true nature of his sentiments for her. "This dance is dreadfully tedious. I shall present a performance with the courtesans," he proclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the grand hall. The dancers, who had been performing, trembled in fear and knelt down. Pei Yi raised an eyebrow and announced, "Let the Northern Rome dancers enter the hall." Following the eunuch's call, 3 individuals stepped inside. A burly man, towering at nearly 9 feet and bearing a fearsome visage, carried a large drum. Accompanying him were twin dancers, draped in sheer veils, with high noses and strikingly blue eyes, their bare arms and legs adorned with bells that jingled melodiously as they moved. Some of the civil officials hastily closed their eyes, Having heard tales of Northern Rong's liberal customs, wherein the dancers expose their shoulders and legs in public, an affront to decorum, deemed even more disgraceful than courtesans. Yet Pei Yi appeared intrigued, exclaiming, "I am most eager for this." The man struck the drum thrice, and the thunderous sound reverberated through the hall like a clap of thunder. The dancers released the veils from their waists, which seemed to possess a life of their own. They wielded the veils as weapons, their movements both lethal and graceful, creating a breathtaking amalgamation of ferocity and tenderness, stirring the hearts of the audience. This was a spectacle never before witnessed by the people of Dafeng. The officials who had previously scoffed were now wide-eyed in astonishment. As the performance concluded, the hall of Hanyuan fell into a profound silence. Pei Yi was the first to break it, applauding. "Indeed, the dance of Northern Rong is extraordinary." That Sheng rose and smiled. "My intention in presenting this dance was somewhat self-serving. I have heard that the sword dance of the Princess of Qing is unparalleled in the realm. I wish to witness it myself." As he spoke, his eyes, with their peculiar dual irises, gleamed unnaturally in the light, sending a chill through those present. In that instant, all eyes unconsciously turned toward Yi Chuyan. Her sword dance was renowned throughout the capital, a fact known by all. Chapter 34. The sword dance. Yi Chuyan bowed her head in silence. Although it was not inappropriate for a lady to perform, this banquet was meant to entertain foreign envoys, and thus it was only proper for Pei Yi to make the decision. Pei Yi toyed with his wine cup, his lips pressed together, obscured by the jeweled headpiece that concealed his expression. He was not the biological son of the Empress Dowager. She had, on several occasions, expressed her desire for Yi Chuyan to become empress in order to uphold the status of the Yi family. She had even taken him to the Yi residence to see her. At the time of his ascension, being still quite young, the Empress Dowager had wielded power under the guise of regency for many years. He harbored a deep disdain for the Yi family and would never allow her wishes to come to fruition. On the day he visited the Yi residence, he had brought along Pei Xiuyan, dressing him in Yi Chuyan's favorite crimson attire, and had taught her swordplay in the snow. It was no surprise that Yi Chuyan had fallen deeply in love with Pei Xiuyan. Consequently, she became utterly devoted to him, refusing to enter the palace as empress after reaching maturity, and to avoid complications, she seldom visited the palace. Eventually, the Empress Dowager had acquiesced to Yi Chuyan's desire to marry Pei Xiuyan. After the Empress Dowager's passing, Yi Chuyan had visited the palace even less frequently. It had been a long time since he had seen his cousin. Today, her attire made her look like a celestial being, leaving him utterly captivated. He suddenly found himself yearning to witness a celestial being wielding a sword. "I have long heard that the Princess of Qing's sword dance is unparalleled in the capital. Let the great Emperor of Tianwu witness the grace of our Dafeng women," Pei Yi declared. Once he spoke, how could one refuse? Yi Chuyan slowly rose to her feet. Pei Xiuyan's expression remained impassive, his jaw tense, his gaze dark. That Sheng glanced at Yi Chuyan, smirking as he said, "I have heard that in ancient times, the moon goddess danced barefoot upon a great drum, captivating all. Can the Princess of Qing replicate this?" Once again, silence enveloped the hall, pregnant with the portent of an impending storm. Legend had it that a millennium ago, the moon goddess descended to endure tribulations, reincarnating as a healer with exquisite beauty. She was renowned for her medical prowess, saving many lives. In a time of chaos, she saved one but could not save the multitude. To quell the strife between two nations, she danced barefoot upon the battlefield's great drum, and upon completing her performance, the hearts of men were turned. The soldiers were ultimately moved to lay down their arms. That Sheng's suggestion was indeed thought-provoking. Yet, legends remain mere tales. Dafeng upheld principles of propriety. Should an ordinary woman expose her snow-white feet, she would be deemed guilty and face dire consequences. Only those of disreputable standing would willingly display themselves in such a manner. Was that Sheng genuinely seeking to have Yi Chuyan emulate the moon goddess in hopes of fostering goodwill between the two nations, or was he intent on insulting her? Pei Xiuyan's brow darkened. "What do you mean by that, great emperor of Tianwu?" Yet, that Sheng ignored him, addressing Pei Yi instead. "I am indeed earnest in forging a friendship. Once the Princess of Qing completes her sword dance, I am willing to cede Liqing to Dafeng as a gesture of goodwill." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Liqing was a small city located on the border between Dafeng and Northern Rome. Its prosperous trade and strategic significance made it a vital thoroughfare, easily defendable yet challenging to conquer. That Sheng's intentions to genuinely establish a friendship were clear.
Piye.
Who had been seated upon the high dais, suddenly chuckled lightly. The Princess of Qing is the wife of the Prince of Qing. Though I am the Emperor, I cannot compel someone against their will. This matter should be determined by the Prince of Qing. Logically, to uphold Dafeng's reputation, he should have rejected such a proposal. However, he was loath to relinquish what was so easily within reach. Thus, he left the decision to Pei Xiuyan. If Pei Xiuyan opposed it, it would be entirely reasonable. No husband would wish to see his wife exposed before others. If he agreed, it would merely reflect Pei Xiuyan's personal will, not tarnishing Pei Ye's reputation as the Emperor of Dafeng. Subsequently, he could acquire Li Qing without effort. Yi Chuyan turned to Pei Xiuyan, her body tense, her eyes filled with a mix of pleading and anticipation. As long as Pei Xiuyan agreed, after that night, poets and scholars would incessantly recount her humiliation of dancing barefoot before an audience, subjecting her to all manner of disgraceful rumors. The Yi family, already burdened with accusations of treason, would gain another layer of shame. Yi Chuyan and Pei Xiuyan, standing together, instantly became the focal point of the hall. Pei Xiuyan surveyed the crowd, noting the myriad expressions: anticipation, mockery, disdain, and schadenfreude. He understood that Pei Yi sought not only Li Qing but also wished to cast him in the role of the villain. His political rivals were eagerly awaiting to see whether he would refuse Pei Yi's request for the sake of his wife's honor. He could oppose it, yet he did not wish to grant his political foes the satisfaction, nor did he want to thwart Pei Yi's intentions for Yi Qian's sake. Pei Xiuyan rose and addressed that Sheng, with such earnestness from the great emperor of Tianwu. How could I possibly refuse? With that, he turned to Yi Qian, smiling.
Go on.
Yi Qian's taut shoulders slumped in despair. She had believed that Pei Xiuyan, considering their long-standing acquaintance, would refuse such an utterly humiliating proposition. She was mistaken. For a cold and selfish man, power and status outweighed all else. Yi Qian smiled softly. Yes, my lord. In her eyes, only despair remained. She stepped into the inner chamber of the hall, removing her foot coverings, and walked slowly to the center of the hall of Hanyuan. Pei Yi had already commanded the preparation of a large drum and a silver snow-forged sword. Yi Qian's feet were exquisitely delicate, resembling finely carved jade. Paired with her attire today, she resembled a celestial being, holding the silver sword as she ascended the great drum step by step. She stole a glance toward Wu Mu, relieved that she had been intoxicated and taken away shortly after the banquet commenced, sparing her from witnessing her own humiliation. As the music began to play, Yi Qian brandished her sword and began to dance. Her sword dance, infused with internal energy, produced a resonant sound upon each leap that echoed through the drum, harmonizing with the melodies, captivating the hearts of all present. Her movements were both ethereal and powerful, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. Some were awestruck by her form, while others lusted after her delicate feet. Many marveled at her unparalleled grace. All these gazes were captured by Pei Xiuyan, who lowered his head to drink, his eyes shadowed with coldness. As Nan Gongli observed Pei Xiuyan drinking, the veins on the back of his hand stood out, and a knowing smile crept across his lips. Zhang Cheng's gaze was fixated on the red birthmark on Yi Qian's right ankle, his expression peculiar. It was indeed her. The rhythm and melody abruptly ceased at their zenith. The crowd took a moment to regain their composure. Having witnessed such a dance, their lives felt complete. Nan Gongli led the applause, and soon, the hall was filled with clapping. Pei Yi, elated, immediately ordered a grand reward for Yi Qian. However, Pei Xiuyan, under the pretense of duty, declined the reward. After putting on her socks, Yi Qian returned to Pei Xiuyan's side, and the two shared a tacit understanding of silence. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak, with cups clinking and laughter resounding throughout. Some royal nobles across the way cast glances toward Yi Qian, eyeing her feat with lewd intentions. Pei Xiuyan looked up, an aura of menace surrounding him, causing their gazes to retract instantly. Leaning closer to Pei Xiuyan, Yi Qian said in a voice meant only for him, "Since you allowed me to perform barefoot, you should have anticipated this outcome. Why feign anger?" Pei Xiuyan stiffened momentarily, bowing his head and averting his eyes as he replied, "I, as the prince, am indeed helpless. I understand." The sarcasm and sorrow in Yi Qian's tone were heartrending. Pei Xiuyan felt a torrent of regret surging within him. He should never have succumbed to the folly of allowing Yi Qian to perform. Had he refused, he would have only incurred Pei Ye's displeasure for a brief time, which would have been inconsequential. Now, all present had witnessed what belonged solely to him. He wished he could gouge out their eyes. All the beauty of Yi Chuyen should be his alone. A yen, you need not be distressed. I shall protect you henceforth, he vowed. Yi Chuyen softly replied, Pei Xuyen, you are unworthy to call me a yen. Those who are deserving would never allow me to suffer such indignities. Rest assured. My heart is already riddled with wounds. The humiliation you have inflicted has rendered me numb.
I shall not be saddened.
Chapter 35. The cold palace. She had long dwelled in hell, forgetting how to feel sorrow. She would not weep. She would continue to live. Thus, she could bind Pei Xuyen to the pillar of shame alongside her. Whenever others looked down upon her, they would mention her other identity, Princess Qing. Today's events had once again revealed Pei Xuyen's coldness. How could she have been blind enough to fall in love with him? The heartless have never shown compassion. Pei Xuyen clenched his fists, then slowly released them, turning to drink furiously. A palace maid serving him accidentally spilled wine on Yi Chuyen's skirt and promptly knelt, pleading, Princess, spare me. Yi Chuyen glanced at the maid, asking, Where's my personal maid? Bai Ji, who had been attending her, was suddenly nowhere to be found. The trembling maid stammered, Princess, your personal maid encountered a confrontation with Consort Yu while fetching wine and was taken away. It seems she was brought to Xianyu Palace. Yi Chuyen felt both anger and shock. Take me to find her. Consort Yu, being a daughter of a prominent family, was known for her ruthlessness and arrogance. Bai Ji, with her gentle nature, would never cause trouble within the palace. She must have only spoken up in defense after hearing others speak ill of her. Though Yi Chuyen had never been to Xianyu Palace, she knew it was a cold palace. Those who had offended were often punished there, as it was a desolate place, ideal for dealing with offenders. As Yi Chuyen prepared to rise, Pei Xuyen reached out to stop her, suggesting that Yan Shui go to search for Bai Ji. Yi Chuyen was furious, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am shamed and have lost everything. I only have my personal maid left. Pei Xuyen wearily lowered his hand, and Yi Chuyen exited with the maid. Once outside Hanyu Hall, Yi Chuyen followed the young maid to a secluded courtyard of the cold palace. The dimly lit plaque inscribed with Xianyu Palace felt particularly ominous, accompanied by the sounds of a woman's cries emanating from within. The young maid hesitated, then timidly said, Your Highness, it is here. Yi Chuyen seized the maid by the neck, gritting her teeth. Speak.
Who sent you?
Where is Bai Ji? The voice from within was not Bai Ji's. Her maid was strong-willed and would never cry out in pain. Although the sounds were similar, they did not belong to Bai Ji. The maid, turning pale, gasped, I truly do not know. Someone gave me a gold ingot and instructed me to say that if the princess inquired, to claim Bai Ji was here.
Yi Chuyen,
uncertain of who had lured her here, realized that the person must know her well, understanding that the only one she would worry about at this moment was Bai Ji. She waved her hand for the maid to leave, and the maid fled, as if granted a reprieve. Yi Chuyen pushed open the doors of Xianyu Palace, revealing a place in disrepair. The side halls were nearly collapsed, leaving only a dark main hall. She removed a hairpin shaped like a Buddha's hand from her hair and gripped it tightly, determined to enter and uncover the truth behind the motives at play. The woman's screams abruptly ceased, and a dark figure lunged at her. She thrust the hairpin toward the shadow, only to hear a voice cry out, A yen. It's me. Yi Chuyen froze, the hairpin falling to the ground. It was Wu Mu's voice. He produced a luminous pearl, illuminating the room with its soft glow, allowing them to see each other clearly. Wu Mu, still reeking of alcohol, gazed at Yi Chuyen with an expression of infatuation. Yi Chuyen lowered her gaze and asked, What brings you here, young Master Wu? Upon hearing the title Young Master Wu, he felt as if he had been pierced, the pain unbearable. He murmured, I drank too much at the banquet and stepped outside to clear my head. I saw someone sneaking with a figure resembling yours and followed them here. Just as I entered, I heard the woman's cries, but before I could locate the source, you arrived, Your Highness. After a pause, he continued, I hadn't found the source of the sound yet, Your Highness. Moments passed in silence. Wu Mu looked up and noticed Yi Chuyen's unusual demeanor, her eyes reflecting a dark abyss. Yi Chuyen sensed her own disquiet. Suddenly, Wu Mu took a couple of steps back, exclaiming, Someone has poisoned you. In an instant, Yi Chuyen understood. Someone had used Bai Ji to lure her and Wu Mu here to administer a love potion. Yet, She could not fathom how she had been poisoned, as she had not consumed any food or drink since attending the banquet. She bit her tongue, striving to retain her last vestiges of consciousness. You must leave quickly. If someone has plotted against us, they will undoubtedly have a backup plan, and it won't be long before others arrive, she urged Wu Mu. He understood well. If they left together and were seen, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. But he could not abandon her. What if someone took advantage of the opportunity to harm her while he was gone? Yi Chuyen perceived Wu Mu's turmoil and insisted, "Hurry and go." She could not allow him to be dragged into her misfortune. In an instant of panic, Yi Chuyen felt her consciousness slipping away. She knew she was losing control. The drug was surging within her. With all her strength, she sealed her acupoints and curled up on the ground. The faint scent of sandalwood, mingled with the sharp aroma of alcohol, invaded her senses. Unable to resist, she whispered, "Wu Mu." It was the first time Wu Mu had heard Yi Chuyen call him so tenderly. No longer did he call him little wooden boy as he did in the past. Nor did he coldly refer to himself as young Master Wu. If there were a paradise, he would be in it at this moment. Wu Mu stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his body rigid. When he regained his senses, he cast a deep gaze at the unconscious Yi Chuyen lying on the ground. "Yen, do not worry. I shall not let you suffer." The young man's voice was a tender, yet hoarse whisper, akin to an enchanting spell that could ensnare the soul. Yi Chuyen's breath had become erratic, and she unconsciously murmured, "Wu Mu, Wu Mu," her voice laced with grievance and sweetness, nearly driving Wu Mu to the brink of despair. He stepped back several paces, biting his lip until blood welled forth, the metallic taste serving as a stark reminder to maintain his composure. He picked up the Buddha hairpin that Yi Chuyen had dropped and fiercely drew it across his own heart. The heavy scent of blood began to permeate the room. Wu Mu approached Yi Chuyen, letting his own blood drip into her mouth. During his travels over the past 3 years, he had consumed a tianxin gu in the southern lands, a poison that rendered him immune to all toxins, and his heart's blood could counteract any poison. However, once he released his heart's blood, the tianxin gu would perish, and he would lose his immunity. He loved Yen, therefore. He could not allow anyone to witness her in a state of distress due to poison, nor could he let anyone take advantage of her. He did not need immunity. He only wished for Yan's safety. As Yi Chuyen's consciousness and clarity gradually returned, she saw Wu Mu feeding her his heart's blood, but did not have time to speak before she succumbed to unconsciousness again. Suddenly, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by the clanking of armor. Wu Mu, upon listening closely, let out a cold laugh. It was an entire squad of Imperial Guards. The perpetrator had truly planned meticulously, anticipating the patrol of the Imperial Guards at this hour. He had nowhere to flee. He carefully wiped the blood from the hairpin, gently inserting it into Yi Chuyen's hair, wiping away the blood from her lips, and smoothing out her slightly disheveled attire. Having done all this, he hurriedly stepped outside the main hall, drawing a short dagger from his waist and slashing it against the wound on his heart. Blood stained his garments as he leaned against the column in the corridor outside the hall, shouting, "Help!" When the Imperial Guards burst in, they were startled by Wu Mu's bloodied appearance. The leader of the guards recognized him and hurriedly asked, "Young Master Wu, are you well?" Wu Mu clutched his bleeding heart. "You have finally arrived. I just saw a suspicious person sneaking here with a woman. I chased them all the way here. Just as I entered the hall, I was attacked by the ambushers, lying in wait." Before he could finish, he began to gasp for breath. The leader of the Imperial Guards was alarmed and commanded, "Quickly search. We must capture the assassin. The envoy from Beirong is present today, and we cannot disturb the royal banquet." Seeing Wu Mu's heart wound bleeding profusely, his face visibly pale and his body swaying, he hastily arranged for several guards to carry Wu Mu to the medical office. The guards responsible for the search opened the main hall doors and discovered Yi Chuyen lying unconscious on the ground. They exclaimed, "Captain, the princess consort is here unconscious." The captain peered inside and decisively ordered, "Go find Prince Qing and have him come secretly. We must not disturb the other guests at the banquet." Besides the emperor, the most influential figure in the palace was Prince Qing. This matter was of great importance, involving the princess consort, and he wanted Prince Qing to handle it. Should the emperor inquire later, he would face fewer consequences. The Imperial Guards, being all men, dared not touch Yi Chuyen, so the captain arranged for several to guard the door, awaiting Pei Xiuyan's arrival. Inside the banquet hall, toasts were exchanged. and some officials attempted to ingratiate themselves with Pei Xiuyan. However, upon seeing his sharp countenance and the aura of menace surrounding him, they dared not approach and hesitated. Na Sheng watched Pei Xiuyan from across the hall, a mocking smile playing on his lips, the disdain in his eyes fleeting. A man who cannot protect his woman is useless. He intended to take her back and crown her as the Empress of Beirong, sharing the vast kingdom with her. The thought of the red mark on Yi Chuyan's ankle deepened his gaze. The envoy from Beirong beside him noticed Na Sheng's sinister smile and dared not speak. Regardless of whether Na Sheng forcefully visited Dafeng or sought peace, they did not dare to dissuade him. This newly crowned emperor was utterly deranged. After personally executing the crown prince, he had the remains turned into meat pies, forcing the Beirong ministers to consume them. He afterwards warned all courtiers that this would be the fate of those who betrayed him, and he eradicated all members of the royal family bearing that surname. This act left the entirety of Beirong in shock, no one daring to refute him. Pei Xiuyan sensed the strong contempt directed at him from across the hall and raised his gaze to meet Na Sheng's. One pair of eyes dark as obsidian, the other shimmering like a ghostly apparition. Both men perceived the murderous intent in each other's eyes, yet they raised their cups and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. A young eunuch hurriedly approached Yan Xie, whispering a few words. Yan Xie's expression shifted slightly as he leaned in to whisper to Pei Xiuyan, who, maintaining his composure, exited the hall of Hanyuan. He hastily made his way to Xianyu Palace. "Where is the princess consort?" Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan's tense expression, the leader of the Imperial Guards hurriedly replied, "The princess consort is inside." Pei Xiuyan entered the room to find Yi Chuyan lying quietly on the ground, seemingly asleep. There were no visible injuries on her, her attire neat, and her breathing steady, her previously icy demeanor softened slightly. He picked Yi Chuyan up, draping a cloak over her and meticulously detailing the situation to the medical staff. The leader of the guards did not dare delay and recounted everything that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brows in contemplation. Yi Chuyan was highly skilled in martial arts. Why had she fainted in the cold palace? Where had Bai Ji gone? What sort of person could injure Wu Mu to the brink of death? His thoughts immediately returned to the Beirong individuals who had spied on Jianjia Garden that day. Gritting his teeth, he declared, to act so boldly at a royal banquet. They truly seek death. He ordered the leader of the Imperial Guards dispatch another squad of guards, splitting into two paths. One team must search for the princess consort's maid, Bai Ji. The other must pursue the suspicious individual mentioned by young Master Wu. Make sure this matter does not disturb the hall of Hanyuan. If you encounter any nobles along the way, simply state it is for precautionary measures. Having arranged this, he carried Yi Chuyan out of the main hall, stating, "I must take the princess consort to the medical office and also interrogate young Master Wu." After taking a few steps, he turned back and added, "Provide me with a list of all Imperial Guards present in the palace today and have it delivered to Prince Qing's residence by noon tomorrow." The leader complied and immediately made arrangements. When Pei Xiuyan arrived at the medical office, the place was brightly lit by candles. He entrusted Yi Chuyan to a young medical attendant inside. Hearing that Wu Mu was in the inner room stitching up his wounds, he strode directly in. Wu Mu lay on the bed, biting down on a piece of cloth, while several physicians were stitching a sword wound on his heart with mulberry bark thread. Wu Mu refused to take anesthetic, insisting on having the physicians operate while he remained conscious. The physicians trembled slightly as they worked. Internally lamenting the severity of young Master Wu's injury, it was truly alarming. Fortunately, Wu Mu endured the pain and remained still, allowing the stitching to proceed relatively smoothly. Once the physicians finished stitching, they began to clean the blood from Wu Mu's wound. After the blood was wiped away, a palm-sized stitched wound was revealed, winding across the young man's body like a red serpent. Pei Xiuyan observed Wu Mu's injury, his gaze flickering. If young Master Wu was still conscious, it would be helpful to recount today's events accurately. The physician wished to advise Pei Xiuyan to wait until later to inquire, as Wu Mu's wound had just been stitched, and he needed rest. Nevertheless, Wu Mu waved the physician away, repeating the information he had given to the Imperial Guards. Seeing the severity of Wu Mu's heart wound, Pei Xiuyan realized he was not lying and proceeded to share the details of finding Yi Chuyan in the room. He faintly expressed his gratitude, for it was Wu Mu who summoned the Imperial Guards, allowing Yi Chuyan to be discovered in a timely manner. Ultimately, he retracted his suspicions and withdrew. Once Pei Xiuyan departed, Wu Mu could no longer endure the pain, gasping sharply. Dizziness began to envelop him, and as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a singular thought consumed his mind. A yen is safe. How wonderful. Chapter 37. Explanation. Yi Chuyen awakened serenely, her gaze falling upon Pei Xuyen's somewhat fatigued visage. You're awake? The concern in his tone caused Yi Chuyen to feel a twinge of discomfort. She surveyed her surroundings. This was the imperial physician's office. Pei Xuyen nodded, stating, "The physician has said you merely fainted and are not seriously harmed. Why did you lose consciousness in Xianyu Palace while seeking Baiji?" Yi Chuyen was unaware of the events that transpired during her fainting spell. Fearing that her words might implicate Wu Mu, she vaguely replied, "The maid led me near Xianyu Palace, and I was caught off guard and struck unconscious." Pei Xuyen pursed his lips in contemplation. During Yi Chuyen's unconsciousness, Baiji had already been located. While fetching wine, she had her dress torn by a suddenly appearing wildcat. Understandably, she could not serve at the palace banquet in a damaged outfit and sought a familiar maid to change. On her way back to Han Yuan Palace, she encountered the imperial guards, realizing that Yi Chuyen was in trouble. Pei Xuyen pieced the events together, forming a clearer understanding. Someone intended to harm Yi Chuyen. After luring Baiji away, they used her to divert Yi Chuyen, rendering her unconscious and abducting her. The person carrying Yi Chuyen was fortuitously seen by Wu Mu, who then followed to investigate, resulting in his injury. Who could be the mastermind behind all this? The only figure that came to mind was the shadow lurking near Jianjia Garden. For only that individual possessed the skills to knock Yi Chuyen unconscious and injure Wu Mu. Seeing Pei Xuyen's grave expression, Yi Chuyen inquired, "How did you find me?" Pei Xuyen recounted what Wu Mu had just conveyed. A tempest of emotions surged within Yi Chuyen, though her countenance remained composed. She instantly grasped Wu Mu's intentions. In that scenario, with the imperial guards outside, Wu Mu could not escape. He had deliberately injured himself for her sake, allowing him to evade suspicion and scrutiny, ensuring that no one would suspect her and Wu Mu's connection. Moreover, he could attribute the entire incident to the mysterious figure who had carried her away. Since she resolved to descend into hell alongside Pei Xuyen, she thought she would no longer experience joy or sorrow. Even if she danced barefoot with a sword today, her sadness would soon dissipate. Yet why did this foolish Wu Mu continually evoke feelings of gratitude and tears? How could she ever repay him for this affection in this lifetime? Pei Xuyen observed Yi Chuyen intently, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any turmoil. He inquired, in a measured tone, "Do you wish to see young Master Wu? Were it not for his assistance today, the imperial guards would not have found you so fortuitously." Yi Chuyen recognized that Pei Xuyen had been misled by Wu Mu, unaware that the true target was both her and Wu Mu, believing it was solely directed at her. She lowered her gaze, replying coolly, "There is no need. Young Master Wu merely followed out of curiosity. He did not intend to rescue me. So there is no need for gratitude." Pei Xuyen found delight in Yi Chuyen's response. After helping her sit up, he bent down to assist her in putting on her shoes. As he reached for her foot, Yi Chuyen instinctively withdrew, but Pei Xuyen grasped it firmly, carefully donning her footwear before rising. "Do not concern yourself with the matter of being barefoot. I shall not think less of you for it." Though weary, he nonetheless exuded an air of grace. Clad in a resplendent crimson official robe, he appeared noble and striking, his demeanor captivating. He gazed at Yi Chuyen, his words imbued with sincerity. Yi Chuyen straightened her posture, meeting Pei Xuyen's gaze. He assumed her instinctive reaction to withdraw her foot was due to embarrassment, and upon this realization, she could not help but laugh heartily. After a prolonged bout of laughter, wiping away her tears, she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Your Highness?" Pei Xuyen had been unable to comprehend his feelings for Yi Chuyen until she danced with the sword. Following her performance, he realized he wished to shield her from the world, to possess her entirely for himself. When he learned that Yi Chuyen was in Xianyu Palace, he rushed there, torn between concern for her safety and the fear that she might be meeting Wu Mu. Upon discovering that everything was merely a series of coincidences, he felt a profound relief, finally recognizing that his affections for Yi Chuyen were unlike those he held for Zhao Yujiao. His feelings for Zhao Yujiao were tender and nurturing, while for Yi Chuyen, they were possessive and consuming. He could not allow anyone else to covet Yi Chuyen, nor permit her heart to harbor thoughts of another. As he contemplated this, a softness enveloped his expression, and his eyes softened. "Again, today's events were my fault. Trust me, I shall never allow you to be wronged again. Yi Chuyan grasped Pei Xiuyan's hand, gently caressing his cheek. The features that once enchanted her now felt foreign and distasteful. With a radiant smile, she replied, "With such a promise from your highness, I am content. I have reflected, and as the daughter of a trader, my ability to dance with a sword today and exchange it for Li City can be considered an act of atonement. All that has passed is bygone. If you treat me well from now on, I shall remain by your side through life and death." Pei Xiuyan suddenly enveloped Yi Chuyan in an embrace, whispering, "All right." He knew that Yi Chuyan's love for him over the past 12 years would not vanish in an instant, regardless of the hardships they endured. Her feelings for him remained intact. With but a promise from him, Yi Chuyan turned back to him. Yi Chuyan embraced Pei Xiuyan in return, murmuring, "Thank you. Thank you for developing feelings for me at this moment, allowing me to grasp your hand as we descend into hell more swiftly." Upon hearing Yi Chuyan's gratitude, Pei Xiuyan's previously tangled thoughts suddenly clarified. The tempest within him, akin to a wild beast, was driven by his burgeoning affections for Yi Chuyan, which he had previously been reluctant to acknowledge. Now that he had expressed his feelings, and they were reciprocated, he felt compelled to ensure that Yi Chuyan understood all he had done, particularly regarding the matters of the Yi family. "Come with me. I wish to take you somewhere." Yi Chuyan, puzzled, asked, "But the palace banquet has not concluded. Where are we going?" Pei Xiuyan replied, "The banquet is of no concern. I have requested to leave early on the grounds of ill health. You need only to follow me." Pei Xiuyan procured 3 splendid steeds from the imperial stables and rode out of the city with Yi Chuyan and Yan Shui. The outskirts were eerily quiet as they arrived at a desolate area, traversing through a dim forest into a vast clearing. Yi Chuyan was perplexed by Pei Xiuyan's intentions in bringing them to such a forlorn place. After dismounting, she looked at him with confusion. Pei Xiuyan and Yan Shui, however, were utterly shocked. Holding a torch, Pei Xiuyan circled the clearing, observing the decaying grass and scattered leaves upon the ground. It was evident that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. Aside from their footprints, there were no signs of anyone else. The desolation was absolute. There was nothing. Yet, this was the site where scholars had buried the 3 members of the Yi family. When they had come to apprehend the scholars, they had clearly seen the 3 nameless graves. How could they have vanished so suddenly? The scholars, being traditional and respectful of the Yi family, understood that once the deceased were laid to rest, their graves should not be disturbed. To do so would be a grave disrespect. They would never have moved these graves. Yan Shui was both astonished and furious, having tracked the scholars for so long, witnessing their burial of the Yi family members here. He had been here countless times and could not possibly be mistaken. This place, so remote, was known only to the scholars. How could the graves have disappeared into thin air? After exchanging glances with Yan Shui, Pei Xiuyan realized that someone had relocated the 3 nameless graves. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Chuyan, observing the odd expressions and behavior of Yan Shui and Pei Xiuyan, could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" Pei Xiuyan, meeting Yi Chuyan's gaze filled with confusion, was suddenly overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. He wished to take Yi Chuyan to visit the graves of her ancestors, to share with her the intricate details surrounding the downfall of the Yi family, and to elucidate everything. However, with the graves now absent, he found himself at a loss for words. Without the graves of her kin, any attempt to explain would surely be met with disbelief from Yi Chuyan. He was determined to locate the person responsible for relocating the graves. Chapter 38. Sleepless in a moment of despair, Pei Xiuyan could only sigh softly. "It is nothing. I will escort you back to the manor. Bai Zhi is waiting for you there." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuyan glanced around, committing the location to memory, pondering that she must return here one day to uncover the truth. Upon returning to the manor, Bai Zhi had already been anxiously awaiting in the Jianjia courtyard. Seeing Yi Chuyan safe and sound, she was overcome with joy and tears. Meanwhile, Pei Xiuyan, with a serious demeanor, made his way back to the palace to investigate the affairs of Xianyu Palace. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of guilt. "My lady, I have caused you trouble once again." Yi Chuyan gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It is nothing, merely a false alarm. I am tired." Noticing the weariness in Yi Chuyan's expression, Bai Zhi swiftly prepared a fragrant bath for her. After Yi Chuyan had gotten ready, she lay in bed, unable to quiet her restless mind. She could not allow anyone to discover her connection with Wu Mu in the cold palace. The events of the day had been too bizarre. She still could not comprehend how she had been poisoned. It was evident that someone intended to ruin both her and Wu Mu. Yet, as the daughter of a disgraced minister, her situation was already dire. It could scarcely worsen. If they could administer a hallucinogen, why not simply poison her to death? How could Wu Mu's blood possibly counteract the drug she had been given? What was the state of Wu Mu's injury? He had always preferred Solitude, who was caring for him in such a critical condition. What were Pei Xiuyan's intentions in taking her to the outskirts? Her chaotic thoughts swirled within her mind, causing her a throbbing headache. Nevertheless, none of these troubles weighed as heavily on her heart as Wu Mu's injury. She was desperate to find a way to see Wu Mu without alerting anyone. She yearned profoundly to see that fool. Yi Chuyan stared blankly at the canopy above her bed, unable to find sleep. This night, Zhao Yujiao was also sleepless. Her leg injury had nearly healed, and apart from walking a bit slowly, she was almost completely fine. On that day, Li Fu had expressed his willingness to go to great lengths for her, intending to eliminate Yi Chuyan. He possessed a spring medicine, a colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic substance that, when applied to both men and women, would induce madness if they came within a foot of each other. Once they parted, the effects would wear off completely, leaving no trace. Having worked in the Qingwang manor for many years, Li Fu had several acquaintances in the palace, including a distant relative's daughter who served as a maid, responsible for attending to the esteemed guests at the upcoming palace banquet. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had stated that if Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu were discovered together at the banquet, it would not only disgrace the Qingwang manor but also tarnish the reputation of Dafeng. At that point, even the intervention of the divine would be futile. The emperor and Qingwang would undoubtedly execute Yi Chuyan in secret to protect Dafeng's honor. Once Pei Xiuyan personally dealt with Yi Chuyan, the truth would forever remain hidden. As the hour of the pig approached, Zhao Yujiao had not received any news of Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu's misfortune. Instead, she heard that Pei Xiuyan had personally escorted Yi Chuyan back to Jinjia courtyard, and she was unharmed. This revelation sent her into a panic. It was now the dead of night, making it unwise to inquire further. She could only wait until dawn to summon Li Fu for answers. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, eagerly awaiting the morning. In the Dafeng Imperial Palace, Yunqian Hall, at the third watch of the pig hour, Pei Yi sat in a golden Nama chair, eyes closed in contemplation. The events of the evening had been exceedingly intriguing. He had initially believed that Bei Rong sought a genuine alliance, as they had presented themselves with sincerity, offering jewels, and although Yi Chuyan had performed a dance, it was a fair exchange for Li City, demonstrating their earnest intentions. However, after the banquet concluded, that Sheng had privately approached him to demand one person, the Qingwang consort, Yi Chuyan. Sheng had unabashedly stated that he had taken a liking to the dancing consort and was willing to exchange 10 cities from the Bei Rong border for her. He planned to depart in 3 days and hoped to take Yi Chuyan with him. Pei Yi found it incomprehensible that Sheng, a tyrant known for his cruelty and bloodlust, would exchange 10 cities for a woman. Even if Yi Chuyan possessed an ethereal grace and remarkable swordsmanship, she was merely a married woman, and moreover, the daughter of a disgraced minister. Nevertheless, regardless of Sheng's motives, Pei Yi was unconcerned. Yi Chuyan was but a pawn. Pei Xiuyan would undoubtedly consent to her being taken. He was determined to seize the 10 cities of the Bei Rong border. The more he considered it, the more absurd it seemed. He had thought that with Sheng becoming the new emperor of Bei Rong, Dafeng would face a formidable rival, but instead, he found that Sheng was merely a tyrant ensnared by beauty. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Pei Yi's lips, accentuating the vermilion mole on his forehead, giving him an otherworldly aura. When Pei Xiuyan entered, he was met with this peculiar scene. Upon his arrival at the palace, a eunuch had informed him that Pei Yi had summoned him for a discussion. "Your Majesty." Pei Xiuyan bowed respectfully. Pei Yi slowly opened his eyes and gestured for him to sit. After a brief glance at the eunuch, who understood his intent, the eunuch provided Pei Xiuyan with a seat and offered him a cup of tea. Pei Xiuyan had long since grown accustomed to such treatment and made no objection. Once seated, he inquired, "Your Majesty, is there an urgent matter that requires your summons?" It was a burden to have the consort perform the sword dance today. Pei Xiuyan could not help but feel a tinge of self-deprecation. Pei Yi was as adept at winning hearts as ever. It was he who desired the outcome, yet Pei Yi sought to comfort him. Despite the turmoil churning within, Pei Xiuyan maintained a respectful demeanor. It is an honor for me and my wife to secure a city for Dafeng.
P'ye apreciated P'xian's clarity.
Yi Chuyan's barefoot performance has tarnished your reputation. Although it has secured a city for Dafeng, she is no longer worthy of the title of Qing Wang consort. The 9th princess will come of age next month. I plan to bestow her upon you as a wife. The 9th princess was not a member of the Pei royal family nor a true princess. Her original name was Lu Qionglan, the daughter of the Lu family in Jinzhou. The Lu family was a prestigious lineage with formidable roots. When the Empress Dowager visited Jinzhou, she took the 3-year-old Lu Qionglan back to the capital out of selfish desire, granting her the Pei surname and raising her in the palace, allowing her to enjoy the privileges of a princess. After being renamed Pei Qionglan, she became known as the 9th princess. The Empress Dowager had originally intended to marry her to Pei Yi once she came of age, aiming to stabilize the court and gain control over the Lu family. However, after the Empress Dowager's passing, Pei Yi held no fondness for those left behind and had never mentioned the matter. Now, he suddenly intended to betroth the 9th princess to Pei Xiuyan, which took him by surprise. If he were to marry the 9th princess, it would be akin to aligning himself with the Lu family. Pei Yi had truly made a considerable effort to win him over. Without hesitation, he knelt and said, "Your Majesty, since Yi Chuyan has acted for the benefit of Dafeng, I cannot abandon my wife. Otherwise, I would be heartless and ungrateful. I ask for your understanding." He had promised Yi Chuyan that he would protect her, and how could he betray her by marrying the 9th princess at such a moment? Regardless of how powerful the Lu family might be, he could not further forsake Yi Chuyan. Pei Yi assumed that Pei Xiuyan had been coerced into marrying Yi Chuyan and would harbor deep resentment toward her. To his surprise, Pei Xiuyan was willing to sacrifice the 9th princess for Yi Chuyan, which displeased Pei Yi. Qing Wang, if you are unwilling to divorce your wife for the sake of loyalty and reputation, I can permit it. However, if it is for the 10 cities of Beirong, would you be willing to relinquish Yi Chuyan? Pei Xiuyan was taken aback. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?
P'ye simirketleri siveli.
Revealing Sheng's willingness to exchange 10 cities for Yi Chuyan. He then coldly declared, I give you 3 days to consider. If Sheng takes Yi Chuyan away, you will not only secure 10 cities for Dafeng, but also be able to marry the 9th princess. Otherwise, you shall go to Jiangfeng to combat the pirates and never return to the capital. Chapter 39. Silence after Yanxia saw Pei Xiuyan emerge from the Yunqian palace. His eyes were dark and his aura frigid. He wished to inquire, but dared not, thus silently trailing behind him. The leader of the Imperial Guard was searching for Pei Xiuyan and, upon encountering him, stepped forward to report, Your Highness. The maid who led the princess to the Xianyu Palace has been found in a well beside the Imperial Garden. She has been dead for some time. Observing Pei Xiuyan's tight-lipped silence and chilling demeanor, the leader feared that his superior was displeased with the outcome of his actions. He steeled himself to continue, Your Highness. Regarding the mysterious figure seen by young Master Wu, it appears he vanished into thin air. Rest assured, I will pursue leads at once. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the leader, suddenly finding the entire situation profoundly ironic. He surmised that this was orchestrated by Na Sheng, who had long harbored designs on Yi Chuyan. Initially, he sent someone to spy on Jianjian, and now he attempted to abduct Yi Chuyan, only to fail and directly seek Pei Yi for her. With the objective now laid bare, that individual would surely not reappear. Thus, any inquiry into Xianyu Palace held no significance. Over the years, for Pei Yi, he had engaged in countless nefarious deeds, the tally of which he could scarcely recall, including matters concerning the Yi family. Though reluctant, he had acted to eliminate the Yi family at Pei Ye's behest and even personally orchestrated the affair.
Now,
as he stealthily entered the palace at midnight to investigate Xianyu Palace, his concerns extended beyond the potential harm to Yi Chuyan. He feared that the individual associated with Beirong, infiltrating the Imperial Guard, might pose a danger to Pei Yi. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chuyan remained his princess. It was not enough for her to perform a barefooted dance. Pei Yi even demanded that she submit to the monarch of a rival nation for the sake of Dafeng. Pei Xiuyan waved his hand dismissively. I have already discerned the outcome of this matter. There is no need for further investigation. After a moment of astonishment, the leader cautiously inquired, What of a list of the Imperial Guard? That is unnecessary, Pei Xiuyan declared, leaving with Yanxia in tow. The leader could not help but feel a surge of relief. If there were no further inquiries, it implied that all had concluded. He had not anticipated that this matter would reach such a swift resolution. Upon returning to his estate, Pei Xiuyan stood before the Jianjian plaque, lost in thought. The night deepened, and the dew became heavy. Yanxia, unable to bear it, suggested, "Your Highness, if you wish to see the princess, shall I call for her?" Pei Xiuyan shook his head. "No need. Let us depart." He confined himself to his study, the candlelight flickering until dawn. That night, neither Yunqian Palace nor the Qing Wangfu saw any sleep. The following day, as the morning light began to break, Zhao Yujiao summoned Li Fu early. After he entered, she dismissed everyone else and urgently inquired, "What transpired last night?" Li Fu explained, "Last night, I led Wu Mu and Yi Chuyan to the cold palace. Yet for reasons unknown, Yi Chuyan emerged unscathed while Wu Mu was gravely injured and near death. The two never met. The prince has been informed of this." Zhao Yujiao gasped, "Li Steward, I trusted you, and momentarily indulged your actions. However, this plan has failed and has drawn the prince's attention. If he discovers," she could not finish her sentence, nor dare to contemplate the consequences. Li Fu reassured her, "Miss Zhao, do not worry. The plan has failed. I have taken matters into my own hands. One of the knowledgeable palace maids has been silenced." He made a motion across his throat. Zhao Yujiao's heart trembled. She felt relief at the maid's demise, yet was troubled by Li Fu's ruthlessness. But what of the other? She recalled that Li Fu had arranged for two individuals, one to lead Yi Chuyan and another to lead Wu Mu. With one dead, the other must still be at large. Li Fu gritted his teeth. "Fear not, Miss Zhao. The other will not betray me. The man who led Wu Mu is my own son, serving within the palace." To further assuage her concerns, he continued, "The prince has not pursued this matter. You need not speak of it, and it will simply pass."
Unbeknownst to Li Fu,
They had merely stumbled upon a misunderstanding, leading Pei Xiuyan to believe that Na Sheng was the culprit, prompting him to abandon the investigation. Seeing Li Fu's fervent reassurances, Zhao Yujiao felt an unsettling mix of apprehension and resolution. Li Fu then informed her of Yi Chuyan's sword dance at the palace banquet, bringing Zhao Yujiao a sense of relief. Though their scheme had failed, Yi Chuyan's reputation was tarnished. Delightful. Truly, fate was on her side. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fu suggested, "Miss Zhao, since the Xianyu Palace affair has failed, why not capitalize on the palace banquet to further tarnish Yi Chuyan's name?" Zhao Yujiao immediately grasped his intent. This was to twist the narrative of Yi Chuyan's barefoot performance to completely disgrace her. She sighed softly, responding, "Li Steward, I am without parents, and you have treated me like a daughter. I am eternally grateful. However, I have already strayed once down this treacherous path. Fortunately, the Xianyu Palace matter did not culminate in disaster. I do not wish to entangle myself in such affairs again. Please do not mention it." Li Fu observed Zhao Yujiao biting her lip, her delicate demeanor evoking pity. He swallowed hard and replied, "Everything I do henceforth has no bearing on you." Once Li Fu departed, Zhao Yujiao sat before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. The image revealed slightly furrowed brows, flushed cheeks, and eyes like flowing waves. From a young age, she had known she possessed nothing but this appealing visage. Little did she expect that one day, she would rely on her looks to manipulate an old man like Li Fu into doing her bidding. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming wave of disgust and hurled the mirror to the ground. "Yi Chuyan, oh Yi Chuyan, all of this is your doing. Had you not stolen Pei Xiuyan from me, I would have long been the legitimate princess of the Qing dynasty. One day, I shall ensure you can no longer hold your head high, crawling beneath my feet, gazing up at me." Zhao Yujiao. After venting her fury, Zhao Yujiao summoned Hong Ying to assist her with her grooming. Pei Xiuyan, consumed by thoughts before the flickering candlelight throughout the night, could not devise a solution to Pei Ye's proposal and was beset by irritation. He had just discovered his feelings for Yi Chuyan and made a promise. He did not wish to betray his vow. Yet, he could not relinquish the power and status he had cultivated over the years in the capital. As he raised his eyes, Zhao Yujiao entered, holding a bowl of bird's nest porridge, looking utterly forlorn. "Jiao Jiao, what brings you here?" Though he was troubled and discontented, seeing Zhao Yujiao softened his demeanor, and he accepted the porridge. As she twisted her handkerchief, Zhao Yujiao replied, "Your Highness, upon learning you had not slept all night, I was filled with concern and prepared this bird's nest porridge for you. Your Highness, is there anything troubling you that you might share? I wish to alleviate your burdens." Pei Xiuyan pinched the bridge of his nose, replying, "It is nothing. merely the result of excessive drinking last night, leading to a restless night. Zhao Yujiao bit her lip. Your Highness, I have just heard about my sister's sword dance at the palace banquet. You must be distressed over this matter? Upon hearing her words and noticing Pei Shuyan's expression shift, she felt a thrill of triumph within. She continued, Your sister does not value her reputation. Not only would you be troubled, but even Lord Yi, were he to know, would be saddened. Pei Shuyan suddenly rebuked her. Silence. Chapter 40. Fortunate Pei Shuyan had never before raised his voice to Zhao Yujiao. His sudden reprimand caused her to flinch, her lips turning pale. She timidly lowered her head. Your Highness, did I say something wrong? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, her eyes misting over, resembling a frightened fawn, drawing forth a sense of compassion. Pei Shuyan then realized that his irritation over Zhao Yujiao's mention of Yi Chuyan had led him to reprimand her. Instantly, he felt both regret and agitation. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone and expression. Zhao, do not cry. I was in the wrong. I did not sleep last night, and the events of the palace have left my mood quite dismal. Zhao Yujiao, tears streaming down her face, furtively glanced at Pei Shuyan. Noticing that he had reverted to his former gentleness towards her, it was only then that she stifled her sobs. She was acutely aware of Pei Shuyan's burgeoning affection for Yi Chuyan and felt compelled to ascertain his intentions regarding her. Thus, with a perceptive heart, she suggested, Your Highness, I was just thinking that my sister has faced humiliation at the banquet, and given her proud nature, she might be utterly heartbroken and act rashly. Perhaps you should go check on her. Pei Shuyan momentarily lost his focus. No. After he had confessed his feelings for Yi Chuyan yesterday, she would not act foolishly. However, he did genuinely wish to visit her now. Zhao Yujiao lightly grasped Pei Shuyan's hand, saying, Your Highness. Pei Shuyan snapped back to attention, observing the slight redness in her eyes as she struggled to suppress her own grievances while urging him to comfort Yi Chuyan, which only deepened his sense of guilt. Zhao Yujiao was his savior, compassionate and endearing. How could he have lost his temper with her? He reached out to gently caress her dark tresses. Shyly, Zhao Yujiao lowered her gaze and murmured, Your Highness. Her voice, akin to a gentle mew, stirred emotions within him. Pei Shuyan embraced Zhao Yujiao, his voice tinged with fatigue. Jiao, I've been preoccupied with court matters lately and have not spent time with you. Once we see off the new Emperor of Beirong, I shall take you hunting in the countryside, all right? These words alleviated Zhao Yujiao's worries. She had momentarily feared that Pei Shuyan's temper was due to his affection for Yi Chuyan. Now, she realized that even if Pei Shuyan harbored feelings for Yi Chuyan, it could not eclipse her own cherished place in his heart. Gently pushing Pei Shuyan away, she smoothed the small creases in his attire and softly urged, Your Highness, please freshen up before visiting my sister. Pei Shuyan nodded, instructing someone to assist him with washing and changing before heading to Jianjia Garden. Zhao Yujiao watched him depart from the study until he vanished from sight, then joyfully returned to her quarters with Hong Ying. Hong Ying, perplexed, inquired Miss Zhao, How could you persuade the prince to go to Jianjia Garden? Zhao Yujiao, in high spirits, smiled and retorted, Do you think men prefer women who scowl at them or those who are gentle and considerate? Without hesitation, Hong Ying replied, Naturally, they prefer gentle and considerate women. Zhao Yujiao, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly. From her understanding of Yi Chuyan, she knew that the latter must be filled with hatred towards Pei Shuyan due to the banquet incident. If Pei Shuyan were to visit Yi Chuyan under the pretense of offering comfort, she would undoubtedly respond with harsh words. In this comparison of affections, Pei Shuyan would come to realize just how thoughtful and gentle he truly was. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yujiao, she was unaware of Pei Shuyan's heartfelt exchanges with Yi Chuyan at the Imperial Physician's office the previous day, believing her counsel to be flawless. And she returned to her quarters in a buoyant mood. Yi Chuyan had not slept a wink the previous night, and upon rising, she found dark circles under her eyes. Bai Ji, filled with concern, brewed a calming soup and urged her to drink it and rest a while longer. Yi Chuyan understood Bai Ji's good intentions, but she had pressing matters to attend to and refused. As the two were still arguing, Pei Shuyan arrived. Bai Ji felt a mix of emotions. Having heard about the previous day's events from Yanju, she could not feel joy at the sight of Pei Shuyan. She worried he might cause Yi Chuyan distress. And thus, though reluctantly, she respectfully greeted him. Pei Shuyan paid no heed to Bai Ji's subtle expressions, waving her off as he requested to be alone with Yi Chuyan. Yanju accompanied Bai Ji outside the door. Noticing Bai Ji's displeasure, he asked with concern, "Miss Bai, are you alright?" Bai Ji shot him a glare and snorted in response. With such a master, Yanju could not be a good person either. It was regrettable that she had previously felt her heart race at the sight of him, realizing now how foolish she had been. Yanju was bewildered, scratching his head. "Miss Bai, if I have done something wrong, please feel free to tell me." Bai Ji, filled with indignation, retorted, "What have you done wrong? The prince allowed the princess to appear barefoot before everyone, and you didn't even try to dissuade him." Yanju was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he stammered, "Miss Bai, you misunderstand. The prince had no choice yesterday. With the emperor and so many ministers present, if the prince had opposed Baron's face, the Qing Wangfu would have become the target of disdain." After a moment's thought, he added, "In truth, the prince has always cared for the princess. Yesterday, when the incident occurred in the cold palace, the prince's face darkened with anger. Later, he took the princess to the imperial physician's office, where he clarified everything, and the princess forgave him." Upon realizing his slip, Yanju regretted divulging private matters about his master to Bai Ji. Bai Ji's expression shifted through various emotions upon hearing this, and finally, with uncertainty, she asked, "Is what you said true?" Seeing Bai Ji pouting in anger, her round face cutely staring at him, Yanju's ears turned red. "Of course, it is true. The prince will surely treat the princess well in the future." Bai Ji pondered for a moment, her expression finally softening as she smiled. Yanju stole a glance at her, noticing how her smile lit up her features, bringing out a playful charm, and felt his heart tighten. He turned his gaze away, not daring to look at her again. Meanwhile, inside, the two were also lost in thought. Yi Chuyan was puzzled about Pei Xiuyan's early visit to Jianjia Garden, reflecting on how they had reconciled their misunderstandings the previous day. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Pei Xiuyan, without a word, suddenly embraced Yi Chuyan tightly, pressing her against him. "Yen, could you call me Brother Yen like before?" "Brother Yen?" Yi Chuyan felt a chill run down her spine, suppressing the urge to push him away, and lightly teased, "Your Highness, I used to call you Brother Yen when I was still unmarried, and we had not yet wed. Now, you are the esteemed Qing Wang. If I were to call you Brother Yen again, people would surely laugh." She was grateful that during the embrace, he could not see her face, nor could he witness the hatred and disgust swirling in her eyes as she spoke. Pei Xiuyan self-deprecatingly remarked, "Esteemed? As long as I remain beneath one, what worth is it to be above 10,000? It ultimately depends on the whims of the one on the dragon throne." He released Yi Chuyan, cupping her face and gazing intently into her eyes, asking, "Yen, you love me, don't you?" Yi Chuyan stifled the impulse to evade his gaze. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with affection and mirth as she replied, "Indeed, I have come to realize that I truly love you." As she uttered these words, a fleeting image of Wu Mu crossed her mind. This sensation was akin to a parched individual yearning for water or a person lost in darkness instinctively seeking a glimmer of light. This sudden feeling was peculiar. Yi Chuyan's elongated, spirited eyes, now glimmering with joy, curved softly, sparkling like stars. Pei Xiuyan was momentarily entranced, lightly kissing the corner of her eye and murmuring, "Yen, I shall keep my promise. I will protect you for a lifetime." After uttering these enigmatic words, Pei Xiuyan swiftly departed Jianjia Garden. Though Yi Chuyan was perplexed, she had no desire to ponder it deeply at that moment. Accompanied by Bai Ji, she ventured out, ostensibly to check on her dowry shop. They arrived at the Yunjin fabric shop on East Street, where Yi Chuyan instructed the coachman to drive the carriage into the shop's courtyard, sending him and the attendant to wait there. She and Bai Ji ascended to the third floor of the fabric shop to inquire with the shopkeeper about the accounts during this period. The Yunjin fabric shop was one of Yi Chuyan's dowry shops, which had been spared during the seizure of the Yi family as assets, as the crime did not extend to a married daughter. Zhou, the proprietor of the fabric shop, is a slender middle-aged man who has overseen this establishment for nearly 2 decades, watching Yi Chuyan grow up. Regardless of the swirling rumors outside, in his heart, Yi Chuyan has always been the poised and dignified eldest daughter of the Yi family. It has been almost 2 months since she last visited, a time that began half a month before the troubles beset her family. Today, upon seeing her, Zhou's heart aches with concern as he recalls the various rumors circulating about her. He approaches respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting, "Miss. It has been quite some time since your last visit. I have been deeply worried for you. Seeing you safe today brings me great relief." Yi Chuyen has not heard anyone call her miss in a long while, and hearing it now stirs bittersweet memories of her family, causing her heart to ache. Zhou uncle. I apologize for causing you worry. Upon hearing her call him Uncle Zhou, he reflects on how the innocent girl he once knew has now become the rumor-laden princess of Qing, and he cannot help but feel sorrow for her. They exchange glances, both with reddened eyes. Beside them, Baizhi watches with a heavy heart, tears glistening in her eyes. Yi Chuyen instructs Baizhi to brew some tea downstairs, and Baizhi complies. Once Baizhi has left, Yi Chuyen suddenly turns to Zhou and says, Uncle Zhou, I would like to ask for your assistance with a few matters. Miss, my life was granted by Master Yi. Whatever your request, I shall fulfill it without hesitation. Zhou replies earnestly, Uncle Zhou, this matter is of great importance. I implore you to keep it confidential. Seeing the seriousness in Yi Chuyen's demeanor, Zhou nods gravely, understanding the weight of her request. When Baizhi returns with the tea, Yi Chuyen is perusing the account books, with Zhou standing respectfully by her side. After a long while, she sighs deeply, for the troubles surrounding the Yi family have caused the business of Yunjin fabric shop to plummet. Baizhi expresses her concern. Princess, if this continues, the shop's business will only worsen. Zhou hesitates, then says, Miss, recently, a merchant convoy from North Street brought in several carts of exquisite fur materials. I was dismissed when I attempted to negotiate. The convoy's owner said the goods are in high demand, and only the owner may negotiate. Yi Chuyen ponders for a moment and replies, Uncle Zhou, take me there. I will negotiate with the convoy. Zhou hurriedly agrees. And Baizhi calls for a servant and the coachman, and together they head to the merchant's residence. The convoy is located in a secluded alley on North Street of the capital. Although the location is remote, the courtyard is quite large, covering over 300 square feet. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Zhou dismounts and presents a visiting card. The burly gatekeeper, after accepting the card, glances at their carriage and coldly states, if you seek goods, only your owner may enter to negotiate. Otherwise, no discussions will be entertained. Zhou understands the rules and, with resignation, lifts the curtain to inform Yi Chuyen, Miss, this is the place. The servant accompanying them, Lin Shi, expresses concern, Shopkeeper, is it appropriate for the princess to enter alone? Baizhi shares the same worry. Zhou reassures them, there is no need for concern. I have dealt with the owner here before. They are a couple who have run this business for many years, and they are always fair in their dealings. Hearing this, Baizhi and Lin Shi feel relieved. Once inside, Yi Chuyen is led by a sweet-looking maid deeper into the premises. As she walks, she observes her surroundings and notices that the front courtyard is filled with storage rooms, devoid of any flora, giving it a particularly desolate appearance in the harsh winter. Each storage room is guarded by sturdy men. Passing through a moon gate, she enters the residential area. The maid leads her to a guest chamber, where she politely asks Yi Chuyen to wait, assuring her that the master will arrive shortly. Yi Chuyen nods slightly. After the maid departs, she surveys the room, noting that the furnishings are exquisite, elegantly arranged, and rival those of noble residences, entirely unlike a merchant's chamber. As she marvels at the opulence, a charming yet enigmatic voice interrupts. Little girl, we meet again. Startled, Yi Chuyen turns to find Na Sheng standing at the door, backlit, with a smile playing on his lips and his captivating eyes glimmering. Unfortunately, you do not remember me, he adds. How could Yi Chuyen forget Na Sheng? Just yesterday, he had prompted her to perform swordplay. Bewildered, she wonders what this mysterious new emperor of Beirong is doing here. She wishes to avoid further entanglement and replies coolly, how could I forget the great Emperor Tianwu? I simply did not expect that the illustrious Emperor of Beirong would be the owner of a modest merchant convoy in the capital. As she speaks, she glances towards the courtyard, where several burly men stand guard, all seemingly martial arts practitioners. Regardless of Na Sheng's intentions, she must not alert Zhou or the others. The implications of a commoner's wife entangled with a foreign monarch could lead to inescapable complications. As she contemplates how to discreetly depart, Na Sheng seems to discern her thoughts. Unhurriedly, he retrieves a jade ankle bracelet adorned with 3 delicate black gold bells from his sleeve. Do you remember this? A flash of recognition strikes Yi Chuyen. The bells evoke a familiar memory, yet she struggles to recall when she last saw them. She steps back, her voice cold. I do not recognize it. I am here to conduct business, and if the great Emperor Tianwu wishes to indulge in idle chatter, I must take my leave. As soon as her words fall, She prepares to stride towards the door, but Na Sheng, like a specter, swiftly blocks her path. Yi Chuyan is taken aback. How can his movements be so uncanny, devoid of any detectable aura? She halts, eyeing him warily and inquires, what does the great Emperor Tianwu desire? Na Sheng shakes the bells in front of her, their sound clear and enchanting. His voice, accompanied by the chime, is deep and alluring. Little girl, if I take the bell from your ankle, how about marrying you afterward? Yi Chuyan's mind erupts like a volcano as memories lost to illness in her childhood surge forth. Chapter 42, The Beginning of Fate, 1, 13 years ago, in the deep autumn at the borders of Dafeng. This land belongs to Dafeng, and just 80 miles ahead lies Beirong. Due to frequent conflicts, the area is desolate, with wild trees and a profound silence enveloping the surroundings. A young boy clad in a red fur coat, carrying a small crossbow, walks alongside a neatly dressed boy in blue. They traverse the wild path, with the blue-clad boy glancing up at the sky, anxiety etched on his face. Yen, I'm scared. Let us go back. His voice is soft and melodious, revealing a delicate girl-esque countenance. The boy in red removes his crossbow, lovingly caressing it, and declares, Sister Yu Jiao, this is a rare outing. I will not return without hunting something. I must prove to that little wooden boy that I am not an inept girl. Her features are striking, her voice bright and clear. Zhao Yu Jiao's worry grows. Yen, I am truly frightened. It will soon be dark, and this place is terrifying. As she speaks, tears well in her eyes. Seeing Zhao Yu Jiao on the verge of tears, Yi Chuyan sighs deeply. Zhao Yu Jiao is the daughter of a distant relative who passed away, leaving her all alone. A year ago, her father brought her into their household, and they often played together, despite their contrasting personalities, one cherishing tranquility, the other reveling in activity. She has always wanted to witness the vast desert at the border, and thus insisted on accompanying her father to the military camp, where he would discuss matters with General Shen, hoping to stabilize the borders and prevent the Beirong from taking advantage of the new emperor's ascension. Zhao Yujiao has always possessed a gentle disposition, often resorting to tears in times of trouble. Concerned that she might be bullied while alone in the manor, her companion suggested bringing her along. At just 8 years old, Zhao Yujiao was filled with curiosity, eager for the rare opportunity to explore the frontier. Thus, she joyfully agreed. To facilitate their journey, the two disguised themselves as boys, and their youth allowed them to move freely within the military camp. However, they were unexpectedly discovered by a young master of the Wu family, who had been training in the camp. He had striking black eyes and a bright smile, his skin tanned to a honey hue from the sun, contrasting the fair complexions of aristocrats in the capital. With his superior martial skills, he had taken pleasure in teasing her during their time in the camp, boasting that only he would find her worthy as a bride due to her lack of the grace expected of a noble lady. She had no intention of marrying such a mischievous boy as Wu Mu, and thus, she contemptuously nicknamed him Little Wooden Head. That morning, he had mocked her as a useless girl, which left her seething with anger. Determined to prove her capabilities, she stealthily ventured out with a bow and crossbow. Intent on hunting a rabbit, Zhao Yujiao, fearing for her safety, insisted on accompanying her. Hence, their current predicament unfolded. Yi Chuyan could not bear to see Zhao Yujiao in tears. Each time she cried, it filled her with distress. Thus, she gently implored, Sister Yujiao, I beg you, please stop crying. Observing Zhao Yujiao's incessant weeping, Yi Chuyan found herself in a dilemma. Reluctant to return empty-handed, yet unwilling to see her friend in sorrow, she proposed, let us climb to the top of that hill. Regardless of whether we succeed in hunting, we shall return in half an hour. She gestured towards a nearby hill, which was not very tall and flanked by tall shrubs and trees. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yujiao nodded softly. As a girl raised in the Yi household, she felt unable to defy Yi Chuyan, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family. Despite her reluctance, she followed her friend up the hill. Upon reaching the summit, Yi Chuyan glanced down and discovered that the other side of the hill sloped steeply, leading to a sheer cliff. A veil of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a frozen riverbed below, glistening like white jade. The frontier was notoriously frigid. Even in early autumn, the river had already frozen over. Zhao Yujiao peered nervously over the edge, her face draining of color at the thought of falling. It would surely spell doom. Trembling, she urged, Ian, please hunt quickly. Let us return as soon as you finish. Yi Chuyan scanned the surroundings, locating a flat stone. Sister Yu Jiao, sit here and wait for me. I will return shortly. She handed Zhao Yujiao a torch and produced a small wooden whistle from her sleeve, placing it in her hand. Keep this torch close. Wild beasts typically shy away from fire. If you find yourself in danger, blow the whistle, and I will come running. Zhao Yujiao shivered as she accepted the items, her heart racing with anxiety. Ian, please be sure to return swiftly.
Ye çuyan similet reassuringly, her spirit bright.
Fear not, I shall return as soon as I catch something. With that, she dashed into the woods. Alone on the stone, Zhao Yujiao felt a surge of panic. She regretted following Yi Chuyan today. The place felt too perilous. Just as Yi Chuyan had been gone for a short while, Zhao Yujiao heard rustling from the thicket, her eyes widening in terror. A figure clad in red emerged. It was Yi Chuyan, dragging something behind her. Relief washed over Zhao Yujiao as she rushed forward to embrace her friend.
Ian.
You frightened me to death.
Ye çuyan sikhet.
Sister Yujiao, please don't cling to me so tightly. I did not catch any game, but I found this. Zhao Yujiao then noticed that Yi Chuyan was dragging a tall youth, seemingly around 10 years old, dressed in military garb of the Great Feng. His eyes were shut, and his complexion was pale, with darkened skin on his left hand and 3 bloodied bite marks. Panic gripped Zhao Yujiao. What should we do? He's too large for us to drag back to the camp. Yi Chuyan scratched her head, acknowledging the truth in Zhao Yujiao's words. The unconscious boy was indeed too heavy for them to carry. Yet, leaving him here to call for help was equally perilous. As night fell, he would likely become prey to wild beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chuyan suggested, Sister Yujiao, you stay with him while I return to the spot where I found him. There's usually an antidote where there are venomous snakes. Horrified,
Zhao Yujiao grasped ye çuyan silive.
Ian, what if you encounter a snake there? Don't take risks for an injured soldier. Yi Chuyan's expression turned serious. Sister Yujiao, how can you say that? Regardless of the circumstances, this soldier dons the uniform of our Great Feng. We enjoy our comfortable lives in the capital because these brave souls guard our lands. Zhao Yujiao felt a mix of shame and embarrassment at her friend's words. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please be careful and return quickly. After Yi Chuyan ventured back into the woods, Zhao Yujiao's delicate features contorted with anger. If she held Yi Chuyan's status, she too would act with such noble resolve. However, as an orphan living in the Yi household, the comforts she enjoyed were a rare blessing, leading her to instinctively shy away from danger for anyone else. In a fit of rage, she kicked the unconscious soldier, causing him to groan in pain as a white jade insignia slipped from his garment. Chapter 43. The Origin, 2. Zhao Yujiao bent down to retrieve the jade plaque. Studying it closely, the jade gleamed with a remarkable clarity, and she recognized it as an extraordinary piece. The lower right corner bore an intricately carved character, and upon flipping it over, the name Pei was inscribed in bold letters. A sudden realization struck her. After the passing of the late Prince Qing, the only heir left was Pei Shuyan. In his efforts to preserve the Qing residence, Pei Shuyan had tirelessly sought to ingratiate himself with Crown Prince Pei Yi. Yi Jin had remarked that the young Prince Qing was both astute and prudent, destined to revitalize the Qing lineage. As she examined the unconscious soldier's face, she found his features striking, with a refined complexion that bore no resemblance to the weathered appearance of common soldiers. He was taller than average boys, yet not much older, and his age appeared to align with that of the young Prince Qing, Pei Shuyan. Her heart raced with excitement. Could this soldier truly be the young Prince Qing? While Zhao Yujiao was lost in thought, Yi Chuyan's voice broke through, filled with exhilaration. I found it! I found it! Startled, Zhao Yujiao quickly concealed the jade plaque. Yi Chuyan, her hair tousled and face beaming with pride, approached her, holding a crimson plant aloft. This is it. I followed the snake back to its lair and found this beside it. With determination, Yi Chuyan bit into the crimson plant, chewing it before spitting it onto the soldier's hand. Miraculously, the dark blood upon his hand began to recede visibly, and his lips started to regain their color. Yi Chuyan flashed a triumphant smile at Zhao Yujiao. Sister Yujiao, see how capable I am? I saved the soldier. When my father learns of this, he will surely commend me. The thought of Wu Mu crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but smile wider. Little Wooden Head will no longer dare to say I am incompetent. Today, I saved a soldier of the Great Feng. As Zhao Yujiao observed the soldier stirring back to consciousness, a bold yet terrifying thought crossed her mind. If Yi Chuyan were to perish, She would be the one credited with saving the young Prince Qing. As long as she became the savior of the young Qing Wang, she would gain an additional support in her life. If she could evoke feelings in the young Qing Wang, becoming the Qing Wang Fei would be within reach. Zhao Yujiao grew increasingly excited, her eyes gradually igniting with fervor. She glanced at the cliff behind Yi Chuyan and smiled unnervingly. However, Yi Chuyan was oblivious to Zhao Yujiao's expressions, lost in her own exhilaration of returning to boast to Wu Mushuan. Yan, do you hear that? It seems there are sounds near the cliff's edge. Could there be poisonous snakes below? Zhao Yujiao suddenly trembled. Yi Chuyan cast a quick glance at the cliff and listened closely, but heard nothing. Zhao Yujiao clutched Yi Chuyan's sleeve tightly, her eyes glistening with tears.
Ayan, I'm scared.
Could you please take a look? Unable to bear seeing Zhao Yujiao cry, Yi Chuyan quickly reassured her. Don't cry, I'll go check. She stepped toward the cliff, with Zhao Yujiao nervously trailing behind. Standing at the edge, Yi Chuyan peered down and found no sound at all. Yan, please look again. Yi Chuyan took another step forward. The cliff was exceedingly steep, and indeed, there was no unusual sound. Sister Yujiao. There truly is nothing. Before Yi Chuyan could finish her sentence, she was suddenly pushed forcefully from behind, plummeting down the cliff. As she fell, her heart was filled with sorrow and disbelief. Why would Sister Yujiao wish to harm her? She crashed heavily onto the frozen river surface, breaking through the ice and plunging into the frigid waters below. Icy water rushed into her ears, nose, and mouth, the biting cold rendering her body rigid. She attempted to struggle, but her limbs refused to obey, dragging her downwards. Just as she was about to succumb to the depths, a voice in her mind urged her. You must not die. You cannot die. If she perished, her father and mother would surely be heartbroken. She would have no chance to boast about saving someone before Xiao Mudo. Nor could she let her father know of Zhao Yujiao's treachery. She must be expelled from the Yi family. From an unknown source, an immense strength surged within her. She flailed her arms and legs, desperately swimming towards the shimmering opening in the ice. Finally reaching it, she hoisted herself out of the water and collapsed onto the ice. Curled up in exhaustion, her strength was completely depleted and her body temperature plummeted rapidly. Her limbs were entirely stiff and her consciousness began to fade. Ah, how amusing! A mocking voice echoed. Yi Chuyan struggled to open her eyes and found herself staring into the gaze of a peculiar pale-faced youth. His left eye was a deep black while his right gleamed with an emerald hue. Dressed in black, he wore a sinister smile that betrayed his inhuman nature. Silently, she mocked herself. Indeed, I must be dead to encounter a demon from hell. The pale youth leaned in, lightly patting Yi Chuyan's face, marveling, such a resilient life. You have not perished. His touch was forceful, and although Yi Chuyan's face had grown numb from the cold, she still felt a sharp pain. The sensation of pain signified that she was indeed alive. With great difficulty, she managed to ask, Who are you? The youth crossed his arms, scrutinizing her from head to toe before suddenly reaching out to touch her face. Startled and horrified, Yi Chuyan could only glare at him, her limbs too stiff to move. The youth gently caressed her face, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Ah, just a little girl. With that, he seized her foot. Unable to move, Yi Chuyan could only watch as he dragged her, like a dead dog, into a cave. He leisurely produced a fire starter from his sleeve, igniting some dry grass. The cave was instantly illuminated, the warmth gradually rising. The youth approached Yi Chuyan and began to untie her outer cotton coat, but she glared fiercely, commanding, Stop. The pale youth laughed mockingly. If you do not remove your wet clothes, you shall freeze to death. After observing her for a while, he suddenly smiled eerily. Abandoning the attempt to untie her coat, he seized her foot and removed her wet boots. Yi Chuyan felt an odd apprehension towards this pale-faced youth, sensing his actions were bizarre and absurd. She dared not provoke him, allowing him to remove her boots. Upon doing so, he discovered a small red mole on her ankle, which stood out vividly against her fair skin. She also wore a jade anklet adorned with 3 dark golden bells. He stared at the red mole for a moment, his expression growing increasingly complex. It was as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He unfastened the anklet and shook it in his hand, murmuring, Interesting, interesting. Yi Chuyan gritted her teeth, demanding, Give it back to me. The bell was a gift from Wu Mu, given to her when she first arrived at the military camp. Wu Mu had barged into her tent while she was changing, unaware of her identity. Enraged yet unable to show it, she had expelled him. Later, Wu Mu awkwardly gifted her the anklet as an apology, insisting, "If you refuse my gift and apology, do you wish for me to take responsibility?" The pale youth turned to Yi Chuyen, his gaze cold and sharp, flames dancing in his heavy eyes, making him appear even more like a demon from hell. "Is this bell of great significance to you?" Yi Chuyen glared at him, repeating, "Give it back. This is a gift from Xiao Mudo. It is important." The youth tucked the anklet into his sleeve, his eyes glimmering mischievously. "Little girl, since I have taken your bell, how about I marry you?" Yi Chuyen felt her hair stand on end. Though he smiled, the depths of his eyes were frigid as ice, venomous like a snake, and sinister enough to instill terror. "No." Chapter 44. Entangled fate. Yi Chuyen instinctively rejected the pale youth's proposition. His smile faltered, and he nonchalantly tossed Yi Chuyen's boots into the fire, watching the flames consume them. The firelight cast a glow on his pale face, giving it a slight flush. "When you fell from the sky into the frozen river, I was counting how long it would take for you to sink to the bottom and perish. I never expected you to crawl back out." Yi Chuyen felt a surge of anger. This person was truly cruel and terrifying, watching another suffer without a shred of compassion. The pale youth continued, "It is precisely because you managed to escape that I find you intriguing." The flames completely devoured the boots, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning leather. Rising, he extinguished the fire, stretching lazily. He narrowed his eyes at Yi Chuyen and stated deliberately, "The prey I have chosen shall not be allowed to escape. If you do not agree, you may slowly await your demise here." With that, he sauntered out of the cave, quickly disappearing from her sight. With the fire's warmth extinguished, Yi Chuyen's previously warming limbs grew stiff again. The temperature in the cave plummeted, the cold winds biting at her exposed feet, while her wet clothes weighed her down like lead, making it hard to breathe. Yi Chuyen felt as if she were caught between searing heat and icy depths, her body oscillating between extremes. She realized she must be running a fever. She was certain that the eerie pale youth stood just outside the cave, waiting for her to cry out for help. She would rather die than plead for assistance from such a treacherous and sinister person, nor did she wish to be with him. Her consciousness grew hazy from the fever, and she eventually succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, she found herself back in the military camp, with no memory of what had transpired. Her father informed her that her stubbornness had led her to take Zhao Yujiao hunting, resulting in her unfortunate fall from the cliff. When Zhao Yujiao returned with news, her eyes were swollen from weeping, urging them to hasten to her aid. Her father mobilized over 2,000 elite soldiers to search for her. After 7 arduous hours, they finally found her in a cave beneath a cliff. She was gravely ill, her body nearly scorched by fever. The military doctor employed every possible means to preserve her life. Unfortunately, due to her youth and prolonged exposure to the frigid cold, her chances of conceiving may now be severely compromised. Additionally, the fever had clouded her mind, causing her to forget all past memories. Upon learning this, she contemplated that upon her return to the capital, she must intensify her training and hone her skills, ensuring that she would never again fall off a cliff while hunting. She reassured her father, saying that as long as she survived, the inability to bear children would not compel her to marry. She apologized to Zhao Yujiao, expressing remorse for her impulsive actions that had caused her distress. She playfully teased Wumu, asking if it was true that her urge to hunt was sparked by him. She recalled how Wumu had looked at her with his crimson eyes, stating that since she had lost the gift he had given her by tumbling off the cliff, it implied she had not accepted his apology. She found Wumu's reasoning perplexing, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Confined to her tent for recovery, she was forbidden from going anywhere, and once her health was restored, she was promptly sent back to the capital. Upon her return, it was the 12th month, with heavy snow falling. She practiced her swordsmanship daily in the plum grove until one day, Pei Xiuyan appeared, clad in a crimson military uniform. He stood tall, exuding a calm demeanor, with a light dusting of snow upon his head, his handsome features strikingly exceptional. He approached her through the snow, each step echoing in her racing heart. Smiling, he remarked that while her swordplay was swift, it lacked stability, demonstrating the proper technique by holding her hand. The youthful scent and his deep, melodious voice enveloped her ears. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart began to collapse within her. It was love at first sight for her. Later, she learned that Pei Xiuyan had ventured to the frontier to hunt the golden-striped tiger for Pei Yi, and unexpectedly, he had been bitten by a venomous snake. Zhao Yujiao had saved him. After regaining consciousness, Pei Xiuyan developed deep feelings for Zhao Yujiao, impressed by her delicate yet brave act of rescuing him in the wild. This memory moved him profoundly each time he recalled it. Envy filled her as she pondered why she had fallen from the cliff. Had she not tumbled down, she too might have had the chance to save Pei Xiuyan. Nevertheless, she believed that as long as she treated him well enough, he would eventually recognize her sincere feelings. In those years, she devoted herself entirely to Pei Xiuyan, yet his affections remained steadfastly with his savior, Zhao Yujiao. Eventually, she fulfilled her wish of marrying Pei Xiuyan. Reflecting on this, Yi Chuyan finally comprehended the complexity of Zhao Yujiao's expression upon learning of her amnesia in the military camp. Zhao Yujiao feared waking to find herself unchanged, yet upon awakening, she was relieved to have forgotten everything. She understood why she felt an inexplicable familiarity and closeness to Wumu after regaining consciousness. It was because they had shared mutual affections in their innocent youth. Yet, she had forgotten everything, falling head over heels for Pei Xiuyan and disregarding all warnings to marry him. Had she not saved Pei Xiuyan, Zhao Yujiao would not have pushed her off the cliff, and she would not have lost her memory. Would everything now be different? Overwhelmed by these tumultuous memories, Yi Chuyan gradually crouched to the ground, clutching her head in anguish. Why did it have to be this way? From the moment she saved Pei Xiuyan, the gears of fate had turned awry, disrupting the happiness and beauty that once belonged to her. She had missed out on Wumu and the pure, innocent affection she once had. The tumultuous love and hatred between her and Pei Xiuyan were destined to become a tragic entanglement. When Natsing saw Yi Chuyan crouched on the ground, trembling and utterly despondent, he presumed she was lamenting her abandonment in the cave. He crouched down, furrowing his brow as he said, "I was waiting outside the cave for your cries for help. But you never called. When the soldiers from Dafeng came searching for you, I had no choice but to leave." Yi Chuyan continued to tremble, and Natsing attempted to pull her up, only to be forcefully pushed away, causing him to stumble back to the ground. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his attire, chuckling rather than displaying anger. "You remain as stubborn as ever, no wonder you caught my eye." A peculiar aura emanated from Natsing that sent chills down Yi Chuyan's spine. She stood up, suppressing her emotions, clenched her fists and coldly stated, "I am now a married woman and unable to bear children. I implore the Emperor of Tianwu to cease clinging to past grievances. As the ruler of Beirong, to covet a married woman would only bring scorn upon you from the realm." Natsing seemed to find her words incredibly amusing, throwing his head back in laughter. "Do you believe I ascended to the throne of Beirong through virtue and morality? Do you think I care for the opinions of the world?" Yi Chuyan recalled the rumors circulating about the new emperor of Beirong, who had turned the crown prince into a meat pie, forcing the ministers of Beirong to consume it. Glancing at Natsing's maniacal grin, she was overcome with dread, as though she had been thrust back into the moment he dragged her into the cave. "What do you truly intend to do?" Yi Chuyan's patience had worn thin. Natsing extended his finger toward her chin, but she swiftly evaded his touch. He glanced at his empty hand, lowering his brow. "I will not allow my prey to escape. I have come to Dafeng to negotiate peace for you, exchanging a city for a dance with you."
Yi Chuyan stood frozen in disbelief.
No sane emperor would undertake such actions. To seek peace with a rival nation for the sake of a woman and to exchange a city for a mere dance was madness. Natsing relished the terror of his prey, whispering, "My dear girl, do you know what else I have done?" Chapter 45. The Madman After the Palace Banquet. "I sought out Pei Yi, proposing to exchange 10 cities for you to come with me." Madman. Madman. Natsing was undoubtedly insane. Yi Chuyan contemplated fleeing through the door. Yet Natsing stood before her, locking eyes with her. In a gentle tone, he said, "Little girl, I merely used one city as bait. Your husband will compel you to dance barefoot. After dancing barefoot, you will be scorned by the world.
Tell me,
will your husband and the emperor not offer you to me for 10 cities? Yi Chuyan's fury nearly erupted as she raised her hand to slap Natsing's face. Shameless. Natsing seized her hand. TSK, little girl, you should feel honored. The people of Dafeng scorn you. The emperor of Dafeng disregards you. And your husband would abandon you for 10 cities. Only I do not care whether you marry or bear children, nor do I care for your reputation. When you return with me, I will make you my empress, and you shall share the vast lands of Beirong with me." Filled with anger and hatred, one of her hands was caught by Natsing, while she retaliated with her other hand. Natsing effortlessly caught her strike, firmly grasping her wrist. "Little girl, the more you resist, the more I relish it. I love conquering wild horses. Both of her hands now restrained, she retaliated with a forceful knee strike to his abdomen. Natsung, taken aback by her unexpected maneuver, twisted in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuyen broke free and dashed outside. When a burly man attempted to stop her, Natsung raised a hand to halt him. Let her go. What if she escapes? Her husband and the emperor will soon comply and deliver her to my sedan chair. Rather than seize her by force, I prefer the thrill of conquering my prey. After searching for so long, I intend to make Yi Chuyen willingly submit at my feet. Noticing Yi Chuyen's unusual demeanor as she emerged, Bai Ji, Manager Zhou, and Lin Shi grew concerned and approached her. Yi Chuyen understood that this matter was not to be widely disseminated. She simply responded vaguely. It didn't go well. Let's not pursue this batch of materials. Although Manager Zhou felt a tinge of regret, he acknowledged that since the other party had disrespected the young lady, it was best to forego the business. Together, they returned to the fabric shop. Throughout her journey, Yi Chuyen's heart was tumultuous. She has now come to the realization that Pei Yi has informed Pei Xiao-yen about this matter. It is precisely for this reason that Pei Xiao-yen sought her out in the morning, uttering a few inexplicable words before departing. Would Pei Xiao-yen truly refuse that Sheng's demands for her sake? And if he were to refuse, how would he persuade Pei Yi? What reckless actions might that Sheng take if he does not obtain what he desires? Furthermore, Zhao Yujiao, when this matter concludes, she must ensure that Zhao Yujiao pays the price for the events of years past. However, at this moment, her thoughts are consumed by Wu Mu. She has never longed for someone so intensely, as if memories of him envelop her like an intricate web. She yearns to know if Wu Mu is well, to tell him that the memories she thought lost have been found. She misses the nuances of his expressions, the brightness in his eyes when he smiles. This longing nearly tears her apart. She had planned to find an opportunity to see Wu Mu secretly in the next couple of days, but time is running short. Before that Sheng takes her away and everything becomes inevitable, she must act swiftly. Upon returning to the Yunjin fabric shop, Baiji noticed her forlorn expression and expressed her concern. Your Highness, what troubles you? Yi Chuyen shook her head. It's nothing. I am simply weary from running about all morning. Please accompany me to the third-floor chamber to rest for a while. Baiji, not suspecting anything, followed Yi Chuyen upstairs. She instructed Manager Zhou and Lin Shi to guard the entrance, ensuring that no one disturbed the princess's rest. Lin Shi vowed emphatically that no one would be allowed to disturb her. Once the door was secured, Yi Chuyen quietly whispered to Baiji, I need to sneak out for a moment. If anyone inquires, you must send them away. Baiji was taken aback. Your Highness, why must you do this? I am worried. Baiji, I wish to see Wu Mu. Upon hearing this, Baiji was struck dumb. She was well aware of the feelings Wu Mu harbored for the princess. She had heard that he had unexpectedly rescued her yesterday, but was now gravely injured. Lying in the Imperial Medical Office. Resolutely, she nodded. Do not worry, Your Highness. I will ensure everything is secure here. Yi Chuyen changed into Baiji's attire, donned a veil to conceal her face, and leapt out through the side window. She purchased a simple set of fabric clothing on the street, transforming herself into a young man, and made her way to the Imperial Medical Office. The office comprised the Imperial Medical Hall and the Rare Medicine Department, where precious medicinal materials were stored. Thus the guards at the Imperial Medical Hall were not particularly vigilant. She concealed herself in the branches of a large tree outside the office, timing the guard shift change perfectly, and seized the opportunity to slip inside. Heading directly for the Xiangyan Hall. When she had left with Pei Xiao-yen the previous day, she had noticed a throng of physicians bustling outside the hall. And Wu Mu must be there. Taking advantage of the situation, she incapacitated a young medical attendant and dragged her to a secluded area, changing into the attendant's clothes before boldly entering Xiangyan Hall. It was lunchtime, and only a single young medical attendant remained to guard Wu Mu. The room was warm with the crackling of charcoal, and the young attendant was dozing off at the edge of the table. On the bed, Wu Mu was shrouded by the bed curtains, seemingly in a deep slumber. Yi Chuyen pressed the young attendant's sleeping acupoint, approached the bed, and was about to draw back the curtains when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to swiftly hide behind the screen. Wu Yulin entered with two physicians. How can one fall asleep while tending to a patient? If anything were to happen to my brother in your care, could you bear the consequences? Wu Yulin's voice was as cold and unfeeling as ever. The physicians hurriedly apologized and pleaded for forgiveness. Miss Wu, please do not be angry. It is lunchtime, and others must have taken the opportunity to slack off. The Wu family, though lacking official positions, wielded more power than some officials. If anything were to happen to the Wu family's young master, the emperor would undoubtedly take swift action to appease the Wu family without hesitation. Wu Yulin, growing impatient, commanded, "Enough! Everyone out. Take this sleeping person away. I will personally guard my brother. No one is permitted to enter without my permission. Do you understand?" The physicians nodded in hurried agreement. After a flurry of hasty footsteps, the room was once again quiet. Yi Chu-yen felt a surge of anxiety. With Wu Yulin present, she could not see Wu Mu. "Come out, Princess Qing." Wu Yulin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Yi Chu-yen. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly emerged. Wu Yulin was seated at the table, sipping tea. "How did you know I was here?" Yi Chu-yen asked, perplexed. Wu Yulin chuckled lightly. "You carry a unique fragrance. My brother carved a wooden figure of you and had someone replicate the scent on the figure. He treasures it dearly." Thinking of how tenderly Wu Mu cared for the wooden carving, Wu Yulin felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. "I am all too familiar with the scent. I recognized it the moment I entered the room." Yi Chu-yan's heart swelled with sorrow. She had never known of such things. "I am sorry Wu Mu was injured because of me." Wu Mu had 5 sisters, but only Wu Yulin and Wu Mu shared the same mother. The others were born of concubines. Wu Mu's bond with Wu Yulin was profound, unlike the distant relationship he had with his other sisters. She could not hide her guilt in front of Wu Yulin. Wu Yulin glanced at Yi Chu-yen, noticing that even in the young medical attendant's attire, her beauty was still evident, her eyes filled with regret and sorrow. "You need not speak. I can surmise. That foolish brother of mine has consumed the Tian Xian Gu, which can render him immune to all poisons, and the blood from his heart can neutralize any toxin. He will not allow anyone to harm that part of him unless it is for you.
Ye Che-heuyan.
Do you realize that you are the only one capable of making Wu Mu willingly suffer?" Chapter 46. Severing affection. Wu Yulin's words pierced Yi Chu-yan's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her breathless with pain. She had heard of the Tian Xian Gu, a rare southern poison that is both sought after and elusive. It was said that this poison could render a person immune to all toxins, but once the heart's blood is released, the Tian Xian Gu would perish, losing its protective properties. So, this was the reason Wu Mu had fed himself with his own heart's blood. In the Xianyu Palace, he could have chosen to flee, or to inflict harm upon her. Yet he chose neither. He opted to forfeit the Tian Xian Gu to protect himself. Such a sentiment was one she could never repay in this lifetime. After a long pause, Yi Chu-yen spoke, her voice strained. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to take a glance at him while he sleeps. I will never let him suffer for me again." Apart from apologies, she did not know what else to say. Wu Yulin frowned.
Ye Che-heuyan.
"Do you not understand my words? I do not seek your apologies. My brother is too foolish. Regardless of whether you have harmed him or rejected him, as long as he still breathes upon waking, he will recklessly sacrifice himself for you." Yi Chu-yen stood rooted to the spot, her eyes vacant and confused. Indeed, Wu Yulin was correct. Wu Mu was too foolish. Even after she had spoken harshly in the imperial garden, he still selflessly shed his heart's blood for her. How could she convince this foolish man to abandon his feelings for her? She turned to gaze at Wu Yulin, who raised an eyebrow and firmly grasped Yi Chu-yan's face. "I have a way to make Wu Mu cease his love for you. Are you willing?" Yi Chu-yan responded immediately, "I am willing." The 3 words came out decisively, yet they drained her of all her strength. Wu Yulin was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Yi Chu-yan to agree so readily. She quickly retrieved a box from outside, which contained a white jade porcelain bottle as thick as a bowl and a small cloth bag. "I need your blood to fill this porcelain bottle, and a strand of your hair placed in this bag." With that, she handed Yi Chu-yan a small, sharp knife. Yi Chu-yan took the knife and, without hesitation, sliced open her palm, allowing her blood to drip into the white jade porcelain bottle. Wu Yulin's cold demeanor softened noticeably. "Why do you not ask me why I require your blood and hair?" Yi Chu-yan shook her head. "You said it could make Wu Mu stop loving me. As long as it benefits Wu Mu, I will give you whatever you ask." The 2 individuals fell into silence, the warmth of the room mingling with a metallic scent that permeated the air. Yi Qian's lips began to lose their color, and the blood jade vial was finally filled to the brim. Her figure swayed slightly as Wu Yuelin approached, sprinkling medicinal powder over her hand and wrapping it with cotton cloth. Once secured, Yi Chu-yan resolutely pulled her hair. severing a lock of ebony strands to place into a cloth bag. After Wu Yuelin tucked the items into a box, he let out a slow sigh of relief. This was a secret technique from the southern borders, one that required your blood and hair to be enacted. Di will not forget you. But he will forget that he once loved you, forgetting all the things he did for you out of love since childhood. Yi Qian's heart tightened suddenly, as if she were the sole being in existence, standing alone in the vastness of the world. The outcome of not being in love was what she had desired. Yet why did her heart ache so? After a long pause, her voice hoarse, she asked, "Can I see him one last time?" Wu Yuelin, holding the box, replied as he walked out. The physician said he would be in a deep sleep for an hour and a half after taking the medicine. An hour has already passed. You have half an hour left. I will wait for you outside. The door was closed, leaving only Yi Chuyan and the unconscious Wu Mu within the room. Summoning all her strength and courage, she approached the bedside. She lifted the bed curtain, revealing Wu Mu's sleeping visage before her. Kneeling at the bedside, her face radiated reverence and tenderness as she traced the contours of his brows and eyes with her fingers, wishing to etch them into her heart. The youth's complexion was somewhat pale, with dark brows that slanted elegantly, adding an air of defiance when he smiled. Beneath his eyelids, shadows cast by his lashes formed delicate patterns, while his cheeks appeared slightly gaunt, and his nose was handsome and well-defined, though not imposing. His lips were pressed tightly, as if lost in thought. In this state of slumber, he bore none of the youthful exuberance typically associated with him, instead exhibiting a newfound calmness. Unbeknownst to him, the boy had quietly transformed into a striking young man. Yet, due to his pure heart, he still retained the carefree and unrestrained spirit of youth. What had he endured during these years of wandering away from home? He had embarked on adventures that he had always dreamed of in his girlhood. Alas, she would never again have a chance to hear him share these tales.
Ye Chuyan grasped Wu Mu's hand.
His palms, roughened by years of sword practice, felt warm against her skin. She held his hand gently against her face, whispering, "Wu Mu, I remember the events that transpired before I turned 7 while in the military camp. Wu Mu, I am sorry. I lost the anklet you gave me, along with my feelings for you. Wu Mu, did I forget my affection for you? And thus heaven punished me by making me fall in love at first sight with Pei Shuyan, ultimately marrying him?
Wu Mu.
When you said you would marry me at 13, I was infatuated with Pei Shuyan and dismissed you, saying you were the son of a merchant and I, a daughter of a noble house, was beyond your reach. This hurt you deeply. Wu Mu, I apologize. I take back my words. From beginning to end, you have been that innocent, unblemished soul, your heart untouched by even a speck of dust. You are the star and moon above, and I am the one who should gaze up at you. Wu Mu, the one unworthy of you is I.
But do you know?
I still wish to tell you. Wu Mu, the one I first loved was you. Wu Mu, thank you. Thank you for having loved me. Your love allows me to face hell with a smile in the future. Wu Mu, when you awaken and no longer love me, may you find a kind and gentle girl to share your life with." Yi Qian's eyes were as gentle as flowing water as she gazed tenderly at the sleeping Wu Mu, softly pouring out her heart secrets. By the end, tears streamed down her face, choking her voice as they fell upon Wu Mu's cheeks, wetting his skin. After a long while, she finally closed her eyelids, allowing the tears to cease. When she opened her eyes again, she wiped away her tears, forcing herself to smile sweetly at Wu Mu. "Wu Mu, I am leaving. In our future encounters, we shall remain strangers." Yi Chuyan was unaware of how she made her way to the door. She only remembered that each step felt like treading on empty space, with an endless abyss below, dark and unfathomable. Wu Yuelin, seeing Yi Chuyan in a daze, sighed helplessly. "Yi Chuyan, do not blame me for my coldness. Wu Mu is my brother, and I wish for his happiness. Once he recovers, I will persuade father to allow him to marry Zhang Xiuyu and formally take over the Wu family." Yi Chuyan recalled the girl, Zhang Xiuyu, who had chased after Wu Mu in the Imperial Garden, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice. Their status was equal, her nature gentle, and she adored Wu Mu wholeheartedly, making her a suitable match. Yi Chuyan, like a marionette, turned to Wu Yuelin, forcing a smile. "No, I do not blame you, nor do I harbor hatred. Thank you for allowing me to see Wu Mu one last time. Zhang Xiuyu is a good girl. Wu Mu, and she will surely be well matched." After Yi Chuyan left, Wu Yuelin stood with arms crossed, glancing at the sky before shrugging and letting out a long sigh. When her father initially wished for her to marry Pei Xiuyan, she was utterly unwilling. She had no affection for men and did not desire marriage. Her only passion lay in business, watching silver flow into her coffers. Thankfully, Yi Chuyan married Pei Xiuyan, and her father no longer brought it up. In some ways, she had never truly disliked Yi Chuyan. Even though Wu Mu was infatuated with Yi Chuyan, she had never harbored animosity toward her, believing her brother's taste to be impeccable. The one he loved must be a good girl, merely lacking fate. Today, Yi Chuyan had disguised herself to visit her brother, and her willingness to let him forget her marked her as a woman of integrity and loyalty. It was a pity that the world is heartless, and fate plays tricks. Chapter 47. Forbidden. When Yi Chuyan returned to the fabric shop, she felt as though her very sinews and soul had been drawn away, moving like a marionette, her left hand still seeping blood, startling Bai Ji. Upon seeing Bai Ji, Yi Chuyan could no longer hold back, tightly embracing her while trembling all over. Bai Ji exclaimed in alarm, "Princess, what has happened? You are injured. Let me see your hand." Yi Chuyan, her voice hoarse, replied, "Bai Ji, don't move, let me hold you for a moment." She needed the warmth of another to remind her that she was still alive, still in this world. Bai Ji, frightened, asked, "Princess, what is wrong?" Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Yi Chuyan released Bai Ji. Bai Ji rushed to the window, flinging it open to look down, only to find a group of elderly women gathered at the shop's entrance, throwing leftover food into the store while shouting, "Yi Chuyan walks barefoot in public. Lower than pigs and dogs, shameless. She is a disgrace to our Dafeng, bringing shame upon all women of Dafeng." Bai Ji, furious, stomped her foot, hurriedly closing the window. Turning around, she found Yi Chuyan right behind her. Stammering, she said, "Princess, these people are talking nonsense. Do not take it to heart." Yi Chuyan forced a laugh, her voice barely audible. "He speaks the truth. The people of Dafeng despise me." Bai Ji gritted her teeth. "Princess, I will drive them away." She rushed down the stairs to the entrance. The shopkeeper, being educated, refrained from shouting, merely glaring at the old women. However, Lin Shi, behaving as a woman would, stood with her hands on her hips and shouted back, "The princess walks barefoot for the sake of Dafeng and its prosperity. You dare to insult her? Pa! You are the shameless ones." Bai Ji pushed past Lin Shi, stepping to the forefront, demanding loudly, "Who do you think you are, daring to insult the princess at her store's entrance? If you do not leave, I will report you and have you all arrested." The leading woman, around 50, with a toothy grin, snarled, "I see you, little wench, are no good either." With that, she attempted to grab Bai Ji, but Lin Shi intervened, and the shop's attendants rushed out to help separate them. The other women surged forward, turning the shop's entrance into chaos, while a crowd gathered outside, pointing and murmuring. Some individuals are utterly shameless, yet they forbid others from speaking. Were I in her position, I would resort to self-harm to prove my innocence, thereby honoring my ancestors. Indeed, what does it matter to gain a city if one must live barefoot in shame before the crowd? It appears the reputation of the Yi family is not particularly commendable. After the Yi family was persecuted by the Qing monarch, Yi Chuyan remains comfortably as his consort, which speaks volumes of her lack of conscience. Even if she were to be barefoot now, what of it? Those devoid of shame cannot comprehend the concept of disgrace. Upon hearing such disdainful remarks, the shopkeeper, Zhou, trembled with rage, his complexion ashen, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Pei Xiuyan galloped in on horseback, forcefully kicking aside a woman outside, who immediately crumpled in agony. The onlookers, witnessing this, hastily released their grips, staring at Pei Xiuyan as if he were a specter. Bai Ji and Lin Shi were entangled like two madwomen, their hair disheveled, with Bai Ji bearing several scratches on her face from claws. Pei Xiuyan drew a black sword from his mount, brandishing it with an icy glare, exuding an imposing aura. He seized the lead elderly woman, pointing the sword at her face, and coldly inquired, "Were you the one who led the insults against the consort?" The old woman trembled uncontrollably, stammering apologies, "I was wrong. I shall never do it again." With a fierce expression, Pei Xiuyan let out a low, derisive laugh. Earlier that day, he had entered the palace to respond to Pei Yi, firmly stating he would never exchange Yi Chuyan for 10 cities. Yet, Pei Yi had merely instructed him to ponder for another day. He understood that Pei Yi was attempting to coerce him into compliance, which only fueled his anger. When he returned home, he sought to see Yi Chuyen, but the servants informed him she had gone to the fabric shop. Upon arriving, he spotted the crowd cursing at the entrance, with Baiji entangled in the fray. Hearing the slurs directed at Yi Chuyen, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear those gossiping women apart. "Your tongues ought to be silenced," he declared, advancing towards the old woman with his sword drawn. The woman collapsed in terror at his approach. Just as the blade neared her face, a slender jade hand grasped the sword, blood streaming down its length. Pei Xiuyan was taken aback. "Yen, what are you doing?" It was Yi Chuyen, having leapt from the third floor, seizing the weapon. Pei Xiuyan hastily discarded the sword and grasped Yi Chuyen's hand, alarmed to see the deep wound, flesh and blood exposed, feeling both heartbroken and enraged. "Yen, why so foolish? Such venomous women are unworthy of your concern." "My lord, please don't," she implored, her eyes filled with determination yet also a plea. She did not wish to see others bleed on her behalf. Intentionally using her injured hand to grasp the sword was her way of achieving two ends. Pei Xiuyan held her hand and surveyed the trembling women huddled together, then kicked the sword away, which whizzed towards the woman who had instigated the chaos. Before anyone could react, the blade severed a lock of her hair and embedded itself firmly in the ground, vibrating slightly, with a soft hum. "Anyone who dares to insult my consort again shall meet a similar fate. Begone!" Pei Xiuyan's furious shout, laden with a menacing aura, instilled fear in the onlookers. The women dragged their terrified leader away, scurrying like frightened dogs. As Pei Xiuyan assisted Yi Chuyen into the shop, he instructed Yan Shui, "Fetch Dr. Wei." Yi Chuyen sat in a chair inside, lost in thought. Seeing her distressed expression, Pei Xiuyan mistakenly believed she was still troubled by recent events and gently reassured her. "Yen, rest assured, I am here. Such occurrences shall not repeat." Yi Chuyen, with vacant eyes, offered no response. Dr. Wei soon arrived, horrified to see Yi Chuyen's left hand drenched in blood. After carefully dressing the wound, he cautioned her against exposing it to water, using it forcefully, or subjecting it to cold. In the chill of winter, sword wounds could be particularly troublesome if inflamed. Pei Xiuyan diligently noted the instructions and escorted Yi Chuyen back to the residence. He settled her in the Jianjia courtyard, instructing Bai Ji to attend to her closely, and to seek Yan Shui if needed. Returning to his study, Pei Xiuyan directed Yan Shui, "Investigate who incited those women to cause trouble. Once identified, do not alarm them. I shall deal with it personally." He could not believe that a few ignorant women would dare to disrupt the consort shop without instigation. Yan Shui acknowledged and was about to depart when Pei Xiuyan halted him. "Eliminate all the women involved in today's disturbance. Leave no one alive." Yan Shui bowed respectfully. "As you command, my lord." Pei Xiuyan sat back in his chair, eyes slightly closed. The cold demeanor of Pei Yi, insisting he ponder for another day, and the image of Yi Chuyen's bloodied hands and forlorn expression haunted his thoughts. Suddenly, he rose, slamming his fist onto the desk, shattering it into pieces. A servant outside called out, "My lord, a letter has arrived for you." Pei Xiuyan burst through the door, causing the servant to cower in fear and hurriedly present the letter. Pei Xiuyan opened it to find flamboyant characters inside. "Tonight at the Heist hour. Meet at the 10-mile pavilion outside. I wish to ease your burdens." Chapter 48. Realization. In the Jianjia courtyard, Yi Chuyen lay on the bed, lost in silence. Bai Ji continuously comforted her, "My lady, do not let those people's words trouble your heart." Yi Chuyen replied, "Bai Ji, I am fine. Go find Yan Shui and inform him to tell the Lord to dine here this evening." In this world, aside from her exiled mother, she had little left to lose or care for. Truly, she did not take the women's words to heart. Bai Ji, though confused, complied. Not finding Yan Shui outside the study, Pei Xiuyan, hearing the commotion, emerged to see Bai Ji and immediately furrowed his brow, concerned for Yi Chuyen's well-being. Bai Ji nervously informed him that the consort had invited him for dinner, to which Pei Xiuyan readily agreed. In the afternoon, Yi Chuyen decided to prepare a meal in the small kitchen of the Jianjia courtyard. Bai Ji, seeing her attempt to cook with one hand, was distressed and repeatedly tried to dissuade her but ultimately gathered other servants to assist. As the sun dipped low and dusk approached, Yi Chuyen sat quietly, awaiting Pei Xiuyan's arrival. He indeed arrived as promised. Upon entering the Jianjia courtyard, his formerly icy demeanor softened. The room was illuminated by flickering candles, and the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Yi Chuyen, sitting at the table with a hint of makeup, smiled at him. My lord, I have prepared some of your favorite dishes. Please wash your hands and dine. Pei Xiuyan's previously agitated heart suddenly found tranquility, an inexplicable sense of stability washing over him. Yi Chuyen had never cooked in the Yi family. After their marriage, she had begun to prepare meals for him, carefully excluding ginger and garlic from her dishes. Remembering every detail of his preferences, she had previously only offered him a taste on rare occasions. Since her miscarriage, she had not cooked for herself.
Today,
the familiar sense of the dishes stirred something within him, prompting a smile and gentle admonishment. Yen, you have injured your hand. Why would you cook? He took her hand, inspecting it carefully. Fortunately, the bandaging was intact, not touching the wound. Do not engage in such tasks until your injury has healed. Yi Chuyen smiled lightly. My lord, today you risked yourself to protect me, and I. Pei Xiuyan pulled her close, his tone somewhat wistful.
Yen.
Don't speak such foolishness. He regretted not treating her well in the past, only now realizing the importance of safeguarding her. Inhaling the scent emanating from her neck, he found it indescribably alluring, unlike the common perfumes outside. Previously indifferent to this fragrance, he now found it intoxicating. Why had he never noticed her merits? She had done so much for him, and he had been blind to it. It was a grave mistake. Fortunately, after all they had endured, she still loved him and remained by his side. He felt fortunate to have spent hours strategizing in the study, finally devising a plan to confront Pei Yi. Without the necessity to surrender Yi Chuyen or to be expelled for resisting the Japanese invaders, he also need not relinquish his power in Kyoto. Although he now possesses a means to address the situation, he must still visit Shirley Pavilion at the hour of the pig. For he desires to uncover the identity of the messenger. How audacious to conspire against him. Such folly. Yi Chuyen sensed that Pei Xiuyan had suddenly grown still, his grip around her hand tightening. She stifled the urge to strike him dead and gently extricated herself, moving to the table to pour him a cup of wine. My lord, I wish to request one more thing today. I long for an opportunity to visit my mother and the others. After the beginning of spring,
I will accompany you, she said.
Pei Xiuyan accepted the cup while speaking. Yi Chuyen lowered her gaze, deep in thought. Pei Xiuyan's response indicated that he had no intention of sending her away. He was indeed honoring his promise. Believing Yi Chuyen's lowered head was a sign of displeasure. Pei Xiuyan explained, it is quite cold now, and traveling would be inconvenient. After the beginning of spring, the weather will be warmer, making it easier to go out. Yi Chuyen probed, my lord, you treat me so well. Are you not concerned that Zhao Yujiao might become upset upon learning this? Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brows. There is no cause for concern. Zhao Jiao is quite understanding and will not be angered. My lord, do you favor Zhao Yujiao's understanding nature? Or is it due to the fact that she once saved your life? Yi Chuyen inquired with a hint of a smile. Pei Xiuyan paused in surprise. Then a smile broke across his face, revealing a flicker of joy. Yi Chuyen indeed loved him. She would feel envious over Zhao Yujiao. He had observed the complex gazes directed at Yi Chuyen during the palace banquet and recalled the sheer fury and possessiveness that nearly consumed him when she was insulted. He suddenly realized that his feelings for Zhao Yujiao had never been so intense. He regarded her as a precious jade artifact. He appreciated her life-saving grace and wished to protect her, yet he could never entertain romantic notions with her in private. After a moment of reflection, he spoke softly. When I was bitten by a venomous snake, the first thing I saw upon waking was Jiao Jiao weeping beside me, fragile as a flower battered by rain. I cannot fathom the courage she mustered to drag me from the woods and risk her life to find the antidote. Yen, I may not marry her, but I must repay her life-saving kindness. Yi Chuyen scoffed, my lord, do not trouble yourself. We shall discuss this matter at a later time. Since Pei Xiuyan's feelings for Zhao Yujiao stemmed from her act of saving him, it would be best for him to remain oblivious to the truth. When the time came for them to descend into hell together, she would reveal everything to him then, and his expression would surely be most entertaining. The two refrained from further discussion on the topic, and their meal proceeded relatively smoothly. During the course, Pei Xiuyan informed Yi Chuyen that the old matriarch Yi had been settled well. Despite the severe cold in Ningguta, the exile of the Yi family women was going smoothly. He also consented to Yi Chuyen writing to the old matriarch once a month. After the meal, Yi Chuyen, initially concerned that Pei Xiuyan might stay at Jianjian, was surprised when he, citing her injured hand, urged her to rest early and departed in haste. At the hour of the pig, upon hearing that Pei Shuyan had left the manor with Yan Xia, Yi Chuyan, activated by Ji's sleep acupoint, donned a black outfit and leaped into Zhao Yujiao's room. Zhao Yujiao was in a deep slumber when she suddenly heard a voice whispering in her ear, "Zhao Yujiao, how can you sleep soundly after committing so many vile deeds?" Disoriented, Zhao Yujiao saw a figure in black standing by her bed, startling her to the brink of losing her senses. Just as she was about to call for help, the figure silenced her with a touch, coldly commanding, "Zhao Yujiao, recognize who I am." Yi Chuyan unveiled her face, and in the dim candlelight, Zhao Yujiao finally discerned that it was Yi Chuyan. A dreadful thought surged through her mind. Yi Chuyan had discovered the truth about Xianyu Palace and had come to exact her vengeance. As Zhao Yujiao grasped this, her typically beautiful eyes were filled with horror. Yi Chuyan, unaware of Zhao Yujiao's thoughts, gazed down at her, her tone icy. "Zhao Yujiao, today I recalled the events before our fall from the cliff in the military camp, and that day, I remember the glint of triumph in your eyes as you pushed me down." Zhao Yujiao's face paled instantly. Chapter 49. The cost. Zhao Yujiao instinctively thought, how could Yi Chuyan, who had lost her memory due to being burned, suddenly remember the past? She should never have shown mercy. She ought to have poisoned Yi Chuyan while she was unconscious after being rescued. Yi Chuyan gently caressed Zhao Yujiao's terrified, pale face. "You say Pei Xiuyan is a man who holds grudges. If he were to discover that it was I who saved him, and that you deceived him while causing me harm, what do you think he would do to you?" Zhao Yujiao's mind exploded with panic. "No, absolutely not. Pei Xiuyan despises deceit. If he learns the truth, he will not spare her." Yi Chuyan reveled in Zhao Yujiao's fear, suddenly recalling the pleasure of being dragged into the cave by Sheng. Watching her prey struggle in its final throes was indeed exhilarating. "Fear not. I shan't reveal the truth to Pei Xiuyan," Yi Chuyan said with a smile, the coldness in her eyes contrasting eerily with her grin. After saying this, she released Zhao Yujiao's voice acupoint. Zhao Yujiao hurriedly rolled off the bed, kneeling beside Yi Chuyan, tears streaming down her face. "Again, I was wrong.
It was all my fault.
I was bewitched and committed unforgivable acts. I beg you, do not tell the Lord. I am willing to leave quietly and never return to Kyoto. Given our years of growing up together, please grant me a chance to live. I will do anything you ask." Seeing her desperate pleas grow louder, Yi Chuyan burst into laughter. "You plead so loudly. Are you attempting to draw attention from outside? Hoping to turn the tables on me before Pei Xiuyan, claiming I tried to kill you in the dead of night?" She continued, "No matter what I say, Pei Xiuyan would never believe me." Zhao Yujiao had not anticipated Yi Chuyan to see through her intentions, leading her to realize that the people in her courtyard had likely already been subdued by Yi Chuyan. Yi Chuyan had never harmed her before. She had almost forgotten that Yi Chuyan was a martial arts master. Now, the pressure and murderous aura emanating from Yi Chuyan made it difficult for her to breathe. Ayan, no. Listen to me. I truly seek your forgiveness," Zhao Yujiao pleaded, repeatedly bowing her head. Yi Chuyan leaned down to lift Zhao Yujiao's face. "This face is truly deceptive. Do you think Pei Xiuyan or even I would have softened my heart and brought you to the border because of it?" Zhao Yujiao trembled in fear, covering her face as she stammered, "Yi Chuyan, what do you intend to do?" Yi Chuyan crossed her arms and retorted, "What? Are you afraid I will mar your face? Fear not. I shall not." No sooner had she spoken than she struck Zhao Yujiao's face with a flurry of blows, each infused with internal energy, leaving Zhao Yujiao dazed. Her entire face swelled like a pig's head, throbbing with pain. Once she regained her senses, she groped for a hairpin from the table, shrieking as she lunged at Yi Chuyan. "Yi Chuyan, you vile person! I will kill you!" Yi Chuyan raised an eyebrow, seizing a nearby vase and smashing it against Zhao Yujiao's knee. Zhao Yujiao emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, clutching her leg and weeping bitterly. Yi Chuyan picked up a shard of the vase and slowly approached Zhao Yujiao, squatting beside her to inflict a deep cut on her injured knee. "Zhao Yujiao, you pushed me down the cliff. This is what you owe me." Zhao Yujiao curled up on the floor, nearly fainting from the pain, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Yi Chuyan crouched down and patted Zhao Yujiao's face. "Do you hate me for taking Pei Xiuyan? Have you ever considered that I was the one who saved him? You first seized my life-saving grace, and then harmed me. You wish for me to cherish our past? Very well. Today, I choose to spare your life out of nostalgia. As long as you remain honest in my presence, I shall forever safeguard this secret for you, allowing you to continue living as Zhao Gunyang. Yi Chuyan straightened her posture, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Zhao Yujiao. Today, you accidentally fell from the bed, do you understand? She did not wish for Zhao Yujiao's demise. Rather, she desired her to live perpetually in fear and trepidation. Sometimes, enduring a life filled with pain is the greatest punishment of all. Zhao Yujiao was on the brink of losing consciousness from the agony, her mind a tumultuous haze. She could not fathom why, knowing the truth, Yi Chuyan did not simply reveal it to Pei Xiuyan or take her life, yet chose to grant her a reprieve instead. The instinct for survival compelled her to grit her teeth and nod, understanding the gravity of her situation. Thank you, sister. Once Yi Chuyan departed, Zhao Yujiao succumbed to her pain and fell unconscious. Returning to the Jianjia courtyard, Yi Chuyan changed her attire and lay upon her bed, raising her hands to scrutinize them closely. Her left hand was still bandaged, while her right bore traces of blood between her fingers, remnants from when she had wounded Zhao Yujiao moments earlier. After a lengthy examination, she finally let out a wry smile, still sullied. She was no longer the unabashed daughter of the Yi family. Her hands were stained with blood. She had become a specter ensnared by hatred. This was the price of vengeance. In the outskirts, at the Shirley Pavilion. The Shirley Pavilion served as a place for bidding farewell to departing relatives. An octagonal gazebo connected to the main road on either side. At this hour, the city gates were firmly shut, and in the chill of the January winter, the surroundings of the Shirley Pavilion were desolate and silent. Pei Xiuyan, accompanied by Yan Shui and a cadre of shadow guards, arrived nearby, instructing them to surround the area with bows and crossbows, while he alone entered the pavilion. Inside, lanterns draped in white silk adorned the corners, and a man in green was engaged in solitary chess, attended by a slender maid in purple. Nan Gongli? Pei Xiuyan was taken aback to discover that the messenger was none other than Prince Nan Gongli of Pingyang. With a faint smile, Nan Gongli placed a piece on the board. What do you think of this situation, Your Highness? His voice was as gentle as a breeze. After speaking, he offered another piece to Pei Xiuyan. Upon sitting down, Pei Xiuyan did not accept the piece. Casting a glance at the board, he noted that the black and white pieces were at an impasse. With a slight frown, he replied impassively, "This prince has never had any ties with the Prince of Pingyang. If you have something to say, speak directly without pretense." Since Nan Gongli had initiated a conversation with Yi Chuyan at the palace banquet, Pei Xiuyan had developed a distaste for him. Disappointed, Nan Gongli set down his piece. It was evident that Pei Xiuyan believed this game to be unsolvable unless one were to gamble everything, leading to mutual destruction. Pei Xiuyan's gaze flickered. His lips pressed tightly together. Noticing Pei Xiuyan's contemplative demeanor, Nan Gongli continued, "The Emperor and the great martial emperor wish to exchange 10 cities for a princess. You have rejected the emperor today, but what of that? As long as Pei Yi remains emperor, you will be but a pawn under imperial authority." Pei Xiuyan slammed his hand on the table and drew his sword, directing it at Nan Gongli's neck, seething. "How do you know this?" Immediately, the purple-clad maid behind Nan Gongli brandished her sword towards Pei Xiuyan. Meanwhile, Yan Shui, who had been watching from outside, ordered the archers to aim their weapons at the maid and Nan Gongli, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, Nan Gongli remained calm and composed. He addressed Pei Xiuyan's icy visage. Speaking slowly, "Your Highness is not angry that I know of this matter. Rather, you are enraged that I have spoken the truth. As long as Pei Yi is emperor, you are but a pawn beneath imperial rule." Pei Xiuyan interrupted. Silence. "Should you dare to sow discord between me and the emperor, I will end your life at once." Nan Gongli could not help but chuckle lightly, producing a yellowed envelope from his sleeve and presenting it before Pei Xiuyan. "Pei Xiuyan, what if you were the true monarch?" Chapter 50. Who is the monarch? Seeing Pei Xiuyan's rising fury, Nan Gongli pressed, "Why not read the letter before deciding whether to kill me?" Pei Xiuyan lowered his sword, furrowing his brows as he accepted the yellowed missive. Upon opening it, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. It was a faded secret edict sealed with a jade stamp. Emperor Wu's fifth son, Prince Pei Liang, of noble character, resembling me greatly, shall surely inherit the great lineage. Upon my ascension, may he ascend to the throne." After reading the words of the secret edict, a torrent of emotions surged within Pei Xiuyan: shock, fury, and skepticism. Nan Gongli had anticipated Pei Xiuyan's reaction, and he urged, When the Supreme Emperor was gravely ill, he personally penned this edict and entrusted it to his close eunuch, Lu Kuan, clearly stating that he wished to pass the throne to the fifth prince, your father, Pei Liang. However, the Supreme Emperor had not foreseen that Lu Kuan had already been bribed by the third prince. After the Supreme Emperor's demise, the third prince conspired with Lu Kuan to forge a new will. Thus, the third prince became the current Grand Emperor. This edict was meant to be destroyed. But Lu Kuan feared that the Grand Emperor would kill him to silence him, so he devised a ruse to keep it hidden. He intended to use this document to save his own life, but alas, before the Grand Emperor ascended, he was assassinated, leaving him no opportunity. Once the Grand Emperor took the throne, Pei Yi was immediately named Crown Prince to prevent any recurrence of such a power struggle among princes. Your father and mother did not perish due to illness, but rather, the Grand Emperor secretly administered a slow-acting poison to eliminate any potential threats, sparing your life only out of pity for your youth. If the contents of this secret edict caused Pei Xiuyan's heart to boil, as if in a cauldron, then Nan Gongli's words were akin to pouring a bucket of cold water into the inferno, igniting a conflagration of emotions. Observing Pei Xiuyan's face turn as cold as frost, Nan Gongli grew increasingly exhilarated. Do you know why Pei Yi has always suppressed the noble families? Because those families once supported your father. Before his death, the Grand Emperor revealed this to Pei Yi. Thus, for many years, Pei Yi has used your hands to eradicate these families one by one. His urgency to eliminate the Yi family stems from their prominence and reputation, as well as the fact that the Empress Dowager has wielded power for many years, fueling his deep-seated hatred. Moreover, Yi Jin's unwavering integrity and adherence to ancestral laws would have prompted him to wholeheartedly support your claim to the throne had he learned of this matter. Pei Yi's insistence on having you destroy the Yi family was to sever all your hopes. Nan Gongli's words caused the veins on Pei Xiuyan's hand, which clutched the secret letter, to bulge ominously. Suddenly, Pei Xiuyan bellowed, "Shut up. You lie." This letter and these revelations shattered the life he had known for years. His uncle had treated him with such kindness. He could not be the one to usurp his father's throne. He refused to believe it. Nan Gongli did not cease, continuing to lament, had your father inherited the throne, you would now be the one seated upon the dragon throne. Pei Xiuyan, you should be the monarch. Pei Yi is merely a subject. You should enjoy the empire, the beauty, and be etched into history, rather than having lost your parents at a tender age and now being forced to hand over your princess. In a sudden fit of rage, Pei Xiuyan seized Nan Gongli by the throat, gritting his teeth. Nan Gongli, what do you truly desire? What benefit would chaos bring you? The purple-clad maid was about to intervene, but Nan Gongli raised a hand to stop her, his face reddening from the grip. Pei Xiuyan, hand over Yi Chuyan to that Zheng. After you do so, I will ensure the world knows that the emperor has coerced his subjects to offer their wives for 10 cities. Then, I will reveal the secret edict to the public, and you may rightfully reclaim your throne. Pei Xiuyan's laughter was cold and sinister. Nan Gongli, do you wish for chaos to seize the opportunity for your own rise? Nan Gongli, struck by the truth, smiled instead of fuming, for the grip around his neck prevented him from expressing anger. You, after reclaiming your throne, will grant me autonomy over Yunnan, and in the future, Yunnan shall be its own kingdom. Hearing this, Pei Xiuyan released his grip on Nan Gongli's throat. Regarding him with scorn, Nan Gongli, abandon this hope. I shall not fall for your schemes. I will not be swayed by a letter of dubious authenticity and a few ramblings, nor will I hand over Yi Chuyan. If that is your aim, then you may return to Yunnan. Never again appear before me. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Nan Gongli chuckled softly, rubbing his bruised neck. Pei Xiuyan back then, the Empress Dowager sought to unite Pei Yi and Yi Chuyan. When Pei Yi was reluctant, you were arranged to don Yi Chuyan's favored crimson armor, teaching her swordplay hand in hand, orchestrating her infatuation with you. Furthermore, did you truly marry Yi Chuyan out of compulsion? Given your ties with the Yi family, had you sincerely beseeched Yi Jin, he would have willingly bestowed the soul-reviving grass upon you. Your marriage to Yi Chuyan stemmed from your desire to ascend the grand tree of the Yi family. After wedlock, unwilling to acknowledge your own despicable nature, you directed your wrath upon Yi Chuyan, insinuating that she was the driving force behind your actions. This way, you could face your savior, Miss Zhao, with a clear conscience. Yet, your relationship with this so-called Zhao girl remains ambiguous, devoid of any commitment. You harbor no love for her. You merely sustain her, reminding yourself of your obligation to repay kindness. Subsequently, for self-preservation, you annihilated the Yi family. Poor your princess, believing the fault lay solely with herself, suffered greatly for it. You have been scheming against Yi Chuyan all along. Now, your reluctance to part with her, does it stem from possessiveness, guilt, or true love? Admit it. The Pei family is inherently cold-blooded and unfeeling. My sole query now is, what method did you employ to keep your princess willingly by your side, devoted to you? Nan Gongli's words acted as a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of Pei Xiuyan's heart. These were truths he dared not confront or acknowledge. He felt as if stripped bare under the sun, rage igniting within him, fists clenched, targeting Nan Gongli's life. Nan Gongli, I will kill you. At that moment, a purple-clad maid emerged, tossing a smoke bomb. As the white mist dissipated, both she and Nan Gongli vanished simultaneously. Pei Xiuyan stood amidst the vanishing smoke, a cold aura emanating from him, seemingly capable of freezing everything around him. With a thunderous roar, he struck the stone table with his fists, shattering it instantly. Then, as if his very bones had been extracted, he sat dazed upon a stone bench. Nan Gongli had unearthed those truths he had long evaded, compelling him to confront them. The words swirled in his mind, causing his temples to throb painfully. Yan Jiao, accompanied by hidden guards, rushed to the pavilion. My lord, shall we pursue? After a prolonged silence, Pei Xiuyan noticed a fallen secret edict on the ground, discreetly collecting it before coldly responding, no need. Return to the estate. Upon returning home, as he entered, Li Fu hurried to report, my lord, Miss Zhao has fallen from her bed. Find a doctor to examine her thoroughly. Pei Xiuyan replied, his expression devoid of concern for Zhao Yujiao.
Li Fu, noticing Pei Xiuyan esse apparent indifferente, grew anxious.
My lord, Miss Zhao's fall is quite severe. You should go see her. Within Zhao Yujiao's chamber, the candles flickered brightly. It was during the night watch that Hong Ying discovered something amiss and found Zhao Yujiao unconscious on the floor. Her legs covered in blood, her face so swollen it was nearly unrecognizable. As Pei Xiuyan entered the courtyard, he heard Zhao Yujiao's pained groans and angrily chastised the servants. How could you care for your mistress so poorly? The servants knelt, trembling in fear. Pei Xiuyan scoffed and stormed into the room. Zhao Yujiao, hearing the noise, hurriedly grabbed a piece of gauze to cover her face. My lord, do not blame them. It was my clumsiness that caused me to fall and break a vase, injuring my knee on the shards. Pei Xiuyan felt compelled to lift the gauze from her face to assess her injuries. Zhao Yujiao, panic-stricken, nearly cried out, my lord, please, do not look at my swollen face. I am too hideous to behold. Reluctantly, Pei Xiuyan stepped back, casting a glance at her leg, which was tightly bandaged. He furrowed his brow and inquired, is your knee injured? How serious is it? Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Yujiao's tears flowed like a broken string of pearls. My lord, the doctor said the vase shards severed the tendons in my knee. No remedy will suffice, and I may walk with a limp henceforth. Your Highness, I fear my leg will not heal any time soon. The courtyard in South City is serene and quiet. May I rest there for a while? Pei Xiuyan pursed his lips in silence. Nan Gongli was right. He did not love Zhao Yujiao. Only a sense of obligation lingered, preventing any romantic feelings from blossoming. After Zhao Yujiao's recovery, he would gift her the south courtyard and arrange a suitable match for her, thereby repaying her life-saving grace. With this thought, Pei Xiuyan replied, I shall arrange for Li Fu to escort you to the south courtyard tomorrow. Zhao Yujiao froze suddenly, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had intended to test whether Pei Xiuyan would feel remorse and attempt to keep her. If his feelings for her were strong enough to prevent her departure, then even if Yi Chuyan revealed the truth, it would be in vain. Earlier that morning, while delivering birds' nest porridge, he had mentioned taking her hunting in a few days. Now, he effortlessly agreed to send her away from the estate. Zhao Yujiao's mind whirled while her face feigned gratitude. Thank you, my lord. As she spoke, her nails dug fiercely into her palm, wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts upon Yi Chuyan.
Yi Chuyan, oh, Zhao Yujiao,
will never coexist with you in this life. After leaving Zhao Yujiao's quarters, Pei Xiuyan spent the night in solitude within his study. Nan Gongli's words tormented his heart, forcing him to confront his emotions. Viewing his past with Yi Chuyan as an observer, he discovered that his feelings for her had been buried beneath a twisted heart. Yet they had already taken root. He recalled the countless moments Yi Chuyan had devoted to him, each memory intensifying his anguish. At 8, she had clumsily learned to embroider. spending 3 months crafting a pouch, only to toss it into the city moat. At 9, she had made him a delicate pastry, which he carelessly discarded to a stray dog. At 10, she had invited him to admire lanterns on the 15th of the first month, waiting for him beneath the city tower, frozen and unmoving, while he never came. At 11, she had presented him with a painting of a white crane from a renowned artist, which he tore apart in front of her. At 12, she had crafted a black gold dagger, burning her hand in the process, only for him to give it to a nameless servant. At 13, she had pleaded with Yi Chuqing to find a martial arts manual, but he had scorned it, leading her to tear it in heartbreak. At 14, she had spent half a year embroidering a fortune symbol for him, which he had given to the cook as kindling. At 15, after coming of age, she repeatedly rejected the Empress Dowager's proposal for her to enter the palace as queen, wishing only to marry him. At 16, she had knelt before Yi Jin for 3 days to procure the soul-reviving grass, timidly asking, "Pei Shuyan, if I give you the soul-reviving grass, will you marry me?" He had taken the grass to save the ailing Zhao Yujiao and had married her as promised, yet on their wedding night, he had gazed at the moon with Zhao Yujiao until dawn. Their first night together, in a drunken stupor, he had been rough and uncaring, while she had silently endured. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, he had never shown her kindness. She had continued to prepare his favorite meals daily, awaiting his presence at Jiansi Garden. Yet he rarely visited. He had taken her devotion for granted, believing it was his due. Such occurrences were far too numerous. Yi Chuyan, a fiercely independent woman, had sacrificed nearly everything for him. His unwillingness to treat her kindly stemmed from the deep-rooted depravity within him. Under the guidance of Pei Yi, he approached Yi Chuyan and, after being captivated by her beauty at first glance, felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of stealing glances at her, as it would betray Zhao Yujiao. Just as Nan Gongli had articulated, he must treat Zhao Yujiao with kindness to remind himself that he is a person of gratitude and loyalty. Yet, he had never laid a hand on Zhao Yujiao, merely providing for her. Over the years, he remained aloof and haughty towards outsiders, yet always spoke gently to Zhao Yujiao. Only in the presence of Yi Chuyan could he unabashedly display his emotions. He realized, with a jolt, a harrowing truth. Deep within his heart, he loved Yi Chuyan. The weight of this self-awareness gnawed at him like a swarm of ants. How could someone as despicable as he be worthy of such pure love from Yi Chuyan? As Pei Xiuyan pondered these thoughts, he felt both anxious and remorseful. He read the secret letter repeatedly, transitioning from furious outrage to a gradual calm. Being a member of the Pei family, with their blood running through his veins, he understood that the glory and misfortune of the Defeng dynasty impacted every member of the family. The authenticity of the letter remained uncertain. Even if it were true, what of it? The enigmatic and unpredictable Northern Rome, could they truly be seeking peace? With the pirates invading Jiangfeng and Northern Rome casting a watchful eye, the southern gate of Dianzhou was threatened by the scheming Wang of Pingyang, who yearned for chaos. Should he attempt to reclaim the throne, the success of such an endeavor was uncertain. If others seized the opportunity, Defeng might cease to exist. Even in success, the price could be rivers of blood and a devastated populace. Time passed, and he prepared to ignite the letter over a candle flame, but with a deep sigh, he placed the partially burned letter in a hidden compartment of his study. The following day, Pei Xiuyan arranged for Li Fu to escort Zhao Yujiao to safety before heading to court himself. Upon learning of the events, Bai Ji rushed back to Jianjia courtyard, waking the sleeping Yi Chuyan, her excitement palpable. "Princess, do you know? Last night, Zhao Yujiao fell from her bed. They say it was quite serious, and she might limp for life. She was sent to the southern city for recuperation and probably won't return for quite some time," Bai Ji exclaimed, her words flowing like a river, practically dancing with joy. However, Yi Chuyan appeared somewhat lost in thought. Would that Shum truly depart without attaining what he desired? How would Pei Xiuyan confront Pei Yi in court today? "Princess, are you listening? I feel this is heaven's justice punishing the wicked." Yi Chuyan snapped back to reality and smiled. Indeed, heaven's justice. The news of Zhao Yujiao elated Bai Ji, who then chose a pink outfit for Yi Chuyan, teasing her incessantly, which drew hearty laughter from Yi Chuyan until Pei Xiuyan returned. "What makes you laugh so, Yen?"
Ye Chuyan's looked at instantly jazzed.
She lowered her gaze, fearful that Pei Xiuyan might discern something amiss, and quickly donned a gentle smile, replying, "Your Highness, why have you returned from court so early?" "I requested leave," he replied. Pei Yi had casually mentioned the pirate incursions in court, clearly a veiled threat at him. Citing illness, he had taken a 3-day leave. Pei Xiuyan noticed Yi Chuyan adorned in pink, her ruby lips and pearly teeth complementing her spirited brows, every movement exuding charm that stirred an indescribable yearning within him. He drew her into his embrace, seated in a chair, and asked, "Yen, you love me, do you not?" He was terrified. Had he once inflicted such pain upon Yi Chuyan, could she truly love him now? The thought left his heart feeling hollow.
Ye Chuyan.
Fearing he might glimpse her cold eyes, buried her head against his chest and playfully retorted, "Yes, indeed. I once loved you deeply, and now I harbor equal disdain." Hearing this, Pei Xiuyan's heart, previously void, felt a measure of comfort. "Yen, I apologize for the many ways I have hurt you. I vow never to do so again. I genuinely love you. I long for peace, and to grow old with you." His words were meant for Yi Chuyan, yet they resonated as a promise to himself. Nan Gongli was mistaken. He was a Pei, yet not a heartless or unfeeling man. He could forego pursuing the truth behind the secret letter for the sake of the populace, and would willingly sacrifice everything for Yi Chuyan. Yi Chuyan sensed an unusual vulnerability in Pei Xiuyan today, his tone imbued with an incredible tenderness and sincerity that baffled her. She could not fathom what had possessed him and remained silent. They embraced in silence, feeling each other's heartbeat, yet unable to see each other's faces. To outsiders, the scene was profoundly tender. Bai Ji, carrying tea, approached the door but was halted by Yan Shui, stationed outside. Noticing Yan Shui's flushed ears, Bai Ji peered through the crack in the door and instantly broke into a grin. "Yan Shui, I told you the prince would treat the princess well. Do you now believe me?" Bai Ji playfully glared at Yan Shui. "When have I ever doubted you?" With that, she chuckled and delivered the tea to the side room. Bai Ji's laughter stirred a kitten-like sensation within Yan Shui, tickling his heart. "Yen, I wish to take you to Shangyun Temple for a few days." Pei Xiuyan suddenly interjected, disrupting the tranquility of the room. Yi Chuyan was taken aback. "Why?" Pei Xiuyan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "You have an injury. Shangyun Temple is a sanctuary, conducive to healing." Yi Chuyan paused, then comprehended his intent. They were evading Pei Yi. Shangyun Temple, a monastery dedicated to the protection of the nation, had a secluded area reserved for the royal ladies. Only members of the Pei family could seek blessings there, and the temple was heavily guarded, making it an ideal refuge for healing and hiding. The cottage and temple were separate, allowing her to avoid facing Pei Xiuyan at night. Yi Chuyan readily agreed. Pei Xiuyan acted swiftly. After lunch, he instructed Li Fu to prepare their belongings, and with a retinue of guards, they set off for Shangyun Temple. They arrived as dusk fell. The abbot, having received a message via carrier pigeon, personally came to greet them. After dinner, several nuns led Yi Chuyan to her quarters to rest. Pei Xiuyan followed a few young monks to her room, and, once they departed, Yan Shui, dressed in black, slipped inside. "Your Highness, the disturbances caused by those women have been dealt with. The instigator is a rogue named Li Shuang from the East Market's Old Goods Alley, known for his idle ways and unscrupulous behavior." Pei Xiuyan sipped his tea and inquired, "Who is he working for?" Chapter 52. To retrieve you. Yan Shui deliberated. Li Shuang is a distant relative of Steward Li, yet Steward Li has distanced himself from him due to his lack of ambition. Recently, they seem to have crossed paths several times. Li Shuang suddenly came into a large sum of money and hired those women to cause a ruckus. Yan Shui hesitated, not daring to directly suggest that this might have been arranged by Li Fu, whose sister was once the prince's wet nurse and who had been managing the household diligently for many years. Pei Xiuyan smiled coldly, crushing his teacup to powder, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. That dog, Li Fu, must still harbor resentment for a Yen slapping him. Very well. Yan Shui had assumed Pei Xiuyan would choose to spare Li Fu, considering the family's loyalty to the Qingwang Fu, but from his tone, it seemed Li Fu's fate was sealed. He was astonished. When had Yi Chuyan's position in Pei Xiuyan's heart become so paramount? "Is there any news from the palace?" "Yes. The officials we arranged submitted a petition this afternoon, nominating the governor of Kyoto to combat the pirates at Jiangfeng. The emperor said he would consider it." Pei Xiuyan could scarcely imagine the fury that would engulf Pei Yi upon witnessing these documents. The governor of the capital, a loyal confidant and eyes for Pei Yi outside the palace, would never allow himself to be sent to Jiangfeng. The notion of using threats of anti-Japanese forces to compel him into surrendering Yi Chuyan was utterly inconceivable. By the time the 3-day leave concluded, Sheng had already returned to Beirong, and the anti-Japanese contingent had been established. Pei Yi would be powerless to act against him. Yi Chuyen had yet to retire for the night. As she listened to the faint sound of wooden fish resonating from outside, she sent Bai Ji to the side room and began to inscribe the Heart Sutra, feeling an unprecedented tranquility envelop her. Ah, young lady, your calligraphy is truly exquisite. Upon hearing this voice, a chill ran down Yi Chuyen's spine. It was Sheng. As expected, she turned to face him and was met with his beguiling heterochromatic eyes. While she scanned the surroundings for an escape route, she feigned calmness and inquired, "How did you get in here?" Sheng, adorned in a flamboyant crimson fur cloak, made no attempt to conceal his face. The vivid red of his attire and his strikingly different colored eyes created an overwhelming sensation, making Yi Chuyen feel he was akin to a demon from the netherworld. Sheng picked up the Heart Sutra she had written and scrutinized it intently, nonchalantly remarking, "My dear, it is quite surprising that your husband has refused my proposition." Yi Chuyen chose not to respond, casting a glance at the window and noting that it was not locked, contemplating how she might leap out. It seemed Sheng could read her thoughts. He spoke languidly, "Should you dare to flee, I shall declare that you lured me here for a clandestine meeting. Just imagine how the Emperor of Dafeng would deal with you."
Ye Chuyan clenched her fists tightly.
"Sheng, what will it take for you to let me go? A madman like you will never sincerely hand over 10 cities to Dafeng. You will undoubtedly go back on your word." Sheng set down the Heart Sutra and raised his gaze to her, suddenly grinning. "Ah, young lady, you are indeed someone I have chosen, for you understand me so well. Your Emperor of Dafeng pales in comparison. We truly are a match made in heaven. My fondness for you only grows." Yi Chuyen had previously deemed Sheng a lunatic, but now she realized he was not merely mad, he was utterly deranged. "Sheng, abandon this notion. As long as my husband refuses, you shall never take me." Sheng nodded in agreement, admitting that this time he truly could not take her. He circled behind Yi Chuyen, inhaling deeply, captivated by a scent he had encountered once in a cave during his childhood, which had lingered in his memory ever since. Yi Chuyen found his actions both strange and terrifying, and she quickly sidestepped, retreating a couple of steps. Seeing her tense demeanor, Sheng's spirits lifted. "Do not be alarmed, dear young lady. I have merely come to bid you farewell. Once I have dealt with some trifles back in Beirong, I shall return to fetch you." The word fetch struck Yi Chuyen like a venomous serpent, causing her heart to tremble with unease. Sheng swiftly vanished, and Yi Chuyen frantically secured all the windows and doors, leaning against the door with her heart racing. What sinister plan did this madman have for her? For 2 consecutive days, Pei Shuyan remained by Yi Chuyen's side, almost never leaving her, even during daylight. During this time, they spoke not of worldly matters, but immersed themselves in the recitation of scriptures, akin to devout Buddhists. Occasionally, Yi Chuyen engaged in discussions with the abbot of the temple, leaving him deeply impressed. He had not anticipated that a woman of noble birth like Yi Chuyen would possess such profound insight into Buddhist teachings, evoking his admiration. Pei Shuyan silently watched from the side, speechless. He had previously been unaware of Yi Chuyen's extensive knowledge of Buddhism. The more he observed, the more he felt that her virtues were known only to him, a feeling that was truly gratifying. Pei Shuyan had somehow procured a jar of snow frog ointment, applying it to Yi Chuyen's wounds 3 times a day. Its remarkable efficacy allowed her palm's injury to heal at an astonishing rate. On the morning of the 3rd day, after partaking in breakfast, Pei Shuyan continued his routine of applying the ointment. Upon removing the bandage, Yi Chuyen was astonished to find that the wound on her palm had transformed into a mere thin scar, devoid of pain, save for a slight itch. Pei Shuyan, witnessing this, could not help but smile. "Again, we shall return home today. Once I visit the palace, I will teach you how to practice swordplay, shall we?" Yi Chuyen, having grown accustomed to Pei Shuyan's tender attentiveness over the past few days, suppressed her discomfort and adeptly responded. Upon returning to the estate, they were greeted by Madame Mo. "Your Highness, lady, you have returned." Her silver hair had been dyed black, and she had taken great care in her appearance, looking revitalized. Yi Chuyen almost did not recognize her. She turned to Pei Shuyan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Pei Shuyan explained nonchalantly, "Li Fu has retired to his hometown. Madame Mo is now the new steward of the estate." Yan Xie, standing nearby, felt a strange twitch in his eyelid. Li Fu's departure was not a mere retirement. It had been Pei Xiuyan who had personally dealt with him the previous night, executing him by hanging and severing his tongue, allowing him to bleed to death. Yi Chuyan pondered that with Li Fugan and Madame Emo, who had a deeper connection with Pei Xiuyan, now in charge. She must be more cautious in her actions moving forward. After escorting Yi Chuyan back to the Jianjia courtyard, Pei Xiuyan returned to his study, with Madame Emo closely following. Once the study door closed, Madame Emo wiped the smile from her face and adopted a serious demeanor. Your Highness, Sheng has departed a day earlier than planned. It is said that there has been a rebellion by remnants of the crown prince in Beirong, who seek to execute Sheng, the tyrant who harms his own kin. When Sheng left, the emperor personally saw him off along with numerous officials, granting him due respect, yet made no mention of the matter of diplomatic relations. Upon hearing this report, Pei Xiuyan, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, as expected, Pei's silence on the matter of diplomatic relations suggests he desires me to lead troops against Beirong. Having rejected Sheng's proposal, I have let slip the opportunity that Pei coveted. He will undoubtedly seize this chance amidst Beirong's turmoil to reclaim that lost opportunity. Be it for the protection of Yi Chuyan or for the sake of Dafeng's territory, this battle was unavoidable. Pei Xiuyan tidied himself up before heading to the palace. Chapter 53. Ambiguity in Kyoto. At the Wu family's villa, Wu Mu touched the wound over his heart, recalling the moment he found Yi Chuyan in the cold palace. Affected by aphrodisiacs, which compelled him to shed his own blood to save her. He had subsequently helped her cover up her past, yet he felt something was amiss. He had shared the details of this incident with Wu Yueling the previous day, but she had said nothing in response. At that moment, Wu Yueling entered with medicine. Little brother, it's time to take your medicine. Wu Mu accepted the medication and drank it down in one gulp. After finishing, he turned to Wu Yueling and asked, Sister, why did I sacrifice my heart's blood and injure myself for Yi Chuyan? Wu Yueling instinctively avoided Wu Mu's gaze, lowering her eyes as she softly replied, You have known Yi Chuyan for many years. Naturally, you would not wish to see her suffer from poisoning. Helping her is only to be expected. Upon hearing this, Wu Mu felt unsatisfied, as the answer did not quell the strange feeling within him. However, I only know Yi Chuyan. We are not particularly close. Why would I sacrifice the Tianqinggu for her? Wu Yueling playfully tapped Wu Mu on the head, turning to place the medicine bowl down while feigning anger. Because you enjoy championing the weak and acting heroically.
Wu Mu chuckled.
Having traveled for 3 years, he indeed relished the thrill of heroism. 3 years of travel? Wait. Why did I even leave for 3 years? A foggy white haze clouded Wu Mu's mind, obscuring his memories. Sister, why did I leave for 3 years? Wu Yueling's body stiffened suddenly. She had successfully cast a spell on Wu Mu that erased his feelings for Yi Chuyan and muddled the deeds he had done for her. But how could she resolve the obscured memories? Quickly regaining her composure, Wu Yueling turned and glared at Wu Mu with hands on her hips. How dare you ask? You left home for 3 years because you didn't want to take over the Wu family and were sulking against father. Outsiders mistakenly believe that your departure from home was motivated by your affection for Yi Chuyan, thinking it was her wedding that drove you away, unjustly casting the blame upon her. This time, having shed your heartfelt blood to rescue her, you have managed to balance the scales. Sister, I feel as if I have forgotten something. I remember Yi Chuyan, as well as the playful times we shared in the military camp during our childhood, yet the details elude me. Wu Mu remains somewhat hesitant. Brother, this is not your fault. It is due to the death of the Tianqinggu, which has affected your heart's meridian, rendering your memories of some past events hazy. Wu Mu pondered for a moment. Apart from the blurred memories concerning Yi Chuyan, he could recall everything else with clarity. The fog in his mind finally cleared, revealing the truth. Seeing that Wu Mu seemed to accept her words, Wu Yuelin sighed with relief. After this conversation, even if someone were to mention his feelings for Yi Chuyan in front of him, he would not take it seriously. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuelin added, Brother, you cannot continue to act so willfully. Our parents are aware of your injury and rushed from Jiangzhou to Kyoto overnight. They will arrive this evening. Mother insists on staying in Kyoto to oversee your establishment of a family before returning. Upon hearing this, Wu Mu felt a sudden wave of weakness. The Wu family's roots lie in Jiangzhou, over 1,000 miles from Kyoto. His mother had rarely ventured beyond Jiangzhou. Yet this time, she was willing to come to Kyoto, indicating her serious intent. Sister, I do not wish to marry. I have yet to encounter a girl I like. I would rather live my life alone. What foolishness is this? You are the young master of the Wu family and must eventually support the family. Marriage is an inevitable duty. The girl I introduced you to last time, Zhang Xiuyu, is quite suitable. Once you are healed, invite her to go out for a stroll and enjoy the blossoms. Wu Mu recalled how Zhang Xiuyu had followed him at the palace banquet, crying after he had scolded her. He felt a surge of annoyance. He had no interest in such delicate women. Must I invite her? Wu Yuelin approached and pinched Wu Mu's ear. You must. That evening, the old matriarch of the Wu family and Wu Yuntai arrived in Kyoto. Upon seeing Wu Mu's injury, the old matriarch wept uncontrollably, leaving Wu Mu feeling distressed. Ultimately, he promised to establish a family once he had recovered, which finally eased the old matriarch's tears. Wu Yuelin then closed the door and conversed with Wu Yuntai for a long time. Time passed swiftly, and over 10 days went by. Yi Chuyan was puzzled about how Pei Xiuyan had persuaded Pei Yi. The court had been unusually calm for the past half-month, with Pei Yi not lashing out at Pei Xiuyan. Since Shun had left Dafeng, there had been no further news, which brought her some comfort. However, Pei Xiuyan hardly left the estate apart from attending court, declining all visits from officials and spending each day accompanying her. This made Yi Chuyan anxious, as she found no opportunity to meet with manager Zhou alone, hindering her plans. While she had to maintain the facade of a devoted princess consort in her interactions with Pei Xiuyan, in the stillness of the night, she couldn't help but think of Wu Mu. She wondered if his wounds had healed, if he had forgotten her, and if he had begun a carefree life. As long as he was happy, all she had done would be worthwhile. Zhao Yujiao had been residing in a separate courtyard for over 10 days without seeing Pei Xiuyan, which filled her with anxiety. Before leaving the estate, she had temporarily entrusted her household authority to Li Fu. Under the pretense of inquiring about the estate's affairs, she sent Hong Ying to find Li Fu for a report, hoping to glean some information. However, she learned that Li Fu had returned to his hometown, and his authority had been passed to a newly appointed female steward. The new steward did not recognize Hong Ying and refused her entry into the Qingwangfu. Hong Ying sought out a few acquaintances outside the estate and discovered that the prince and princess were deeply enamored, likely forgetting about Miss Zhao. Naturally delicate and weak, Zhao Yujiao's knee injury had not improved, forcing her to spend most of her time resting in bed. Upon hearing this news, she was infuriated and smashed everything in the room. She vowed to recover quickly and reclaim all that was rightfully hers. After recuperating for several days, Wu Mu's injuries finally healed, though a scar resembling a centipede remained on his chest. Wu Yuelin sought scar ointment for him, but he found it bothersome and refused to apply it, insisting, as a man, why should I concern myself with these scars? Wu Yuelin, feeling helpless, let him be. Today was the second day of the second month, a time when the dragon raises its head. The weather had begun to warm, and the biting cold wind had ceased. The warm sun felt pleasant on the skin. The streets of Kyoto bustled with life, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Wu Yuelin knocked on the door early in the morning. Wu Mu, rise quickly. You are to accompany me and mother to the temple fair today. After knocking for a while, without a response, she was puzzled when suddenly a figure swung down from the eaves. Upon meeting Wu Mu's bright eyes, Wu Yuelin's expression instantly turned cold. This is absurd. You are already 19. How can you still act so childishly? Seeing him dressed in a fitted black robe with a soft sword at his waist, she deduced that he had healed and, unable to contain himself, had gone outside to practice swordplay early in the morning. Wu Mu jumped down. Standing tall with a serious expression, Sister, your reprimands are well-founded. Wu Yuelin was amused by his pretense and playfully patted his arm. Go wash up and change your clothes. Wu Mu responded with a smile. By the time he emerged dressed, Wu Yuelin and the old matriarch had been waiting in the carriage for some time. The old matriarch lifted the curtain and saw Wu Mu in a sky-blue brocade robe, his head adorned with a matching jade belt. His originally tan skin had lightened significantly after resting indoors for half a month, his bright eyes and lean figure exuding an air of vitality. With genuine admiration, she exclaimed, My son is truly a handsome young man. Wu Yuelin couldn't help but chuckle. Mother, with such a handsome son, can you bear to let him marry? When we meet Zhang Xiuyu later, you must not interfere with my brother's fate. Chapter 54. Asu, the old matriarch, nearing 40, was slightly plump yet dignified, with traces of her youthful beauty still visible in her features. She playfully glared at Wu Yuelin. How could I possibly obstruct my son from courting a young lady? Your mother is no wicked stepmother. Indeed, indeed. As you say, mother. Whoever marries into our Wu family and encounters a mother-in-law as wonderful as you will have surely earned their fortune in a past life. Wu Yuelin took her mother's hand, her usual aloofness entirely absent. After Wu Mu's recovery, he had not mentioned inviting Zhang Xiyu out. So today she was determined to take him out to the temple fair, while also arranging for a chance encounter with Zhang Xiyu. Wu Yuelin's words made the old matriarch burst into laughter. Wu Mu peeked through the carriage curtain, revealing half of his face. Mother, sister, what are you so happy about? May I help drive the carriage today? Wu Yuelin immediately replied, that would be wonderful. This way, at the end of our outing, we can find an excuse for you to escort Zhang Xiyu home. The three of them did not bring servants with them, and Wu Mu drove the carriage, chatting and laughing merrily as they headed towards the temple fair in the northern part of the city. Today, Pei Xiuyan finished court remarkably early. Upon arriving at the Jianjia garden, he found Yi Chuyan just finishing her breakfast. Ayan, look at this. Pei Xiuyan grinned as he pulled a letter from his sleeve. Yi Chuyan's pulse quickened. Was it a letter from her mother? Pei Xiuyan gestured for her to sit and placed the letter in her hands. Yi Chuyan trembled as she unfolded the letter. Lady Yi wrote that they had been assigned to a 5-courtyard residence in the place of exile. The environment being decent, though incomparable to Yi Manor, it was the best treatment they could expect in exile. They had not suffered any hardships. Everything was well. She also mentioned that Yi Chuyan's sister-in-law was experiencing severe morning sickness, and everyone speculated it was a mischievous little boy. With just a brief letter, Yi Chuyan read it over and over, feeling both tears and laughter swell within her. How delightful it is to know that my mother and the others are well. No matter the grievances she faces, they are not grievances at all. Pei Xiuyan gently wiped away her tears, saying, Ayan, do not weep. Yi Chuyan looked up at Pei Xiuyan, her heartfelt thank you expressing her gratitude for his promise kept, ensuring that the women of the Yi family did not suffer. And that all was well. Sensing the sincerity in her words, Pei Xiuyan felt a stirring within him and softly kissed the corner of Yi Chuyan's eye. Ayan, shall we visit the temple fair together? We can write back to your mother in the evening. How does that sound? He remembered how she had wished for his company at the fair each year to experience the festivities and the vibrant atmosphere, yet he had never acquiesced. Now, he longed to make amends for all that he had neglected in the past. Yi Chuyan nodded in agreement. Not wishing for anyone to intrude upon their precious solitude, Pei Xiuyan took no attendance with them. He mounted his horse, embracing Yi Chuyan, and they leisurely made their way to the fair. Clad in a white robe embroidered with golden threads and wearing a jade crown of emerald hue, Pei Xiuyan's originally cool and handsome visage appeared even more strikingly noble and ethereal. Yi Chuyan donned a dress of the same exquisite fabric as his. Her hair styled in a cloud-like bun adorned with a jade hairpin, simple yet elegant, her eyes sparkling with a delicate brilliance. These garments and adornments were specially arranged by Pei Xiuyan for her. Together, they rode through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by with their striking resemblance and outstanding demeanor. Nestled against Pei Xiuyan's chest, Yi Chuyan wore a slight smile that belied the frigid depths of her gaze. Had he treated her this way in the past, she would have proclaimed to the world that she was the happiest woman in the capital. But now she would not. While Pei Xiuyan could choose to overlook the past wounds, she could not forget. After he cast her from the loft and extinguished the Yi family, her relationship with him had been defined solely by hatred, devoid of love. Now, her submissive compliance was merely a waiting game for the right moment to drag him into the abyss alongside her. Is my lady content? The warmth of his breath tickled Yi Chuyan's ear, interrupting her reverie. Your Highness, please don't jest. There are so many eyes upon us, she playfully chided. Upon hearing the title Your Highness, Pei Xiuyan felt an inexplicable displeasure. He tightened his hold on her hand and said, Ayan, since you refuse to call me Brother Yen as before, would you call me so from now on?
Ye Chuyan si fenet momentarily. As?
The name bestowed upon him by the late royal consort was one he had forbidden anyone to use since her passing. Yet, this name was certainly more pleasant than calling him Brother Yen. Hearing her call him so, Pei Xiuyan felt a sweetness flood his heart. Is my lady settled? At his words, he urged his horse into a gallop towards the fair. Caught off guard, Yi Chuyan leaned back against him, prompting Pei Xiuyan to speed up even more. Upon reaching the northern part of the city, Pei Xiuyan was taken aback. It was his first visit to the fair, and he had expected a sparse crowd at this hour, but was instead met with throngs of vendors and a cacophony of lively shouts, a veritable sea of humanity. On makeshift stages, performers sang melodiously, while the audience below erupted in cheers. Hand in hand with Yi Chuyen, he found himself entertained by the bustling atmosphere. No longer needing to seek refuge in his embrace, Yi Chuyen felt a newfound lightness. It had been 3 years since she had last attended a fair after her marriage, and today felt like a reunion with the distant past. Amidst the throng, they appeared as a pair of celestial beings amidst the chaos of the mundane world. Some bold women tossed handkerchiefs and fruits at Pei Shuyan, causing Yi Chuyen to stifle a laugh at the sheer foolishness of those who, like her former self, were enamored by his handsome facade. Pei Shuyan's countenance remained frosty, exuding an air that frightened the young women into silence. Not wishing to provoke trouble, Yi Chuyen grasped Pei Shuyan's hand and suggested, "So, I recall there is a Tilon temple ahead. Shall we offer our prayers there?" Pei Shuyan, delighted by her calling him "so," softened his demeanor and indulgently replied, "Today, my lady shall take the lead." Wu Mu drove with Wu Yuelin and the elderly matriarch to the fair, where Wu Yuelin proposed they first visit the Tilon temple to pray.
Wu Mu,
Having no reservations, accompanied them. As the most popular temple in the capital, Tilon Temple was especially crowded on the second day of the second month. Skeptical of such practices, Wu Mu preferred to wait outside, fearing to offend the deities. He leaned against a sycamore tree, idly chewing on a piece of grass, closing his eyes to rest. "Young Master Wu?" Wu Mu opened his eyes to find Zhang Xiuyu, blushing and nervous. "What brings you here?" he asked in a nonchalant tone.
I
came to pray," she stammered, fidgeting with her handkerchief. Wu Mu merely acknowledged her and returned to his reverie. Zhang Xiuyu stood awkwardly, embarrassment flooding her cheeks. Wu Yuelin had orchestrated this encounter, and having arrived early to await Wu Mu, she finally saw him alone, looking dashing as he rested. Summoning her courage, she approached him, only to feel the sting of rejection when he ignored her. Her eyes began to well with tears. Suddenly, Wu Mu opened his eyes, his dark gaze piercing. Zhang Xiuyu's heart raced. He frowned and asked, "Do you smell something unusual?" Zhang Xiuyu, flustered, replied, "And no." In preparation for their meeting, she had adorned herself with a popular fragrance, not realizing Wu Mu would detect it. Rising, Wu Mu discarded the grass and began to circle her, sniffing. Zhang Xiuyu's face flushed crimson, her heart a mix of delight and shyness as her head dipped lower. "Young Master Wu, how could you?" She hesitated to finish her thought. Wu Mu, however, grew serious, stating, "It's not your fragrance. The scent of your makeup is rather common." This remark shattered Zhang Xiuyu's confidence, leaving her trembling and pale. Just then, Wu Mu's gaze drifted to Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyen, who approached hand in hand. Instinctively, he called out a yen. Pei Xiuyan, upon seeing Wu Mu rush towards them, subtly pulled Yi Chuyen behind him, instinctively on guard. Yi Chuyen's hand trembled slightly within her sleeve as she took a deep breath, finally daring to look at Wu Mu. It had been several days since they last met, and he appeared noticeably more vibrant, dressed handsomely, exuding vitality. How wonderful it was to see him looking so lively. As Wu Mu reached Yi Chuyen, he was taken aback by Pei Xiuyan's protective stance around her, leaving him momentarily breathless. He felt an unexplainable sense of loss, akin to having something cherished taken away. A mix of grievance and sadness. Unsure why he had called her a yen, he reconsidered and thought it more appropriate to refer to her as Princess. "Your Highness, Princess. It is quite the coincidence to encounter you here," he said, now aware that the fragrance he had noticed belonged to Yi Chuyen. A scent that felt both familiar and comforting. "Indeed, I am here accompanying the princess for prayers," Pei Xiuyan replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wu Mu. Noting the subtle yet distinct change in his demeanor towards Yi Chuyen, devoid of any lingering affections. As Yi Chuyen beheld the pure and unblemished smile of Wu Mu, she realized that Wu Yuelin had succeeded. "Is the young Master Wu here to pay homage as well?" Yi Chuyen smiled, suppressing the bittersweet feelings swelling within her. Wu Mu noticed that Yi Chuyen's attire and demeanor were devoid of the affectation typical of other women, lending her an extraordinary charm. His heart raced, and a faint blush crept to his ears. "I am merely accompanying my sister and mother," he replied. Pei Xiuyan, oblivious to Wu Mu's feelings for Yi Chuyen, found satisfaction in Wu Mu's demeanor. Thus, he distanced himself politely, saying, "I must take my wife to pay homage, so I shall not converse further with young Master Wu." With that, he took Yi Chuyen's arm and departed swiftly. Wu Mu watched the pair retreating, the feelings of grievance and suffocation resurfacing. He pressed a hand against his heart, bewildered, standing there in a daze.
Vumu.
An angry voice broke through his reverie as someone struck the back of his head. Turning, he met Wu Yuelin's gaze. Sister, do you intend to be the death of me? He complained. Wu Yuelin shot him a cold look. You promised our mother you would invite Zhang Xiuyu out once you recovered, yet you have entirely neglected this matter. And now, upon encountering her at the temple entrance, you made her cry. Truly remarkable. Flustered, Wu Mu glanced toward Zhang Xiuyu, who was conversing with their mother, appearing to force a smile while dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes. Sister, I merely remarked that the scent of her rouge was gaudy, and she wept. If I were to marry her, would I then have to coddle her daily? Wu Mu expressed a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wu Yuelin tugged at his sleeve, insisting, How can you humiliate a young lady in such a manner?
Go.
Apologize to her. But sister, I just happened to encounter Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyan. Wu Mu halted, gripping Wu Yuelin's arm earnestly. Alarmed, Wu Yuelin thought that it was indeed common to meet familiar faces at such a lively temple fair. Wu Mu shook his head, frowning. Sister, I must confess that when I saw Yi Chuyan today, her every smile and frown seemed to bring me delight. We have known each other since childhood. Why have I never felt affection for her? Panic flickered in Wu Yuelin's eyes. Despite Wu Mu's claimed indifference toward Yi Chuyan, why did his heart still flutter at the mere sight of her?
No.
She could not allow Wu Mu to fall for Yi Chuyan again. What are you thinking? Yi Chuyan is a year older than you. By all accounts, you should address her as Sister Yi. That is why you cannot be smitten with her. But sister, that is not the issue. I care not for age. What would it matter if she were 10 years my senior? If she were the woman I admired, I would not mind at all. Wu Yuelin, sensing Wu Mu's stubbornness on the topic, feared that delving deeper would leave her unable to extricate herself. Thus, she scoffed derisively. What? Now you wish to court Yi Chuyan, a married woman? Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? I merely asked out of curiosity, Wu Mu replied, exasperated. Wu Yuelin sighed in relief. Do not pose such trivial questions again. Come, let us apologize to Zhang Xiuyu. I have just invited her to join us at the temple fair this evening to enjoy the dragon lanterns. Entering the Tilan temple, the crowd surged around them. Pei Xiuyan, unwilling to have Yi Chuyan jostled among the throng, sought out the temple's abbot to reveal his identity. The abbot promptly led Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyan to an unoccupied hall within the temple to light incense. The hall was a sanctuary of tranquility. Pei Xiuyan knelt reverently on the ground, bowing thrice before the exalted statue of Guanyin. As Yi Chuyan lit the incense, a bitter smile tugged at her lips. Pei Xiuyan, your hands are stained with blood. Neither gods nor Buddhas can cleanse your sins. You shall ultimately pay for your misdeeds. Upon exiting the hall, Pei Xiuyan caught Yi Chuyan's complex gaze fixed upon him. Ayan, why do you look at me so? He inquired.
Yi Chuyan similate lightly.
Though you dine on vegetarian fare and chant sutras at the Shangyun temple, you never pray to the deities. I did not expect such devotion from you today. Pei Xiuyan remained silent for a long while before speaking in a hoarse voice. Ayan, I once believed that with power in my grasp, I was akin to a deity. Now I understand that only when one secures another's heart, ensuring lifelong companionship, can one face all challenges without fear. I prayed for the gods' blessing for us to grow old together.
Yi Chuyan chuckled softly.
Pei Xiuyan, the gods will not bless us with eternal togetherness. For I have already vowed to the deities, should I drag you into the endless abyss of hell, I would willingly forsake reincarnation and suffer in torment, merely to ensure that in this life and the next, we remain apart, without grievance or debt. Pei Xiuyan, taken aback by Yi Chuyan's laughter, felt a wave of unease wash over him. The usually aloof and proud man felt as vulnerable as a child. Ayan, am I being foolish?
Yi Chuyan halted,
cradling Pei Xiuyan's face in her hands, gazing into his eyes earnestly. No, Ace, with your heart, I have no regrets in death. With your heart, I shall repay the gods in hell, grateful for their blessing that finally elicited your deep and unwavering affection, he replied. If all goes as planned, you shall receive a surprise from me tonight. Chapter 56. The wood carving with Yi Chuyan's affirmation, Pei Xiuyan felt as if he were floating on air. He embraced her tightly, gently rubbing his chin against her head while softly whispering, Ayan, thank you. Yi Chuyan chuckled into his chest. Ace, why must we stand on ceremony? You can thank me after receiving my gift. Raising her gaze to meet Pei Xiuyan's, she continued, Today, I wish for you to set aside your identity as the Prince of Qing and your usual cold demeanor, and accompany me through the temple fair as an ordinary couple. Pei Xiuyan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, smiling. Very well. I shall heed my wife's wishes. He shed his usual haughtiness, transforming into a figure of warmth and charm, resembling a celestial being. Pei Xiuyan truly strolled through the temple fair like a common young man with his beloved wife. When Yi Chuyan expressed a craving for candied hawthorn, he dutifully queued to purchase it. Standing among the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens, drawing curious glances from those around him, while the girls in line were captivated, some even attempting to jostle him. As he was about to frown in displeasure, he recalled Yi Chuyan's words, suppressing his emotions and forcing a calm smile. From a distance, Yi Chuyan observed his struggle to maintain composure, finding immense joy in his predicament. Emerging from the crowd, Pei Xiuyan presented 2 skewers of candied hawthorn to Yi Chuyan with a flourish. "Ian, do try." Yi Chuyan picked one skewer, commanding playfully. "You eat the other one." "Very well." Pei Xiuyan complied without hesitation, taking a bite. The taste was a combination of sourness, a hint of sweetness, and bitterness, not particularly to his liking. However, since Ian had requested it, he resolved to finish it all. "Ian, did you not say you disliked sweet foods?" He had invested considerable effort to learn about her preferences, only recently discovering her distaste for sweets. Yi Chuyan turned to him, surprised. "Ace, you are truly attentive. You now know I do not favor sweet treats." His heart sank at the memory of the day Yi Chuyan suffered a miscarriage, triggered by Zhao Yujiao's maid delivering sweet delicacies, which led to their unfortunate quarrel. In a fit of rage, he had cast her from the loft. This memory now pierced his heart, for had that incident not occurred, their child would soon be born. Noticing the sudden sorrow in Pei Xiuyan's eyes, Yi Chuyan took a large bite of the candied hawthorn and teased, "I truly do not relish sweet foods, but this is an exception." For after years of bitterness in her love for Pei Xiuyan, she could no longer bear the sweetness. The candied hawthorn, with its tartness and slight sweetness, mirrored the complexity of her past relationship with him. Pei Xiuyan's response to her was always tinged with bitterness. However, merely seeing him would bring a flicker of sweetness to her heart. At a loss for words, Pei Xiuyan timidly remarked, I will remember." Yi Chuyan had never witnessed such humility from Pei Xiuyan, which elicited a smile from her. With that smile, the tension in Pei Xiuyan's heart dissipated, and the two resumed their laughter and stroll. As they approached a stall surrounded by a throng of people, Yi Chuyan tugged Pei Xiuyan along, eager to join the excitement. Upon squeezing through the crowd, they discovered the vendor was selling wooden sculptures, with a customer seated as the vendor carved a statue on the spot. Yi Chuyan became rooted to the spot, her mind drifting back to the time at the Imperial Medical Office, when Wu Yueling mentioned, "My brother carved a wooden statue of you, using spices that carry your scent to adorn it. He treasures that statue dearly." Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Noticing Yi Chuyan's unusual expression, Pei Xiuyan mistakenly assumed she desired the wooden sculpture. He approached the vendor and stated, "I am willing to pay tenfold for your wooden tools. I wish to carve a statue for my wife myself." The vendor, a shrewd man, readily accepted the profitable offer, grinning broadly as he remarked, "Young master, you and your wife resemble celestial beings and share such profound affection, truly a pair of divine lovers." Pei Xiuyan found great pleasure in this compliment, tossing a gold ingot to the vendor, who grinned ear to ear upon receiving it. After a prolonged search, Pei Xiuyan selected a reasonably good piece of wood and began to carve with utmost concentration, his every movement exuding elegance, akin to a figure from a painting. With just a few strokes on the ordinary wood, the likeness of Yi Chuyan began to emerge. Even the vendor, unable to resist, paused his work to observe Pei Xiuyan. Their striking appearances naturally attracted the attention of passers-by, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Yi Chuyan had never dared to dream that the aloof and noble Pei Xiuyan would lower himself to craft a wooden statue in front of a crowd for a woman. It was astonishing how captivating a seemingly indifferent person could become when immersed in affection. Alas, Pei Xiuyan's belated devotion felt as devalued as her past one-sided affections for him. Moreover, an insurmountable chasm of resentment lay between them. After Wu Mu apologized to Zhang Xiuyu, he was reluctantly compelled to accompany the elderly Lady Wu Yueling, and Zhang Xiuyu through the temple fair. Throughout the day, Zhang Xiuyu dared not look at Wu Mu, diligently supporting the elderly lady. Each time their eyes briefly met, her cheeks would flush crimson. Lady Wu was very pleased with Zhang Xuyu's demeanor, appreciating her shy and modest nature, coupled with her knowledge and grace. Wu Yueling occasionally teased Wu Mu with tales of his youthful embarrassments, causing Zhang Xuyu to want to laugh yet restrain herself, while Lady Wu laughed freely.
Wu Mu.
Caught in exasperation by Wu Yueling's antics, followed behind the trio like a subordinate. Spotting a stall brimming with people, where cheers and applause erupted sporadically, Wu Yueling's curiosity piqued. Brother, go see what they are selling at that stall and bring back 3 portions. We will wait for you here. Wu Mu regretted his decision to drive himself today, having not brought any servants along. Not only was he being led around by Wu Yueling, but he also had to push his way through the crowd like a clumsy oaf to buy something. Reluctantly, he squeezed into the throng. Before he could reach the front, he caught sight of Yi Chuyen, who was examining a wooden sculpture with her head bowed, while Pei Xiuyan stood beside her, smiling warmly. Do you like it, my dear? Wu Mu's gaze focused solely on the wooden statue in Yi Chuyen's hands, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her. A voice echoed in his mind. I have a wooden sculpture just like that. Confused, he looked from Yi Chuyen to Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan whispered something in Yi Chuyen's ear, causing her cheeks to flush immediately. She tugged at Pei Xiuyan, hastily departing from the stall. Once out of the crowd, Yi Chuyen exhaled deeply. Performing such heartfelt affection in front of so many had been excruciating. Pei Xiuyan, maintaining his composure, suggested, Yen, it's nearly noon. Shall we have a meal? Although Yi Chuyen had been oblivious to Wu Mu in the crowd, he had seen her. Not wanting her to encounter Wu Mu again, Pei Xiuyan deliberately whispered to her, Wife, you must reward me generously tonight. This prompted Yi Chuyen to hurriedly pull him away. Pei Xiuyan realized he was indeed despicable, enjoying Yi Chuyen's affection while harboring suspicions that one day she might awaken to the kindness Wu Mu had shown her and develop feelings for him. Chapter 57. The gift. Yi Chuyen initially intended to find a random tavern for their meal, but Pei Xiuyan mysteriously insisted on taking her to a special place. He rode his horse, leading her to a secluded alley in the city, which concealed a charming little courtyard adorned with intricate carvings and elegantly arranged furnishings. Its floor laid with pristine white marble. The proprietor was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, exuding an otherworldly aura, who greeted Pei Xiuyan with a warm smile instead of a bow, ushering him into a private room. It was then that Yi Chuyen learned that this Mr. Xue was once a royal chef from the Eastern Isles, who had narrowly escaped death due to slander and had fled across the sea to live incognito in the capital of Dafan, establishing this exquisite little courtyard. This quiet and secluded place was renowned for Mr. Xue's exceptional Eastern cuisine, known only to a select few among the royal family. Unfamiliar guests were never granted entry. Yi Chuyen was pleasantly surprised that Pei Xiuyan would bring her here. Was he attempting to share his world with her? As she dined, her thoughts wandered. Mr. Xue? An Eastern man? Excellent. I now possess another weapon to wield against Pei Xiuyan in the future. Noticing Yi Chuyen's distraction, Pei Xiuyan expressed his concern. Yen, is the food not to your liking? Snapping back to reality, Yi Chuyen placed a piece of food in Pei Xiuyan's bowl, explaining no. It's just that this is my first taste of Eastern cuisine. I find it rather intriguing. Yen, if you enjoy it, I can accompany you to explore Dafan further in the future to discover more fascinating and delightful things. Yi Chuyen responded with a charming smile, one that seemed to illuminate the room. After their meal, Yi Chuyen suggested visiting the Yunjin fabric shop to select some embroidered fabric, as she wished to personally craft a pouch for Pei Xiuyan. Delighted at the prospect of receiving a hand-stitched pouch from Yi Chuyen, Pei Xiuyan was overjoyed at the thought of avoiding Wu Mu at the temple fair. Upon arriving at the fabric shop, Manager Zhou respectfully ushered them inside. Yi Chuyen requested to see the fabrics for embroidered pouches, and Manager Zhou, eager to please, promptly introduced her to the latest arrivals. Pei Xiuyan followed closely behind, unable to suppress a smile. Noticing Pei Xiuyan shadowing her, Yi Chuyen laughed. So, don't follow me so closely. If you see the fabric and style I choose, the surprise will be lost when you receive the pouch. Her words seemed to cast a spell over Pei Xiuyan, leaving him enchanted. Very well. I shall heed my wife's wishes. He obediently retreated to the guest room of the fabric shop to await Yi Chuyen. Manager Zhou, how did the matter I previously entrusted you with turn out? Once Pei Xiuyan was dispatched, Yi Chuyen's previously cheerful demeanor turned serious. Manager Zhou, having shed his obsequious facade from earlier, replied solemnly, Miss, it has all been taken care of. The aphrodisiac you asked about, which renders one unaware of their poisoning, I have inquired about in the underground market of Kyoto. There exists a secretive potion that can be applied to both men and women, which is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic. The afflicted will only experience its effects when within a foot of each other. Once separated, the potion becomes completely ineffective, leaving no trace behind. Following the instructions of the young lady, I invested a significant sum to track down the individuals who had purchased this elusive potion over the past few months. Only one turned out to be from the palace. His name is Zhang Daiyuan, a member of the Imperial Guard. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuyan understood. He was undoubtedly the one who had led Wu Mu to the Cold Palace. The shopkeeper continued to explain. Zhang Daiyuan is the illegitimate son of Li Fu, the steward of the Qing royal residence, born from a liaison with a courtesan, and thus had never been accepted into the Li family, taking his mother's surname instead. Yi Chuyan was struck with clarity. If Wu Mu had not been protected by the Tianqing, approaching her would have surely resulted in poisoning. And the two of them would have met their doom that very night. It turned out that everything was part of Li Fu's cunning scheme. That old scoundrel had truly plotted meticulously. Unfortunately, he had retired to his hometown. Yet, Zhao Yujiao must know how to locate Li Fu. It was imperative for her to seek an opportunity to visit Zhao Yujiao. With this thought, Yi Chuyan smiled enigmatically. As for another matter, the shopkeeper suddenly sighed and reluctantly retrieved a small jade-colored porcelain vial from his pocket. This is what the young lady requested. Rest assured. I procured this poison from a dying man. No one will trace it back to you. Yi Chuyan opened the vial and sniffed. The ointment inside was transparent and odorless. Excellent. Have the mountain bandits from Wild Dog Camp been notified? They have been informed, the shopkeeper replied truthfully. Yi Chuyan felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through her. It had been ages since she experienced such a fervent feeling. Pei Xiuyan, the moment to witness your deep affection has arrived. When Yi Chuyan sought out Pei Xiuyan in the fabric shop's guest room, she found him unable to suppress a smile in response to her cheerful demeanor. She stepped forward and embraced his lean waist. Ace, are you ready to receive my gift? Pei Xiuyan's face reflected an unshakable affection. Yes, I am prepared. Having lingered in the shop for so long, the sky outside had darkened. Yi Chuyan leaned in and kissed the corner of Pei Xiuyan's mouth. Let us go to the boat on Yudai Lake to release the dragon lanterns. Yudai Lake connects to the city moat and boasts a vast surface area. Every second day of the second lunar month, boats are hired to release dragon lanterns for blessings. These lanterns are designed in the form of dragons, resembling lotus flowers in size, a unique feature of Dafeng's festivities. Pei Xiuyan readily agreed. Upon arriving at Yudai Lake, the area was already bustling with people. Pei Xiuyan chartered the most extravagant flower boat, and the boatmen rowed them onto the lake. Yi Chuyan nestled quietly in Pei Xiuyan's embrace. Through the windows of the boat, the lake's waters merged with the night sky, with dragon lanterns dotting the inky surface like scattered stars, harmoniously complementing the illuminated boats. In that moment, it was difficult to discern whether they were in the mortal realm or a celestial paradise. Pei Xiuyan could not resist kissing Yi Chuyan's delicate lips, the air thick with intoxicating tenderness. He once found the lines in plays, envying the mandarin ducks, not the immortals, ludicrous. Yet now, he would willingly exchange all his fortune for this moment to endure eternally. A whistling sound of an arrow shattered the tranquility aboard the boat. Yi Chuyan abruptly pushed Pei Xiuyan aside and exclaimed, Ace, be careful. Pei Xiuyan swiftly pulled Yi Chuyan behind him and caught the arrow aimed at her back. A group of men clad in black suddenly stormed onto the boat. An icy chill enveloped Pei Xiuyan as he seethed. You seek death. With a swift kick, he dispatched 3 of the assailants instantly. Yi Chuyan attempted to assist, but Pei Xiuyan stopped her, saying, Ian, do not move. Do not let these scoundrels soil your hands. Yi Chuyan had no choice but to remain still. Pei Xiuyan unleashed a gusty strike toward the leader of the black-clad men. 3 sword-wielding assailants jumped forth to obstruct him, forcing Pei Xiuyan to engage them first. Seizing the opportunity, the leader brandished a spiked iron whip, hurling it towards Yi Chuyan. Pei Xiuyan's sharp gaze recognized the weapon immediately. Realizing the identity of these adversaries, the leader was none other than the second-in-command of the Wild Dog Camp, known as the Iron Whip Overlord, who had narrowly escaped during a previous raid. Yi Chuyan grasped the iron whip, her hand instantly stained with blood. Just as she intended to wrest the whip away, the leader grinned sinisterly. The iron spikes on the whip exploded, releasing a barrage of silver needles aimed at Yi Chuyan. Before she could react, Pei Xiuyan tightly embraced her. In the midst of dodging, he was unexpectedly struck by a silver needle in his left eyelid. His left eye began to bleed profusely, accompanied by excruciating pain. And he could not suppress a groan. Seeing this, Yi Chuyan's eyes turned red with fury, and she shouted, "I will kill you." Breaking free from Pei Xiuyan's embrace, she charged at the men in black. Chapter 58. Fate? A coincidence? During this period, Pei Xiuyan accompanied Yi Chuyan in sword practice daily, and her skills improved remarkably. After slaying one of the black-clad men, she seized the man's sword, her strikes fierce and unrelenting, showing no mercy as she fought to ensure mutual destruction with her foes. In a mere instant, she had slain 6 of the attackers. Both Pei Xiuyan and the remaining black-clad men were taken aback by her ferocity. With his left eye throbbing painfully and obscured by blood, Pei Xiuyan closed his left eye and retrieved a small black orb from his pocket, casting it out the window. The orb exploded into a burst of crimson fireworks, ascending into the sky. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rushed to join Yi Chuyan in confronting their attackers. Their cooperation was remarkably seamless, and soon they had vanquished all the black-clad men aboard, save for the Iron Whip Overlord. Sensing the tide turning against him, he snatched up his whip and leapt through the window. Without hesitation, Yi Chuyan followed suit. Pei Xiuyan cried out, "I know." Before he could finish, the Iron Whip Overlord and Yi Chuyan plunged into the water together. Realizing Yi Chuyan's fear of water, Pei Xiuyan was about to jump in after her when he was suddenly restrained from behind. "Your Highness, you must not." Yan Zhu had seen the signal flare that Pei Xiuyan launched and rushed to the scene with the hidden guards. Upon witnessing the boat littered with the corpses of the black-clad men, Pei Xiuyan, filled with rage and desperation, prepared to dive into the water. Yan Zhu lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan turned to Yan Zhu, fury blazing in his eyes. "Iron has fallen into the water." Yan Zhu held on tightly, unyielding. The hidden guards had already entered the water and would assuredly find the princess. "Your Highness, blood flows from your left eye. If not treated promptly, it may lead to lasting consequences." Just as Pei Xiuyan was about to explode with anger, a wave of weakness washed over him, and the pain in his left eye felt as though it had been gouged out. He stumbled and fell. "Your Highness!" Yan Zhu exclaimed in alarm. Pei Xiuyan, his vision darkening, mustered his strength to say, "Do not concern yourself with me. Go find Ian." Yet Yan Zhu held fast to Pei Xiuyan as he hastily exited the boat, racing toward the physician's office. That night, Wu Mu was reluctantly accompanying Wu Yueling, the matriarch, and Zhang Xiuyu to Yudai Lake to admire the dragon lanterns. The boat belonged to the Wu family, a lavish flower boat with 2 opulent levels. Wu Mu could no longer tolerate being a servant to the 3 women and insisted on bringing along a dozen maids and servants. However, Wu Yueling adamantly refused, demanding that Wu Mu personally attend to them. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and complied, spending the entire evening serving tea and snacks, constantly at their beck and call. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, he stood at the stern of the boat and noticed a commotion on the distant lake, where many figures appeared to be searching the water, while soldiers stood on the shore. Frowning, he sensed that something was amiss at Yudai Lake and felt compelled to urge his sister and the others to depart quickly. Just as he turned to return to the cabin, he heard sounds of struggle beneath the boat. A strange feeling gripped him. The person in the water must be Yi Chuyan. Without hesitation, he dove into the water. The 3 women aboard heard the splashing and rushed out.
Yi Chuyan,
Following the Iron Whip Overlord into the water, was immediately engulfed by a familiar terror. It was only upon regaining her memories that she realized her fear of water stemmed from the time Zhao Yujiao had pushed her off a cliff into icy waters. At this moment, she reassured herself, "Do not fear. The Iron Whip Overlord must be slain, or her efforts would be in vain." The Iron Whip Overlord, infuriated by Yi Chuyan's relentless pursuit in the water, cursed the woman who had thwarted his plans. Utilizing the current, he aimed a kick at Yi Chuyan, who barely managed to evade it, feeling a sharp pain as her arm was grazed. The soles of the Iron Whip Overlord's shoes concealed blades. Noticing Yi Chuyan's evident clumsiness in the water, he kicked again. Overcoming her fear, Yi Chuyan found herself unable to evade the strike, and as the blade approached once more, she was suddenly yanked backward with tremendous force. Wu Mu had wrapped one arm around her waist while drawing his flexible sword with the other, thrusting it toward the Iron Whip Overlord. Upon realizing that it was Wu Mu who had saved her, Yi Chuyan felt a rush of emotions, grievance and sorrow surged within her. Wu Mu's strike was unaffected by the water's resistance, fierce and resolute, piercing straight through the heart of the unsuspecting Iron Whip Overlord. With the Overlord now lifeless, Wu Mu brought Yi Chuyan to the surface, where Zhang Xiuyu, Wu Yulin, and the matriarch Wu hurriedly assisted in pulling them aboard. In the frigid night of February, the lake's icy waters chilled her to the bone. Once on the boat, Yi Chuyan's injury appeared starkly pale. She trembled violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The matriarch Wu, filled with concern, wept for her. "My dear girl, quickly, let us get you warm aboard the ship. Yulin, find her a set of clean clothes and tend to her arm." Inside the cabin, Wu Yulin led Yi Chuyan to the second floor to change.
Wu Mu,
Intending to change his clothes as well, was halted by the matriarch's call. "Stop." Wu Mu shivered, arms crossed. "Mother, my clothes are soaked. Can we discuss matters once I've changed?" The matriarch's face was stern. "You acted recklessly by jumping into the water to save her. Did you consider the consequences if you had failed and injured yourself?" Wu Mu bristled at her admonition. "Mother, lives are at stake. How can you be so calculative? This girl is Yi Chuyan, someone I have known since childhood." He felt immense relief for having intervened in time. Otherwise, Yi Chuyan would have fallen victim to the dark-clad assailant.
Yi Chuyan?
The matriarch sank into her chair, slowly closing her eyes, silent. Despite her years in Jiangzhou, she had never met Yi Chuyan, yet the name resonated deeply within her. This was all due to her son. Wu Yulin had claimed that Wu Mu no longer loved Yi Chuyan, so why had he taken the risk to save her? Was it mere coincidence or fate? Wu Mu grew anxious as his mother remained silent. "Mother, if you do not respond, I shall go change." Without waiting for a reply, he headed to his room. Zhang Xiuyu, an outsider, stood by, wringing her handkerchief and quietly observing the scene. When Wu Mu emerged, having changed and dried his hair, he found Yi Chuyan descending the stairs alongside Wu Lin. She had donned a splendid gown of peacock satin in a delicate blush hue, paired with a short embroidered top and draped in a fox fur cloak adorned with golden trim. This resplendent attire illuminated her figure, radiating elegance and beauty akin to the moon, ethereal and unattainable. Each step she took felt like a gentle tread upon Wu Mu's heart, causing it to tremble. He stood transfixed, gazing at Yi Chuyan. The matriarch, witnessing Yi Chuyan's breathtaking beauty, sighed deeply, a fateful entanglement. Zhang Xiuyu, struck by her presence, recalled the phrase, "a graceful maiden, a gentleman's pursuit." Yi Chuyan's poised and dignified demeanor captivated not only Wu Mu but even stirred emotions within her as a woman. She performed a graceful bow to Wu Mu and the matriarch, expressing her gratitude for their timely rescue. Wu Mu felt a flush of embarrassment, his ears turning red as he stammered, "Your Highness need not be so formal." He was relieved he had restrained himself from calling her a yen, lest Wu Lin tease him later. The matriarch replied warmly, "Your Highness, do not stand on ceremony. Wu Mu told me of your acquaintance. He could not simply stand by and watch." Chapter 59. Excision. Yi Chuyan understood the matriarch's implication. "I was admiring the dragon lanterns with the prince when we encountered an assassin. The prince sustained an injury, and in my haste, I jumped into the water to pursue the villain. Thankfully, young Master Wu came to my aid. Now, I cannot bear to think of the prince still suffering. I implore young Master Wu to escort me in search of him." Wu Yulin, standing behind Yi Chuyan, exchanged a knowing glance with the matriarch. Earlier, he had told Yi Chuyan that Wu Mu no longer loved her, yet it seemed he was showing signs of rekindled affection. Yi Chuyan, too, felt anxious. She conspired with Wu Yulin to have Wu Mu escort her to find Pei Shuyan, allowing Wu Mu to witness her affections for Pei, thus extinguishing any flicker of hope he might have rekindled. Yi Chuyan urged Wu Yulin to expedite Wu Mu's marriage. Once he was wed, the die would be cast, leaving her heart bereft. The matriarch understood Wu Yulin's intentions and smiled gently. "Your Highness and the prince share a profound bond. It is indeed touching. Wu Mu, go, swiftly escort the princess to find Prince Qing." Upon hearing the phrase profound bond, Wu Mu felt a jolt of discomfort. He quickly masked his emotions, feigning calmness. Understood. On the family's pleasure boat, a smaller vessel for emergencies was prepared. Wu Mu rowed the small boat, with Yi Chuyan into the lake. Suddenly, he inquired, "Your Highness, since the incident in the cold palace, I have forgotten many details of our childhood together. Would you recount them for me?" Yi Chuyan's heart skipped a beat, yet she responded with displeasure, "Young Master Wu, my husband is injured. I cannot dwell on past memories. Wumu found her constant reference to my husband grating and chose to remain silent. After some time, they encountered a large ship, where someone shouted, "Your Highness." Yi Chuyen recognized Yan Jiao standing at the bow. Upon seeing Wumu rowing with Yi Chuyen, and noting her dazzling attire, Yan Jiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yi Chuyen quickly explained, "After I fell into the water, young Master Wu saved me. He is aware of my husband's injury and is taking me to find him. Where is the prince?" Yan Jiao replied, "Your Highness, Prince Qing's left eye is severely injured and is being treated at the Imperial Medical Office. It appears to be quite serious." Yi Chuyen's eyes brimmed with tears, and she urged, quickly, "Take me to the shore. I must see the prince." "Your Highness, the large ship moves slowly. May I row you to the shore in the small boat?"
Wumu interjected.
Grateful, Yi Chuyen replied, "Thank you, young Master Wu." Yan Jiao leapt into the small boat, using his internal energy to assist Wu Mu, and they swiftly reached the shore. Horses were tethered at the edge, and Yi Chuyen leapt onto one, galloping furiously toward the Imperial Medical Office, with Yan Jiao in close pursuit. Wu Mu was left behind, feeling awkward as he paddled back. At the Imperial Medical Office, all personnel were busy attending to Prince Qing. His left eye was injured, blood flowing uncontrollably, and his iris had turned crimson. Pei Xiuyan lay on the bed, biting a cloth, pale and sweating profusely, as a physician administered acupuncture. "Has the princess been found?" Pei Xiuyan struggled to speak, pain evident in his eyes. An attendant replied, "Yan Jiao has gone to search for her, but there is no news yet." Pei Xiuyan slammed his fist against the side of the bed, fury radiating from him. "Tell Yan Jiao that if he cannot find the princess, he shall bring me her head." He awoke to find himself in the Imperial Medical Department, realizing that Yan Xie had not followed his instructions to seek a yen immediately, but instead had brought him here. If anything were to happen to a yen today, he would ensure Yan Xie was the first to pay the price. The physician's hand trembled slightly as he prepared the needle. After much deliberation, they concluded that Pei Xiuyan had been poisoned, but they were currently unable to ascertain the formula of the toxin. They had exhausted every possible antidote, all in vain. Now, the golden needle was merely serving to alleviate the pain in Pei Xiuyan's eye. This eye must be removed within 12 hours. If they were to disclose this to Pei Xiuyan, would he react with the same fury as Yan Xie? With a cry, Yi Chuyen rushed in, followed closely by the impassive Yan Xie. Upon seeing Yi Chuyen unharmed and dressed, the aura of menace surrounding Pei Xiuyan dissipated entirely. "Yan, are you all right?" Yi Chuyen dashed to the bedside, noticing Pei Xiuyan's left eye was as red as a blood droplet, an unsettling sight. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she knelt beside him, grasping his hand, distressed. "Ah, so, your eye." Pei Xiuyan forced a slight smile. "Yan, do not cry, I am fine." The pain coursing through him paled in comparison to the anguish of seeing Yi Chuyen in tears. With a heavy heart, Yi Chuyen turned to the physician and implored, "Physician, when will the prince's eye recover?" The physician, unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, fell to his knees. Your Highness, I am powerless. The prince's eye may indeed be beyond saving and must be removed swiftly." Yi Chuyen shook her head furiously. Disbelief etched on her face as she trembled. "You are lying to me, aren't you? My so handsome and spirited, how could he possibly become one-eyed? You must be deceiving me." Pei Xiuyan glared at the physician in fury. "What did you say? Repeat that to me." "Your Highness, spare us. We suspect you have been afflicted with the 7 wounds poison. This toxin is a concoction of 7 different poisons. There are hundreds of toxins that can form the 7 wounds poison, and we cannot determine which 7 have affected you." The physician trembled, nearly collapsing, his voice dwindling into a whisper, swallowed by fear. The other physicians followed suit, kneeling in desperation. Yi Chuyen gripped Pei Xiuyan's hand tightly, fighting back tears.
No.
"Ah, so, he must be lying. I will find a way to cure you. It is all my fault. All my fault that you were poisoned while trying to save me." Pei Xiuyan gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears. "Yan, do not blame yourself. It is not your fault. Even if I lose my eye, I do not blame you." He was grateful that the needle had pierced him instead of a yen. The thought of her suffering was unbearable. If the prince's eye were to be lost, the entire Imperial Medical Department would pay the price. With a roar, Pei Yi entered the room, accompanied by a cadre of golden-bladed guards. The occupants of the room chorused, "Long live the Emperor." Pei Xiuyan was about to rise to pay his respects when Pei Yi quickly approached and pressed him back down. There is no need for formalities, Prince. Rising, Pei Yi surveyed the physicians with a cold gaze. Did you all hear my words clearly? The physicians bowed deeply, pleading for mercy. An elderly physician mustered his courage to speak. Your Majesty, the optimal time to cure the 7 wounds poison is within 12 hours. But deciphering the poison's formula and attempting all antidotes will take at least a year. I truly cannot beg for your mercy. Pei Yi kicked the old physician down. Incompetence. Can you not find a way to delay the toxin's effects? Another physician, trembling, replied, Your Majesty, there is only one thing that can stall the onset of the 7 wounds poison, the soul-returning herb. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. The soul-returning herb cannot bring the dead back to life, but it can extend the onset of illness for several years until a cure is found. There is only one soul-returning herb in the entire realm, bestowed upon the Yi family by the late emperor. Pei Xiuyan had used it to save Zhao Yujiao. There was no more soul-returning herb left in existence. This statement equated to saying there was no hope left for Pei Xiuyan's left eye. It matters not. You shall do your utmost. Pei Xiuyan broke the oppressive silence within the room. He had once married Yi Chuyan for the soul-returning herb, yet it had resulted in 3 years of indifference and torment for her. Fate had orchestrated everything. This was the consequence of entrapment by one's own choices. Pei Yi gritted his teeth.
No.
Go to my private treasury and bring every usable medicinal herb. If you dare to remove the prince's eye, I shall have yours taken as well. He still depended on Pei Xiuyan to serve as a sharp blade. He could not afford to lose Pei Xiuyan's left eye. That night, Pei Yi personally supervised the Imperial Medical Department, ensuring that no one rested. The following day, nobles, court officials, and concubines from the palace, eager to curry favor with Pei Yi, sent their treasured medicinal herbs to the Imperial Medical Department. Yi Chuyan remained by Pei Xiuyan's side, tending to him diligently. Upon noticing the wound on her arm, Pei Xiuyan felt a pang of sorrow. Yi Chuyan, undeterred, continued to care for him, moving many in the Imperial Medical Department. Pei Yi even issued a bounty, seeking the assistance of numerous folk doctors, including Dr. Wei. 7 days later, Pei Xiuyan's eye had not been removed. Externally, it appeared normal. However, his left eye had lost its vision and was blind. The physician stated that this eye would throb with pain during rainy days. If the formula for the 7 wounds poison could be deciphered within 6 months, there remained a chance for him to see light again. If not, he would be condemned to this fate for life. This was the best outcome the Imperial Medical Department could achieve, having exhausted all rare herbs and resources. They had managed to preserve Pei Xiuyan's eye, at least avoiding removal. Pei Yi reluctantly spared the Imperial Medical Department this time, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. During these 7 days, the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Prefect of the capital joined forces to investigate the assassins who had attempted to kill Pei Xiuyan, uncovering every detail. They ultimately concluded that the leader was indeed the second-in-command of the bandit group that Pei Xiuyan had previously quelled, known as Iron Whip Tyrant. However, among the black-clad assailants that night were members from other bandit dens. The Iron Whip Tyrant had somehow learned of Pei Xiuyan and Yi Chuyan's solitary lantern festival and had incited the other bandits to assassinate Pei Xiuyan in retaliation. With the Iron Whip Tyrant dead, the silver needles shot from his whip had sunk into the lake during the scuffle, rendering many details unverifiable, including the origin of the poison on the needles. This incited Pei Yi's wrath, demanding that Pei Xiuyan recommend someone to lead the troops against the bandits and eradicate all mountain bandits within 800 miles of the capital within 10 days. 7 days later, Pei Xiuyan returned to the Qingwang Fu with Yi Chuyan, arriving home as night fell. Madame Emo led all the servants to welcome them at the door, having prepared a fire basin. She proclaimed that crossing the fire basin would ensure the prince and princess would be safe and free from calamity. Pei Xiuyan did not allow Yi Chuyan to return to the Jianjia courtyard. Instead, he took her to his own quarters. After a brief wash, they lay facing each other on the bed. Yi Chuyan gently caressed Pei Xiuyan's face, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. He had suffered greatly from the treatment of his eye and had lost much weight, appearing somewhat fatigued and worn. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his striking countenance. Though his left eye was blind, she mourned for Pei Xiuyan while also grieving for herself. Ultimately, they had arrived at this juncture. Pei Xiuyan grasped her hand, smiling as he asked, Yen, my left eye may never see again. Will you despise me? Yi Chuyan shook her head slightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, Pei Xiuyan pulled her into his embrace, expressing, Yen, do you know? I am actually quite fortunate that it was not you who was injured. I cannot imagine the pain I would endure if you lost an eye. These past few days, I have been reflecting on how I have wronged you for 12 years, ruining the best years of your life. When you were 8, you embroidered a pouch for me, which I carelessly tossed into the moat. At 9, you learned to cook and prepared a delicate pastry for me, which I fed to stray dogs. On your 10th birthday, you invited me to admire the lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and I left you shivering alone beneath the city tower all night. At 11, you crafted a fine black-bladed dagger and gifted it to me, which I then handed over to a nameless servant. Pei Xiuyan spoke slowly, each recollection weighing heavier on his heart, as if he were burdened by a great stone. You have always offered me your sincere affection, yet I remained oblivious, trampling upon it recklessly. Yen, I have wronged you in countless ways. Before our marriage, I tormented you, betraying your trust. After we wed, I subjected you to humiliation and torment, even causing the loss of our child and bringing ruin upon the Yi family. Perhaps this is my retribution. These long-buried memories and each word uttered by Pei Xiuyan were like knives, inflicting slow and painful wounds upon Yi Qian's heart. Tears began to spill uncontrollably from her eyes. Pei Xiuyan felt a dampness at his chest, pausing momentarily to embrace Yi Qian more tightly. In recent days, he had learned that Wu Mu had saved Yi Qian and even assisted in eliminating the Iron Whip tyrant, leaving him in a state of unease. Wu Mu had always treated Yi Qian with unparalleled kindness, a kindness Pei Xiuyan could never hope to match. Yen, please, never leave me. I lost my parents at a tender age and never learned how to love. Now, I finally understand. Yet, I constantly fear that, due to my many transgressions against you, you might one day choose to depart from my life. Enough, Yi Qian cried, unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streaming down like rain. Pei Xiuyan did not cease. He continued, though his eyes glistened with moisture and his voice grew hoarse. Yen, while I was kissing you on the boat, I thought to myself that I would gladly exchange my entire lifetime of fortune for that moment to endure forever. I witnessed your reckless pursuit of the black-clad men, leaping into the very waters you dread, injuring your arm in the process, all in your quest to confront the Iron Whip tyrant. I believed that heaven still favored me. Though I was blinded in one eye, it did not strip away all my fortune. You remain by my side, willing to fight for me. Yi Qian's emotions spiraled out of control. It was she who, in the moment Pei Xiuyan saved her, seized the opportunity to poison a silver needle and pierce it into his left eyelid. She leaped into the lake to cleanse the poison from her nails. And she sought to eliminate the Iron Whip tyrant to leave no witnesses. For 12 years, she had loved Pei Xiuyan with utter humility, her devotion woven into her very being. In the beginning, a mere glance from him could send her into ecstasy. Now, she had finally received his fervent response. Yet there was no returning to the past. Her heart had long since turned cold, now harboring others. The wounds, barriers, hatred, and entanglements between her and Pei Xiuyan were irreparable, unbreakable. Not only had she blinded his left eye with her own hands, but she also intended to gradually ruin everything he held dear. In this lifetime, they could only descend into an abyss of mutual destruction. As Yi Qian contemplated this, her entire being trembled, her voice choked with sorrow.
I am sorry.
This apology was meant for herself and for the child she had lost. This eye was the price she exacted for her miscarried baby. No matter her vengeance, she could never return to the time before she lost her child. She was no longer the person she once was. She had transformed into a vengeful specter. Pei Xiuyan pressed her head against his chest and softly said, Yen, do not say you're sorry. In this emotional turmoil, it was he who should be apologizing. He had inflicted too much pain upon Yi Qian. This time, losing an eye to protect her, he bore no regrets. The following morning, after Yi Qian arose, Pei Xiuyan offered to draw her eyebrows. She acquiesced, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Before he could finish, Madame Mo announced the arrival of a young lady named Zhao Yujiao seeking an audience. At the mention of her name, the room fell silent. Yi Qian fixed her gaze upon Pei Xiuyan, her curiosity evident. Pei Xiuyan paused mid-stroke and calmly instructed, transfer the southern courtyard to her. Fulfill any of her needs, but instruct her not to seek me out again. Yi Qian teased, so, you are truly heartless. You once promised to marry her. What now? Has that promise been forgotten? Pei Xiuyan sighed softly. Yen, Shall we forget the past? Yi Chuyen smiled without replying. While the past could be forgotten, how could one erase the wounds it had inflicted? Once the eyebrows were completed, the servants stifled laughter, their faces flushed, unable to contain themselves. It looks dreadful. Pei Xiuyan realized this too. He had drawn her eyebrows like two charred sticks, a comical sight. He awkwardly suggested, "Perhaps we should wash it off." The books say that a loving couple drawing eyebrows together is quite romantic, but why was he unable to do it well? The result was not only uninteresting but also unsightly. The maidservant brought water to cleanse Yi Chuyan's eyebrows, and she took the opportunity to draw them herself while Pei Xiuyan watched intently. With a smile, she remarked "So, do you know why you didn't do it well?" Pei Xiuyan appeared puzzled. Yi Chuyan replied leisurely, "Because in our 3 years of marriage, you have never drawn my eyebrows. It's only natural you would falter." Pei Xiuyan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Yan Shui entered, breaking the awkward silence. Yan Shui delivered shocking news. The newly crowned Sheng had swiftly quelled the internal strife within the realm. 3 days prior, he had executed the leaders of the rebellion, displaying their severed heads on the city walls, while the remaining bodies were dismembered. Sheng had gathered a pack of starving wild dogs outside the North Rong Palace, personally feeding them the flesh. That day was nothing short of a nightmare for the citizens of North Rong. The severed heads on the walls stared down, watching the dogs feast upon their remains, a sight more horrifying than hell itself. After hearing this report, Pei Xiuyan recalled his earlier scheming with Pei Yi, feeling a tinge of unease, though he concealed it well. Yi Chuyan, however, was alarmed by the news. She vividly remembered Sheng stating before he left that once he dealt with the remnants of chaos, he would come to retrieve her. Now that he had eliminated the rebels, how would he come for her? Yi Chuyan and Pei Xiuyan exchanged silent glances, each lost in thought. While this wave of emotions lingered, Madame Mo entered with several invitations, announcing that a group of officials had come to visit Pei Xiuyan. Pei Xiuyan frowned at the sight of the invitations in Madame Mo's hand. Recently, he had been residing in the Imperial Medical Department, and Pei had ordered that no one disturb him, leaving the officials without opportunity for a visit.
Now,
having heard of his return to the manor, they had come in full force. Their stated purpose was to pay their respects, but in truth, they sought to leverage his position to recommend them to Pei Yi for military command against bandits. This was a lucrative position, with untold treasures hidden within the bandit lairs. By covering up a few details during the extermination, they would enrich themselves and their cohorts. Pei Xiuyan had always maintained a distance from officials to avoid suspicion, but now, if he dismissed them, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent. If he did not dismiss them, Pei Yi would surely be displeased.
Ye Chuyan, notigen Pi Xian's furolet burol.
Understood his concerns. So, why not let me handle this? If you refuse to meet them, they will undoubtedly find other ways to seek you out privately. It would be better to welcome them openly. Just say your eyes are uncomfortable and you need to rest. I will manage them. Pei Xiuyan considered her suggestion, finding it quite reasonable. If these officials sought him out privately, it would create even greater trouble if Pei Yi learned of it, potentially leading him to suspect collusion. Unable to suppress a smile, he replied, "Thank you for your efforts today, my dear." Yi Chuyan summoned her maid to change into a regal outfit befitting a princess, exuding an air of nobility that rendered it difficult for others to gaze directly upon her. She instructed Madame Mo to open the gates of the residence, stating that all visitors were welcome today, provided they brought no gifts.
Madame Montag complied.
Addressing the crowd outside, "Those who come sincerely to visit my mistress will find her most gratified. Gifts shall not be accepted. Please follow me." The officials exchanged glances, perplexed by the refusal of gifts while still being invited inside, pondering how to subtly hint to the Qinhuang about their intentions to suppress the bandits. Noticing the visitor's hesitation, Madame Mo raised an eyebrow and declared, "If you are not here with genuine intentions to visit my mistress, you may leave." Upon hearing this, none dared to disobey. They reluctantly set down their offerings and followed Madame Mo into the estate. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld Yi Chuyan seated regally in the center, with no sign of Pei Xiuyan in sight, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Quickly, one among them regained composure, performing the customary bow to acknowledge the princess, followed by the others who mirrored the gesture. Yi Chuyan signaled for her servants to serve tea to the guests. As they settled, an awkward silence enveloped the room. No one was willing to break the stillness. Yi Chuyan surveyed the assembly, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed them. I am deeply grateful to all of you for your kind efforts in delivering antidotes to the prince during his time of need. However, the prince is unwell today and cannot greet you in person. I trust you will understand." Her courteous remarks elicited a chorus of agreement. The prince, who tirelessly alleviated the emperor's burdens, was now injured, and they all felt a profound sense of sorrow. They had come to convey their heartfelt sentiments. Yi Chuyan noted that the speaker was Zhang Qingman, the Minister of Justice, with his legitimate son, Zhang Jing, standing behind him. Though his head was bowed, Yi Chuyan could envision his pallid countenance. It appeared that Zhang Qingman intended to recommend his son today. With a gentle smile, Yi Chuyan acknowledged, "I appreciate your concern. Minister Zhang, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in investigating the prince's assassination attempt." Zhang Qingman rose hastily, clasping his hands in a gesture of humility. "It was merely my duty, Princess. There is no need for such formality." As soon as he finished speaking, a portly official stood up and declared, "Princess, those mountain bandits are truly despicable, having harmed the prince's eye. I cannot find peace of mind thinking of this. I am willing to lead a force to eradicate them and avenge the prince." Zhang Qingman frowned upon realizing that it was the Minister of Rights who had spoken. The task of leading a military campaign against bandits was far beyond the purview of a third-rank civil official. Seeing the Minister of Rights take the lead, the others set aside their reservations, passionately expressing their willingness to avenge the prince and eliminate the bandits. "Princess, I have already formulated a plan to confront the bandits and would gladly lead the charge to avenge the prince," one declared. "Princess, I have long harbored a deep disdain for the bandits residing in the outskirts, and I vow to eradicate them, not resting until it is done." Yi Chuyan observed the fervent declarations of loyalty, unable to suppress a cold smile within. In this mundane world, the sincerity of each individual was likely known only to themselves. She slowly rose and proclaimed, "Your loyalty to the prince is indeed moving." The disputing officials fell silent, their eyes fixated upon her, eagerly awaiting her next words. Yi Chuyan's gaze was sharp as she surveyed the room, her voice resonating with authority. "I have decided to personally lead the campaign against the bandits. Having previously visited military camps and studied military strategies, coupled with my martial prowess, I am more than capable of this endeavor. The prince was injured while rescuing me, and I shall take it upon myself to avenge him." The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the expressions of those present turned grave. "Does anyone have any objections?" Yi Chuyan raised an eyebrow in challenge. Her reasoning was sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even those who harbored grievances recognized that they could only acquiesce today. Offering insincere compliments to Yi Chuyan, praising her noble intentions of avenging her husband, before departing with various excuses. Outside the gates of the Qing Wang's residence, Zhang Qingman and Zhang Jing climbed into their carriage. Zhang Jing's face twisted in anger as he spat. "What nonsense! That princess is merely a sinner from the Yi family, and now she pretends to share a deep bond with the Qing Wang. It is utterly nauseating." Zhang Qingman struck him across the face, admonishing, "You insolent child, cease your foolishness." Zhang Jing clutched his face, feeling defiant. "What I said was not wrong, father." Zhang Qingman felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could chastise him further. The disappearance of Pu Yu remains unsolved, and the marriage arrangements with the Xiu family are still uncertain. Our Zhang family must rely on you in the future. How can I trust you with such recklessness? The mention of this matter saddened him deeply. His favored son, Zhang Puyu, was gentle and wise, but had vanished without a trace after the new year. Despite exhausting every means to locate him, he remained lost. Zhang Jing fell silent under his father's reprimand, lowering his head and murmuring, "Father's words are wise. I shall be more cautious in the future." However, regarding the bandit suppression, he hesitated, knowing he lacked martial skill and had consistently failed his examinations. Zhang Qingman had assigned him a minor official position, which he had refused, hoping to make a name for himself by leading the campaign against the bandits, only to have Yi Chuyan intercept him.
Yi Chuyan.
He would remember this slight. Zhang Qingman narrowed his eyes, saying, "I will find a way to recommend you as the deputy commander in the campaign against the bandits. I shall speak favorably of you to the emperor afterward, and you will be appointed to the Dali Si." The Dali Si was a lucrative position, offering both wealth and power. Zhang Jing's sinister expression softened at the prospect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Yi Chuyan were to perish during the campaign, he would be the commander, and all the glory would be his. As this notion crossed his mind, A wicked light flickered in his eyes.
Pei Xiuyan.
Upon hearing that Yi Chuyan intended to lead the campaign against the bandits, was left in a state of shock. He hurried to the main hall, entering with urgency. Yen, how could you do this? Do you not understand the perilous nature of confronting the bandits? These marauders are merciless and devoid of humanity. They are capable of the most heinous acts. Yi Chuyan rose to meet him, gently smoothing the creases of his clothing while smiling. I understand. That is precisely why I must personally seek vengeance for you. Her affectionate gestures and heartfelt words deeply moved Pei Xiuyan, yet his expression remained troubled.
No.
I will recommend someone else for this task. You cannot go. Yi Chuyan grasped his hand, feigning a pout. So, I have already made my intentions known in front of so many people. If you forbid me from going, how shall I establish myself in the capital? Furthermore, any recommendation you make will draw ire from the officials. Only I am suited for this mission. Pei Xiuyan attempted to withdraw his hand, but Yi Chuyan held on tightly. With a deep sigh, he relented. Yen, I do not wish for you to take such risks on my behalf. If you insist on going, I will accompany you. Yi Chuyan felt a jolt of alarm. That could not happen. She must undertake the mission against the bandits alone, or her plans would be thwarted. Pei Xiuyan, noticing her fierce reaction, asked in confusion, why? Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Yi Chuyan quickly replied, So, your vision is delicate. You must not exert yourself unduly at this time. Since the Emperor has resolved to confront the bandits, he will undoubtedly provide capable soldiers. They are but a small bandit nest. I will surely eradicate them all and avenge you. During your time at the medical office, there must be many pressing matters awaiting your attention. You cannot waste time on this trivial bandit issue. Her arguments were flawless, leaving no room for counter.
Yet,
Pei Xiuyan remained unmoved.
No.
It was because of the bandits that I faced retribution from the iron-whipped tyrant. I cannot allow you to face the same danger. Yi Chuyan, exasperated, released his hand and retorted, If I cannot seek vengeance for you, then you might as well confine me as a caged bird within the residence. Upon concluding her words, she departed with a stern expression. Yi Chuyan quickened her pace, leaving Pei Xiuyan alone in her wake. She was gambling on the notion that if Pei truly loved her, he would ultimately acquiesce. Pei Xiuyan, gazing at his empty hands, felt a torrent of emotions surge within him. While he was undeniably pleased that a Yen sought vengeance on his behalf, he did not wish for her to endanger herself for his sake. Now that she was angry, what should he do? Yi Chuyan returned to the Jianjia courtyard, secluding herself within her chamber and not emerging. Bai Ji, having heard of the events in the main hall, persistently urged Yi Chuyan to refrain from confronting the bandits, deeming it too perilous. Yet, Yi Chuyan merely raised an eyebrow in silence. The standoff persisted until evening when Pei Xiuyan, draped in an air of frost, arrived at Jianjia courtyard. Upon hearing his footsteps, Yi Chuyan, lying in bed, turned away from him, feigning continued ire. Pei Xiuyan observed her profile and was suddenly struck by her candid charm. Yen, are you still angry? He inquired. Yi Chuyan remained silent, her expression void of emotion, her eyes reflecting an unyielding chill. Pei Xiuyan pressed on. This afternoon, I visited the palace and submitted a memorial to the Emperor, personally recommending you for the mission against the bandits. The Emperor has granted his approval and appointed Shi Lu, the governor of Kyoto, to serve as your military advisor. He has dispatched 30,000 troops and allotted you a month to eradicate all mountain bandits within an 800-mile radius of Kyoto. Yi Chuyan's heart leaped with exhilaration. This was a triumph. Commanding troops to confront the bandits meant that half of her plan had succeeded. She threw back the covers and sat up, her excitement palpable. Really? Seeing her genuine joy, Pei Xiuyan couldn't help but smile. Would I deceive you? The Emperor has stated that we can set off in 3 days. Yi Chuyan leaped forward, enveloping Pei Xiuyan's neck in a tight embrace, joyfully proclaiming, So, thank you. I shall surely avenge you. Pei Xiuyan replied, Thank you, and I will hasten to pull you into the depths of hell. In Kyoto, at the Wu family's retreat, Wu Mu knelt in the courtyard, his bare back marred by whip scars, a distressing sight. Though the evening air was still chilly, he seemed oblivious to both the cold and the pain. Nearby, the matriarch Wu and Wu Yueling were visibly distressed, their eyes reddened with concern. Wu Yuntai, wielding a long whip, struck Wu Mu's back with a fierce crack, causing the matriarch's heart to tremble. Wu Yueling supported her grandmother, preventing her from fainting. Wu Yuntai, tall and imposing, wielded his whip with brutality, and as it struck Wu Mu, flesh and blood flew. "Tell me, how old are you this year?" he demanded. On the second day of the second month, Wu Yueling had arranged for Wu Mu to accompany Zhang Xiuyu on an outing, primarily to introduce her to the matriarch, who had been quite pleased. The following day, Wu Yuntai intended to formalize the engagement and send Wu Mu to the Zhang family with betrothal gifts. But Wu Mu was adamantly opposed. Days had passed, yet he remained resolute. Wu Yuntai suspected that Wu Mu had encountered Yi Chuyan during the temple fair and had developed feelings for her, hence his refusal to proceed with the engagement. Today, he could no longer tolerate the situation and resolved to bring it to a conclusion. 19. Wu Mu clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth. 19 and still not established in life. Do you intend to leave the Wu family without heirs, to ruin it with your own hands? After uttering these words, Wu Yuntai struck again with the whip. The matriarch could no longer bear to witness the scene. She broke free from Wu Yueling's grasp and collapsed onto Wu Mu, tears streaming down her face. "Stop, please stop." Wu Yuntai halted, his whip suspended in midair as he gazed at the weeping matriarch, then stomped his foot in frustration. A doting mother ruins her son. If you had not indulged this wretch, would he dare to behave so recklessly? Yueling, take your mother away. Today, I must punish this scoundrel. Wu Yueling, tears in her eyes, stepped forward to pull her grandmother away. Kneeling before your brother? Get up. This wretch does not deserve such reverence. The matriarch refused to rise, trembling as she clutched Wu Mu's hand. My child, I have achieved little in my life, but I wish to see you married and settled. If you do not wed, I shall die with regrets. Wu Mu's eyes brimmed with tears. He glanced at the furious Wu Yueling, the exasperated Wu Yuntai, and the trembling matriarch. He felt as though his very spine had been stripped away, leaving him utterly dejected. His shoulders sagging, he retreated a few steps, bowing low to the ground, pleading, "Mother, Father, I am unfilial. Please grant me 3 more months. In 3 months, I shall seek the engagement with the Zhang family." For the sake of his parents, he could persuade himself to marry a woman he did not love. However, he needed those 3 months to extract the towering tree of affection he harbored for Yi Chuyan from his heart. If Zhang Xiuyu were to become his wife, he must take responsibility for her. He could not harbor feelings for another woman in his heart, as that would be unjust to Zhang Xiuyu. Wu Mu's response seemed to please all parties involved, particularly Wu Yueling, Wu Yuntai, and the matriarch, who saw their goal achieved. Wu Yuntai, concerned that Wu Mu might waver once again, insisted that he remain by his side for the next 3 months to learn the management of the Wu family's affairs. Wu Mu had no choice but to comply. That night, Wu Mu lay in bed, staring at the canopy above, wide-eyed. To develop feelings for a woman who is already married was not only to endure the torment of unattainable love, but also to bear the burden of relinquishing that love. He felt he deserved this suffering. 3 days later, outside the Tianmen Hall of the Imperial Palace, Yi Chuyan donned silver armor, draped in a crimson cloak, her face free of makeup, her hair styled in a masculine manner. She rode a tall steed, her complexion pale and her eyes lively, exuding an androgynous elegance. Beside her stood a stoic young man clad in a deep blue official robe, not particularly striking in appearance, yet his sword-like eyebrows lent him an air of neatness. He was Shi Lu, the governor of Kyoto, tasked with assisting Yi Chuyan in her campaign against the bandits. Behind them stood a regiment of 30,000 soldiers, their formation imposing. Pei Yi, accompanied by numerous officials, stood on a platform to bid farewell. Princess Consort Yi Chuyan, a woman of valor, today leads the troops against the bandits to restore peace to Kyoto. I wish you all a swift and triumphant return. Upon finishing his words, he raised the cup of wine presented by the eunuch and drained it in one gulp. The assembled officials and soldiers below united in a resounding chant, "Long live the Emperor." Their voices echoed deafeningly, lingering outside the Hall of Heavenly Gate for an extended time without cessation. Pei Xiuyan stood at a distance behind Pei Yi, casting a distant smile towards Yi Chuyan. His Yen was truly radiant today. Her remarkable bearing could easily overshadow all the women in the capital. Yi Chuyan slightly curved her lips in response to Pei Xiuyan's smile. At this moment, Shi Lu, standing beside her, couldn't help but furrow his brows, though he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. The eunuch from the Palace of Ceremonies announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived." Yi Chuyan and Shi Lu led an army of 30,000, setting forth in grand procession towards the outskirts of the city. The streets of the capital were thronged with citizens bidding farewell. The mountain bandits on the outskirts had not been completely eradicated despite several attempts, leaving merchants and laborers frequently suffering their raids. Upon hearing that the princess was leading the troops and would not return until the bandits were vanquished, the citizens erupted in applause. Some tossed provisions and fruits towards Yi Chuyan. Your Highness, may you achieve swift success. Your Highness, we await your good news. Your Highness, your vengeance against the bandits is a source of pride for all the women of Dafeng. These citizens had conveniently forgotten how they once vehemently condemned the Yi family for treason and derided Yi Chuyan for her barefoot sword dance. They only remembered that today someone was determined to rid them of the bandits and restore peace. On the second floor of the Drunken Autumn Pavilion, Wu Mu and Zhang Xiaoyu stood side by side, silently observing the procession below. Today, Zhang Xiaoyu's brother, Zhang Jing, was one of the two major vice commanders in the campaign against the bandits, accompanying the troops out of the city. Zhang Xiaoyu wished to bid her brother farewell, and upon learning this, Wu Yulin generously invited her to the Drunken Autumn Pavilion. Its prime location allowed for an unobstructed view of the entire procession from the open windows of the second floor. Wu Mu had been compelled by Wu Yulin to accompany Zhang Xiaoyu. Naturally reserved and shy, Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated to initiate conversation with Wu Mu, and thus they stood together in silence. Suddenly, a boy of about 7 or 8 years threw something towards Yi Chuyan. She caught it with ease and discovered it was a skewer of candied hawthorn, causing her to chuckle. The boy exclaimed, "Your Highness, I give you my favorite treat. After you eat it, you must catch the bad guys." Yi Chuyan took a bite of the candied hawthorn and smiled brightly at the boy, replying, "All right." Lu immediately frowned disapprovingly, saying, "Your Highness, we are leaving the city to rid the land of evil. I hope you will take this matter seriously." Yi Chuyan was puzzled by Lu's apparent hostility towards her, as he had worn a cold expression since their first encounter that day. Aware that he was a trusted minister of Pei Yi, ostensibly serving as a military advisor, but in reality there to oversee her, she reflected on their few previous encounters in the palace, which had never resulted in conflict. She truly could not comprehend the source of his unfounded animosity. With this thought in mind, she offered him a slight nod and a smile, saying, "What you say is indeed correct, Lord Shi." Wu Mu, observing from the balcony, took in all of this. Chapter 64. Fulfillment. Wu Mu's heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, he even felt a twinge of jealousy toward Lu, for he had received a mere smile from her. Zhang Xiaoyu, noticing Wu Mu's hands clenched tightly, called softly, "Young Master Wu?" Wu Mu turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyu, suddenly jolted into clarity. No, he couldn't. He was on the verge of marrying Zhang Xiaoyu. He could not betray her. He needed to erase Yi Chuyan from his heart. Zhang Xiaoyu, seeing Wu Mu's unwavering gaze upon her, quickly touched her face and asked, "Young Master Wu, is there something on my face?" Wu Mu shook his head and forced a smile. "No." Zhang Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Observing the clarity in Wu Mu's eyes, which had gained a touch of composure since they last met, exuding a youthful charm that straddled the line between adolescence and maturity, causing her ears to flush with warmth. As Yi Chuyan rode alongside Lu, she felt an inexplicable connection and suddenly lifted her gaze. Catching sight of Wu Mu and Zhang Xiaoyu standing at the second-floor window, Wu Mu wore a smile, while Zhang Xiaoyu looked down shyly. They seemed to be exchanging sweet nothings. Her eyes welled up with emotion. Standing together, one exuded vigor while the other radiated bashfulness, a perfect match. Once her little wooden man married Zhang Xiaoyu, they would surely have a pair of children, living in perpetual happiness. Her life would finally be complete. How wonderful! Yet, as she mulled over this in her heart, it turned bitter, like the taste of gall. "Your Highness, here is the strategy for eradicating the bandits. Please take a look." Lu's stern expression interrupted Yi Chuyan's thoughts. She accepted the document and perused it, noting that it meticulously outlined the various bandit dens within an 800-li radius of the capital. Details regarding the size of each stronghold, its population, and geographical features were clearly enumerated. Furthermore, tailored strategies for subduing each bandit camp were provided, which was truly commendable. Yi Chuyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Shi, you truly possess both wisdom and courage." It was no wonder Pei Yi held Lu in such high regard. With such strategic prowess, he would undoubtedly be capable of shouldering significant responsibilities in the Dafeng court. Lu was momentarily taken aback and turned away, replying coolly, "I am undeserving of such praise." He had previously drafted a strategy for eradicating the bandits. When Pei Xiuyan presented his plan to him, he felt inadequate in comparison. However, Pei Xiuyan insisted on keeping the authorship of the plan a secret from Yi Chuyan, asking him to assist in maintaining this confidentiality. Though he did not understand why the couple insisted on such secrecy, he adhered to the principle that a gentleman's word is his bond. Yi Chuyan genuinely believed she was praising Shirlu and could not fathom why her compliment would displease him. Awkwardly, she retrieved a document from her sleeve and presented it to Shirlu. I have also drafted a strategy for eradicating the bandits. May I ask for your opinion? My lord? Shirlu opened Yi Chuyan's document and was taken aback. Pei Xiuyan's plan aimed for absolute certainty, advocating for the complete annihilation of the bandits without leaving any survivors. In contrast, Yi Chuyan proposed sending infiltrators into the bandit dens first to ascertain whether any captives were being held. If not, then they could proceed with the assault. This approach demonstrated considerable thoughtfulness. Seeing Shirlu frown in silence, Yi Chuyan elaborated, some individuals may have been forced into banditry, and there may be innocent captives within those dens. A direct assault would inevitably endanger innocent lives. We cannot eradicate the bandits at the cost of the common people's lives. Shirlu could not help but nod in agreement. As Yi Chuyan and Shirlu discussed the methods for eradicating the bandits, a pair of cold, piercing eyes lingered on Yi Chuyan from behind, those of Zhang Jing. Yi Chuyan abruptly turned her head. Zhang Jing hurriedly lowered his gaze. Her eyes briefly flickered over him before she returned her attention to Shirlu and resumed their discussion. In the Dafeng Palace, within the Zhengyang Palace, Pei Yi was engaged in a game of chess with Pei Xiuyan, holding a slight advantage. After placing the final piece on the board, he remarked with a smile, Prince Qing, you have never played with your full strength. Each time you lose to me is quite dull. Pei Xiuyan replied without missing a beat, Your Majesty is mistaken. My skills in chess are but rudimentary. It is not by design. Pei Yi rose, accepting the tea offered by the eunuch. After taking a sip, he casually inquired, What are your plans for the situation in Barong? Pei Xiuyan had not anticipated Pei Yi would be so eager. Previously, he had resisted trading Yi Chuyan for 10 cities and had engaged in a protracted negotiation with Pei Yi regarding the anti-Woka strategy. Ultimately, he was compelled to agree to lead troops to attack Barong and seize those 10 cities. The tyrant, using the most brutal methods, had quelled the military unrest. But this was merely a temporary deterrent. It would inevitably incite greater dissatisfaction and backlash. Within half a year, there would be widespread civil unrest in Barong. The people of Barong preferred cold to heat. In July, many soldiers would succumb to the heat. When that time came, both the interior and the borders of Barong would be in chaos, and the tyrant would prioritize safeguarding his own domain. If we seized the opportunity to take control of Barong's borders, it would be as easy as taking candy from a child. A Yan's campaign against the bandits would not conclude until the end of March. He had promised a Yan to take her to see Elder Yi, and the round trip would take over a month. Leading troops to the frontier and reorganizing military affairs requires more than 2 months. The latest time he can secure is July. Pei Yi's eyes darkened as he stared at Pei Xiuyan for a long moment, then a smile graced his lips. Good. I believe in you. Pei Xiuyan's heart sank, and the glimmer in his eyes flickered out. He understood that Pei Yi's words meant he trusted him to secure 10 cities. Today, he had been coerced into a military pledge. Reluctant to surrender Yi Chuyan, Pei Yi was forced to agree. And when Yi Chuyan expressed her desire to lead the troops against the bandits, Pei Yi unhesitatingly consented. Pei Yi was reminding himself that he had given Pei Xiuyan what he desired, and in return, he must provide what Pei Yi wanted. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your trust. I shall dedicate myself to securing 10 cities for Dafeng, serving with utmost diligence until my last breath.
Pei Yi regarded Pei Xiuyan,
who bowed his head in submission, a slight smile forming as he narrowed his eyes. There is no need for such grand courtesy, Prince Qing. Please rise. After Pei Xiuyan stood, he found it difficult to continue dealing with Pei Yi and sought an excuse to attend to the accumulated affairs in the 6 ministries. Upon arrival, he discovered that certain southern cities had seen no rainfall since before the spring festival, with drought and cold killing all crops. A large number of disaster victims were fleeing to the capital, while the southern officials, fearing it would dampen the emperor's mood during the new year and with the arrival of the northern emperor, had concealed the matter until it could no longer be suppressed. As the number of refugees surged, it was finally reported. Officials from the 6 ministries convened to discuss how to respond. Upon learning of the situation, Pei Xiuyan was enraged and demanded accountability from the officials who had concealed the information. That night, after Yi Chuyan and Shi Lu finalized their marching route for the next day, they each returned to their respective tents. Yi Chuyan lay on her bed, examining her hands. Why were they so dirty? They had crippled Zhao Yujiao's leg and blinded Pei Xiuyan. She felt as if she were ensnared by hatred, compelled to engage in actions she once scorned and despised. Yet, she could not let go. She could not forget Pei Xiuyan's endless indifference and torment, nor the sight of her father and brother kneeling in the snow, facing execution, or the child that never had a chance to live. The entangled love and hate between her and Pei Xiuyan haunted her in the stillness of the night, tormenting her relentlessly, making her wish for death. In response, she severed her ties with Wu Mu, extracting every ounce of love she held for Pei Xiuyan, transforming that love into hatred, and ultimately honing it into a blade of vengeance, waiting for the perfect moment to plunge it into his heart. She had become a malevolent dragon. Chapter 65. Vice Commander Zhang, what is the lady thinking? A clear male voice shattered the silence in the room. Yi Chuyan instinctively drew the short dagger, hidden beneath her pillow. Yen, it is I. Pei Xiuyan revealed a luminous pearl, its gentle glow illuminating his face. He stood at the foot of the bed, still clad in his red official robes, his handsome features marred by evident fatigue. What brings you here? Yi Chuyan was taken aback. Pei Xiuyan's martial prowess allowed him to enter unnoticed, and she had been completely unaware. Pei Xiuyan wrapped himself in his clothes and lay beside her, extending his long arm to pull her slender waist closer. I have been busy in the palace until now and missed you dearly, so I came. Thankfully, with so many of you, your pace was slow. I galloped for an hour to catch up. Yi Chuyan pressed tightly against Pei Xiuyan's chest, feeling uncomfortable. She wanted to struggle but refrained, merely shifting slightly. Your duties in court are demanding. There is no need for you to come see me. This back and forth will only worry me. Pei Xiuyan was somewhat touched, gently rubbing his chin against her neck, his voice slightly hoarse. Just this once, for tomorrow, I cannot come again. There has been a natural disaster in the south, and many refugees are heading to the capital. I must address this issue with all my strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuyan could not suppress her concern. A natural disaster? What kind? How many refugees? Pei Xiuyan held her tightly, whispering, sleep now. You must travel tomorrow, and let us not speak of this. Seeing Pei Xiuyan close his eyes and fall silent, she ceased her inquiries, and the two lay together in silence throughout the night. The next day, when Yi Chuyan awoke, Pei Xiuyan had already vanished. Exiting her tent, she noticed Shi Lu had prepared everything and took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, Lord Shi. Shi Lu cast her a strange glance and coldly replied, Good morning, Princess. Yi Chuyan could no longer endure the tension and stepped in front of Shi Lu, blocking his path. Lord Shi, if you have any grievances or believe I have acted inappropriately, please feel free to voice them. She truly could not understand how she had offended Shi Lu, causing him to treat her with such disdain daily. Must they endure this for an entire month during the bandit suppression? Shi Lu furrowed his brow as he regarded Yi Chuyan. Today, she wore a silver brocade robe, still unadorned with makeup, her hair elegantly styled with a white crown jade. Compared to her silver armor from yesterday, this outfit lacked some of the intimidation but added a touch of charm. Though disguised as a man, her appearance was striking, rendering the soldiers unable to focus on their task. Here was a woman who danced barefoot with a sword and led troops against bandits. She was shamelessly in the spotlight and still dared to question what she had done wrong. Nothing, Shi Lu concluded, turning to leave. Left standing there,
Yi Chuyan clenched her fists.
From Shi Lu's eyes, she had clearly seen disdain and contempt. She was determined to prove that what men could achieve, women could accomplish as well. From that day forth, Pei Xiuyan indeed did not seek out Yi Chuyan. He met daily with the 6 ministries to discuss how to hold accountable those who had concealed information and how to provide disaster relief. While accountability for the concealment was straightforward, the relief effort was far more complex. Where would the funds and grain for disaster relief come from? Who would oversee the transportation of the relief supplies? Who would supervise? Who would count the number of fleeing victims? Too many issues required careful coordination, and Pei Xiuyan was overwhelmed with work. During these days, Yi Chuyan shared meals and lodging with the soldiers, showing no airs while traveling, and her skills in horseback riding and archery astonished everyone. In the face of bandits, she never hesitated, always charging to the forefront. The soldiers held her in genuine admiration and respect. Bandits within hundreds of miles of the capital fled upon hearing that the Princess of Qing and the governor of the capital were personally leading 30,000 troops against them. Advancing with unstoppable momentum, smaller bandit dens fled overnight, while larger ones that could not escape were utterly annihilated. The soldiers not only recovered a significant amount of gold and jewels from the bandit lairs, but also rescued numerous kidnapped wealthy merchants and noble heirs, along with a group of girls forcibly taken up the mountains. Yi Chuyan arranged for the rescued individuals to be returned home. In no time, the name of the Princess of Qing soared, earning her widespread acclaim among the populace. While on the road to suppress the bandits, Yi Chuyan encountered many refugees from the south. Without hesitation, she decided to exchange all the gold and jewels obtained from the bandits for food, leaving 2,000 soldiers along the way to distribute porridge to the refugees. Shirlu opposed this, believing the matter needed to be reported to the court for the emperor's approval before execution. Yi Chuyan was resolute, insisting on taking action first and reporting later, willing to bear any consequences upon their return from suppressing the bandits. Reluctantly, Shirlu complied with Yi Chuyan's demands, distributing food to the victims on the road. This news reached the court, igniting a storm of controversy. Some argued that the spoils from the bandit suppression should go to the national treasury, and Yi Chuyan's unauthorized diversion of resources, regardless of her intentions, was an act of treason. Others contended that her actions could placate the populace and prevent the influx of refugees into the capital, thus averting internal turmoil, labeling it a wise decision. The two factions quarreled fiercely. Pei Xiuyan questioned the assembly. "My wife has exerted herself to suppress bandits and provide relief. Why do you gather here to discuss how to punish her? Do you honor the wise texts you have read?" Upon the utterance of this phrase, some officials reacted like rabid dogs, viciously attacking Pei Xiuyan. They claimed he and Yi Chuyan were of the same ilk, intertwined like snakes and rats, and complicit in their misdeeds. Pei Yi, unable to endure such slander, furiously declared, "This matter shall be resolved upon the return of the Princess of Qing from her campaign against the bandits. For now, we must swiftly address the pressing issue of disaster relief." His words effectively diverted the ire from Pei Xiuyan. Where there are interests, there exists a struggle for power. Compared to the relief efforts in the south, the affairs surrounding Yi Chuyan were, indeed, trivial. As the officials began to engage in clandestine negotiations regarding the disaster relief, the turbulent winds of court politics remained distant from the common people. The populace only knew that the Princess of Qing, Yi Chuyan, not only eradicated the bandits, but also rescued many refugees, who revered her as a living bodhisattva. Days slipped by, and now it was March, with the midday sun casting a languorous warmth. Shirlu and Yi Chuyan led their soldiers along the serene country road. Ahead lay a valley, shaped like a gourd, wide at both ends and narrow in the middle, with the greenery of the hillside beginning to emerge. Yi Chuyan raised her hand, signaling for the group to halt. Shirlu, puzzled, inquired, "Why stop?" With a furrowed brow, Yi Chuyan scanned the surroundings, her gaze sharp. "This valley is an ideal ambush site. I recall it being marked on the map. 60 miles to the south lies the Tianling stronghold. Are you concerned that they may be lying in wait for us here?" Shirlu couldn't help but admire Yi Chuyan's meticulous thoughts. She nodded in affirmation. The Tianling stronghold, nestled against the mountains and waters, dominated the entire Pingyan Mountain, with cliffs behind and a labyrinth of strange rocks below, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. With over 3,000 bandits and situated 800 miles from the capital, it thrived in a lawless zone, brazenly defiant. The Tianling stronghold posed the greatest challenge in their campaign against the bandits, representing the final stronghold they needed to conquer before they could return triumphantly to the capital. After a moment of contemplation, Shirlu deemed victory within reach, but remained cautious. He turned his horse around and instructed Zhang Jing, Deputy Commander Zhang, "Take a squad to scout the situation." Then, addressing the other soldiers, he said, "Rest here for an hour and prepare lunch." The soldiers, invigorated by the orders, promptly began to kindle a fire. Zhang Jing selected 100 elite soldiers and rode forth into the depths of the valley. As she watched him depart, Yi Chuyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. From the first time she encountered Zhang Jing at the palace banquet, she sensed a certain malice in him, marked by a sinister demeanor. Knowing he was the deputy commander, she had remained wary of him, though he had so far adhered to the rules. Could it be that she was overthinking? Chapter 66. The charming concubine, the camp cook, soon prepared lunch, and Shirlu handed a bowl of noodle soup to Yi Chuyan. Without hesitation, she accepted the bowl, and they sat together on the ground. Over these days, they had grown accustomed to this way of life and interaction. Lu observed Yi Chuyan eat with extraordinary grace, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Although she sat like a man, she possessed none of the typical coarseness associated with masculinity. Rather, she radiated an effortless charm. In recent days, he had finally come to understand the true essence of Yi Chuyan. Despite her noble lineage, she showed no disdain for dirt and grime, sharing meals and living quarters with the soldiers. When encountering refugees, she would set aside her status to cook porridge and provide sustenance. She was far from the pretentious noblewoman who remained aloof from the world. She was a woman of flesh and blood, imbued with compassion and loyalty. He truly could not fathom how the Prince of Qing could bear to send such a remarkable woman into the fray. If she were his wife, he would ensure she remained hidden, known to no one. Sir, Yi Chuyan remarked, noticing Lu's increasingly peculiar behavior, as he often seemed lost in thought. Lu snapped back to attention, clearing his throat, and replied with a serious expression, "Throughout our journey, we have successfully infiltrated various bandit camps. But the Tianling stronghold has proven to be a tough nut to crack. We must prepare for a protracted battle." Yi Chuyan set her bowl aside, retrieving the map and pointing to Pingyuan Mountain. "This is the stronghold's lair, easy to defend yet challenging to assault. If we cannot infiltrate, a frontal attack would be exceedingly difficult. I do not wish to engage in a drawn-out struggle that wastes time and resources. I desire a swift resolution." Lu appeared perplexed. "We know very little about the Tianling stronghold. We are entirely unaware of the circumstances within. How can we achieve a quick victory?" The documents Pei Xiuyan had provided about other bandit camps were thorough, yet the information on Tianling was vague at best. Yi Chuyan rose, filled with determination, and declared, "I will personally infiltrate the Tianling stronghold to ascertain all its defenses and arrangements. You will await my news from the outside, and when the time comes, we shall coordinate our efforts to capture the stronghold in one fell swoop." Lu jumped up as if scalded. "No." Yi Chuyan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Why not?" Lu insisted, "If anything were to happen to you, I could not face the Prince of Qing. I will be the one to infiltrate the Tianling stronghold." He could not openly admit that he was worried about her. Yi Chuyan chuckled lightly, Sir, I know you possess considerable skills. However, in recent days, have not all the elite soldiers we sent forth been captured by the Tianling bandits? If the stronghold had no merit, how could it have persisted here for over a decade?" Lu felt a flush rise to his face. He had always considered himself capable, only to realize now that he could not surpass Yi Chuyan. Infiltrating the Tianling stronghold would indeed not be an easy task. He took a breath and asserted, "How can you guarantee success in your infiltration? Among the elite soldiers we dispatched, who among them was not skilled?"
Yi Chuyan answered resolutely.
"I can guarantee success because I am a woman." She then revealed her entire plan. She intended to disguise herself as a beautiful concubine entering the capital to serve her lord, casually passing by the foot of the Tianling stronghold, where the bandits would surely be tempted by her beauty and would seize her. Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "You mean to say, you want the bandits to take you willingly? Do you have a better plan, Sir?" Lu fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the meticulousness of Yi Chuyan's strategy. Only someone of her allure could entice the bandits, and this approach would render her inconspicuous. However, he had heard that the chief of the Tianling stronghold was ruthless, and he worried about what would happen if Yi Chuyan fell victim to his cruelty. Sensing his concern, Yi Chuyan reassured him, "You need not worry about me being bullied. If I lacked the ability to protect myself, I would not dare to make such a decision." Before her departure, Pei Xiuyan had equipped her with several concealed weapons, and Bai Zhi had provided her with numerous pills, antidotes, healing medicines, and strength enhancers. She had everything she needed. She believed that as long as her identity remained undiscovered, she would navigate through unscathed. With no retreat left, Lu reluctantly muttered a single word, "Fine." After convincing Lu, Yi Chuyan began to discuss the finer details of their plan and how they would coordinate their efforts and communicate. Lu suggested that Zhang Jing disguise himself as a coachman. Given the need for strict confidentiality, it would be most suitable for Zhang Jing, being the highest-ranking officer among them. Once everything was settled, Zhang Jing returned with a scouting party. Approaching them, he clasped his hands and reported, "Your Highness, Sir, I have sent men to scout both sides of the valley and the 20 miles ahead, and there are no ambushes. However, this area is close to the Tianlang stronghold, and there are no civilians nearby. Shi Lu and Yi Chuyan exchanged glances. The outcome was as expected, for areas near bandit dens were typically desolate. Shi Lu pulled Zhang Jing aside and whispered a few words. Initially, Zhang Jing's face showed surprise, followed by a fleeting glint of fervor in his eyes, and finally, he nodded solemnly. In his heart, he could not suppress his joy. An opportunity had arrived. After the midday meal, the soldiers regrouped and set out once again. After traversing 20 miles through the canyon, Shi Lu insisted on camping in place. He proclaimed that the Tianlang stronghold was incredibly difficult to assault, and after the arduous journey of eliminating bandits, they deserved a few days of respite to prepare for a decisive strike against the stronghold. The soldiers cheered exuberantly and began to set up camp with great delight. Seizing this moment, Yi Chuyan changed into a crimson brocade garment, concealing the lethal aura she had recently cultivated. She adorned herself with a delicate makeup that transformed her into the image of a favored concubine from a wealthy household, exuding an enchanting allure that stirred the hearts of all who beheld her. Zhang Jing, donning the guise of a servant, maneuvered the horse-drawn cart, discreetly avoiding the crowd as he stealthily transported Yi Chuyan to the foot of Tianlang's stronghold. From within the cart, Yi Chuyan observed Zhang Jing's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. She understood that Shi Lu's recommendation of Zhang Jing was merely based on suitability and bore no ulterior motives. However, she felt an inexplicable discomfort whenever facing him. Contemplating for a moment, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her sleeve and swallowed 3 pills. Upon reaching the base of Tianlang stronghold, Yi Chuyan called out from the cart, "Stop. I am unwell." Her voice was sweet yet piercing. Zhang Jing had no choice but to rein in the cart, exclaiming helplessly, "My lady, there is a bandit den nearby. It is not safe. Please endure a little longer, and we will find a place to rest after passing this point." Yi Chuyan lifted the curtain, revealing her captivating yet distressed visage. "Zhang Jing, I truly cannot endure this pace. My lord does not seek to escort me to the capital for a life of luxury. He clearly intends for me to risk my life to serve him." As she spoke, she unsteadily alighted from the cart, picking up a stone to sit upon, her face reflecting a mix of reluctance, anger, and a hint of grievance. These emotions intertwined upon her delicate features, evoking an instinctive desire for sympathy. Even Zhang Jing faltered momentarily, his heart racing. He clenched his fists, attempting to steady himself, and continued to play the role of a humble servant. Zhang Jing bowed repeatedly before Yi Chuyan, pleading, "My lady, I implore you, do not make it difficult for me. My lord has declared that if I do not deliver you to the capital by tomorrow morning, he shall have my life. We must hasten our journey." Yi Chuyan remained unmoved, stamping her foot in frustration. "After all this torment along the road, who will serve him afterward? I refuse to continue without resting." Zhang Jing scratched his head in apparent despair. Finally, he retrieved a water pouch from the cart and awkwardly offered it to Yi Chuyan, saying, "My lady, perhaps you could take a sip of water to rest." Yi Chuyan was momentarily taken aback. Drinking water was not part of her plan. However, she noticed several dark figures moving in the distance among the grass, so she discreetly accepted the water pouch, took a sip, and continued to play her role alongside Zhang Jing. In the distance, a group of burly men clad in black lay hidden in the grass. One of them exclaimed, "Goodness, this woman is truly stunning. No wonder the master is so eager for the servant to deliver her. If it were me, I would keep her by my side at all times." Another scoffed, "Then pray to the heavens that when our leader tires of her, she might be given to us for our pleasure." A commanding figure among them barked, "Enough chatter. Hurry and seize her." The group sprang into action, brandishing their knives. "My lady, you are as beautiful as a flower. Why not accompany us up the mountain?" Yi Chuyan, terrified, dropped the water pouch, her face drained of color, trembling as she clutched her shoulders. What do you want?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a frightened creature. Zhang Jing fell to the ground, his legs giving way as he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Spare me, good sirs. Just take her and leave me be. I have no money. My master is a wealthy merchant in the capital, and if you let me go, I will reveal his whereabouts." The bandits erupted in laughter. One stepped forward and kicked Zhang Jing hard. "You worthless wretch. I haven't even suggested robbing you, and here you are betraying your own master." Zhang Jing fell to the ground but quickly scrambled back up, continuing to bow and plead. The leader's patience wore thin. Enough of your groveling. I despise your treachery. We are taking your master's concubine. Go back and tell him that if he wishes to have her back, he must pay 1,000 taels of silver within 10 days at Tianling's stronghold. With that, they hoisted Yi Chuyan onto their shoulders and began to depart. She struggled desperately, screaming, "Let me go. Please, let me down." The bandit carrying her stuffed a rag into her mouth, growling, "If you scream again, I'll silence you for good." With her mouth gagged, Yi Chuyan trembled in terror, afraid to make a sound. Zhang Jing sat shivering in place until the bandits disappeared from view. Only then did he suppress his earlier fear, replacing it with a sinister smile. "Yi Chuyan, enjoy your time," he chuckled softly. He had mixed the water with a substance that would render her powerless for an entire incensed duration, and she would not regain her strength for 12 hours. By the time Yi Chuyan realized what had happened, she would have already been tarnished by the bandits. Once they captured Tianling's stronghold, every soldier would know of her disgrace. How could she possibly face the world then? With these thoughts, Zhang Jing cheerfully returned to the military camp, reporting to Shirlu. All went smoothly. Yi Chuyan has been captured at Tianling's stronghold. Shirlu's emotions were complex at that moment. He silently prayed for Yi Chuyan to send him a signal soon so he could take Tianling's stronghold swiftly. At the summit of Tianling's stronghold, in the central hall, a fearsome 9-foot-tall man sat upon a high chair, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over those seated below. A scar ran from his eyebrow down to his jaw, adding a touch of menace to his already intimidating visage. He was the leader of Tianling's stronghold, known as Tianling. "Am I raising you good-for-nothings to simply eat your fill? The officers hunting down bandits are nearly at our doorstep, claiming they will rest for a few days before taking us down in one fell swoop. Speak up. What plans do you have to deal with these soldiers?" His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating throughout the room. The others exchanged uneasy glances. In previous encounters with bandits, they were aware of the formidable reputation of Tianling's stronghold, and those officers typically left after a few days. However, with the princess of the Qing dynasty and Shirlu leading the charge, it appeared they were determined to eradicate the stronghold. A man with slanted eyebrows and small eyes stood up, saying, "Boss, you need not worry. Just like before, they won't be able to breach our defenses anytime soon. Those soldiers will tire and leave." At this, Tianling's expression darkened. "You fool. What good is your worthless advice? If we had heeded your words yesterday, we would have faced a grave disaster." The man known as Shikiki, a leader from one of the 3 major divisions of the stronghold, had suggested an ambush with 800 men positioned several dozen miles away, but the newly appointed 5th leader had opposed it, fearing a massacre if they were discovered. Today, the officers indeed sent scouts to gather intelligence before crossing the canyon. Shikiki was reprimanded and sat back down, feeling embarrassed. Looking across the room at the young man seated opposite him, he mockingly asked, "Fifth leader, you are so clever. What do you propose we do now?" The 5th leader, known as Mu Lang, was an ordinary-looking young man, yet his strikingly bright eyes were unsettling. He sat calmly across from Shikiki, his slender frame contrasting sharply with the rugged bandits in the room. Suddenly, Mu Qidian was called upon, and in an instant, all eyes turned towards him. This newly appointed 5th leader, in just 7 days, had become the most favored individual of the Tianling faction. Many elders within the stronghold harbored resentment, eagerly awaiting his downfall. Mu Lang stood up languidly, his back straight as a pine tree. "Chief, grant me 2 days, and I shall devise a foolproof plan to deal with these officials." Tianling appreciated Mu Lang's fearless confidence, reminiscent of a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. "Excellent," he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, a smile finally gracing his lips. At that moment, several bandits entered, carrying Yi Chuyan. The leader, upon entering, unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground and saluted Tianling, saying, "Chief, this is our latest acquisition. She is a beautiful concubine of a wealthy lord from the capital. We captured her while she was en route to serve her master." The onlookers gazed at the trembling figure of Yi Chuyan on the floor, their eyes betraying unmasked lust. This woman possessed a slender waist and delicate legs, her skin as smooth as cream, with disheveled hair and strikingly courageous eyes, yet her gaze was filled with fear and timidity. Her eyes were slightly swollen from crying, her mouth gagged, muffling her whimpers, stirring a tumult of emotions within the spectators. Someone discreetly swallowed hard. The chief's eyes glinted with desire. Such a stunning woman would undoubtedly be exhilarating in bed. At that moment, Mu Lang suddenly stood, approached Yi Chuyen, and squatted before her, grasping her chin to inspect her. He then licked his lips and grinned, saying, "Chief, grant me this woman. Only when I am satisfied can I think of a good strategy to deal with those officials." Tianling paused, then boisterously replied, "If you fancy her, take her. After all, she is merely a woman, not worth straining brotherly relations. When you're done, I shall take my turn." Without hesitation, Mu Lang bowed to Tianling and, amidst the disdainful, envious, and jealous gazes of those in the room, slung Yi Chuyen over his shoulder and returned to his quarters. As she lay draped across his shoulder, Yi Chuyen, realizing they were alone, subtly tugged at the cloth binding her mouth and whispered in Mu Lang's ear, "Young Master Wu, why are you here?" Wu Mu's steps faltered slightly as he replied in a hushed tone, "Let us speak inside. We are being watched." He adjusted Yi Chuyen on his shoulder and swiftly entered a small courtyard. Inside, a man in his 40s, clad in green, lean and with shifty eyes, greeted them with a feigned smile. "Oh, fifth leader, I didn't expect you to have such tastes." His gaze swept over Yi Chuyen, who was still struggling on the floor. Her face obscured, yet her profile was breathtaking. Unable to resist, he took a few steps forward, attempting to touch her face. Wu Mu's expression darkened, exuding an air of menace. "Step back. Do not touch what belongs to me." The man withdrew his hand, halting in his tracks and with a lewd grin, produced a small vial from his pocket. "Fifth leader, this is a fine item. The courtesans in the capital use it to manage their girls." He forcibly thrust the vial into Wu Mu's hands, grinning lewdly. Wu Mu accepted the porcelain vial without a word, carrying Yi Chuyen into the room and firmly shutting the door behind them. Once inside, Wu Mu laid Yi Chuyen on the bed and signaled her with a glance. Understanding his cue, she feigned fear, trembling as she said, "Don't come any closer."
Wu Mu smirked,
pinching her mouth shut and pouring the contents of the vial into her mouth. Yi Chuyen gasped in terror, "What have you made me swallow?" She attempted to spit it out. Wu Mu lunged forward, pinning her down on the bed before extinguishing the candle. As darkness enveloped them, Wu Mu released her and crushed the pills he had poured out into a fine powder. "When did you become the fifth leader of Tianling?"
Yi Chuyen whispered.
"That man outside is monitoring me. Call out a few times to send him away." Wu Mu's voice was hoarse, tinged with embarrassment. Yi Chuyen quickly comprehended his intent, her cheeks flushing. Thankfully, the room was enveloped in darkness, obscuring her expression. She feigned a soft, helpless plea, calling out a few times. The man outside chuckled maliciously before departing. Wu Mu listened intently until he confirmed the coast was clear, letting out a sigh of relief.
"How did you recognize me?"
he inquired, believing his disguise was effective enough that even his sister might not immediately recognize him.
Yi Chuyen hesitated.
When Mu Lang had carried her, she had caught a faint whiff of his distinct scent and, coupled with his striking eyes, she had known instantly who he was. Unable to speak candidly, she replied ambiguously, "We've known each other since childhood. Recognizing you is effortless." Wu Mu's heart raced. Was she so familiar with him? Familiar enough to see through his disguise?
Yi Chuyen,
sensing Wu Mu's growing curiosity, feigned urgency, "Now is not the time for this. Tell me how you became Mu Lang." In a low voice, Wu Mu explained, 10 days ago, a shipment of jewels guarded by the Wu family escort was seized by Tianling. The escort was slaughtered. We reported to the authorities, but they merely claimed that the princess consort would soon lead an expedition against the bandits and that the jewels would surely be recovered afterward. Yi Chuyen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The Tianling stronghold lay in a lawless region, and bureaucratic finger-pointing was an everyday occurrence. Wu Mu's emotions were slightly stirred. "I couldn't bear it, so I disguised myself as a lone wanderer, pretending to stumble upon Tianling. He recognized my skills and invited me to join. I have been secretly investigating the whereabouts of those jewels, suspecting they might be hidden in a cave behind the stronghold, but I have yet to find a way to sneak in." "So, you became the fifth leader of Tianling?" Yi Chuyen finally understood. Wu Mu's assent mirrored her own. Both having been invited up the mountain. Wu Mu softly affirmed, then countered, "Why were you captured? Do you not realize the vile substances and torturous methods that abound in Tianling? Had I not encountered you today, would you not fear being victimized?" His voice brimmed with uncontainable anger and concern. Yi Chuyen felt an inexplicable sense of panic, akin to being caught in a wrongdoing, and sheepishly replied, "I have been leading an expedition against the bandits. Only Tianling remains. I attempted several infiltrations, but they all failed, So today I had no choice but to come myself. I plan to ascertain the situation here and coordinate an assault to eradicate Tianlang entirely. I was prepared to deal with these bandits and would not allow myself to be victimized. Had it been anyone else, I would have suffocated them upon their approach. She found herself justifying her actions, subconsciously hoping Wu Mu would not misinterpret her intentions. To Wu Mu, her words took on a different meaning. Because it was him. She had not resisted, allowing him to overpower her. Did she trust him so implicitly? Wu Mu's face grew warm in the darkness, his heart tumultuous. What was happening? He had resolved to cast her from his heart, yet lying beside her, inhaling her subtle fragrance, he found it impossible to calm his racing thoughts. An unusual silence enveloped the room as Wu Mu remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yi Chuyan could even hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart and his breath, mingling with the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him, overwhelming her senses and leaving her in a state of disarray. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. What are your plans moving forward? Wu Mu paused to collect his thoughts before responding in a low voice. You need not take the risk of probing into the defenses of the Tianlang stronghold. I will draw them for you later. This is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that the Lord of Tianlang is shrouded in deep cunning. Although he has appointed me as the fifth chief, he does not trust me at all, constantly having his men monitor my every move. He has never allowed me into his courtyard. The villagers whisper that Tianlang possesses a secret weapon that enables it to stand strong for so long, and I suspect that the treasures hidden in that cave are not merely plundered jewels, but also this so-called secret weapon. Until we ascertain the true contents of that cave, we cannot recklessly launch an assault. For the next few days, you are to remain in this courtyard and refrain from wandering around. Rest assured, with me here, those ruffians will not dare to disturb you. Once I find an opportunity to infiltrate the cave and uncover the truth, you can signal the soldiers down the mountain. Should I unfortunately be discovered by the mountain bandits, I will do my best to stall them, and you must make your escape swiftly. Even though you are skilled in martial arts, there are 3,000 bandits on the mountain. A lone fist cannot contend against many hands. Take the defense map I provided and descend the mountain first. Wu Mu's words were clear and well-structured, ensuring that Yi Chuyan was well settled and faced no risks. His voice was low and resonant, imbued with a slight rasp that, in the stillness of the night, resembled the enchanting song of a siren, stirring the heart's longing. Suddenly, Yi Chuyan recalled a phrase once uttered by Yi Chuqing. Wu Mu is exceptionally wise, possessing a heart both clever and delicate. His loyalty is unwavering, untainted by worldly affairs, making him a rare match. What was she thinking at that moment? She dismissed the thought, asserting, there is no one in this world who can compare to Pei Shiyan. Brother, do not speak of it again. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Pei Shiyan. Thus, she found herself wed to a man of extreme coldness. Chapter 69. The crescent moon in the darkness. Yi Chuyan self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of her lips, reflecting. This is what one calls reaping the bitter fruits of their own actions. She suppressed her memories and interrupted Wu Mu. It is far too dangerous for you to enter the cave alone. Take me with you. We can look out for one another. Her tone was resolute, and Wu Mu felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart.
No.
This venture is too perilous. You must wait for my news in peace. Just as Yi Chuyan was about to counter, a faint rustling sound drifted in from outside, strikingly jarring amidst the tranquil night. Both being martial artists with keen hearing, they immediately understood. The eavesdropper had returned. Wu Mu muttered, "Forgive me," before swiftly positioning himself over Yi Chuyan without physically touching her, propping himself up with his arm while shaking the bed forcefully, causing it to creak ominously. Yi Chuyan turned her face away, unable to meet Wu Mu's gaze, stifling a few muffled moans. Her sounds were both sweet and cloying, causing Wu Mu's muscles to tense, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yi Chuyan sensed Wu Mu's heavy breathing and hesitated. Hearing that the person outside had not yet departed, she steeled herself to continue the charade. At last, the intruder left, and Yi Chuyan's taut nerves relaxed. Turning her head, she met Wu Mu's gaze. Having adjusted to the darkness, the two could see each other's luminous eyes glinting in the night. Wu Mu, as if ensnared by an unseen force, could not help but lean in and place a kiss upon the delicate lips that had haunted his dreams. Yi Chuyan's mind erupted in chaos, the essence of youth dancing between her lips and teeth. She froze, momentarily devoid of thought. Wu Mu abruptly regained his senses. releasing Yi Chuyen and hastily jumping off the bed, standing beside it with his head bowed like a child caught misbehaving, his hands trembling slightly as he stammered.
I'm sorry.
He clenched his fists and struck his chest in frustration. What had he done? It was utterly disgraceful. Yi Chuyen struggled to calm her racing heart, her expression stern as she admonished, I have always regarded you as my younger brother. Do not entertain such thoughts towards me. Wu Mu's heart sank heavily, his lips quivering. Rendered speechless for a long moment. Sensing his sorrowful demeanor, Yi Chuyen's heart tightened, but she remained composed, stating, We cannot reveal our identities just yet. We do not know if the eavesdropper will return, and you cannot stand here all night. Wu Mu looked up in surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation and that they could not expose themselves. He reached into his pocket and handed Yi Chuyen a short dagger, his expression resolute. If I should ever harbor inappropriate thoughts again, you may kill me. Yi Chuyen chuckled softly, no need for that. I carry my own weapons. The silver needles I possess are sufficient to bring down a horse. With that, she raised her hand, revealing a beautifully carved bracelet on her slender wrist, clearly containing hidden mechanisms. Wu Mu sheepishly retracted the dagger, carefully climbing back onto the bed. The two lay together, fully clothed, sharing a single blanket but maintaining a half-foot distance between them, neither willing to break the silence. The room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. You must take me with you to the cave. Otherwise, I will find a way to go myself, Yi Chuyen insisted, unable to resist broaching the subject once more. Wu Mu remained lost in regret and remorse, not daring to argue, murmuring an acknowledgement. He hesitated before adding you seemed to have been affected by the soulless powder. Having roamed the Jianghu for 3 years, he had encountered many poisons, and when he kissed Yi Chuyen, he had sensed a trace of the soulless powder's taste. Yes, I am aware, but I took the antidote in advance, Yi Chuyen replied, her thoughts drifting to Zhang Jing, her face instantly growing cold. The moment Zhang Jing had brought her water, she had felt a surge of wariness. Fortunately, she had taken several antidote pills beforehand, though she still had not deciphered the contents of the water. So, it was the soulless powder. Had she not taken the antidote in advance, had she encountered someone other than Wu Mu, she might have truly been wrong today. Zhang Jing was truly despicable. Who administered it to you?
Wu Mu inquired.
Knowing that the mountain bandits of Tianling usually preferred to use aphrodisiacs on defenseless women rather than the soulless powder. I do not recall, Yi Chuyen replied. Aware that Wu Mu was about to be betrothed to the Zhang family and unwilling to disclose that it was Zhang Jing who had drugged her, not wanting to share, Wu Mu did not press further, and once again, they fell into silence. This night, beneath the crescent moon, the moon hung like a hook, and the courtyard was enveloped in tranquil night, everything appearing exquisitely beautiful. Yet, they were in the den of bandits. The two inside the room, though each had etched the other into their hearts, lay in silence, each tormented by their own thoughts. Outside the Wang residence, Yanju was racing on horseback. Upon arriving at the gate, he had just dismounted when a woman in yellow suddenly dashed out to block his path. Yanju focused his gaze and recognized her as Zhao Yujiao. He frowned slightly. Miss Zhao? What brings you here? Zhao Yujiao bit her lower lip, her voice trembling as she said, Yan guard, I have a favor to ask of you.
What is it?
Yanju's tone was somewhat impatient. He had just received a message from Shi Lu, indicating that the princess was determined to infiltrate the Tianlang stronghold alone to gather information and had already ascended the mountain that afternoon. He was on his way to report this to his master and did not wish to be entangled in Zhao Yujiao's affairs. Seeing Yanju's impatience, Zhao Yujiao's eyes reddened, and she began to weep. I know that ever since the prince was injured in his left eye, he has been heartbroken and unable to sleep at night. However, I have been bedridden and have not found an opportunity to visit him. Now that my knee is healed, I still have difficulty walking, and it hurts in the cold. I plan to go to Jiangnan to recuperate and wish to bid farewell to the prince before I leave, hoping he will treat my sister well in the future, as I will be happy for them both from Jiangnan. With her delicate appearance, Zhao Yujiao looked even more enchanting in her soft yellow attire. However, Yanju was unmoved by her display. The prince has said he does not wish to see you. With a thud, Zhao Yujiao knelt before Yanju, sobbing. I know the prince is deeply in love with my sister and does not wish to see me for fear of causing misunderstandings. I am indeed saddened, but I genuinely wish happiness for both the prince and my sister. After today, I will no longer harbor any improper thoughts towards the prince. The guard Yen. I implore you to assist me. Yen remained unmoved, sidestepping Zhao Yujiao, and was about to depart. Zhao Yujiao lunged forward, clutching Yan's leg, weeping inconsolably. If you do not help me see the prince one last time today, I shall never find peace in this life. Yan shifted his legs slightly, realizing Zhao Yujiao had a firm grip, and his previously indifferent expression darkened further. Had it been anyone else, he would have kicked them away without hesitation. However, Zhao Yujiao was the savior of his master and held a place in his heart, so he could not bring himself to harm her. He suppressed his displeasure, clenched his fist, and said coldly, "Get up. Whether the master wishes to see you once inside is not my concern." Zhao Yujiao slowly rose, wiping her tears, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, guard Yan." She then followed closely behind Yan into the mansion. This was all part of her meticulous plan. While at the Qing prince's residence, she had feared Yi Chuyan and dared not seek out Pei Shuyan. Now, with her leg healed and Yi Chuyan away on a mission, she had to find a way to meet Pei Shuyan and reclaim all that she had lost. Earlier that morning, when she attempted to enter, Madame Mo had barred her. And after waiting all day at the gate without encountering Pei Shuyan, she had unexpectedly run into Yan. This opportunity was not to be missed. Regardless of the outcome, she had to succeed today, otherwise, once Yi Chuyan returned, her chances would vanish. With this thought, Zhao Yujiao's downcast eyes glimmered with triumph and madness. Chapter 70. Scheming Pei Shuyan was in his study, perusing the letters Yi Chuyan had sent him during this time. These letters arrived every 3 days by carrier pigeon. Each brief, detailing which bandit strongholds had been eliminated and what spoils had been seized, concluding with a line, "Thinking of you. Best wishes." The signature was simply Yan. Yi Chuyan's slender, elegant script, infused with inner strength, was both vigorous and bold, bringing Pei Shuyan increasing joy with each reading. Each day in the court, he engaged with officials concerning disaster relief, nearly exhausting himself. Returning home, the only thing that brought him solace was revisiting these letters. This was the first time they had been apart for such a duration since their marriage, and he had found himself yearning for her desperately. Upon calculation, he realized only the last bandit stronghold, the Tianlang stronghold, remained. Once it was eradicated, a yen would return. The thought made Pei Shuyan's lips curl into a smile. He now perceived Yi Chuyan as a radiant moon, uncompetitive and solitary, quietly emanating her brilliance, captivating and enchanting those around her. He touched his left eye once. With both eyes unclouded, he had overlooked the goodness in a yen. Now, with one eye blind, he could see so much more clearly. Truly, fate plays its tricks. "Your Highness, Miss Zhao wishes to see you," came Yan's voice from outside, interrupting Pei Shuyan's reverie. He opened the door to find Zhao Yujiao standing behind Yan, her eyes red-rimmed and her expression sorrowful, prompting him to tighten his lips. Yan, with a hint of remorse, clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness." Miss Zhao insisted on bidding farewell. "She intercepted me at the entrance, so I had no choice but to bring her in." As soon as Yan finished speaking, Zhao Yujiao limped forward, tears glimmering in her eyes, her voice laden with unspoken grievances. "Your Highness, do you truly despise me so? Even a single meeting eludes you." Pei Shuyan had initially felt sympathy for Zhao Yujiao's tearful demeanor, yet now he found it tiresome. Why could she not possess the resilience and spirit of a yen instead of being so weepy and bothersome? "Why do you wish to bid farewell?" Pei Shuyan inquired. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Yujiao explained her intention to recuperate in Jiangnan due to her injured leg. Pei Shuyan pondered for a moment before responding. "The journey to Jiangnan is long. I shall arrange for several guards to escort you and prepare a substantial sum of money for your needs there, ensuring you live comfortably. Take care of yourself." This statement was both polite and distant, severing any lingering ties between them and leaving no room for retention, precisely as Zhao Yujiao had anticipated. She performed a graceful bow to Pei Shuyan, then raised her gaze, as if the weight of the world's sorrow filled her eyes. "Your Highness, I know you have lost all affection for me, and I do not dare to dream of anything more. I only hope to share one last meal with you and drink a farewell toast. I ask for nothing more." As Pei Shuyan was about to decline, Zhao Yujiao interjected, "Your Highness, I saved your life. Consider this meal as repayment for my rescue." Pei Shuyan suppressed his agitation and nodded slightly. After this meal, he would be entirely free of Zhao Yujiao. Once a yen returned, she would likely not tease him about this matter again. Zhao Yujiao felt a surge of joy. Yen, anxious, interjected, "Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report." Zhao Yujiao turned to Yan, pleading, "Guard Yan. May I bid farewell to the prince before you report? I beseech you, it will not take long." Her words were particularly poignant. Pei Xiuyan waved his hand. "It matters not. You may report later. Go arrange for the kitchen to prepare a few dishes and a jug of wine. The recent reports have mostly concerned disaster relief and refugees in Jiangnan, and there is no immediate hurry. Let us first see Zhao Yujiao off." Yan hesitated, then reluctantly bowed and withdrew. The meal and wine were prepared, and Yan stood guard outside while Zhao Yujiao and Pei Xiuyan faced each other across the table. Zhao Yujiao raised a cup of wine, biting her lip, and timidly gazed at Pei Xiuyan. "Your Highness, this cup is for you. In gratitude for your care over the years." Pei Xiuyan held the wine, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yujiao, as if she were a stranger. Zhao Yujiao was beautiful, possessing a fragile beauty that evoked a protective instinct. At this moment, her eyes held sorrow, unwillingness, and fear, yet lacked genuine affection. Over the years, had she truly loved him, or merely the identity of the Qing prince? Pei Xiuyan began to doubt the answer to this question. Zhao Yujiao felt the intensity of his gaze, a scrutiny devoid of any warmth, only filled with sharp judgment. Her eyes began to flit away, her expression growing frantic. Pei Xiuyan raised an eyebrow slightly. He could now ascertain that Zhao Yujiao did not love him. He had once scrutinized Yi Chuyan in a similar manner, only to find his reflection and ardent affection mirrored in her eyes. Zhao Yujiao's gaze held none of that. She even struggled to meet her own reflection. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. His heart thawed, shattering the ice that had encased it. He raised his wine cup, saying, "As we part today, may we each find our peace. Should you find a suitable suitor in the future, do send word, and I shall surely present a grand gift." His tone was casual, akin to bidding farewell to an old friend about to embark on a long journey, devoid of any lingering emotions, only the simplest of well wishes. Zhao Yujiao still dared not meet Pei Xiuyan's gaze directly, raising her cup and drinking it down in one go, then refilling his cup. They drank 3 rounds, and Pei Xiuyan, his voice low, remarked, "The night deepens, and the dew grows heavy. I shall have Yan escort you home." Just as he began to call for Yan, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him unsteady. Pei Xiuyan glanced at the wine cups on the table, fuming, "Zhao Yujiao." Before he could finish, he collapsed backward, and Zhao Yujiao mustered all her strength to catch him. Outside, Yan watched as Zhao Yujiao embraced Pei Xiuyan from behind, their figures entwined. His expression faltered. He dared not question the master's affairs. All he could do was guard the door. Zhao Yujiao struggled, dragging Pei Xiuyan into the inner room and onto the bed, an act that nearly exhausted her. Gazing at the unconscious Pei Xiuyan, a frenzied glint flickered in Zhao Yujiao's eyes. She caressed his face, murmuring, "Yi Chuyan, you shall regret not having killed me. As long as I live, I can turn the tide." The following day, when Pei Xiuyan awoke, he found himself in disarray. His clothes ruffled, and a stark streak of blood on the sheets. The veins in his hands bulged instantly. He leaped from the bed and forcefully kicked it, causing it to splinter into pieces. Yan Shui heard the commotion and entered, only to be momentarily stunned by the crimson stain on the sheets. Regaining his composure, he bowed slightly and addressed, "Your Highness." Pei Xiuyan's temples throbbed with rage as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where's Zhao Yujiao?" "Miss Zhao left early this morning," Yan Shui replied. "She said she did not wish to disturb the lives of your Highness and the princess, and would find her own way to Jiangnan. She intends to sever all ties with your Highness." At that moment, Pei Xiuyan grasped the intricate web of Zhao Yujiao's machinations. It was all a calculated scheme. Manipulating Yan Shui to bring her into the residence, and exploiting the debt of gratitude to orchestrate a farewell over drinks, knowing he would let his guard down, and she would lace his drink. What a wretched woman! Noticing Pei Xiuyan's pallor and trembling fingers, a chilling aura radiated from him, devoid of any joy. Suddenly, Yan Shui understood everything. He knelt and implored, "Your Highness, it is entirely my fault. Please, punish me." He regretted his kindness in bringing Zhao Yujiao into the estate. As Pei Xiuyan's fury reached its zenith, his clenched fists gradually relaxed, as if all strength had been drained from him. He did not blame Yan Shui. He blamed himself for harboring even a sliver of compassion for Zhao Yujiao. In a cold voice, he ordered, "Burn the bed and replace it with a new one. Inform all servants in the courtyard that this matter is not to be disclosed, especially to the princess." Otherwise, they will face dire consequences. Yan Shui felt an even greater pang of guilt. Yes, and find Zhao Yujiao. Eliminate her. The remnants of his past feelings of gratitude towards her had vanished. Anyone daring to scheme against him must perish. Yes. Hurry. He barked as he noticed Yan Shui standing still. Chapter 71. Suspicion. Yan Shui's feet remained rooted in place. Your Highness, I have urgent news that I failed to report yesterday. Shirlu mentioned that the princess disguised herself as a wealthy concubine and infiltrated the Tianling stronghold alone yesterday afternoon to eliminate them. Absurd. How could Shirlu agree to such a reckless request from a Yen? Does she not comprehend the dangers? As a man, does he not understand the thoughts of men? The bandits, upon seeing a Yan's beauty, might resort to the most despicable methods. If Zhao Yujiao's affair had incited Pei Shuyan's wrath, the news of Yi Chuyan only compounded his anxiety. He felt an overwhelming urge to punish himself for his earlier leniency towards Zhao Yujiao. Having fallen into the trap laid by that vile woman, while allowing a Yen to remain in the Tianling stronghold alone all night. With the distance of 800 miles between the capital and Tianling stronghold, the fastest arrival would be at nightfall. If anything were to happen to a Yen from last night until now, what would he do? The more he pondered, the more frantic he became. Prepare the horses. Assemble all the hidden guards, and accompany me to Tianling stronghold to retrieve a Yen. As dawn broke, Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu's eyes suddenly met, both reflecting a hint of fatigue and bloodshot hues. Clearly, neither had slept a wink that night. The atmosphere grew awkward. Yi Chuyan attempted to break the tension by tossing aside the covers, but Wu Mu quickly bent down to carry her, flustered, and exclaimed, "Don't get up yet. Wait for me." Seeing Wu Mu's flushed ears, Yi Chuyan suddenly understood his awkward posture, her face igniting with embarrassment.
She stammered, "All right."
The atmosphere thickened with awkwardness. Verging on despair, Wu Mu silently recited the Diamond Sutra, taking several deep breaths to compose himself. He leapt from the bed, unable to meet Yi Chuyan's gaze, and muttered, "I'll find you some clothes," before dashing out. Yi Chuyan glanced at her disheveled state. Having been carried about and tossed around the day prior, her clothes were indeed a mess. Wu Mu was quite thoughtful. Remembering his earlier unease, a smile crept onto her lips. Realizing she was smiling, her expression abruptly froze.
No.
She could not allow herself to think of Wu Mu. He was destined to share his life with Zhang Xiuyu. She closed her eyes and, after a long moment, reopened them, her gaze returning to its former clarity, devoid of any lingering emotion. After a while, Wu Mu re-entered, kicking the door open with a set of clothes in hand, still wearing that human skin mask, his expression both mischievous and unrestrained. He tossed the garments onto the bed, ordering, "I'm going out on an errand. Stay here and behave." Yi Chuyan caught a glimpse of a figure in a green garb outside the door. Hastily covering herself with the blanket, her eyes reddening as she quietly wept, Wu Mu scoffed and exited, addressing the figure outside, "Come with me. We have business to attend to." The green-clad individual replied with a voice that was both mocking and insincere, "Fifth Master, I'm concerned that if we're not here, the brothers in the stronghold might take your things. Should I keep watch? There's no need. I'll have someone come by to bring food and check in on things."
"You come with me."
The green-clad person appeared reluctant, arguing for a moment, but was chastised by Wu Mu, and they hurriedly departed. The courtyard fell silent once more. Yi Chuyan jumped from the bed and peered through the window, only to find the outside deserted. She retrieved the layout drawing Wu Mu had sketched from beneath her pillow, studied it, and then burned it with a fire starter. After pacing around, she found a pen and a small piece of cloth, and wrote a few words on it. "The leader has agreed to cooperate with me. Await further news." Carefully prying open the window, she whistled, and soon a brown pigeon alighted on the windowsill. Yi Chuyan placed the cloth into the bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and sighed, "Go. Take care." The brown pigeon seemed to understand her sentiment, tilting its head to look at her, cooing twice before taking flight. This was a plan she had discussed with Wu Mu the day before. The Tianling had been monitoring this place, making it difficult for her to send a message to Shirlu. Since Tianling did not trust Wu Mu, it would be better to turn the tables and exploit this opportunity to create discord within the stronghold before addressing the external threat. If the pigeon were not captured, she could still relay the layout to Shirlu later. Having accomplished these tasks, she opened the wardrobe, rummaging for a set of night clothes. After changing, she wrapped herself in the flamboyant pink garment Wu Mu had thrown to her. It was an ostentatious outfit, slightly oversized, adorned with exaggerated jade decorations, likely belonging to some girl in the stronghold. The gaudy attire became surprisingly fresh against her figure, and the loose fabric accentuated her slender waist. Dressed, she opened the window, intending to investigate, but suddenly remembered Wu Mu's warning about the many spies among the mountain bandits, advising her to remain safe indoors and wait for news before attempting to venture into the cave. She sighed, closed the window, and returned to her desk, resting her chin on her hand. Never mind, she would not complicate matters for him. She resolved to wait patiently for someone to bring her food. At the Tianlang stronghold, in the main leader's courtyard, the figure stood atop the roof, drawing a bowstring taut and releasing an arrow aimed at the brown pigeons soaring overhead. The arrow struck true, piercing the bird, which plummeted to the ground. He leapt down, stooping to retrieve the pigeon, and noticed a small bamboo tube tied to its leg, unable to suppress a cold smile of malice. He had suspected that this fifth master was no ordinary figure. The pigeon had flown from his very courtyard. How foolish he had been to consider him a brother, even allowing a woman to come to him yesterday. This wretch was clearly untrustworthy. The leader extracted the contents from the bamboo tube, a thin strip of cloth scrawled with hasty words. The leader has agreed to cooperate with me. Await further news. Seething with rage, he crushed the pigeon in his grasp, blood and flesh splattering his hands, his fury threatening to erupt. The leader? The Tianling stronghold had 3 leaders, Shiziqi, the Smiling Tiger, and Baisan. Which one was fifth master colluding with? What was his scheme? Was it to conspire with the officials to eliminate the Tianling stronghold, or to usurp his position as leader? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, wishing he could instantly sever Mu Lang's head from his shoulders. He took several deep breaths to steady himself. He could not kill Mu Lang just yet. First, he needed to ascertain which leader he was conspiring with. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain were watching vigilantly. It was crucial not to disrupt the morale of those within the stronghold. He composed himself and opened the gate to the courtyard. Addressing the group of mountain bandits stationed at the entrance, he commanded, "Let us proceed to the main hall." He was eager to see what plan Mu Lang would propose today. Upon entering the main hall, he found the 3 hall leaders, for heads of households, and several elders of the stronghold had been waiting for quite some time. Tianlang strode in, his expression inscrutable. After settling himself, he surveyed the room, particularly glancing intentionally between Wu Mu and the 3 hall leaders. Shu Qi was the first to speak. Big Chief. Yesterday the 5th chief claimed to have a foolproof strategy against the soldiers. Let us hear what he has to say today. Wu Mu shot a sidelong glance at Shu Qi and replied leisurely, "I asked for 2 days' time yesterday. The time has not yet elapsed, so why the urgency?" Shu Qi, as if stepped on, jumped up and exclaimed, "The soldiers might attack at any moment. What if you haven't devised a plan? Are we to sit here and await our doom? If you have no solution, refrain from speaking, lest the brothers become overly hopeful." Wu Mu retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "If I had none, I wouldn't speak. If you have a plan, present it first." As tensions rose between the two, a man with a charming smile stood to mediate. "Shu Qi, 5th chief, we face a formidable enemy. We cannot afford to quarrel amongst ourselves. We must unite to overcome this crisis." This was the Smiling Tiger, one of the 3 hall leaders.
Unielding, Shukishoted, Unite?
The 5th chief has only just arrived. Can he truly align with us? When the soldiers come, he might be the first to flee. You leaders may choose silence, but I cannot. The other 3 heads of households were displeased. The 2nd chief, an older, cunning man, rose and said, "Shu Qi, all who hold leadership positions in Tianlang stronghold have been appointed by the chief himself. What do you imply? Are you attempting to sow discord among us?" Tianlang observed the escalating argument with an impassive demeanor, the light in his eyes flickering. The open confrontation between Shu Qi and Mu Lang might have been an attempt to clear suspicions. The Smiling Tiger consistently supported Mu Lang, perhaps as part of a collusion. Bai San's silence suggested he wished to avoid being implicated. Each of the 3 harbored suspicion. As the bickering intensified, Tianlang suddenly struck the armrest of his chair with great force, a resounding crack silencing the room. He thundered, "Can your squabbling drive away the soldiers below?" Rising to his full height, his imposing presence loomed over them. "This matter does not rest solely on the 5th chief. The 3 of you must contribute as well. By tomorrow morning, each of you will come to me with a strategy for dealing with the soldiers. Those who cannot devise one, leave the mountain immediately." This was the only way to ascertain who among the hall leaders was colluding with the 5th chief. In truth, he had already formulated a plan to confront the soldiers. initially hoping to offer the fifth chief a chance to demonstrate his loyalty. It seemed, however, that such an opportunity was unnecessary. The fifth chief, eager not to disadvantage his potential ally, would undoubtedly meet with him today to devise a strategy. In due time, he would eliminate both the fifth chief and the collaborating leader, employing his secret weapon against the soldiers. With a definitive tone, Tianlang concluded the meeting, and the assembly dispersed in discontent. Afterward, Wu Mu hurried back to his quarters, anxious for Yi Chuyan. Halfway there, he was intercepted by Xu Qi. Fifth chief, I hear the big chief selected you for your skills. How about a spar today? His words ignited interest among the surrounding bandits. I refuse.
Wu Mu,
concerned for Yi Chuyan's safety, sought to bypass him and leave. Xu Qi shouted, Are you afraid of losing? The rules of Tianlang's stronghold allowed for challenges, and the loser would have to relinquish his woman to the victor for a few days. The only woman belonging to the fifth chief was the one bestowed upon him by the big chief yesterday. Seeing Wu Mu's darkened expression, Xu Qi grinned lewdly and addressed the onlookers. Brothers, the fifth chief is frightened. What do you think we should do? The crowd of bandits erupted with excitement. Fifth chief, just give that woman to Xu Qi and skip the match. Fifth chief, show us your skills. Fifth chief, fight him. Stirring the pot further, Xu Qi proposed, Brothers, if I win, I'll share the woman with you all. This incited a frenzy among the bandits. Enraged, Wu Mu scanned the eager faces surrounding him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for a confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he regarded Xu Qi as one would a dead man. Where shall we spar? Taken aback by Wu Mu's resolve, Xu Qi quickly suggested, Here are too many brothers. We wouldn't want any accidents. Let us go to the duel ground. The duel ground was an open space in the heart of Tianlang's stronghold, frequently utilized for competitions and training, equipped with various weapons.
Wu Mu acquiesced,
And the bandits escorted the two to the duel ground. Upon arrival, Wu Mu casually selected a long spear, while Xu Qi opted for a pair of nunchaku brought by his men. Wu Mu had heard of Xu Qi's mastery with the nunchaku, which had earned him his position as a hall leader. He scoffed, let the match begin. Xu Qi grinned, charging directly at Wu Mu with his nunchaku aimed at his face. Wu Mu deftly dodged aside, countering with a stab of his spear toward Xu Qi's throat. Xu Qi rolled on the ground just in time to evade. Surprised by Wu Mu's swiftness, he became increasingly cautious. After several exchanges, Wu Mu struck Xu Qi's arm, causing a deep wound that bled profusely. It was not yet the moment to eliminate Xu Qi. Wu Mu suppressed his urge to deliver a fatal blow, retracting his spear and casting a sidelong glance at him. You've lost. Clutching his injured arm, Xu Qi gritted his teeth. I concede. I'll send my woman to you. No need. I find her touch repulsive. Wu Mu retorted before discarding his spear and departing. As he left, the remaining bandits erupted in cheers. Although Xu Qi had not triumphed, and they missed the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful woman, their spirits remained high. Xu Qi's nunchaku, formidable within Tianlang's stronghold, had drawn blood within just 20 exchanges. The fifth chief, seemingly ordinary, had displayed impressive skills. This contest was indeed thrilling.
Wu Mu,
uninterested in lingering with the bandits, hastily returned to his quarters, only to find the door ajar, causing his heart to skip a beat. As the fifth chief of the stronghold, few dared intrude upon his domain. Inside, he discovered the place was utterly empty, with no sign of Yi Chuyan. A chill ran through him. Turning, he noticed a trembling maid, whom he had assigned to deliver meals, cowering in the corner behind the bed. He shouted in anger, Where is my woman? The maid, sitting on the ground in fear, stammered, Fifth chief, just now, Xu Qi's men came and said they were taking the girl away. I didn't dare to stop them, so. Understanding dawned upon Wu Mu. It was clear why Xu Qi had insisted on challenging him midway. That scoundrel had plotted against him. Blood surged to his head, pounding in his temples as he darted out of the house towards Xu Qi's territory. As he rushed, he reassured himself that Yi Chuyan must have gone willingly. Otherwise, with her skills, the bandits would have been swiftly dispatched. Though Xu Qi was despicable, having been injured by his own hand, he could not possibly contend with Yi Chuyan. Yet, the more he reassured himself, the more anxious he became. He summoned all his inner strength, racing frantically towards Xu Qi's quarters. After Yi Chuyan was left alone in the room, she sat quietly until a maid finally arrived with food. After some persuasion, she reluctantly ate a small portion of porridge, only to resume her tears in solitude, embodying the image of a beauty who had suffered indignities. However, before long, a group of over a dozen bandits burst into the room, declaring they were there on the orders of Master Shu Qi to take her away. The maid dared not intervene, and Yu Chuyen thought this was a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate Shu Qi. Thus, after a brief struggle, she allowed herself to be dragged away by the bandits. With Shu Qi still absent, the bandits locked her inside a room, confident that this defenseless woman would be unable to devise any means of escape, other than to weep in despair. After finishing his matches, Shu Qi, having just bandaged his arm, was invigorated by the news from his subordinate that the woman of the fifth master had been captured. He was filled with excitement, as he had long held disdain for this fifth master. Before today's competition, he had schemed to humiliate him by taking his woman first. The bandit chief had a rule: no brother in the camp could harm another over a woman. Once the fifth master learned of this, no matter how furious he became, he would have no recourse. Upon entering the room, Shu Qi was greeted by the sight of Yu Chuyen clad in a pink garment, weeping like a delicate flower, a vision of alluring beauty that tightened his throat. He chuckled sinisterly, instructing the bandits outside to keep watch and not to disturb him until he emerged. Once inside, he locked the door and approached her, rubbing his hands together while grinning. "My lady, I have arrived." Yu Chuyen seized a teapot from the table, trembling as if she were a leaf in the wind, stammering, "Why you, don't come any closer." Shu Qi erupted into maniacal laughter. "You, a mere concubine of a wealthy merchant, once toyed with by Mu Lang, now pretend to be a virtuous woman?
How amusing.
I like it." He lunged at her, but Yu Chuyen screamed and hurled the teapot at him. Shu Qi deftly blocked it with his uninjured hand, the pot shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. Yu Chuyen dashed around the table, while Shu Qi pursued her leisurely, delighting in the chase like a cat with a mouse. The bandits outside exchanged glances, grinning at the commotion inside, knowing Shu Qi preferred to use force rather than drugs on women, and today was no exception. Feeling the act had progressed sufficiently, Yu Chuyen pretended to stumble, prompting Shu Qi to laugh as he lunged toward her. As he drew near, she activated a mechanism in her bracelet, shooting out poison needles. This bracelet, crafted for her by Pei Xiuyan after his misfortune, contained needles coated with lethal poison, ensuring that any who were struck would meet their demise. Shu Qi, caught off guard, watched in disbelief as the needles pierced his chest, his eyes widening in astonishment before he collapsed without uttering a word. Yu Chuyen pushed him aside and dragged his lifeless body onto the bed, quickly removing her pink outer garment and tucking it beneath the covers, creating an illusion of two figures embracing in slumber. Satisfied with her handiwork, she smirked, knowing that chaos would ensue once the bandits discovered Shu Qi's demise. As Wu Mu approached Shu Qi's territory, a leaf drifted toward him. Instinctively, he dodged and turned to see Yu Chuyen perched atop a tree, clad in black attire, smiling down at him. "Fifth Master, here I am." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Mu soared upward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "I told you to stay safe indoors. How could you let them take you? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" His voice was rushed and filled with anxiety, his heart racing as he finally felt relief wash over him. Yu Chuyen inhaled the familiar scent of Wu Mu, her heartbeat quickening, the warmth radiating from his body enveloping her. She almost wished to remain in his embrace forever. However, she managed to steady herself, gently pushing him away and saying, "Young Master Wu, I am fine. Please calm yourself." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing Wu Mu's fervor. After a moment, he lowered his head, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Apart from this apology, he found no words to express himself. Yu Chuyen was the princess of the Clear Kingdom, and he was to marry Zhang Xiaoyu. Yet, since yesterday, he had repeatedly lost control in her presence. Feeling like a beast, Yu Chuyen seemed unfazed by Wu Mu's emotional turmoil, instead stating calmly, "I have just killed Shu Qi. His men will not realize it for the time being, but this cannot be delayed. What is the situation on your end?" Wu Mu took a moment to gather himself and recounted everything that had transpired since he left that day. Upon hearing his account, Yu Chuyen revealed her own actions concerning the carrier pigeons. She deduced that the pigeons were likely captured by Tian Lang. Otherwise, the deer would have returned with a message. Tian Lang would now be doing everything in his power to uncover which hall master was collaborating with Wu Mu. Wu Mu quickly grasped the implication of Tian Lang's demand for 3 hall masters to provide suggestions. It was a trap designed to ensnare him. With this analysis, clarity ensued. Yu Chuyen continued, you must take advantage of Shu Qi's death before it is discovered and pull another hall master down with you. That way, only one hall remains.
Effectively crippling Qian Lang.
After a moment's contemplation, Wu Mu declared, I will seek out the Smiling Tiger. His hall has the largest number of men. If Tian Lang suspects him, he will surely attempt to eliminate him, which will simplify our efforts during the bandit extermination. Yu Chuyan nodded in agreement. Tian Lang is already suspicious of you. Once Shu Qi's death is uncovered, my identity will also be in jeopardy. We cannot afford any delays. You must provoke a confrontation between Tian Lang and the Smiling Tiger, allowing us to infiltrate the back of Tian Lang's lair. Wu Mu wholeheartedly agreed with Yu Chuyan's proposition, and they conferred for a while longer. Ultimately, they decided Yu Chuyan would return to Wu Mu's quarters while he sought out the Smiling Tiger, planning to meet up afterward. After their farewells, Wu Mu arrived at the residence of the Smiling Tiger. The Smiling Tiger was in his study, writing, and upon hearing that the fifth master was looking for him, he tidied his attire and stepped out to greet him. He was a plump, amiable man whose friendly smile could easily mislead an unfamiliar person into believing he was a kind-hearted scholar. Upon seeing Wu Mu, he smiled and said, Fifth Master, what brings you to seek me? Wu Mu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, speaking earnestly, Hall Master Smiling Tiger. I have not been here long and have faced much exclusion. If it weren't for your intercession in the main hall today, Shu Qi would have relentlessly pursued me. I have come to express my gratitude. The Smiling Tiger felt a surge of gratification. You flatter me, Fifth Master. We are all brothers in the camp. How could I stand by and watch others blame one another? Peace is paramount. The Smiling Tiger, who had been indifferent toward everyone since Wu Mu's arrival, was now personally welcoming him, effectively solidifying their bond. He invited Wu Mu inside, and once they were seated, a maid brought in 2 cups of tea. Wu Mu understood that the Smiling Tiger was the most cunning of the 3 hall masters and remained vigilant. He pretended to sip the tea, discreetly pouring it into his sleeve while the Smiling Tiger was preoccupied. Then he sighed, Actually, I have another matter to discuss. Forgive my audacity, but I have devised a strategy for retreat and am concerned that if I misspeak, it may anger the chief. Thus, I seek your counsel. The Smiling Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile remaining warm. You are too kind, Fifth Master. We are all family here. Feel free to speak your mind. I will certainly help if I can. Wu Mu continued, My plan is to feign surrender to Tian Lang, luring his men up the mountain, and then lead them into the chief's rear courtyard, where we will utilize the secret weapons in the chief's yard to eliminate them all. Engaging in a head-on confrontation is certainly not feasible for us. Remaining on the defensive is not a sustainable strategy either. The only way to eliminate all the troops stationed below the mountain is through a decisive strike. I am unaware of the nature of the secret weapons concealed by the leader, nor do I know if they could indeed annihilate 10,000 soldiers in one fell swoop, which is why I have come to seek your counsel. Master Shao, do you believe my approach is viable? If so, I shall promptly inform the leader of this strategy. Wu Mu spoke with utmost sincerity, appearing genuinely eager for guidance. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through the heart of Xiao Mianhu. Only he and the leader were privy to the weapons hidden in the cave behind the leader's abode. Even the other leaders were kept in the dark. This matter was a closely guarded secret within the stronghold. What could the 5th leader possibly mean? Was it a mere coincidence that he sought his advice? Or was he attempting to extract information about the secret weapons? His mind whirled with thoughts, yet his expression remained unchanged. My dear 5th leader, I find myself unable to assist you with this matter. The contents of the leader's concealment are beyond my knowledge. It would be wiser for you to approach the leader directly to discuss this. If it is indeed a sound plan to save the stronghold, the leader will surely agree. Xiao Mian, who deftly deflected the inquiry, returning the question to Wu Mu. Very well, since Master Xiao has spoken thus, I shall heed your advice. Wu Mu replied with a sense of bravado. Xiao Mian, who let out a hearty laugh, exchanged a few inconsequential pleasantries, and after a brief exchange, Wu Mu prepared to take his leave. As he departed, he remarked on the fine tea they had just enjoyed, prompting Xiao Mian, who to instruct his subordinate to prepare a box for him. Wu Mu, carrying the wooden box containing the tea, left Xiao Mian, whose courtyard with a sense of satisfaction. As he stepped outside, news swiftly reached Tian Lang. The 5th leader had visited Xiao Mian, who, and the two had engaged in amiable conversation, with Wu Mu even departing with a wooden box. Upon hearing this, Tian Lang crushed the teacup he had been drinking from, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Over the years, he had placed his utmost trust in Xiao Mianhu, even disclosing the nature of the weapons hidden in the cave. If Xiao Mianhu truly was a traitor, he would personally strip him of his skin. Emerging from Xiao Mianhu's courtyard, Wu Mu passed by Shu Qi's dwelling, feigning a dispute with the mountain bandits at the entrance, pretending to demand the woman bestowed upon him by the leader. The guard, following Shu Qi's instructions to avoid spoiling his arrangements, was reluctant to let Wu Mu enter. After hurling a few threats, Wu Mu departed. He then circumvented everyone, seeking out a bandit tasked with menial labor, offering him a gold ingot to keep watch near Xiao Mianhu's territory, should Xiao Mianhu venture out to meet the leader. The bandit was to whistle 3 times outside Wu Mu's residence. In the ongoing power struggles and surveillance within Tianlang's stronghold, the bandit suspected nothing amiss, gladly accepting the gold. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Wu Mu feigned a furious outburst, driving away the onlookers and his maidservants. Once this charade concluded, he closed the door and exhaled a long sigh as he settled onto a bench inside. Yi Chuyan leaped down from the beams, and the two sat quietly at the table. All that could be done had been done. Now, they awaited news. The outcome hinged on this moment. After about an hour, a whistle echoed from outside. Wu Mu raised an eyebrow and smiled. It has begun. Xiao Mian, who has gone to meet Tianlang. Chapter 74. Entering the game, Wu Mu glanced at Yi Chuyan, raising an eyebrow. Are you prepared? Yi Chuyan curved her lips into a smile. Of course. With that, they exchanged a knowing look, a shared thrill at the prospect of impending battle coursing through them. Yi Chuyan leaped out of the window, while Wu Mu rose, adjusting the human skin mask on his face to ensure its proper fit, then leisurely stepped outside. He approached Tianlang's courtyard with an air of calm, with Yi Chuyan shadowing him discreetly. Tianlang was notoriously cautious, never permitting anyone to serve him closely. Without prior consent, his courtyard was off-limits to all. Upon arriving, Wu Mu addressed the bandits guarding the entrance. I have business with the leader. One of the bandits clasped his hands in greeting, politely replying, the leader is inside discussing matters with Master Xiao. Please wait a moment, fifth leader. Unperturbed, Wu Mu settled onto a stone bench outside the courtyard. Engaging the bandits in casual conversation, he inquired about trivial affairs within the stronghold. The bandits, aware of Tianlang's esteem for the newly arrived fifth leader, were eager to comply, recounting everything in detail. While the bandits were distracted by Wu Mu's inquiries, Yi Chuyan seized the opportunity to find a secluded spot near Tianlang's courtyard. She whistled to summon a white carrier pigeon, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. She had previously instructed Shirlu to procure 3 pigeons for sending messages, which now proved invaluable. She affixed the newly drawn layout of the stronghold to the pigeon's leg and watched as it soared into the sky. The pigeon, released from Tianlang's courtyard, faced no opposition as it flew downward. Meanwhile, inside Tianlang's chamber, he summoned Xiao Mianhu and inquired about his opinion on the fifth leader. Xiao Mianhu, still uncertain whether Wu Mu's earlier words had been a test or a genuine request for advice, took considerable time to ponder before responding. The fifth leader has not been here long, and I have had little interaction with him. I cannot yet assess his character. This was Xiao Mianhu's typical tactic to engage in verbal sparring, avoiding offense while sidestepping direct answers. Tianlang's expression darkened upon hearing this. You cannot assess him? I have heard that you and the fifth leader conversed quite amiably this afternoon. Is that true? Recognizing Tianlang's growing unease, Xiao Mianhu understood that he could no longer remain vague. He recounted all that Wu Mu had said to him earlier in detail. Tianlang scrutinized Xiao Mianhu with suspicion, his smile devoid of warmth. What do you think the fifth leader's inquiry about the plan signifies? Xiao Mianhu felt a chill under Tianlang's gaze and, steeling himself, replied, Leader, I truly dare not speculate wildly. It would be unwise to wrongfully accuse my brother. Perhaps you should summon him for a direct inquiry. I can serve as a witness. Tianlang grunted in response, commanding someone to fetch the fifth leader. The bandits outside reported that Wu Mu had been waiting at the entrance all along. Both Tianlang and Xiao Mianhu were taken aback. Tianlang shot a glance at Xiao Mianhu, signaling for his subordinate to bring Wu Mu inside. Upon entering, Wu Mu respectfully clasped his hands and greeted Tianlang. Leader. Tianlang, seated with an icy demeanor, spoke coldly. What you discussed with Master Xiao this afternoon has been relayed to me. Are you indeed planning to utilize the secret weapons within my cave to simultaneously eliminate 10,000 soldiers? Wu Mu had anticipated that Xiao Mianhu would relay the truth, yet he remained unperturbed. Yes. I have contemplated this matter extensively. With the princess and Lu leading the charge against us, we cannot simply hold our ground. We must feign surrender to draw them into the mountains, where we can annihilate all the soldiers at once, thereby overcoming this challenge. Currently, the southern region is plagued by famine, and the court is preoccupied with disaster relief. Should we eliminate these 10,000 troops, the capital will be unable to send reinforcements to hunt us down for quite some time, allowing us to rest easy. His words resonated with logic, seemingly demonstrating genuine concern for Tianlang's stronghold. Yet Tianlang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wu Mu, and suddenly erupted with rage. You claim to be an orphan, wandering the world, and I have brought you to this mountain, granting you power and status. How could you betray me? This plan is clearly aimed at the destruction of Tianlang's stronghold. Upon reflection, Wu Mu's proposal, though seemingly sound, was riddled with flaws. There was but a single route leading to Tianlang's stronghold. If he instructed others to lay an ambush along that path, the soldiers would inevitably perish before reaching the stronghold, posing no threat to it. However, should these soldiers be allowed to ascend the mountain, it was uncertain whether they could be lured into his courtyard. Even if they were defeated, the aftermath of battle would leave the stronghold in ruins. Feeling a surge of panic, Wu Mu knelt on one knee, earnestly declaring, "Leader, you have treated me like a brother. How could I ever betray you? I offer this plan sincerely, not with the intent to ruin the stronghold." In a moment of haste, without thorough consideration, Tianlang seized Wu Mu by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his face quivering with fury. "I loathe liars above all else. You possess commendable skills and a sharp mind. You are certainly no fool. How could you conceive such a mindless plan? Speak. What are your true intentions?" Wu Mu, his voice strained, replied, "I will tell you. This scheme was suggested by the Laughing Master. I had no idea you would react so vehemently. I truly did not foresee this." He cast a furtive glance at the Laughing Tiger. The Laughing Tiger sneered contemptuously. Wu Mu's attempt to tarnish his reputation was laughably inept. He grossly underestimated the camaraderie between himself and Tianlang. Upon hearing Wu Mu's words, Tianlang erupted into a sinister laugh, tossing Wu Mu onto the ground and pressing his foot against Wu Mu's chest, as if a mere effort could crush him. He regarded Wu Mu with disdain, akin to a fool. "You wretched creature, you sought to sow discord. Who are you really? What is your purpose in ascending the mountain? Speak the truth, or I shall end your life." The Laughing Tiger was astute and notoriously self-serving. He never conferred strategies with anyone but himself. Wu Mu's accusations against him were utterly preposterous. Blushing with indignation, Wu Mu pleaded, "Do not kill me. I will speak the truth." "Then speak," Tianlang bellowed, his aura of menace palpable. At that moment, Wu Mu was no longer the composed fifth leader. He had transformed into a desperate soul, fearful for his life. He hastily explained, "I was merely a wanderer. Half a month ago, the Laughing Tiger approached me, requesting my assistance in a venture, promising me a fortune in gold upon completion. This very method was indeed suggested by him. He expressed his weariness of the bandit's life, yearning to descend from the mountain. However, as long as the stronghold stands, he cannot leave unharmed. He intends to destroy Tianlang's lair while creating chaos. He urged me to present this idea to you, assuring me that should you accept it, he would seize the opportunity to escape, and if you rejected it, I would only face a scolding. Little did I anticipate that you would seek my demise for such a trivial matter." Tianlang, infuriated that Wu Mu still dared to provoke discord between himself and the Laughing Tiger, was beside himself with rage. "Even at the brink of death, you persist in deceit. Perish." The Laughing Tiger, known for his ruthless nature and bloodlust, would never genuinely desire to escape the mountain. At the moment Tianlang was about to crush Wu Mu, he shouted, "Gunpowder? The Laughing Tiger inadvertently revealed to me that your secret weapon within the cave is gunpowder. I am not lying." Tianlang halted, realizing Wu Mu had struck a chord. It was evident that someone as astute as Tianlang, who had managed the stronghold for so many years, would not readily suspect or eliminate the Laughing Tiger based solely on a few words. The one he trusted most was indeed the Laughing Tiger. If anyone knew the secret of the weapon besides Tianlang, it had to be the Laughing Tiger. Thus, when Wu Mu mentioned this tactic, he had closely observed the fleeting change in the Laughing Tiger's expression, confirming his suspicion that the Laughing Tiger was aware of what lay in the cave. He and Yi Chuyan had deliberated extensively. The most plausible secret weapon in the cave was gunpowder. This weapon was prohibited by the court, exceedingly rare, and of immense power. with the Ministry of War possessing scant reserves. Tianlang understood that the officers at the foot of the mountain remained calm, allowing his men to continue pillaging and capturing. This confidence indicated he had a substantial assurance of being able to deal with these soldiers. Besides gunpowder, he could conceive of nothing else capable of annihilating such a multitude of troops at once. He had previously discussed with Yi Chuyan that if they could accurately predict, they could incite a conflict between Tianlang and the Laughing Tiger, allowing them to infiltrate the cave without effort. If they failed, he would seize the opportunity to escape. In this round, he had triumphed. With the identification of gunpowder as the weapon, Tianlang was now genuinely engaged. He gazed at Wumu incredulously, then at the Laughing Tiger, his murderous intent growing more pronounced. The Laughing Tiger's face paled. Only he and Tianlang were privy to the existence of gunpowder on the mountain. Wumu's revelation struck true. Even with Tianlong's trust, doubt would inevitably surface. He pointed at Wumu and exclaimed, "You are fabricating lies." Then, hastily turning to Tianlang, he implored, "Chief, do not trust him. He must have merely guessed about the gunpowder. My loyalty to the stronghold is unwavering. I would never betray you. You must believe me." His usual composure had vanished, replaced by sheer rage and panic. Wumu pressed his chest, where Tianlong's foot had struck, and said, "Chief, I speak the truth. I possess evidence. Today, the Laughing Tiger instructed me to release a pigeon, claiming you would not believe me and would surely intercept the pigeon that flew from my courtyard. Upon seeing the note attached to the pigeon, you would harbor doubts about the 3 hall masters. He further stated that afterward, he would incite you to kill Bai San. As for Shu Qi, he has his methods to ensure Shu Qi does not survive today. Once 2 of the 3 hall masters are dead, when the soldiers attack the mountain, chaos will ensue in Tianlong's lair, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. He expressed that, despite our brotherhood, he could not bear to witness your demise. Once he escaped, it would be every man for himself." The Laughing Tiger was taken aback by Wumu's words, his temples throbbing with fury, wishing he could silence Wumu forever. Enraged, he shouted, "Nonsense. You wretched creature, I will kill you." Wumu dodged while calling out, "Laughing Tiger. Are you attempting to silence me?" Tianlang seized the Laughing Tiger's fist, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Laughing Tiger, once I questioned Shu Qi and ascertained the truth. You can still kill him at your leisure." He then summoned someone to check on Shu Qi's condition. Within the span of a single incense stick, a bandit returned with news. "Shu Qi has succumbed to poison in his bed. The woman we captured yesterday has vanished without a trace. We suspect she was the one who poisoned Shu Qi." Upon hearing the report, Tianlang let out 3 cold laughs from deep within his chest. He advanced step by step toward the Laughing Tiger, enunciating each word with precision. "What do you have to say now? Even if Mu Lang merely guessed about the gunpowder, how do you explain Shu Qi's demise? I have been monitoring the 5th leader for days. He had no opportunity to orchestrate the arrival of the woman or to poison Shu Qi. Yet you, with no one observing you, must know precisely what transpired in your own quarters. How foolish of me to place my trust in you, only to discover you are the traitor." The Laughing Tiger suddenly understood that the woman brought to the mountain must be an accomplice of the 5th leader and that Wumu's ploy was a web of deceit. However, he could not fathom when Wumu had orchestrated all of this. As he retreated in a panic, he stammered, "Chief, do you not see? This is all Mu Lang's scheme. He must have arranged everything before ascending the mountain. He and the woman are in cahoots. If you interrogate her, you will uncover the truth. If you kill me, you will fall into Mu Lang's trap, and our Tianlang's stronghold will descend into chaos." At this, Tianlong's steps faltered, and a glimmer of uncertainty flickered in his eyes.
Wumu shouted, "No."
"If I aimed to destroy Tianlong's lair, I would have had no need to capture that woman yesterday. I could have simply let her poison the chief. I had no knowledge that this woman was your tool to poison Shu Qi. In a moment of lust, I merely took her. You spared my life yesterday because you still found me useful, did you not?" At that moment, a group of bandits entered, binding Yi Chuyan, clad in dark attire. Her gaze was fierce and undaunted, devoid of the earlier timidity she had shown when captured. One bandit pointed at Yi Chuyan, declaring, "Chief, we caught this woman attempting to escape, so we brought her here." Tianlang approached and grasped Yi Chuyan's chin, compelling her to face the Laughing Tiger and Wumu. "Tell me, who is your master? I will spare your life." Yi Chuyan deliberately lingered her gaze on Wumu for a brief moment before turning to Tianlang and spitting at him.
"Bah.
My master has shown me immense kindness. I would never betray him. You can kill or maim me at will. She glared at the Wolf King, her eyes blazing with fury. The Wolf King wiped his face, laughing malevolently. He released Yi Qian's chin and approached the smiling tiger, asking, "What do you have to say now?" Wumu and Yi Qian exchanged a knowing glance. The Wolf King was notoriously suspicious. If Yi Qian were to glance at Wumu, he would undoubtedly suspect that the smiling tiger was her true master. And indeed, he fell into the trap. The Wolf King concentrated all his internal energy into one hand and sneered at the smiling tiger. "That woman deliberately looked at the fifth master just now to cover for you, didn't she?" Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qian shouted to the smiling tiger, "Master, run."
Don't worry about me.
The Wolf King, who had hesitated for a moment regarding the smiling tiger's words, was now resolute. The smiling tiger felt utterly despondent. This woman and Mu Lang were truly terrifying, exploiting the Wolf King's nature of suspicion to execute this intricate scheme flawlessly. No matter how he explained now, it was futile. The situation was dire. However, he could not resign himself to death. In the fleeting moment before the Wolf King would crush his skull with a palm, he flung a pouch of powder from his sleeve, scattering it about. The bandits inside the room were quickly rendered unconscious by the powder, allowing the smiling tiger to seize the opportunity to escape through the door. The Wolf King instantly held his breath and closed his eyes, straining to listen. And within a few swift steps, he pursued outside. The bandits in the courtyard rallied behind the Wolf King, hastening after the fleeing smiling tiger. Inside the room, only Wumu and Yi Qian remained. Once the powder dissipated, both let out a long sigh of relief. They had feigned unconsciousness when the smiling tiger scattered the powder, which had reassured the Wolf King to leave them behind. Wumu rose to untie the ropes binding Yi Qian.
Yi Qian urget.
The Wolf King is accompanied by so many bandits, they will soon kill the smiling tiger. As soon as he returns and finds us missing, he will realize the truth. We have little time. Now that we have confirmed that there is gunpowder in the cave, we must blow it all up before the Wolf King returns. Without gunpowder, the Wolf King's lair will pose no threat. With the layout of the Wolf King's lair that I sent to Shirlu, it will be devoid of any concerns. And he will surely eradicate this bandit den in one fell swoop. You initially came up the mountain to find the Wujia jewels. Eradicating bandits is my responsibility. And you need not accompany me into the cave. I will find a way to hide the Wujia jewels before destroying the cave, and once the bandits are dealt with, you can send someone to retrieve your family's jewels. With the ropes fully untied, Yi Qian finished speaking. Yet, Wumu's expression was exceedingly grim. You said last time that entering the cave together would provide mutual support, and I agreed to that. Now you wish to abandon me and enter the cave alone? Do you not realize that the cave in the back courtyard connects to the entire back mountain of the Wolf King's lair? There are undoubtedly numerous caverns inside. And aside from the Wolf King and the smiling tiger, no one knows which cavern conceals the gunpowder. If you wish to detonate all the gunpowder in the cave, you must first find a fire to serve as a trigger. Simply setting a fire at the entrance of the backyard will not suffice to ignite the cavern containing the gunpowder. We must find the gunpowder first, no matter what. We should enter together and search separately. It is the fastest way. Otherwise, before you find the gunpowder, the Wolf King will return, and we will be trapped. If the Wolf King uses this gunpowder to ambush the soldiers below the mountain, how many of the 10,000 soldiers do you think will survive? Yi Qian pondered for a moment. Wumu's reasoning was sound. Very well, you shall accompany me. However, I must insist that you follow my lead. Once we detonate the cave with the gunpowder, we must exit immediately without delay. If we do not have time to hide the Wujia jewels, I will find a way to have the court compensate you upon my return to the capital. Wumu's fingers trembled with frustration. At this moment, she seemed to have calculated everything so clearly. Had her intention for entering with him solely been the Wujia jewels? Never mind. This was not the time to dwell on such matters. They no longer delayed and hurriedly dashed towards the cave entrance in the backyard. The cave's entrance was crafted from pure copper, secured with an intricate 8 trigrams mechanism. On either side, there were rotating gears that needed to be aligned correctly to unlock the door. Clearly, the Wolf King had taken great care in his defenses. Yi Qian found a branch and knelt on the ground to sketch the 8 trigrams diagram on the door. You handle the left side. I will take the right. Wumu softly agreed, falling silent as she diligently worked on the diagram. In less than half a stick of incense's time, both raised their heads in unison, their faces alight with joy, exclaiming simultaneously, "The left is Sun. The right is Zhen." They exchanged smiles, rising in unison to turn the knobs on either side. The gears within the door creaked loudly, and indeed, the door swung open. Upon entering the cave, a powerful stench assaulted them, nearly inducing retching. Both drew out night pearls to illuminate the cave, and they were horrified by the scene before them. The entrance led into a long passage that seemed to stretch into infinity, with countless skeletons hanging from the walls, a sight that was utterly appalling. Chapter 76. Accompanying burial. Wumu lowered her gaze and spoke solemnly. When I first ascended the mountain, I heard the bandits here say that those who are captured and brought up the mountain, if not redeemed within a stipulated time, are ultimately dealt with by the Wolf King, leaving no survivors. The bandits here, if they are alive, are all stained with blood. Even the maid I arranged to send you food, who appears delicate, is no innocent. Yi Chuyen bit her lip fiercely, striving to suppress the anger and sadness within her. This Wolf King's lair was indeed a den of iniquity. A man like the Wolf King deserved nothing less than damnation. Once the cave is blown up, I will signal Shirlu immediately. Today, without fail, we must raze the Wolf King's lair to the ground. With their night pearls in hand, the two began to venture deeper inside. Some skeletons had long since decayed, crumbling to the ground, resulting in a scattering of broken bones. They did their utmost to avoid stepping on the bones, and after nearly a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a deeper section of the cave, where 5 passages branched out. Each passage was pitch black, revealing nothing of its contents. Yi Chuyen remarked, "Gunpowder is sensitive to moisture. The Wolf King must have hidden it in the driest cave." Wumu replied, "Gold and jewels are also susceptible to dampness. A dry cave may equally conceal treasures, not solely gunpowder." He knelt down, pinching a handful of soil at each cave entrance, noting that 2 of the passages had the driest soil. He looked up at Yi Chuyen. Yi Chuyen decisively stated, "Let's split up and meet back here shortly." Wumu cautioned, "There may be traps inside. Be careful." Yi Chuyen responded with a glance that conveyed her own need for caution, and they each selected a passage to enter. The cave Yi Chuyen chose was particularly lengthy. She worried about potential traps on either side and did not dare to leap recklessly. Instead, she tossed stones to probe ahead while cautiously advancing. After walking for a stick of incense's duration, she finally entered a spacious area within the cave. It was a round chamber roughly 15 feet in diameter. Inside the cave, numerous iron boxes lay haphazardly piled. Yi Chuyen tossed a stone toward a box, observing that it did not react, prompting her to tread carefully toward it. To be safe, she tore a piece of fabric from her clothing to wrap her hand and opened one of the boxes. As the box opened, she gasped sharply. Inside were gold ingots, gleaming brilliantly under the light of the night pearl. She continued to open several adjacent boxes. Some contained more gold ingots, while others held jewels, some of which bore the Wujia insignia. It appeared these were indeed the Wujia jewels that Wumu had mentioned. She examined the iron boxes, noting their sturdy construction, likely designed by the Wolf King to prevent cave-ins. After quickly organizing the boxes for easier retrieval later, she hastily exited the cave. Upon returning to the spot where she and Wumu had parted ways, she saw Wumu emerging with several black powder pouches in hand. Upon encountering Yi Chuyen, he explained, "The cave I entered spans 20 zhang in size, and it is filled entirely with these. I roughly counted, and there are over 500 packages." Yi Chuyen was astonished. No wonder the Tianlang stronghold was so confident. These 500 packages of gunpowder were sufficient to ensure the stronghold's safety. But she wondered where the Tianlang had acquired such a cache. If they could capture Tianlang alive, they could interrogate him. "I have found the Wu family's jewels. Give me these, and we shall discuss further once we exit." Wu Mu handed the oil packages to Yi Chuyen, and as they traversed the passage for quite a distance, nearing the cave's entrance, Yi Chuyen bent down to place the oil packages sequentially along the path. While arranging them, she explained, "This passage is quite lengthy from the cave storing the gunpowder. If I blow up this passage, the Tianlang will be unable to retrieve the gunpowder for some time. Once the bandit extermination is complete, this gunpowder can be sent to the Ministry of War. If, during the explosion, we accidentally detonate all the gunpowder inside, then it shall be deemed fate." With that, she let out a deep sigh. "I once contemplated using this gunpowder to obliterate the Tianlang stronghold in one fell swoop, but regrettably, the stronghold's vastness and the scattered distribution of the bandits render it impossible for just the 2 of us to accomplish this.
We can only proceed, as we are for now."
Wu Mu's eyes brightened. He realized that Yi Chuyen was exceedingly intelligent and quick-witted, decisively opting to destroy the gunpowder to eliminate any future threats from the bandits. Upon entering the cave and understanding its length, she found a slim hope of preserving the gunpowder while also strategizing to utilize it for the court's advantage. In the shortest time possible, she made the most advantageous decision. Wu Mu comprehended Yi Qian's intent and joined her in the task, and together they swiftly arranged the gunpowder. Standing before the solid copper door at the cave's entrance, Yi Qian produced a fire starter and tossed it into the cave, then pulled Wu Mu up to the rooftop of Tianlong's abode. With a resounding explosion, the copper door was blasted deep into the cave, and a series of muffled sounds echoed from within as the entire Tianlong's stronghold trembled. Dust mingled with white smoke and flames surged into the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the sunset cast its glow. Yi Qian gazed intently at the scene before her, a surge of exhilaration coursing through her veins at that moment. Wu Mu silently observed her beside him. The reflected flames danced in her eyes, reminiscent of the sun setting upon the ocean, radiating a dazzling brilliance too intense to behold. After descending the mountain today, he might never again witness her eyes shining with such fiery intensity. Noticing that the cave had collapsed sufficiently, Yi Qian retrieved a black spherical object from her pocket and hurled it into the sky. The sphere detonated midair, transforming into a burst of red flames ascending into the heavens. This was the agreed-upon signal for the mountain assault with Shirlu. Having prepared everything, Yi Qian smiled at Wu Mu and said, "Let us find a place to hide and await Shirlu's arrival." Just as they were about to leap away, Tianling appeared at the entrance, flanked by a throng of bandits armed with bows and various weapons, forming a dark mass at the threshold. All weapons trained upon the two of them. He had just crushed the skull of the smiling tiger and was returning to his courtyard when he heard the tremendous explosion. Raising his eyes to see the flames emanating from his backyard, instantaneously connecting the dots. It was all the doing of Mu Lang and that woman. He felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance upon them both. Yi Qian sensed Tianlong's ferocity and knew a fierce battle was inevitable. She whispered to Wu Mu, "Young Master Wu, your company in this endeavor has been invaluable, but I cannot allow you to face further peril. I will hold them off. You take this chance to escape. Rest assured, Shirlu will soon arrive to assist me, and I will be unharmed." She calculated the risks of their joint venture. She was the princess of the Qing dynasty here to eliminate bandits, while Wu Mu was merely the heir of the Wu family seeking jewels, their alliance purely transactional. Once their cooperation concluded, she would willingly face danger to allow Wu Mu to flee, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. Wu Mu, with a serious expression, replied, "Have we known each other since childhood for you to think of me as someone who fears for his own life?" Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback. That was not her intention. She understood Wu Mu's character better than anyone. Yet, she wished to shield him from any harm, hoping he would safely descend the mountain. Tianling, witnessing their apparent nonchalance in the face of imminent danger, felt his anger boil. "Loose arrows."
Fire.
He bellowed. Countless arrows rained down upon them, leaving no time for deliberation as they instinctively drew their soft swords and began to dance them against the onslaught. Once the arrows were depleted, the barrage ceased. Seizing the opportunity, they leaped down from the rooftop and landed in Tianlong's courtyard. Just as their feet touched the ground, and before they could catch their breath, the courtyard door was kicked in. Tianling stood at the entrance, gritting his teeth and commanding his bandits, "Kill them." With that command, the bandits surged forward like a tide. Though their skills were mediocre, their sheer numbers resembled a swarm of locusts. The two fought while retreating, gradually making their way into Tianlong's abode, where the bandits met their demise at the doorway. Realizing his men were no match for the two, Tianling snatched an axe from a nearby bandit, preparing to engage personally. Just then, a bandit rushed in, panting, "Boss, soldiers are attacking from below." Tianlong's face turned ashen. Fearing the gunpowder would harm his own men, he had refrained from laying traps. Now, with the cave blasted by these two, his greatest asset was lost. With 10,000 soldiers advancing, his 3,000 men stood no chance. Overwhelmed with dread, he felt darkness closing in around him. The second in command, who had been standing behind him, urged, "Boss, as long as the Green Mountain remains, we need not worry about firewood. We should escape." Tianling gritted his teeth. "Before I flee, I cannot allow these two to live." With that, he smashed a stone table outside his courtyard. This table was a mechanism connecting to the entire courtyard. With the table's destruction, a massive chasm appeared in the courtyard, and the bandits within plummeted into the abyss, the entire courtyard collapsing into the void. In the blink of an eye, All that remained was rubble and a cloud of white smoke. The bandits outside stood in shocked silence, unable to fathom that Tianling would sacrifice all his men in the courtyard to ensure the demise of Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu. Despite their fear, they dared not voice their anger, terrified that Tianling might crush them with a mere swipe of his hand. Tianling felt a slight sense of relief and addressed his surviving bandits. Follow me. We will use the secret passage. Chapter 77. Prohibited. As Yi Chuyan and Wu Mu battled the bandits, a sudden, tremendous tremor shook the ground, causing the entire structure to begin collapsing. Before they could react, they plunged into an endless abyss. After some time, Yi Chuyan gradually regained consciousness, noticing a half-broken night pearl beside her, emitting a faint glow. She realized she was lying beneath a massive beam, supported on either side by stones, creating a natural protective shield that left her unscathed. She turned her head and surveyed her surroundings, which were engulfed in darkness. This must be underground. Scattered about were broken wood and furniture, indicating that the entirety of Tianlong's abode had collapsed above her. Wu Mu, she called softly. After a few attempts with no response, panic began to set in.
Wu Mu, her voice trembled.
She had never felt such fear, not of death, but of something happening to Wu Mu. Fortunately, Wu Mu soon responded, albeit with a hint of breathlessness in his voice. I'm here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Chuyan felt her heart leap back to life. She slowly turned over and, in the narrow space, crawled towards the sound of Wu Mu, clutching a half of a luminous pearl. After crawling for a while, she encountered a horizontally positioned wooden beam blocking her path. Wu Mu was on the other side, pinned beneath a massive log, leaving only his head exposed. And his human skin mask had fallen aside. I'm holding on with my internal energy. I'm fine, don't worry, he called out, aware that he shouldn't have addressed her so casually. Yet, if he could not be rescued soon, he might perish here. In the pitch-black underground, he selfishly longed to call her name once before death claimed him. Yi Chuyan observed Wu Mu's pale complexion and realized that his internal energy would not last much longer. Her limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, and she bit her tongue to regain her composure. Don't move, I'll find a way to get you out. After saying this, she gestured, attempting to crawl beneath the wooden beam. Wu Mu immediately grasped her intention and urgently called out, Don't come over. We are underground. If the log shifts and causes a secondary tremor, you'll be buried here too. Stay where you are. I believe Shirlu will soon bring help. You will definitely make it out alive. Yi Chuyan shook her head frantically, wanting to express that if he were to die, her own existence would be unbearable. However, she could not voice this thought. Clenching her teeth, she swiftly crawled beneath the wooden beam, finding it relatively easy due to her slender frame and flexible waist. Seeing Yi Chuyan inching closer, Wu Mu grew increasingly anxious. I told you not to come. Yi Chuyan did not pause. Wu Mu began to plead. I beg you. Go back. It's better for one to die than for both of us to perish here. Yi Chuyan remained silent and continued to crawl. Wu Mu watched helplessly as she reached him, gritting his teeth and summoning all his internal energy to unleash a furious roar, lifting the log just enough for her to escape.
Quick, go. Yi Chuyan urget.
Wu Mu rolled out and pulled her into his embrace just as the log fell again, fortunately not triggering a secondary tremor. They both felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having survived. As Yi Chuyan looked up into Wu Mu's face, she realized she was lying in his arms. Wu Mu also noticed this and felt his ears flush red, quickly releasing her. The underground fell silent again. Yi Chuyan spoke first. This wooden beam won't hold for long. Let us move to the beam where I woke up earlier. It's south the safest place.
Wu Mu,
not daring to question her, hurriedly crawled over. Once they reached the beam where Yi Chuyan had regained consciousness, they lay side by side. Wu Mu whispered, I owe you a life this time. Yi Chuyan shook her head.
You don't owe me anything.
It was you who stayed behind to blast the cave and ended up trapped here. If you feel indebted, then my saving you just now evens the score. Yi Chuyan thought to herself, if we are to talk of debts, it is I who owe you far more than just a life. I owe you a love that can never be repaid in this lifetime. Upon hearing Yi Chuyan's words, Wu Mu felt as if a giant hand had tightly grasped his heart, squeezing it painfully, making it hard to breathe. Since their ascent, she had meticulously kept accounts of their relationship, seemingly determined to draw a line between them. It appeared that her saving him was merely a way to repay a favor. Beyond their childhood acquaintance, she held no feelings for him. Wu Mu, unwilling to accept this, sought to prove that their connection was not so easily severed. Last time at Udai Lake, I wanted you to share some of our childhood memories with me, but you refused. Can you tell me now?
Ye Chuyan koldi replied.
Those are trivial matters. I've forgotten. Don't speak. Conserve the air while we wait for Lu to rescue us. She understood that even if they survived today, she could offer Wu Mu nothing. Her heart was riddled with wounds, and her path of vengeance resembled the muck of a swamp, hidden from the light and utterly filthy. Wu Mu's life was adorned with splendor, and she felt utterly unworthy of him, determined not to let him be tainted by her darkness. She could not allow Wu Mu to harbor any feelings for her. She must sever all possibilities. Yi Chuyen's words left Wu Mu in a state of painful silence, and they both stared at the wooden beam above them. Time passed, and the air began to thin.
Wu Mu,
Having nearly exhausted all his internal energy while propping up the log, realized he was losing strength. He knew that if this continued, they would both suffocate. He glanced at Yi Chuyen beside him. Her profile was dust-covered, her dark attire soiled and disheveled, yet this did not diminish her grace. Like a pearl shrouded in dust, no matter how much dirt clung to her, her brilliance still shone through. A sudden thought struck him. If no one came to save them, would dying together in this place count as sharing a grave? The notion struck him as absurd. Though it sounded somewhat appealing, he did not want her to die. In the short span of just a few months, she had taken root in his heart, becoming the only woman capable of stirring such emotions within him. Sadly, she was married, and he could offer her nothing but the hope that she would survive. She deserved to live, to be cradled in her husband's arms, whispering sweet nothings, basking in love. She should be cherished and protected, not to perish in this dark abyss. With this thought, Wu Mu couldn't help but smile faintly, secretly tapping himself twice before slowly closing his eyes. Yi Chuyen sensed that the person beside her had ceased to breathe. Turning her head, she saw Wu Mu had closed his eyes unbeknownst to her. She quickly rolled over and slapped his face, exclaiming Wu Mu.
Wu Mu.
In her panic, she checked his acupoint and discovered that he had sealed his own breath. Tears welled in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Wu Mu had done this on purpose. He wished to quietly succumb, leaving the scant remaining air for himself. She released his acupoint and took a deep breath, covering his lips with her own, transferring all her breath to him. With a cough, Wu Mu awakened, opening his eyes to find Yi Chuyen gazing at him with red-rimmed eyes. Seeing Wu Mu come back to life, Yi Chuyen slapped him hard. After the slap, her tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, cascading down onto Wu Mu's face. Wu Mu, do you want me to owe you for all eternity? Without my permission, you must not die. I can perish here. But you cannot. You must live. Chapter 78. Despair. Yi Chuyen's tears burned like hot oil as they dripped onto Wu Mu's face, causing him pain in his heart. His voice was hoarse and frantic. My internal energy is depleted. I cannot hold on much longer. Before Wu Mu could finish, Yi Chuyen swiftly sealed his acupoint. Then, wiping her tears, she placed her hands on his chest. Wu Mu felt a warm current slowly flow into his body, enveloping his limbs in a comforting warmth, making him feel remarkably light. Yet, a surge of immense fear arose within him. Yi Chuyen was transferring all her internal energy to him. It is a grave taboo for martial artists to transmit internal energy. Once transferred, the giver not only loses all their skills but may fall into a deep slumber for several days. If Yi Chuyen were to give him her internal energy now, she would undoubtedly face death. Wu Mu was filled with alarm, anger, and frustration, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Stop. Do you hear me?
Stop.
Stop." Yi Chuyen promptly sealed his voice acupoint, rendering him speechless. He stared wide-eyed at her. His life had never felt so powerless, to the extent that he could only watch the person he cherished gradually bestow upon him the last flicker of hope. Various emotions flickered incessantly in Wu Mu's eyes: anger, fury, pleading, sorrow, and despair. Yi Chuyen avoided looking into Wu Mu's gaze, pursing her lips as she concentrated on channeling her internal energy. Until her lips and complexion turned pale, she transmitted all her inner strength to Wu Mu before finally withdrawing her hands and forcing a smile at him. Then she collapsed beside him, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "Wu Mu, listen to me. After I lose consciousness, I may never awaken again. With my internal energy, your strength will recover swiftly. With your capabilities, you will surely endure. After saying so much, her breath became labored. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Wu Mu, I want you to live and marry Zhang Xiaoyu to complete this life with her. I want you to have a house full of children and live in peace and joy. She spoke slowly and sincerely, though her breath was unsteady, each word resonating clearly in the silence of the underground. Wu Mu's eyes brimmed with tears. He desperately opened his mouth but could not utter a sound, his throat producing only sorrowful whimpers. He wanted to say, I do not wish to marry Zhang Xiaoyu. The one I love is you.
I am sorry.
I know I shouldn't have feelings for you, but I must tell you how deeply I truly care for you. Yi Chuyan felt her head begin to spin, aware that she was on the brink of unconsciousness. She struggled to maintain her composure, whispering, Please do not mourn for me. When the Yi family was exterminated, my heart had already died. Living was merely a prolongation of suffering. When you get out, if you have the time, visit my mother and tell her that I was happy when I died, not at all sad. The dizziness intensified, and her breaths grew feeble as she turned her head with great effort to look at Wu Mu. She saw his eyes blurred with tears, longing to wipe them away and gaze once more into his star-like eyes, but alas, she lacked the strength. Wu Mu, promise me, you must find happiness in this life. If you agree, just blink for me, will you? After uttering these words, Yi Chuyan looked at Wu Mu with an expression of almost desperate pleading, waiting for his response.
Wu Mu blinked fervently.
I promise you, I promise, I will live happily. Do not sleep. I want you to live alongside me. Receiving Wu Mu's response, Yi Chuyan felt an unprecedented tranquility envelop her. Though she had not completed her path of vengeance, nor made Pei Xiuyan pay for his deeds, nor vindicated the Yi family, she felt relieved that in this manner, she would no longer suffer. This life had been too exhausting. The only warmth and light she had derived from Wu Mu. And in these final moments, to pass away by his side was indeed a blessing. With this thought, Yi Chuyan smiled contentedly, merging herself with the darkness. Wu Mu watched as Yi Chuyan closed her eyes, feeling as if all the air had been suddenly siphoned away, his senses slipping from his grasp. He could neither breathe nor utter a sound. Desperately attempting to circulate his energy to break through his meridians, he found himself unable to succeed. All of this had been calculated by Yi Chuyan. By the time Wu Mu managed to digest his energy and break through, she had already departed from this world. Wu Mu bit down on his lower lip, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, silently reassuring himself. Do not panic, do not panic. Circulate your energy slowly. It must work. I will break through my meridians quickly and save Yi Chuyan. She would not allow herself to perish, and thus, he too would not succumb. She wanted to live, and he had promised her. How could she leave him first? Did she even realize how much he cherished her? Without her, how could he ever find happiness? Wu Mu exerted every effort to control his emotions, his mind growing unnaturally calm as he began to direct his internal energy from his heart throughout his body, repeatedly. Time dragged on excruciatingly, each moment stretching into an eternity of despair. Why could he not break through? Why was he unable to fully digest his internal energy? Suddenly, he let out a long roar from his chest, and his meridian was finally breached. As he turned and positioned himself before Yi Chuyan, he gently touched her nostrils, feeling the faintest trace of breath remaining. This fragile breath filled him with overwhelming joy. He held her close, preparing to transfer his energy to her, when a sudden loud crash echoed above, the beams being torn apart, the torchlight blinding him. What are you doing? With this furious shout, a figure rushed past, and Wu Mu found his hands empty. Pei Xiuyan stood to the side, cradling Yi Chuyan, glaring at him with a mixture of anger and vigilance. An icy aura surrounding him that could freeze one in place. Seeing Shi Lu standing above, with a group of soldiers, torches in hand, staring down at him with peculiar expressions, Wu Mu licked his lips, his voice hoarse. Your Highness, the princess. Before he could finish, Pei Xiuyan laid Yi Chuyan gently on the ground, producing a pill from his pocket and forcing it into her mouth. Then desperately channeled his energy into her before everyone present. Shi Lu, observing from a height, wore a stern expression, his brows tightly knit. He had been preparing to attack the mountain when Pei Xiuyan arrived with a group of shadow guards, attacking without hesitation, slaying anyone in sight. Pei Xiuyan appeared as a merciless deity, relentlessly wielding his sword. His subordinates, inscrutable in skill, made quick work of the bandits, leaving the remaining ones to flee in terror. This inspired the government soldiers pursuing the bandits, who quickly took down Tianling village. Upon reaching the courtyard, they captured a bandit attempting to escape, only to learn that Yi Chuyen and the fifth leader, Mu Lang, were trapped underground. Hearing this, Pei Xiuyan went mad, digging frantically to rescue them. Fearing to use brute force, lest he harm Yi Chuyen beneath, he resorted to the most primitive method, digging by hand, until they heard a long roar from below. They continued digging in the direction of the sound. Yet, they found not the fifth leader but rather the young master of the Wu family, who was about to kiss Yi Chuyen. In this moment, not only Pei Xiuyan but even Wu Mu could not help but ponder, had the roles been reversed. A solitary man and woman before the unconscious Yi Chuyen. Could he have restrained himself? Chapter 79. Outsider Yi Chuyen stirred awake, meeting Pei Xiuyan's crimson gaze. As she glanced around in confusion, realization dawned upon her. She was alive. Pei Xiuyan and Shi Lu had come to rescue her. In that instant, she was uncertain whether to rejoice or grieve. The sorrow of continuing a life of torment battled with the joy of her rescue and Wu Mu's survival. She took a deep breath, silently resolving not to look at Wu Mu, biting her lip as she embraced Pei Xiuyan's waist, pressing her face against his chest, sobbing, "Aso, I am so scared. I fear I may never see you again." Pei Xiuyan held her tightly, softly reassuring, "Ayen, I am here." Yi Chuyen sensed a heavy scent of blood emanating from Pei Xiuyan, and upon glancing down, she saw that his robes were soaked with blood, his hands, fingers mangled, were covered in mud and gore, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. She grasped Pei Xiuyan's hand in astonishment and exclaimed, "Aso, your hand?" Shi Lu gently cleared her throat and explained, "Your Highness, the prince injured his hand while personally digging to save you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chuyen tightened her embrace around Pei Xiuyan, resting her chin on his shoulder, her eyes reddening as she murmured, "Aso, aso." These words acted like a spell, soothing the anger that had surged within Pei Xiuyan moments before when he had seen Wu Mu. He turned and lifted Yi Chuyen, leaping out of the pit. "Come, I shall take you home." As he emerged, he unintentionally cast a sharp glance at Wu Mu, one that was laden with menace. Wu Mu stood frozen below, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, her fingertips trembling incessantly. She had emerged alive, just as she had anticipated. Witnessing the tender affection shared between her husband and his beloved, she felt like a complete outsider, only able to gaze up at them as Pei Xiuyan carried Yi Chuyen further away. Yi Chuyen noticed the unfriendly glare Pei Xiuyan had cast at Wu Mu when he jumped out. The Wu family, though a royal merchant, wielded no real power, while Pei Xiuyan stood as the most formidable figure in the entirety of Dafeng, second only to the emperor. His possessiveness was notorious, and she could not allow him to harbor any misunderstandings or grievances toward Wu Mu. Before Pei Xiuyan could question her, she needed to quell any doubts he might possess. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said with feigned irritation, "So do you know? Deputy Zhang drugged the water I drank. When I was captured and taken to the mountain, I lost all my martial prowess. Luckily, I encountered young Master Wu, who was disguised as the fifth master, and he helped me conceal my past. Otherwise, I would have been bullied by those mountain bandits. Just now, to repay him, I transferred my inner strength to him. By the way, young Master Wu ascended the mountain to search for the Wu family's stolen jewels, and it was because of those jewels that we were both surrounded by the Tianlang and buried underground. The Wu family's treasures are hidden within the cave that was blown up." Yi Chuyen's meaning was unequivocal. First, she had nearly fallen victim to Zhang Jing's schemes. Second, Wu Mu had ascended the mountain for the jewels. Her encounter with Wu Mu was mere coincidence. Once they excavated the Wu family's treasures from the cave, everything would be clarified. Third, her relationship with Wu Mu was solely one of collaboration, and in repaying Wu Mu's kindness, she had given him her inner strength. With no further connection between them, Pei Xiuyan's steps faltered. Wu Mu, in the vigor of youth, could he truly remain indifferent in the face of Yi Chuyen, who had lost all her power due to the drug? He vividly recalled the moment Wu Mu had attempted to kiss Yi Chuyen. Yi Chuyen had always taken pride in her martial skills, and now, having transferred them to Wu Mu, she would become a woman entirely incapable of defending herself. If Yi Chuyen were truly repaying Wu Mu's favor, there were countless ways to do so. She could have easily emerged alive and helped the Wu family secure greater rights. Why must she relinquish all her power to Wu Mu? Had he arrived a moment later, Yi Chuyen would undoubtedly have perished. How significant was Wu Mu in Yi Chuyen's heart? Was retribution arriving so swiftly? When he had been schemed against by Zhao Yujiao, Had his wife also been entangled with another man? Pei Xiuyan's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, his limbs turning cold. Noticing Pei Xiuyan's sudden stillness and the increasing chill surrounding him, Yi Chuyan's heart raced with alarm. She feigned innocence, asking, "So, what troubles you? Do you not understand why I bestowed all my strength to young Master Wu?" Pei Xiuyan's profound gaze bore into Yi Chuyan's face, demanding why. Yi Chuyan pressed her cheek firmly against his heart, concealing the turmoil in her eyes. "So, apart from you, I wish for no entanglements with anyone else. I fear incurring debts to others, so I simply repaid young Master Wu in full." She paused, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly added, "Moreover, I believe in you. I believe you would come to my rescue, and I trust that with you by my side, even if I am utterly defenseless, you will protect me, will you not?" After speaking, she gently rubbed her face against his chin, attempting to steady her emotions, then gazed at him with bright eyes, earnestly awaiting his response. Pei Xiuyan saw his own reflection in her eyes, devoid of any impurities. They had always been so pure. A pang of guilt struck him. What had he been thinking? Just because he had been schemed against by Zhao Yujiao, he had begun to doubt Yen? After all, she had loved him for 13 years. How could she possibly be swayed by Wu Mu? Surely, he was overthinking things. Pei Xiuyan suppressed the chill that enveloped him and smiled gently at Yi Chuyan. "Of course, with me here, you shall not suffer any harm. Leave Zhongjing and the mountain bandits to me. You can rest easy." Seeing that Pei Xiuyan believed her, Yi Chuyan felt a sense of relief wash over her. She briefly recounted the situation regarding the explosives in the back mountain. Pei Xiuyan listened intently, contemplating how these explosives could increase his chances of victory during his campaign against Beirong in July. After discussing the matter of the explosives, Yi Chuyan could no longer hold on and succumbed to a drowsy slumber. At that moment, Yan Shui arrived with a contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan holding the unconscious Yi Chuyan, he paused for a moment but quickly composed himself, standing silently to the side. Pei Xiuyan furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there something amiss?" Yan Shui nodded. Pei Xiuyan promptly sought out a nearby room, placing Yi Chuyan inside, summoning 30 dark guards to protect the area, and instructing them sternly that should anything happen to Yi Chuyan, they would face severe consequences. Once everything was arranged, he hurriedly followed Yan Shui out. As soon as they exited, Yan Shui reported, Tianling, accompanied by a group of mountain bandits, attempted to escape through the secret passage at the back mountain, but was intercepted by our men. The other bandits have been eliminated, except for Tianling. Master Shi wishes to bring Tianling back to the capital for questioning regarding the source of the explosives. However, Tianling has been spouting nonsense, and I fear it could lead to negative repercussions, so I instructed Master Shi to temporarily isolate him. Pei Xiuyan shot a piercing glance at Yan Shui, his tone laced with displeasure.
Clarify.
"What negative repercussions?" Yan Shui hastily bowed his head. "It pertains to the princess consort, Your Highness. You should personally investigate." Pei Xiuyan's uncontainable fury surged within him as he swiftly followed Yan Shui to the room where Tianling was held. Master Shi stood guard outside the door, preparing to greet Pei Xiuyan, but the latter, enveloped in an icy demeanor, pushed the door open without a glance. As Master Shi attempted to follow, Yan Shui seized him. "Master Shi, the prince intends to personally interrogate Tianling regarding the explosives. I must ask you to refrain from intruding." Master Shi struggled briefly, but finding no escape, he relented, casting a disapproving look at Yan Shui. Yan Shui stood sentinel at the door, watching over everyone. Inside the room, Pei Xiuyan found Tianling sprawled on the ground, bound by chains as thick as an arm, unable to move. Blood flowed freely from various wounds on his body, soaking his garments, mingling with the stench of water and blood, creating an unbearable odor. Pei Xiuyan stepped forward, pressing his foot onto Tianlong's face, his voice cold and commanding.
"Speak."
"Where did the explosives in the back mountain come from?" Tianling licked his lips, showing no fear, chuckling softly. "I presume you are the esteemed Qing Wang Pei Xiuyan?" He had gleaned this information from the soldiers' discussions when he had been captured, learning that Pei Xiuyan was attacking the mountain alongside Master Shi, and that the woman taken was Pei Xiuyan's consort, while the fifth master was young Master Wu. The man before him, strikingly handsome and exuding an aura of dominance, was clearly the renowned Qing Wang Pei Xiuyan, a stark contrast to the demeanor of Master Shi he had encountered earlier. Pei Xiuyan did not respond to Tianlong's words, but instead exerted pressure with his foot, casting a sidelong glance at him. Reveal the source of the explosives, or I shall crush your skull. I shall never reveal to you the origin of gunpowder. With that, he cast a mocking glance at Pei Xiuyan and continued with a sardonic tone. Pei Xiuyan, today I may have lost my life, but in 18 years, I shall rise again. What does it matter if you have conquered the Tianlang stronghold? You remain a cuckold. For your wife has spent the night in the company of that young lord of the Wu family. Pei Xiuyan's expression darkened instantly. Tianlang continued to provoke him. We are both men. Do you suppose the young lord of the Wu family is as virtuous as Liu Xianghui? If you have the guts, kill me. But as long as I draw breath, I will ensure that your wife's indiscretions are known far and wide. Even if I cannot speak, my pen can write. Have you not noticed? Your wife and that young lord of the Wu family are surrounded by my men, both attempting to spare the other's life. I shall see to it that they become a pair of wild lovebirds in the afterlife. Pei Xiuyan understood that this was Tianlang's attempt to incite him. The dungeons of the Dali Temple in the capital are filled with horrors that make life unbearable. Tianlang was goading him into killing him, thereby avoiding the interrogation upon his return to the capital. Pei Xiuyan struggled to control his emotions, refusing to let Tianlang's words take root in his mind. Yet, the harder he tried to suppress it, the more unbearable it became. He envisioned Yi Chuyan entwined with Wu Mu on the bed, a vision that flashed through his mind. Disrupting his breath, Tianlang continued his incessant taunts. I heard your wife was seen displaying her jade feet at the Lantern Festival banquet. She was already a tarnished shoe. But alas, I did not have the pleasure of sampling her delights. I wonder what it feels like to play with those jade feet. This remark ignited all the fury within Pei Xiuyan. The incident of the barefoot sword dance at the banquet had been silenced by him. Yet he could not quell the sinister thoughts that lingered in people's hearts. He pretended that the matter had passed, but it had always gnawed at him like an open wound. In this charged atmosphere, Tianlang brazenly exposed it all. Tianlang, seemingly unsatisfied, lewdly added, Your wife's jade feet have already been seen by others. It matters not if the young lord of Wu has had his way with her. Silence. With a furious roar, a wave of wrath surged from Pei Xiuyan's head, and he crushed Tianlang's skull beneath his foot. Tianlang's face was a bloody pulp, his breath extinguished, leaving only his wide, bulging eyes, still reflecting the scornful gaze he had cast upon Pei Xiuyan. In a frenzy, Pei Xiuyan trampled Tianlang's face into a mass of flesh until those eyes and the remains became indistinguishable. Outside, Shi Lu heard Pei Xiuyan's roar and grew concerned. Sir Yan, do you wish to check inside? Yan Shui remained expressionless. No need. A bandit like Tianlang, even at his peak, is no match for the prince, let alone bound and helpless. After a long while, Pei Xiuyan suddenly opened the door, his demeanor calm and his usual aloofness restored. He cast a glance at Shi Lu and said coolly, Tianlang refused to divulge the source of the gunpowder and attempted to resist. I have executed him on the spot. With that, he departed gracefully. Shi Lu was taken aback. Upon entering the room and witnessing the scene, he nearly retched. He quickly stepped back, seizing a torch from the hands of the soldiers outside, and hurled it into the room, igniting it in flames. Addressing the soldiers, he declared, Did you all hear what Prince Qing just said? Tianlang refused to reveal the source of the gunpowder and attempted to resist. Prince Qing has executed him. To eliminate future troubles, I shall reduce Tianlang to ashes. These soldiers, being loyal subjects of the emperor, understood the importance of discretion. In unison, they replied, Understood. Shi Lu organized the soldiers to gather all the bandit corpses, counting them to see how many had escaped. He also ordered the capture of any remaining bandits to bring back to the capital for thorough interrogation, determined to uncover the source of the gunpowder. Zhang Jing, blending in with the soldiers, contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. Having accompanied Pei Xiuyan up the mountain, he felt an ominous foreboding as he watched Pei Xiuyan, regardless of his status, desperately digging in the earth. What if Yi Chuyan was unharmed and had not been sullied by the bandits? Unfortunately, his worst fears were realized. Yi Chuyan was safe, aided by the young lord of the Wu family. He saw Yi Chuyan whispering in Pei Xiuyan's embrace, and panic gripped him. Did Yi Chuyan reveal to Pei Xiuyan that he had drugged her? The more he thought, the more his mind became a tangled mess. He desperately reminded himself that his father was the Minister of Justice. Since Yi Chuyan was unharmed, she should not disclose the matter to Pei Xiuyan. Otherwise, it would jeopardize the relationship between the Qing prince's residence and the Zhang family, destabilizing the court's situation. He stayed hidden among the soldiers, unwilling to seek credit or reveal himself before Shi Lu and Pei Xiuyan, merely hoping to return to the capital safely. Once back in the capital, under the protection of the Zhang family, Pei Xiuyan would not dare to act against him. Deputy Zhang. The call startled Zhang Jing. Turning to face Yan Shui, his muscles tensed involuntarily. Why you, Sir Yan? The prince has summoned you. Please come with me. Zhang Jing instinctively took 2 steps back. Sir Yan. I am busy at the moment. I will report to the prince upon returning to the capital. Yan Shui pursed his lips, unceremoniously advancing to seize Zhang Jing. Naturally, Zhang Jing was reluctant, retreating into the crowd. The soldiers, perplexed by the unfolding scene, paused to observe the two. Although Yan Shui's expression was cold, he was still one of their own. Why did Deputy Zhang appear so terrified? Shi Lu, sensing the delay, waved his hand and said, Deputy Zhang, I am here. The prince has summoned you, so you should go. Zhang Jing scanned the area, noticing the strange looks directed at him. Clenching his fists tightly, he repeatedly reassured himself that Pei Xiuyan would not dare to kill him in front of so many soldiers. After taking several deep breaths, he reluctantly followed Yan Shui. Yan Shui led him to a secluded house at the Tianlang stronghold. Upon seeing the many dark-clad guards surrounding the house, Zhang Jing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned to flee. Yan Shui swiftly kicked him to the ground, forcing a pill into his mouth. Zhang Jing, no match for Yan Shui, was compelled to swallow the pill, only to retch violently. What did you give me? My father is the Minister of Justice. If you harm me today, he will not spare the Qing prince's residence. It's the same kind of drug you gave to the princess. Do not worry. It won't kill you. After speaking, Yan Shui tossed Zhang Jing into the room. Inside the house at the Tianlang stronghold, Pei Xiuyan sat beside Yi Qian's bed, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her sleeping face, his expression inscrutable. Yan Shui entered to report, Your Highness, the matter concerning Zhang Jing has been handled. Pei Xiuyan rose, a slow, chilling smile gracing his lips. Before Shi Lu searches the mountain, find and eliminate all remaining bandits, not a single one shall be left alive. I cannot allow the incident of Yi Qian being alone with Wu Mu on the mountain to become public. This matter must be buried forever. Yan Shui bowed and withdrew. Pei Xiuyan turned, taking Yi Qian's hand and gently placing it against his face, murmuring, Yan, with me here, no one shall ever harm you again. I will take you home. After Pei Xiuyan departed with Yi Qian, the remaining task of eradicating the bandits was entrusted to Shi Lu. That night, the Tianlang stronghold was ablaze, the stench of blood filling the air. Shi Lu ordered the excavation of the treasures and gunpowder buried in the cave, while directing a thorough search for any surviving bandits. By the following morning, the exploded cave was unearthed, revealing over 500 bags of gunpowder, a discovery that shocked all present. A bandit lair had concealed such a staggering amount of gunpowder. An abomination indeed. At noon, all the bandit corpses were gathered together, totaling 3,000. The entire Tianlang stronghold had perished, leaving no survivors. Shi Lu pursed her lips as she gazed upon the mountain of bodies, her expression one of discontent. The demise of the Tianlang stronghold signified that the source of gunpowder would remain elusive. Chapter 81. Change. When Yi Qian awoke, it was already the 5th day. She was roused by the incessant chatter of Bai Ji, who stood by her bedside, her eyes red and swollen from weeping. Upon seeing Yi Qian awaken, Bai Ji rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, nearly rendering Yi Qian breathless. My lady, you frightened me to death. You went off to deal with the bandits alone for so long, and I worried for you daily. When the Lord brought you back, he said you had lost all your internal energy, and I was terrified. The Lord assured me you were merely in need of rest for a few days, and I have been praying fervently for your swift recovery. My lady, please do not go after bandits again, okay? You have been unconscious for 5 days and lost your martial arts. What will you do if someone bullies you? I am truly worried. Bai Ji continued her anxious ramblings, tears streaming down her face. Yi Qian felt a warmth in her heart as she gently patted Bai Ji's back. Bai Ji, if you keep squeezing me like this, I may not survive to see another day. Startled, Bai Ji quickly released her hold and knelt before her. My lady, I have overstepped.
Fine English, Ye Qian replied.
Bai Ji, I have told you, there is no need for you to kneel before me. Bai Ji had never heard Yi Qian scold her so sternly and looked up to see Yi Qian squinting at her with a smile, causing her to wipe her tears and chuckle. My lady, I will fetch water for you to wash up. With that, she dashed out of the room. Yi Chuyan seemed to hear Bai Ji conversing with Yan Shui outside, and shortly after, Bai Ji returned with water. Once Yi Chuyan was refreshed, Bai Ji presented her with a set of delicate yellow winter garments, insisting on dressing her. My lady has lost her internal energy, and her body is weaker than before. You have just awakened after 3 days of slumber, and you must not catch a chill. Yi Chuyan was both amused and exasperated by Bai Ji's fussing, allowing her to dress her in the thick clothing. Just as they finished, Bai Ji coughed a few times toward the door. And Yan Shui entered with a bowl of red bean porridge. Yi Chuyan was taken aback and glanced at Bai Ji, then at Yan Shui. Bai Ji's face flushed under Yi Chuyan's scrutiny, and she muttered, "My lady, the Lord said you need a personal guard since you have lost your skills. So he assigned Yan Shui to you. He has been here these past 3 days." Yi Chuyan looked at Yan Shui, who wore his usual stoic expression, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Bai Ji's words. Since Yan Shui is a guard assigned by the Lord, why is he doing maidservant duties? Yi Chuyan could not help but question. The inquiry caused both Yan Shui and Bai Ji's faces to turn crimson. Bai Ji stammered, "I did not instruct Yan Shui to work," he volunteered. Yan Shui, stiff in posture, lowered his head to place the porridge down and muttered, "I will guard outside," before hastily exiting. Yi Chuyan regarded Bai Ji with a bemused smile, sighing softly, "Ah, one cannot keep a grown woman." Bai Ji's face was as red as a ripe persimmon, her words stumbling. "And my lady, please drink some porridge. The doctor said you cannot eat solid food for now. Start with some red bean porridge." As she spoke, she hurriedly attempted to serve the porridge, nearly spilling it.
Ye Chuyan su preset her lokter.
Taking the porridge from Bai Ji and changing the subject. What transpired at the Tianlang stronghold? Relieved that Yi Chuyan was no longer teasing her, Bai Ji eagerly recounted. "I heard from Yan Shui that all the gunpowder and jewels from Tianlang stronghold have been excavated. All the officials admire you, my lady, stating that your cunning strategies led to the annihilation of the bandits with scarcely a loss. However, the 3,000 bandits are dead, and Lord Shi is quite furious, as he could not ascertain the source of the gunpowder. Although the emperor is also displeased about the missing gunpowder, he still rewarded everyone involved in the operation due to the merits achieved. Lord Shi has now been promoted to the Minister of Justice. The deputy commander, Zhang, who accompanied you, was initially appointed as the inspector of the Justice Ministry, but he is delayed assuming his post, which has angered the emperor, leading to the cancellation of his position. This incident has caused quite a stir, and everyone is aware of it.
Oh.
And the emperor remarked that you are both brave and wise, and in recognition of your efforts in subduing the bandits, he has overlooked the matter of using the bounty for disaster relief and has rewarded you with many gifts. Steward Amo has helped tally them, and they are all stored in our warehouse at the Jianjia courtyard. During your days of slumber, the threshold of the Qing Wangfu has nearly been worn down by the noble ladies coming to visit you. Since the incident with the Yi family, they avoided you like the plague, reluctant to speak with you in the palace for fear of being implicated. But now that the emperor has publicly praised you in court, they have all come, calling you my lady and vying to acknowledge kinship, which is quite nauseating. Fortunately, the Lord forbade anyone from disturbing your rest, and Steward Emo chased them all away. Bai Ji recounted everything she had heard and witnessed over the past few days, without omitting a single detail. Yi Chuyan listened with her thoughts racing. How had Pei Xiuyan dealt with Zhang Jing, compelling him to abandon his post? Noticing Yi Chuyan's distraction, Bai Ji called, "My lady." "My lady?" Yi Chuyan snapped back to attention. "I am listening. What else?" Why had Bai Ji not mentioned anything regarding Wu Mu? Bai Ji scratched her head. "That's all I know. I have told you everything." "Oh, right. The Lord comes here every day after court. He should arrive shortly." Yi Chuyan pondered how to subtly inquire about Wu Mu. What has become of the jewels that were excavated? Bai Ji's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, you mean those jewels?" Under the Lord's suggestion, they were all designated for disaster relief. The Wu family contributed the most, but they said that aiding in disaster relief is a matter concerning the people's livelihood, and they fully support it. The Lord also suggested that the Wu family lead another donation for the relief efforts. I heard the emperor particularly appreciated the Lord's approach. The Wu family recently donated an additional 20,000 taels for disaster relief, which, combined with contributions from other families, was just enough to cover the relief efforts. Yi Chuyan felt a chill run down her spine. The Wu family had donated 50,000 taels to the border before the new year, and now, Pei Xiuyan had deftly maneuvered to compel the Wu family to contribute such a significant sum for disaster relief. The financial strength of the Wu family was now fully exposed. With Pei having just assumed power and in dire need of funds, he would inevitably target the Wu family as a lucrative prize. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Yi Chuyan unconsciously dug her nails into her palm.
Ayan.
Pei Xiuyan entered wearing a dark robe, his demeanor lively, a smile gracing his lips, as charming as ever. Upon entering, he noticed Yi Chuyan lost in thought, clad in delicate yellow attire, and his steps faltered. The last time Zhao Yujiao had plotted against him, she had donned a similar hue, and the dark guards had yet to locate her. It was as though she had vanished from the face of the earth. Feeling a chill at the thought, Pei Xiuyan's gaze darkened. Bai Ji hurriedly bowed. "My lord." Pei Xiuyan returned to the present, plastering on a smile, and gesturing for Bai Ji to leave. Yi Chuyan lowered her eyes and smiled sweetly at Pei Xiuyan. "You have returned." Pei Xiuyan stepped forward, enveloping Yi Chuyan in his arms. Through the thick layers of cotton clothing, he could still feel that she had lost considerable weight during her prolonged ordeal. He felt a pang of concern. "Yen, you should rest for a while. How about I take you out to see a play tonight?" "See a play?" Yi Chuyan was puzzled, as Pei Xiuyan was not typically one to indulge in such festivities. Meeting her gaze, Pei Xiuyan felt his heart stir and gently kissed the corner of her eye. "Yes, a play. You will surely be pleased." Thus, Pei Xiuyan remained by Yi Chuyan's side in the Jianjia courtyard until evening. Yi Chuyan found something peculiar about Pei Xiuyan today. Although he still wore that tender and affectionate demeanor, there lingered an unusual air about him that she could not quite articulate. As night fell and the moon emerged from the clouds, Pei Xiuyan instructed Yan Shui to drive the carriage, taking them both out. Pei Xiuyan's soft chuckle echoed as Yi Chuyan glanced out of the carriage and remarked in confusion that the road seemed to lead to Zhang Qingman's residence. Pei Xiuyan, amused, acknowledged her keen memory. Uncertain as to why Pei Xiuyan had brought her to Zhang Qingman's estate at this late hour, a sense of foreboding gnawed at her. The carriage soon halted in a secluded alley near the Zhang residence. Pei Xiuyan, cradling Yi Chuyan, leaped onto a grand tree outside the estate. His agility allowed them to conceal themselves among the branches without alerting anyone in the courtyard below. From their vantage point, they had a clear view of the entire backyard. Yi Chuyan observed a frail servant carrying food, knocking on the door of a nearby room. A furious voice erupted from within, bellowing, "Get out!" The servant, trembling with fear, cautiously placed the food at the doorstep and murmured, "Young master, please eat something." Before he could finish, the door swung open violently, revealing Zhang Jing, pale and disheveled, resembling a madman as he lunged at the servant with frenzied rage. The servant stumbled backward in terror. The guards in the courtyard remained indifferent, showing no sign of intervention. Just then, Zhang Qingman arrived with his men. With a swift gesture, a tall guard seized the opportunity to strike Zhang Jing from behind, rendering him unconscious. Zhang Qingman stomped his foot in exasperation, exclaiming, "What a calamity!" He then ordered the guards to bind Zhang Jing. Yi Chuyan watched the scene in stunned disbelief. She turned her gaze to Pei Xiuyan, her eyes silently questioning whether this madness was the reason Zhang Jing could not assume his position. Pei Xiuyan gently kissed her brow and replied, "You mentioned that he drugged you last time. I made him experience the torment of being ravaged by bandits. I instructed Yan Shui to feed him a soul-numbing powder and locked him up with a dozen bandits under the influence of aphrodisiacs. Afterward, I eliminated all the bandits and released Zhang Jing." The mere thought of such a gruesome image turned her stomach. At last, she understood what was amiss with Pei Xiuyan today. He exuded an unsettling ferocity. In the past, had she confided in him about Zhang Jing, he would have fervently opposed Zhang Jing's elevation before the emperor, ensuring he would never rise to power. That had been her original plan, hoping Zhang Jing would not attain his desires. But when did Pei Xiuyan become so terrifying, resorting to such vile and despicable means to deal with a man? Noticing the complex emotions on Yi Chuyan's face, Pei Xiuyan cupped her face, capturing her gaze with his own, and smiled. Zhang Jing has lost his mind. Zhang Qingman's youngest son, Zhang Puyu, has gone missing, and the Zhang family is in dire need of a male heir to uphold their status. The Wu family has just donated a large sum for disaster relief, and is in a position of strength, requiring a political ally. Both families have their needs, and will likely arrange a marriage soon. Since the Wu heir has assisted you, I shall lend him a hand as well, helping him establish a family and become a worthy son-in-law to the minister's family. Yi Chuyan felt a wave of dread wash over her, her heart racing. Pei Xiuyan was indeed deliberate in his actions. He still harbored a grudge against Wu Mu for the incident with the bandits. He intended to expose the Wu family's financial vulnerabilities, aiming to dismantle them. Pei Xiuyan's words sent a shiver down Yi Chuyan's spine. Yet she dared not show any sign of her trepidation. The Wu heir's marriage is a joyous occasion. Shall we attend to offer our congratulations? She suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Pei Xiuyan. They locked eyes for a long while before Pei Xiuyan's lips curled into a smile. His mood evidently brightened. Very well, you shall personally present the newlywed gift to the Wu heir. Receiving his response seemed to satisfy Yi Chuyan. She smiled faintly, leaning against him. The tumult of emotions in her heart no longer concealed. Pei Xiuyan had just been testing her feelings for Wu Mu. She knew she had to hasten her plans for revenge, to conclude matters before Pei Xiuyan could destroy the Wu family. After witnessing the drama at the Zhang residence, Pei Xiuyan carried Yi Chuyan down and returned to the Qingwangfu. He did not send her back to Jianjian, but instead took her to his own quarters. That night, Yi Chuyan fell asleep early, while Pei Xiuyan remained wide awake. He gently caressed her face, his head pounding with distress. The words of Tianling haunted him, echoing relentlessly in his mind. Your wife has spent the night with that Wu heir. As men, do you think the Wu heir is as virtuous as Liu Xianghui? These utterances felt like a curse, driving him further toward the brink of madness. Eventually, he was jolted awake by Yi Chuyan's struggles. Discovering his hand had unconsciously tightened around her throat, he quickly released her, panic coursing through him. Ayan, I'm sorry, he stammered, but Yi Chuyan bit her lip, curled up defensively, covering her neck as she looked at him with wariness. In her eyes, he saw fear and trepidation, which caused his breath to hitch. Ayan, I truly apologize, he implored, but he found himself at a loss for words. His mind had been consumed with Tianling's insinuations, wishing to destroy everything in his path, completely losing control of himself. He had forgotten that Yi Chuyan had lost her internal strength, rendering her a mere fragile woman. Attempting to reach out to embrace her, Yi Chuyan shook her head vigorously. Do not come near. Pei Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, but then pulled her into his arms. She trembled against him, and he softly stroked her back, speaking in the gentlest tone. Ayan, I promise, I will never harm you again.
Please trust me.
Yi Chuyan remained silent, her trembling body betraying her fear. She did not believe a word of Pei Xiuyan's assurances. Just moments ago, he had clearly wished to annihilate everything. After a long silence, Yi Chuyan finally spoke. Asa, will you truly not hurt me again? Seeing her willingness to converse, Pei Xiuyan sighed with relief. Of course, Ayan. You must believe me. Yi Chuyan could not suppress a cold laugh within her heart. Pei Xiuyan, the person I trust the least in this world is you. Very well. Asa, I believe you, she replied softly, her words enough to bring joy to Pei Xiuyan. He chose to forget the earlier discomfort, retrieving a bottle of ointment to carefully apply to the bruises on her neck. Once everything was in order, he cautiously held her close, whispering in a low voice, Ayan.
Sleep now.
Yi Chuyan, her body aching as if it were falling apart, finally succumbed to sleep in Pei Xiuyan's embrace. The following morning, Yi Chuyan awoke to find Pei Xiuyan had already departed. She sat up, realizing that the soreness in her neck had lessened significantly, though the bruises had yet to fade completely. Your Highness, you are awake? Mo Nyangzi entered with a cheerful smile. Yi Chuyan hastily wrapped herself in the blanket. Mo Guanjia, how did you get in here? Your Highness, the prince said before leaving that you would reside here from now on, no longer needing to return to Jianjian. Is there anything you require? I shall arrange it. Yi Chuyan quickly grasped Pei Xiuyan's intention to keep her by his side. Taking a deep breath, she replied calmly. I need nothing, just bring me some baiji. Mo Nyangzi couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness, the prince treats you exceptionally well. Not only does he have no concubines, but he also allows you to stay in his quarters. In Dafeng, many princes exist, but aside from Pei Xiuyan, who has entered the court and holds real power, the others are merely idle royal descendants, basking in titles while drawing salaries, living off the state. These princes, with the exception of their consorts, often have numerous concubines, rotating between their quarters daily, never permitting women to dwell in their own chambers. Yi Chuyan sighed softly, indeed. The prince treats me exceedingly well. So well that every moment spent together reminds me of the lost child and the brutal execution of my family, making each day feel like an eternity. Mo Nyanzi noticed that Yi Chuyan was not inclined to converse further, thus she did not delay any longer. She commanded someone to summon Bai Ji to assist Yi Chuyan with her grooming and changing her attire, while also relocating some of Yi Chuyan's belongings from the Jianjia courtyard. When Bai Ji saw the bruises on Yi Chuyan's body, tears welled in her eyes, but she remained silent, quietly helping Yi Chuyan into a high-collared garment that concealed her neck, leaving no trace of her injuries visible. Yan Ju returned shortly thereafter, stating that the prince had already pledged himself to the princess. Wherever the princess went, he would follow. It dawned on Yi Chuyan that Pei Xiuyan had not merely sent Yan Ju to her, but rather, he had openly assigned him to keep an eye on her. The group was occupied until the evening, and just as they finished arranging the items from Jianjia courtyard, several attendants brought in a plaque. The inscription read Xiao Yan Yuan. Pei Xiuyan's courtyard had never displayed any plaque before, and this sudden addition felt rather awkward. Yi Chuyan stood under the plaque, lost in thought, when suddenly someone embraced her from behind. Do you like it? Yi Chuyan recognized it was Pei Xiuyan. Ace, this plaque. I recall you once said in your childhood that you are Yi Chuyan and I am Pei Xiuyan. Our names are simply a match made in heaven. Now that we reside in the same courtyard, it is only fitting that it bears the name Xiao Yan Yuan. Yi Chuyan's memories were unlocked. She recalled the moment he had spoken those words. She was 8 years old, naive, and just beginning to learn embroidery. She had stayed up late stitching a pouch, secretly embroidering the words Xiao Yan inside. When she presented the pouch to Pei Xiuyan, he immediately noticed the inscription and disdainfully asked, "What does this mean?" With a bold face, she replied, "I am Yi Chuyan, and you are Pei Xiuyan. Our names are a perfect match, hence I embroidered it." That pouch was ultimately discarded by Pei Xiuyan into the city moat. Reflecting on those past events now, she felt not sadness, but rather a sense of sorrow. How foolish she had been. Foolish enough to believe that genuine affection could yield genuine reciprocation, foolish enough to think that even ice could be warmed, and foolish enough to offer her heartfelt devotion only to be trampled upon, while feeling she had not given enough. Pei Xiuyan remained oblivious to her emotions, still whispering in her ear, "Yen, you mentioned wanting to embroider a pouch for me last time, yet you have not delivered it." Yi Chuyan snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling that on the second day of the second month, she had gone to shopkeeper Zhou to procure poison to blind Pei Xiuyan. The pretext for acquiring the fabric was to stitch a pouch for him. After bringing the fabric home, she had locked it away in a cabinet and nearly forgotten about it. Now, with Pei Xiuyan mentioning it, Yi Chuyan couldn't help but glance at the plaque, finding the entire situation to be an immense irony. The cyclical love and hate between her and Pei Xiuyan was indeed laughable. She smiled. "Ace, have I ever gone back on my word to you?" Before they could exchange more words, a eunuch from the palace arrived, summoning Pei Xiuyan to the palace, stating that the emperor had urgent matters to discuss. Pei Xiuyan frowned but followed the eunuch. That night, Pei Xiuyan did not return to the palace. Yi Chuyan stayed in Xiao Yan Yuan, keeping the lamp lit until dawn. In the early morning, Pei Xiuyan returned to Xiao Yan Yuan with the first light of day. Yi Chuyan, with her hands clasped behind her back, greeted him with a smile. "Ace, you're back." In that moment, Pei Xiuyan's weariness evaporated. "Yen, why are you up so early?" "I couldn't sleep a wink." "Why not? Were you waiting for me?" Yi Chuyan held up something in front of Pei Xiuyan, exclaiming joyfully, "Not at all. I was preparing this for you." Pei Xiuyan, upon seeing the object, found his smile frozen in place. Yi Chuyan was holding a pouch identical to the one she had gifted him at the age of 8, which he had ultimately thrown into the moat.
Yi Chuyan, puzzled,
asked, "Ace, what's wrong? Don't you like this pouch?" Pei Xiuyan forced a smile. "No, I do like it very much." Yi Chuyan realized, "Oh, right. This one is just like the one I gave you when I was little. Don't take it to heart. Since then, I haven't embroidered any pouches. So this is the only design I know." Pei Xiuyan slightly twitched his lips. "Yen, as long as it's made by you, I like it." Yi Chuyan crouched down, tying the pouch around Pei Xiuyan's waist, and stood up cheerfully, saying, "All right, you must not lose this again, understand?" Pei Xiuyan stiffly nodded. Yi Chuyan took his hand, leading him into the room while saying, "You must be starving after a long night, right?" She pulled him into the room and sat him at the table, leaning her head on his shoulder, exhaling softly. "I'll go prepare something for you. It's been a while since I cooked, and I'm almost out of practice, so please wait a moment." With that, she stood up to leave. But Pei Xiuyan pulled her back into his embrace, glancing down at the fading bruise on her neck, pausing momentarily before softly saying, "Yen, don't go. Stay with me for a while. He quietly enveloped Yi Chuyan in his arms, deeply inhaling her fragrance, finally finding some solace amidst the turmoil of the night. After a long hesitation, he slowly spoke. Yen, the emperor requires someone to travel south to provide disaster relief. He sought my opinion, and even mentioned that if I were willing to go. Yi Chuyan, alarmed, wrapped her arms around his neck. Did you agree? You promised to take me to see mother in spring. She had endured everything just to live long enough to see her mother and sisters again. She calculated that going to Ningguda this month would allow her to be there for her nephew's birth. Pei Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, his voice hoarse. Disaster relief is a significant matter. I worry that others may not execute it properly, so I accepted. Yi Chuyan stood up abruptly, staring at Pei Xiuyan in disbelief. Her eyes filled with disappointment and agitation. Pei Xiuyan, while disaster relief is indeed crucial, you are not the right person for it. 10 years ago, during the floods in Jiangnan, Grand Minister Zhuo Zongyun went south 3 times for disaster relief, with every coin accounted for, all used for the benefit of the affected people. The populace hailed him as a living saint. 7 years ago, during the locust plague at the borders, Minister of History Kong Bin raised funds locally to provide relief, quelling the riots. You have never conducted disaster relief. Both Zhuo Zongyun and Kong Bin have far more experience and are more suited for this task. Moreover, both of these incidents involved Zhang Qingman, who performed exceptionally well and was promoted to Minister of Justice based on his merits. If you find Zhuo Zongyun and Kong Bin too old and wish to select a better candidate, Zhang Qingman is the most suitable. At this point, Yi Chuyan suddenly fell silent, her mind racing with a possibility. It wasn't he that Pei Yi insisted Pei Xiuyan go for disaster relief. Rather, Pei Xiuyan wanted to prevent Zhang Qingman from going, hence he volunteered himself. Zhang Qingman was Wumu's future father-in-law, and Pei Xiuyan could not bear to see Wumu prosper. Yi Chuyan gazed at Pei Xiuyan, confusion evident in her eyes. She would rather believe that Pei Xiuyan was going for the sake of the disaster-stricken people than accept her conjecture. She could not fathom that Pei Xiuyan, who had always prioritized the welfare of the Dafeng dynasty, could be so treacherous and shameless. For personal gain, he would manipulate a disaster relief effort against someone. Pei Xiuyan noticed Yi Chuyan's unwavering gaze upon him, and his heart sank. Pei Yi indeed wanted Zhang Qingman to go for disaster relief. He had advised Pei Yi that Zhang Qingman was restless due to matters concerning Zhang Zheng and would certainly err during the relief effort, thus he should go himself. Pei Yi, believing that all members of the Pei family shared royal blood and were ultimately concerned for the people of Dafeng, acquiesced. However, he required Pei Xiuyan to depart within 3 days to ensure a swift return and avoid delaying the campaign in July. Yi Chuyan and Pei Xiuyan stood there, gazing at each other from a distance, clearly close yet feeling as if they were separated by mountains and seas. After a long silence, Pei Xiuyan finally spoke. Ayuan, trust me, once the disaster relief is over, I will take you to see old Madame Yi, all right? His voice was urgent and resolute, not merely to comfort Yi Chuyan, but rather to reassure himself. Yi Chuyan realized that, despite the immense shock she had experienced, she felt no sorrow. Perhaps she had long ceased to harbor any expectations of Pei Xiuyan, and thus, with no hopes, there could be no disappointment. She lowered her shoulders, attempting to conjure a smile, but after several failed attempts, she simply uttered a dry good. Then, she quietly made her way to the small kitchen. Pei Xiuyan sat alone on the chair, watching Yi Chuyan exit the room, gradually disappearing from his sight. He parted his lips, wanting to call out to her. Yet he was at a loss for words once she turned around. When he made this decision, he anticipated that Yi Chuyan, being so astute, would surely discern his intentions. In the stillness of the room, he suddenly murmured to himself, "But apart from power, I have nothing at all. I only have you, and I am truly afraid." A voice deep within him incessantly reminded him that if anyone could sway Yi Chuyan's affections, it would undoubtedly be Wu Mu. He genuinely feared losing her. And he couldn't recall when he had begun to regard Wu Mu as his greatest rival. Yi Chuyan stared at the flames in the kitchen for quite some time, ultimately releasing a few stifled chuckles from her chest. Pei Xiuyan's reckless determination to personally undertake disaster relief felt akin to leaping into a pit of fire. But perhaps that was for the best. As she entered the room carrying a bowl of shredded chicken congee, her expression had returned to its usual calmness. Are you in a hurry? The aroma of the congee filled the room, tantalizing and inviting. Pei Xiuyan rose to accept the bowl, leaned down to inhale its fragrance, and exclaimed, "How delightful! Yuan's culinary skills have not diminished in the least. They exchanged smiles, as if all that had transpired moments before was merely a fleeting dream. As they chatted and enjoyed the congee together, Pei Xiuyan later bathed and tidied himself, insisting that Yi Chuyan assist him in changing his clothes. Once she had dressed him properly, he brought her to the dressing mirror. "My dear, since you have helped me change, I have no way to repay you except to draw your brows." Yi Chuyan teased, "Shall I have them drawn like last time?" She vividly recalled how unflattering his previous attempt had been. Pei Xiuyan responded solemnly, "Yuan, you must believe in me." With that, he sat before her, meticulously sketching her eyebrows with the precision of an artist. Once finished, Yi Chuyan gazed into the mirror, astonished. She knew Pei Xiuyan was intelligent, but she hadn't expected that his brilliance could extend to such artistry. After all, he had merely observed her once before and was now able to replicate it quite skillfully. Pei Xiuyan was thoroughly pleased with his handiwork, cradling her face and admiring it from various angles before he couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her brow. "My dear is so beautiful. What shall I do when I must leave for an extended period?" Yi Chuyan lightly pushed him away. "What do you suggest?" "Yuan, come with me to Jiangnan." "Very well." Even if Pei Xiuyan had not mentioned it, she had already planned the same. After the disaster relief, perhaps everything would come to a conclusion. Pei Xiuyan, believing that Yi Chuyan had lost her strength and could not endure the journey, was pleasantly surprised when she readily agreed. The joy on his face was unmistakable. "Then I shall have Emo Nyangzi pack our belongings at once." Within a day's time, news of Pei Xiuyan's intention to lead disaster relief efforts in Jiangnan spread throughout the capital. The influential families and officials, upon receiving the news, came knocking at his door like eager hounds. The reason was straightforward. Disaster relief was a lucrative endeavor, and upon arrival, local officials would inevitably need to collaborate, with Pei Xiuyan wielding the authority to dictate arrangements. Anyone favored by him during the relief efforts would undoubtedly ascend to great heights in their future. The intricate web of relationships among the officials and local nobility in Dafeng led them to seek connections in advance. Unfortunately, Pei Xiuyan had anticipated this outcome and declared that he would meet no one before embarking on the relief mission. This incensed those who were left at home, cursing Pei Xiuyan for being heartless and denying them an opportunity to benefit. Some devised clever schemes, hoping that Yi Chuyan might be persuaded to allow their female relatives to visit her, but she too remained resolute in her refusal. They discovered that the Yunjin fabric shop was Yi Chuyan's enterprise, and with that knowledge, the shopkeeper, Zhou, became their target, swarmed by customers eager to purchase fabric. Some bought 100 taels worth of cloth, deliberately giving 1,000 taels in return. This was nothing short of a veiled bribe. The next afternoon, unable to withstand the pressure from these individuals, Zhou personally visited the Qingwangfu to consult Yi Chuyan about the situation. Pei Xiuyan was in the study discussing travel routes with accompanying officials and was not in the courtyard. Yi Chuyan instructed Zhou to wait in the front hall while she leisurely made her way there with Bai Ji and Yan Shui. Upon seeing Yi Chuyan, Zhou bowed respectfully. He then glanced at Bai Ji and Yan Shui behind her, hesitating as he addressed her. "Boss." Yi Chuyan smiled, reassuring him, "We are all on the same side. Feel free to speak your mind." Zhou, no longer hesitating, produced a scroll of accounts from his sleeve and handed it to her with both hands. "Boss, you must have heard about the happenings in the fabric shop these past few days. Here is the list of purchases made by our esteemed customers, along with the amounts. What shall we do?" Yi Chuyan took the scroll and casually flipped through it. One particular purchase order made her eyelids twitch. This list was simple, comprising only 2 types of fabric. One was a black cloud gauze embroidered with pine and cypress trees, and the other was a red cicada wing embroidered with daylilies. It also indicated a delivery location at a winery in the capital that brewed sorghum liquor. Pine and cypress trees are often planted near graveyards, making them taboo. Thus, the esteemed guests of the capital preferred the bamboo-embroidered cloud gauze instead. This black cloud gauze embroidered with pine had not been well received and had languished in the shop for years. When Zhou first procured it, he had suggested that it would make an exquisite garment, lending an ethereal quality to the wearer. Daylilies, symbolizing filial piety and Dafeng, are traditionally gifted to mothers, while the red cicada wing was a specialty fabric from her sister-in-law Gu Yan's hometown. Yi Chuyan found this list peculiar and pondered deeply until a sudden realization struck her. The black cloud gauze and pine represented Wu Mu, while the daylilies and red cicada wings symbolized her mother and sister-in-law. The prolonged winter in Ningguta, combined with the low cost of sorghum liquor, made it a favorite among exiles seeking warmth. She had once told Wu Mu in the depths of the Tianlang stronghold that if she were to perish, he should visit her mother when he had the chance. This list was a letter from Wu Mu to her. He feared that Pei Xiuyan would grow suspicious, so he chose to convey his intentions in this manner, indicating that he intended to visit her mother in Ningguda, quietly fulfilling his promise. Yi Qian's heart was a tumult of emotions. She could not express her gratitude to Wu Mu, nor could she dare to mention his name before Pei Xiuyan. She could only bury her feelings deep within. She composed herself, striving to appear nonchalant as she closed the account book and addressed Zhou with a calm demeanor. Please post a notice at the shop entrance stating that all proceeds from these days will be entirely donated to the refugees, thanking our esteemed guests for their generosity. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Zhou was the first to react, his excitement palpable. Excellent, excellent. He had been concerned about the matter, fearing it might implicate the boss, and worrying that those who sought favors might turn against her, accusing her of accepting bribes. Now, however, with this approach, those individuals would suffer a silent loss without a word to say. Pei Xiuyan happened to arrive at the front hall just as he overheard Yi Qian's words. Unable to suppress his applause. A Yuan truly possesses remarkable insight. Zhou Zhonggui turned to see Pei Xiuyan and promptly bowed in greeting. Pei Xiuyan raised his hand, signaling Zhou Zhonggui to rise. Yi Qian addressed Zhou Zhonggui, instructing him to return and exchange all the silver for silver notes, delivering them to her before nightfall. Zhou Zhonggui readily agreed, bowing to both of them before departing. Yi Qian smiled at Pei Xiuyan, saying, "Ah so, you arrived just in time. I have matters to discuss with you." Pei Xiuyan, in a particularly good mood today, replied, "Ah Yen, feel free to arrange for Yen Xie to handle it. There is no need to consult me." Yi Qian composed her expression, stating seriously, "We shall depart tomorrow, and this matter must be resolved today. I must handle it personally." This piqued Pei Xiuyan's interest.
Oh, what is it?
The emperor has rewarded me handsomely due to the suppression of bandits, and I intend to sell everything to donate to the refugees. Pei Xiuyan frowned slightly. You wish to sell the emperor's gifts? To sell such rewards is a grave disrespect to the imperial family. Generally, those who receive such honors would not resort to this unless in dire straits.
Yi Qian nodded.
Indeed, which is why I wanted to consult you and handle it myself. If you disagree, I shall abandon the plan. As the princess consort of the Qing kingdom, should the emperor pursue this matter, the blame would ultimately fall upon the Qing royal household. Moreover, most shops do not accept imperial gifts. Only a handful of royal shops in the capital dare to do so. These establishments require the master to be present to prevent servants from selling stolen items. I encountered many refugees while suppressing the bandits. Many resorted to cannibalism in their flight. The emperor's gifts are merely gold, silver, and jewels, which are of little consequence to me. But for those refugees, a bowl of porridge could save a life. Upon finishing her words, Yi Qian gazed at Pei Xiuyan with fervent longing. Pei Xiuyan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, tenderly saying, "Ayen, your concern for the nation and its people moves me. I shall naturally support you." Yi Qian joyfully embraced Pei Xiuyan, thanking him profusely. With Pei Xiuyan's approval, Yi Qian quickly arranged for her servants to load the items from the small warehouse of Jianjia courtyard onto a carriage. Yen Xie, accompanied by a dozen guards, proceeded with her to the royal shop. The shopkeeper was taken aback by the goods Yi Qian brought, but upon learning that she intended to sell them to aid in disaster relief, he admired her resolve and quickly assessed the items, valuing them at 30,000 taels of gold. Yi Qian did not haggle and readily accepted the offer. They drafted a sales agreement and swiftly completed the transaction. Yi Qian returned to the Qing royal residence with the silver notes. Upon her return, Zhou Zhonggui had also delivered the silver notes. She instructed Madame Mo to convert the notes into grain and arrange for its transport to the disaster-stricken areas. Since losing her internal energy, Yi Qian had noticeably less stamina than before. Additionally, with Pei Xiuyan planning to depart for Jiangnan early the next morning, she quickly fell asleep. Pei Xiuyan gazed at Yi Qian's sleeping visage, unable to resist gently tracing her brows and eyes with his fingers. Ultimately, his mission to provide disaster relief was, at its core, to serve the emperor and ensure the populace remembers his benevolence. Yi Qian was his consort, and should she make an additional donation, Pei Yu would surely suspect he sought to enhance his own reputation. Pei Yu was always wary of such matters. Did Yi Qian genuinely care for the refugees? Or did she have ulterior motives? He should have firmly declined today, yet his heart softened in the end. Perhaps it was because Yi Chuyen, after losing her powers, seemed less rebellious, her features becoming increasingly gentle. Each time he looked into her tender eyes, he found his resolve melting away. Pei Xiuyan continued to trace Yi Chuyen's features until she furrowed her brow in her sleep, prompting him to abruptly withdraw his hand. He pulled Yi Chuyen into his embrace, silently reassuring himself that she loved him dearly and harbored no other intentions. Her actions were solely for the sake of the refugees. Without family ties, Yi Chuyen was the closest person to him in the world and would never betray him. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep under this comforting conviction. As he closed his eyes, the darkness enveloped, and Yi Chuyen slowly opened her eyes. Pei Xiuyan, usually sensitive to court matters, had surprisingly allowed her to sell the rewards for charity. Today, she had triumphed. With Pei Xiuyan's affection, she gradually led him toward the abyss. The following day, Pei Xiuyan arose early, and Yi Chuyen was roused shortly thereafter. Madame Mo had already made all necessary arrangements, and Pei Xiuyan set off with Yi Chuyen. The funds and grain for disaster relief had been dispatched to Jiangnan 2 days prior. They carried only a few carriages of luggage and a dozen guards, with Bai Ji and Yan Xia accompanying them as close attendants. This journey was remarkably light. Once they left the city, Pei Xiuyan found Yan Xia and Bai Ji to be a hindrance and sent them to another carriage. Yi Chuyen watched as Yan Xia, with flushed ears, exited the carriage alongside Bai Ji, unable to suppress a smile. So, once we return from Jiangnan, shall we arrange for Yan Xia to marry Bai Ji? Pei Xiuyan pinched a piece of pastry and fed it to Yi Chuyen, replying, Yan Xia is now your attendant. You may arrange as you wish. Yi Chuyen lay in Pei Xiuyan's embrace, half teasingly, half seriously, asking, is Yan Xia really my attendant? If I commanded him to kill you, would he comply? Pei Xiuyan paused momentarily before self-deprecatingly responding, if a Yan desires my life, she need only take it. There is no need for Yan Xia to act.
Yi Chuyen giggled,
And after laughing, gazed deeply into Pei Xiuyan's face. So, I could never bear to take your life. I cannot allow you to die easily. What I desire is your disgrace and suffering, to redeem the Yi family's honor with your blood. Pei Xiuyan cherished the way Yi Chuyen looked at him with such deep affection, for in that moment, her eyes held only him. Even if they were laced with poison, he would gladly drink it. He could not resist leaning down to kiss Yi Chuyen. Humanity is a curious entity, filled with myriad emotions, infatuation, resentment, and longing. Among these emotions, only love and hate share a commonality. Both are extremes, deeply etched into the soul, unforgettable and unyielding. Life endures, and so do love and hate. Yi Chuyen reciprocated the kiss, driven by a profound hatred, while Pei Xiuyan reveled in it, fueled by a deep love. In a sense, they were equally pitiful, both enduring the trials of greed, anger, and desire, facing separation and resentment. Ultimately, it was unclear who first bit the other's tongue, leaving them both tasting blood. Love and hate intertwined in their blood, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 85. Returning home. Pei Xiuyan's journey was exceedingly discreet. The inns had been arranged in advance, and officials along the route were exceedingly cautious, fearful that something would occur on their territory, ensuring meticulous arrangements. As a result, their passage to Jiangnan was remarkably smooth. At each inn, Pei Xiuyan reviewed the latest dispatches from Jiangnan. The volume of correspondence increased, and their pace quickened. Due to the urgency of their mission, they spent most of their time in the carriage, with little opportunity for leisure. On the 6th day, having traveled 1,000 miles from the capital, they reached the Wei River ferry, where they transitioned from land to water routes. Throughout the journey, the boats did not dock, traveling day and night. Bored on the ship, Yi Chuyen began to pester Pei Xiuyan to accompany her in writing poetry and painting. Pei Xiuyan's calligraphy was wild and unrestrained, unique in style. Having been emulated by many from a Hamlin academy, he gladly entertained Yi Chuyen's whims, writing or painting whatever she desired. Most frequently, he penned verses praising the landscapes and abundant beauty of Jiangnan, and painted Yi Chuyen in various poses, sipping tea with her head bowed, smiling softly with eyes raised, gazing into the distance from the ship's edge, and resting her head on the table. Pei Xiuyan aimed to capture every nuance and moment of Yi Chuyen. As she feared the water, he held her closely whenever they stepped onto the deck, never letting go, much to Yan Xia's astonishment. He had followed Pei Xiuyan for many years, yet had never witnessed such devotion from him towards any woman. Even his previous affection for Zhao Yujiao had been superficial, lacking any genuine emotion. In public, Pei Xiuyan remained the solitary and aloof Prince Qing, but in the presence of Yi Chuyan, he transformed into a tender husband, his gaze filled solely with love for his wife. Bai Ji felt a deep sense of joy for Yi Chuyan, believing her mistress had finally found solace after enduring hardships. Her own relationship with Yan Shui progressed rapidly. Though Yan Shui was not one for words, he would occasionally present Bai Ji with peculiar handmade trinkets, causing her to blush each time she accepted them. Yi Chuyan observed this with satisfaction, knowing that despite Yan Shui's emotional reticence, his loyalty, once stirred, would be unwavering, a suitable match for Bai Ji. She often pondered how to ensure Bai Ji's future was secure before her quest for vengeance concluded. Thus, they finally arrived at the Junxian ferry in early April. As their boat entered the jurisdiction of Junxian, they spotted a group of officials standing on the shore, all wearing troubled expressions. Upon seeing Pei Xiuyan's vessel, their eyes lit up with hope. As the boat docked, Pei Xiuyan helped Yi Chuyan disembark, and a gaunt man in his 40s approached them. He was Zhang Daoyan, the newly appointed governor of the region, which had been severely affected by the recent drought. The previous governor had been dismissed for concealing the crisis, and Zhang had been summoned to address the calamity. Junxian had suffered the worst, and Pei Xiuyan had instructed him to await their arrival. Zhang Daoyan had heard of Pei Xiuyan bringing the princess to provide disaster relief. Upon seeing Yi Chuyan's graceful and noble demeanor, he recognized her as the illustrious Princess Qing and did not dare to be disrespectful, kneeling before them. Pei Xiuyan, with a stern expression, urged him to forego formalities due to the urgency of the situation and to proceed to the county office while they conversed en route. Once Zhang Daoyan rose, he invited Pei Xiuyan into a carriage, arranging a separate one for Yi Chuyan, though Pei Xiuyan insisted on keeping her by his side, leaving Zhang Daoyan with no choice but to comply. Inside the carriage, Zhang Daoyan began detailing the latest updates on the disaster. 13 cities had been affected, with over 300,000 victims reported as of 3 days prior. Since the new year, not a drop of rain had fallen, resulting in the complete ruin of crops. With the weather growing warmer, many refugees had succumbed to disease and, unwilling to await death at home, began to flee. To prevent the spread of illness, Zhang Daoyan had ordered the city gates closed, forbidding anyone from leaving. He noted that while the diseases were manageable, they required substantial funds for treatment and manpower. The relief funds allocated by the court were only sufficient to provide rice porridge, not medicine. Tears welled in his eyes as he implored Pei Xiuyan to send a letter to the emperor, requesting additional funds to aid the over 10,000 afflicted. Yi Chuyan felt suffocated by the dire news. Throughout the journey, Pei Xiuyan had withheld the plight of the refugees from her. Now, seated in the carriage, she glimpsed the destitute citizens lying by the roadside, their ragged clothing and expressions of despair and numbness haunting her. These were merely the ordinary victims. She could hardly fathom the depth of hopelessness among those stricken by disease awaiting their fate. Pei Xiuyan listened intently to Zhang Daoyan's report, his expression impassive as he calmly inquired, "Have you isolated the infected individuals? If they roam freely in the city, the contagion will spread to everyone." Zhang Daoyan quickly assured him, "Yes, indeed. I have instructed each county office to find a secluded area to concentrate the infected refugees, ensuring they do not pose a risk to others." Pei Xiuyan nodded approvingly. "Very well. Take me to see these afflicted individuals shortly." Upon arriving at the county office, Pei Xiuyan ensured Yi Chuyan was settled, leaving Yan Shui and Bai Ji to keep her company, along with several guards for her protection, before hastily departing with Zhang Daoyan. Before leaving, Pei Xiuyan cautioned the guards that the refugees outside might become unruly at any moment, and they must not allow the princess to venture out. The thought of the suffering refugees troubled Yi Chuyan, leaving her restless and anxious as she awaited his return. It was not until late that night that Pei Xiuyan finally returned. Yi Chuyan rushed to greet him. "So, how did it go today? What has been done for the afflicted?" Pei Xiuyan's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Yan, you need not worry. I have taken care of it." He had visited the sick refugees and found, as Zhang Daoyan described, that while the situation was not complicated, the treatment would be financially burdensome. He deemed these lives unworthy of the court's expenditure and devised a simple solution for their plight. However, he did not intend to disclose these details to Yi Chuyan. She was eager to know how the situation had been resolved, but after much questioning and receiving only vague responses from Pei Xiuyan, she reluctantly gave up. The following day, Pei Xiuyan announced his intention to accompany Zhang Daoyan to other affected areas, instructing Yi Chuyan to remain at the county office until his return. As usual, he reminded the guards to prevent her from leaving, essentially confining her within the premises. Cut off from any external information, Yi Chuyan spent her days counting the hours in solitude. It was not until the third day that the grain she had instructed Mo Nyang to procure finally arrived. Since Pei Xiuyan forbade her from going out, she arranged for the grain to be distributed among the elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant in the city. She instructed the officials to tell the people that the generous Prince Qing was personally providing the grain from his own purse. The relief efforts were indiscriminate, providing 2 meals a day at set times, with no excess available. Many of the frail and vulnerable found it difficult to survive on the meager porridge. The grain was swiftly distributed to the impoverished victims, and upon learning that it was funded by the Prince Qing himself, the populace expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The officials began to regard Yi Chuyan with newfound admiration, acknowledging her as a woman of exceptional generosity and character. With the officials' esteem, Yi Chuyan finally found an opportunity to evade Yan Shui and the other guards, inquiring with a newly assigned minor official about the fate of the infected refugees. The young official stammered for a while before quietly revealing that Pei Xiuyan had ordered the execution of the infected individuals, and their bodies were subsequently incinerated. This operation was to be kept a secret, with the public informed that the infected had perished from illness and were cremated on-site to prevent contagion. Upon learning this shocking truth, Yi Chuyan spent the entire night in turmoil, unable to fathom the suffering those afflicted must have endured before their demise. They had awaited assistance from the court, only to be met with death instead of hope. Pei Xiuyan, with royal blood coursing through his veins, viewed the lives of these 10,000 afflicted citizens as inconsequential as mere grass. As long as there was no uprising, they would eliminate the problem at the lowest possible cost. Regardless of Pei Xiuyan's kindness towards her, he remained, at his core, the cold and unyielding member of the Pei family. Pei Xiuyan acted decisively, and after thoroughly assessing the disaster-stricken areas with Zhang Daoyan, he quickly established a concrete relief plan. Given the warm climate and diverse agricultural potential, they would commence immediate planting of new crops and excavate nearby river channels for irrigation. Throughout this period, the porridge kitchens would continue to operate, ensuring the populace would not starve. If all went well, by the time the irrigation channels were completed and the new crops were nearing maturity, the disaster-affected citizens would have the option to assist in the excavation work, receiving food and lodging, along with additional wages for their labor. Upon hearing this news, many capable refugees signed up to work on the channels. This approach effectively extinguished the potential for unrest among the refugees, accelerating the excavation efforts. In just a short span of 2 weeks, Pei Xiuyan's reputation in the disaster area soared to great heights. Some citizens even offered longevity tablets in temples, praying for his well-being daily. By the end of April, the irrigation channels were nearly completed and the new crops were well underway. That night, a sudden downpour erupted, prompting the populace to kneel in gratitude, weeping tears of joy. At long last, they were greeted by the long-awaited rain, signaling the end of the drought. It was during this tumultuous weather that Pei Xiuyan returned to the county office of Juncheng. Outside, thunder and rain clashed, while Yi Chuyan sat by the window, lost in thought. "Yan, I'm back." Pei Xiuyan's voice was remarkably light-hearted. Having not seen him for nearly a month, Yi Chuyan felt as if she had crossed into another realm upon his return. He appeared thinner, with a hint of stubble, and a patch of his shoulder dampened by the rain, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Yi Chuyan remained seated, momentarily frozen. Pei Xiuyan opened his arms wide. "Yan, do you not recognize me anymore?" Yi Chuyan sprang up and threw herself into his embrace, inhaling deeply, and after a moment murmured, "Ah so." Pei Xiuyan pressed his chin firmly against the top of her head. "Yan, the disaster relief is over. Let us return home." Yi Chuyan softly echoed, "Yes. It is over, let us go home." Chapter 86. Empathy. The two fell into silence, holding each other tightly. It was not until Yi Chuyan sensed Pei Xiuyan's body trembling slightly that she looked up to find him clenching his jaw, seemingly restraining an unbearable pain. "What troubles you?" "Nothing, just a bit of pain in my left eye."
Yi Chuyan instantly understood.
The physician had mentioned that Pei Xiuyan's left eye would throb mercilessly on rainy days. Since his injury, they had not encountered such weather until today. Gently, Yi Chuyan reached out to touch the corner of his left eye, biting her lip as she trembled. "Does it hurt terribly?" Pei Xiuyan, known for his remarkable endurance, must have been experiencing unimaginable pain to lose his composure. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and forced a smile, pretending to be lighthearted. Yen. Do not worry, it will pass soon. The pain in his eye was so intense that he had even contemplated removing it altogether. Yi Chuyan's eyes began to redden, tears pooling in her gaze. Ah, so, seeing you like this pains my heart. This eye was a reminder of the child she lost. Witnessing Pei Xiuyan's suffering filled her with anguish, as it brought back memories of the child who would have been born had they not lost it. Her tears caused Pei Xiuyan to panic. He reached out to wipe them away, reassuring her, Yen, do not cry. I truly am fine. It will not hurt for long. Yet, Yi Chuyan's tears only flowed more freely. In her heart, she cried out, no, it will continue to hurt. Some pains are eternal, such as the poisoned left eye and the lost child. She had finally connected her suffering with Pei Xiuyan's. Outside, the rain grew heavier, showing no signs of abating. Pei Xiuyan spent the night tossing and turning in pain, while Yi Chuyan offered silent comfort, holding him close. They could not see each other's faces, but they felt each other's heartbeat and warmth, enduring the same torment. On the following morning, the rain finally ceased, and Pei Xiuyan's left eye no longer throbbed. Only then did they drift into a muddled sleep. It was not until noon that Yi Chuyan awoke, her eyes fluttering open to find Pei Xiuyan standing by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Bathed in light, he wore a pure white long robe, cinched at the waist with a moonlit patterned belt, his dark hair cascading freely behind him. Having lost weight, he now exuded an even more ethereal and aloof demeanor. Standing there, enveloped in light, he appeared almost like an immortal, destined to ascend at any moment.
À ce, Y Chuyan softly calmed.
Pei Xiuyan turned, and the chill surrounding him melted away, transforming the celestial being into a tender gentleman of the earthly realm. Yen, you are awake? Yi Chuyan sat up, feeling a pang of guilt. I apologize for falling asleep. I delayed our return. With the disaster relief concluded, Pei Yi was eagerly awaiting Pei Xiuyan's report. They should have set off early that morning. Pei Xiuyan approached and sat by her side, gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. No matter. The journey home is long. We can afford this half-day. Yi Chuyan shook her head, insisting that they should return to the capital sooner. She then called for Bai Ji to assist her in washing up. Pei Xiuyan placed his hand on her shoulder. Yen, do not move. Today, I will attend to your changing. With a slight smile, he rose to find a pink garment to help her dress. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of women's attire, he struggled. Taking his time, Yi Chuyan felt somewhat unaccustomed to his tender gestures, hastily saying, Ah so, I can manage on my own. Pei Xiuyan did not cease his actions, carefully fastening her belt and then meeting her gaze. Yen, I truly desire to be a good husband. He had endured a night of pain, while Yi Chuyan had shared in his suffering. The anguish reflected in her eyes was genuine and unmasked. He had once thought no one could empathize with his plight, yet he now realized his error. Yi Chuyan could indeed feel his torment, sharing in the agony of his eye. Yi Chuyan observed Pei Xiuyan for a long moment and noted the unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Unable to resist, she broke into a smile. Very well. After helping her into her garments, Pei Xiuyan called for Bai Ji to bring in water. Once Yi Chuyan was ready, she noticed his hair still fell loose. She helped him gather it up and found a white jade crown for him to wear. She had to admit that even with one eye blinded, Pei Xiuyan's charm remained undiminished, still capable of stirring her heart, though she knew her heart would not flutter again. After nearly an hour of preparation, they were finally ready. Following a light meal, they formally began their return journey. Pei Xiuyan ordered Yan Shui to personally drive the carriage, allowing only Zhang Daoyun to accompany them, strictly prohibiting any officials from seeing them off, lest they disturb the local populace. Thus, they arrived at the ferry, where they spotted a throng of citizens gathered along the shore. Pei Xiuyan pulled back the curtain of the carriage slightly, gazing at the crowd with a furrowed brow. He lowered the curtain and turned to Zhang Daoyun. Did I not say no farewells? The temperature inside the carriage rose slightly as Zhang Daoyun wiped the light sweat from his forehead, helplessly responding, Your Highness, I did arrange according to your instructions. But I do not know how these people learned of it. They have all come today. Pei Xiuyan fixed a burning gaze upon Zhang Daoyun, wishing to scorch a hole into his face before coldly stating, Return, take another route to board the ship. Just as he finished speaking, someone among the citizens spotted their carriage and rushed over, kneeling on either side while chanting, May Prince Qing have a smooth journey. wishing Prince Qing longevity. Bless Prince Qing with health and peace. Finally, someone shouted, wishing Prince Qing eternal life. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices growing louder, reverberating around the open ferry, creating a deafening uproar. Zhang Daoyun's face turned pale. Only the Emperor of Dafeng could be addressed with such terms, aside from the Emperor. No one else could be granted such wishes. This was a serious taboo. Pei Xiuyan's expression darkened, his lips pressed together tightly. These were common folk. He could not harm or retaliate against them. He turned to Yan Shui, who was driving outside. Hurry, let us board the ship. He feared that the success of this disaster relief might elevate his reputation too high. Despite his efforts to remain low-key, he had still stirred a commotion. If Pei Yi were to learn of this, it would be impossible to explain. Zhang Daoyun stammered, Your Highness. The citizens merely express their gratitude for your relief efforts and wish you health and longevity. They mean no harm. Yi Chuyan reached out, gently grasping Pei Xiuyan's sleeve, comforting him. Also, these citizens have lived here for long. They do not know the court's taboos. Do not take it to heart. She understood that Pei Xiuyan could not simply disregard it. Otherwise, his expression would not be so grim. Bai Ji sat quietly in the corner of the carriage, her eyes wide with apprehension and silence. Having grown up in the Yi family alongside Yi Chuyan, she may not have comprehended the intricacies of court politics. Yet she understood that if the emperor were to learn of such matters, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Yan Shui urged the horses on, the carriage racing along the path cleared by the common folk, galloping furiously towards the ferry. They boarded the boat in haste. The vessel sailed for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, yet the resounding cheers could still be heard. Inside the cabin, Yi Chuyan and Pei Xiuyan exchanged silent glances until night fell, at which point Pei Xiuyan's mood had considerably improved as the boat finally departed from Jun County. The following day, a warship approached on the river. Pei Xiuyan brought everyone aboard, much to Yi Chuyan's astonishment. Such vessels were typically reserved for naval warfare and strictly forbidden for personal use. Pei Xiuyan claimed he had urgent matters to attend to and required a warship for swift return, asserting that this would allow them to reach the capital in approximately 10 days. He mentioned the importance of the task without divulging specifics, and Yi Chuyan, understanding the sensitivity of court affairs, restrained her curiosity and remained silent. Throughout the journey, aside from sending daily pigeon messages to report their progress back to the capital, Pei Xiuyan spent his time as he had on the way there, accompanying Yi Chuyan in writing poetry and painting. They celebrated the Dragon Boat Festival aboard the ship, with Yi Chuyan preparing several dishes for Pei Xiuyan. His spirits lifted, he indulged in abundant wine, and they spent the night entwined in each other's embrace. The warship proved far more stable and swift than the previous vessel. The water bandits, upon sighting the warship, hastily retreated, not daring to cause any disturbance. The journey was remarkably smooth. On the 10th day of the 5th month, the Qing prince's residence was adorned with festive decorations. The reason was simple. Pei Xiuyan was returning home with Yi Chuyan. As he had anticipated, they indeed arrived back in the capital within 10 days. Bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, Yi Chuyan and Pei Xiuyan stepped once more into the Qing prince's residence, where every tree and blade of grass felt both strange and familiar. When they had departed, the buds on the trees had just begun to sprout, but now they had fully blossomed, brimming with life. The breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, lifting the sheer fabric of their skirts, hinting at the approaching summer. Madame Mo busily organized their belongings, while Bai Shi, reluctant to remain idle, lent a hand, with Yan Shui assisting her. After spending so much time together, Yan Shui had grown accustomed to standing beside Bai Ji without the previous embarrassment that would have caused him to blush. Pei Xiuyan hurriedly washed up and rushed to the palace. After his departure, Yi Chuyan locked herself in her room, unbeknownst to anyone, engrossed in her own endeavors. In the Dafeng Palace, at the Zhengyang Palace, Pei Xiuyan meticulously explained the rationale behind the decision to eliminate the sickly citizens. When Pei Yi received the pigeon message regarding this matter, he expressed no dissent. He wholeheartedly agreed with Pei Xiuyan's actions, believing that some afflicted commoners were indeed unworthy of the court's substantial expenditure on their treatment. Pei Xiuyan's decisive actions were commendable. After concluding his explanation, he waited for a response from Pei Yi, yet the hall remained eerily silent. After a long pause, Pei Yi took a sip of tea and remarked casually, "There are still 2 matters you have not addressed." Pei Xiuyan felt a sudden chill in his heart, lowering his gaze slightly. He understood that Pei Yi referred to the requisition of the warship and the citizens' enthusiastic send-off. He feared that the border conflicts in July might be delayed, thus necessitating the swift return to the capital. As for the citizens' farewell, he had been unaware of it in advance. Regardless of whether Pei Yi believed him, he could only state what he had. The true purpose of requisitioning the warship was to hasten his return to the capital, hoping to carve out time before heading to the border to take Yi Chuyen to Ningguda, fulfilling his promise to her. He intended to proceed directly from Ningguda to the border, ensuring that the military affairs would not be hindered, achieving two objectives at once.
P'ye scrutinizet Pei Juyan intently.
A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the cinnabar mark on his forehead glimmering in the candlelight, strikingly captivating. If not for the smile that did not quite reach his eyes, he might have appeared as a benevolent figure.
Oh?
The rising intonation of that word was neither an affirmation nor a question, but rather a semblance of amusement. Your loyal heart is evident. May the Emperor discern it. Pei Xiuyan recognized Pei Yi's suspicions, yet he remained unperturbed, standing resolutely. Pei Yi sighed softly. We are all of the Pei family. How could I doubt your loyalty? He paused before continuing. I have considered your efforts in disaster relief. You need not attend court for the time being. Rest in your residence. As for the border conflicts, we may discuss them later. Pei Xiuyan could not suppress his astonishment. Pei Yi had never shown concern for court officials, and this sudden display of care seemed exceedingly strange. At a loss for Pei Yi's true intentions, he knelt and humbly expressed, I thank your majesty for your grace. The two conversed further about the performance of the disaster relief officials before Pei Yi finally released Pei Xiuyan. After Pei Xiuyan departed, Pei Yi suddenly addressed his personal eunuch. It seems the Qing prince has grown increasingly respectful towards me. The eunuch promptly knelt, replying, Your Majesty, you are the supreme ruler. All are your subjects, and their respect and admiration are but their duty. Pei Yi let out a cold laugh. Respect? I have heard that the commoners in the temple have dedicated longevity tablets to Pei Xiuyan. It appears they hold him in even greater reverence. The eunuch trembled in fear, uncertain how to respond, and could only prostrate deeply. Pei Yi looked down at the quaking eunuch, self-mockingly stating, You too believe I speak the truth, do you not? Upon returning home, Pei Xiuyan headed directly to his study, where Madame Mo had been waiting for quite some time. She relayed all the significant events that had transpired in the capital during his absence. Two matters proved particularly troublesome. One involved whispers in the court suggesting that the disaster relief funds were sufficient, and Pei Xiuyan's personal financial contributions to the sickly refugees raised suspicions of attempting to win favor. The other matter was a civil official's indictment against Pei Xiuyan for the unauthorized requisition of the warship, regardless of the reasons, which was seen as a blatant disregard for the law and the principles of the Dafeng dynasty. These two accusations combined effectively nullified Pei Xiuyan's accomplishments in disaster relief, with some even deeming him guilty of heinous crimes, devoid of merit. Pei Yi remained silent on the matter during court sessions, accepting all petitions but merely placing them on his desk without further action. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiuyan finally grasped Pei Yi's intentions, and a bitter smile crept upon his face. The so-called rest at home was merely a prelude to awaiting his fate, while the urgency of border conflicts was a reflection of Pei Yi's indecision regarding whether to grant him military authority. Very well, Pei Yi had only recently assumed power. With few trusted allies, he still required Pei Xiuyan's sharp blade and would not act against him in the immediate future. With some maneuvering, he believed he could quickly suppress this wave of accusations. Thus, there was no need to rush into battle. Instead, he could use this period to rest and later take Yi Chuyen to Ningguda at a leisurely pace. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief regarding Pei Yi's attitude. After dismissing Madame Mo, a shadow slipped into the room. My lord, I have followed your orders and kept watch over the young master of the Wu family. Shortly after your departure to Jiangnan, he represented the Wu family in purchasing a batch of fine horses from the northern Xia tribe. 10 days ago, he finalized the deal and, on his return journey, passed through Ningguda, disguising himself as an ordinary escort to visit the elder Yi and the eldest sister of the Yi family. He claimed to have received kindness from Yi Chuqing and, at her behest, came to check on Gu Yan, bringing many items for the infant. He is currently still residing there, showing no signs of departure, seemingly waiting for Gu Yan to give birth before leaving. What? Pei Xiuyan's voice rose sharply. Ever since the Tianlang's Eye incident, he had been plagued by dreams of Yi Chuyen with Wu Mu. Compelled by a strange instinct, he had dispatched someone to keep an eye on Wu Mu, seeking reassurance. Now, Hearing that Wu Mu had visited the elder Yi, he felt a surge of agitation. However, after a brief moment, he calmed himself and began to contemplate the situation. The steeds of the desert tribes are renowned throughout the world, and the Wu family has consistently sourced their fine horses from that region. It is not surprising that Wu Mu, the young master of the household, personally embarked on this quest. His amicable relationship with Yi Chuqing was well known. In life, Yi Chuqing had always held Wu Mu in high regard, even advocating for his sister Yi Chuyen to wed him. Thus, Wu Mu's visit to the widow of Yi Chuqing, wishing to ensure the safety of Gu Yan and her child before departing, seemed a natural course of action. Yet, the question arises, why the disguise? Who was he afraid would discover his whereabouts? Had it not been for his own persistent surveillance, no one would ever have known he ventured to Ningguta. What were Wu Mu's intentions? To quietly pay a visit to the ladies of the Yi family, and, upon returning to the capital, to seek an audience with Yi Chuyen, hoping to gain her favor? As these thoughts crossed Pei Shuyan's mind, a subtle aura of menace enveloped him. Not receiving a prompt response from the shadowy figure waiting, he inquired, "Master, what are your next steps?" Pei Shuyan raised an eyebrow, his voice cold as he replied, "Disable Wu Mu's arm and inform him to steer clear of the Yi family. It is imperative he learns a lesson that will remain etched in his memory." The shadowy figure, receiving the command, nodded without hesitation and swiftly vanished into the night. Pei Shuyan stepped outside, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, where the crescent moon was nearly full, casting a frost-like glow. After a few days of rest, he intended to take Yi Chuyen to Ningguta to demonstrate that Wu Mu was merely an immature youth unworthy of her affections, and that only he could be relied upon. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Upon awakening, Yi Chuyen noticed that Pei Shuyan had not gone to court. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Aso, are you not attending court today?" Ordinarily, following his return from disaster relief, there would be numerous matters demanding his attention. Pei Shuyan was not one to be idle. So why was he still abed at this hour? With his eyes still closed, he wrapped his arms around her and gently caressed the top of her head. His voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "The Emperor has acknowledged my efforts in disaster relief and has granted me a period of respite at home." Yi Chuyen was taken aback. It was indeed rare for the Emperor to show such consideration for his officials. After her moment of surprise, she struggled to rise, feeling the warmth of the day and the discomfort of lying together. Yet Pei Shuyan was reluctant to let her go. "Ayen, stay with me a little longer. I am quite fatigued. After I have rested in a few days, I shall take you to visit your mother if that pleases you." His words successfully quelled her struggles, and she gently shook him, her face lit with disbelief. "Aso, are you truly speaking the truth?" Unable to feign sleep any longer, Pei Shuyan opened his eyes. "When have I ever lied to you? If you are not afraid of fatigue, we can set off at any time." Overcome with immense joy, Yi Chuyen was momentarily speechless. As the daughter of a condemned minister, it was only a royal like Pei Shuyan who would dare to take her to the place of exile to visit her kin. She had anticipated that upon returning to the capital, he would concoct some other excuse to deceive her, having mentally prepared herself for a final act of vengeance that would prevent her from seeing her family again. To her astonishment, Pei Shuyan truly intended to take her to Ningguta. For a moment, Yi Chuyen felt as though she had turned to stone. Pei Shuyan had never seen her so dazed and found her utterly endearing, feeling fortunate about his decision made the previous day. He had long intended to teach Wu Mu a lesson, reminding him that Yi Chuyen was not someone he could covet, and that what he could offer, Wu Mu could not. All morning, Yi Chuyen remained in a state of surprise until noon, when she finally digested the news. Chapter 88. A new union. Yi Chuyen presented a list to Pei Shuyan, which she had composed while sequestered in her chamber the previous day. Pei Shuyan took it and chuckled softly upon seeing it was a list of dowries and betrothal gifts. "I have long wished to match Bai Ji with Yan Shui, and since we are heading to Ningguta, it is the perfect time to finalize this matter. As they are both my people, I shall prepare their dowries and gifts. I asked Steward Imo to procure a modest 3-courtyard residence as a wedding gift." Bai Ji, being a maid of honor, had her household registration tied to Yi Chuyen. I inquired with Yan Shui, and he mentioned he is without parents, with his registration here as well. I wish for you to elevate their status from servants to free citizens and arrange for them to establish their own household. As for the date, let us choose a propitious day. May 16th in 5 days will suffice. They have no relatives or friends, so we shall keep the ceremony simple. After marriage, they shall rest for a month, and upon completion, Bai Ji will return to serve me during the day and return home at night. Yi Chu-yen spoke fervently, detailing every arrangement for Yan Shui and Bai Ji's marriage, their household registration, residence, and post-marriage plans. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood that her day of vengeance would also be her last, and she desired to ensure Bai Ji was well taken care of. Yan Shui was a commendable man and would look after her well. Pei Shuyan delighted in seeing her so animated, his own spirits lifted. Very well, whatever you wish.
My dear.
Yan Shui, being his personal bodyguard, knew far too much. Such individuals could never leave the estate unless they were to perish. However, if it brought joy to Yan, what harm was there in allowing Yan Shui to live outside? Pei Shuyan promptly penned a letter, instructing a servant to deliver it to the household registration office. Upon presenting Pei Shuyan's personal letter, the official swiftly elevated Yan Shui and Bai Ji's status to free citizens. That evening, Yi Chu-yen informed Bai Ji and Yan Shui of these developments. Yan Shui stood silently, his typically tense visage now tinged with a hint of shyness and joy. Bai Ji clung to Yi Chu-yen, sobbing heartily, expressing her reluctance to leave the estate and her desire to remain by her side.
Iejuzan, so mewat isapta, diplit, Bai Ji.
If you still regard me as your mistress, then heed my words. Marriage does not mean a permanent separation. I grant you a month to rest after marrying. Then you may return to serve me. After a moment of sniffles, Bai Ji dried her tears and acquiesced. Yan Shui, naturally, had no objections, and thus their union was officially settled. Madame Mo was efficient, arranging a 3-courtyard residence by that very night. And Yi Chu-yen organized for the dowries and betrothal gifts to be moved directly to the new home. In the ensuing days, Yi Chu-yen busied herself with these preparations, while Pei Shuyan tirelessly met with officials in his study. She had caught wind that some in the court were criticizing Pei Shuyan for overshadowing the emperor, and she could surmise that he was preoccupied with this matter. However, she never expected the disaster relief reputation to topple Pei Shuyan. She understood his adeptness in court politics and knew he would not falter due to such trivialities. Yet, she had no time to dwell on these issues. Her foremost priority was to see to the wedding of Bai Ji and Yan Shui. The couple remained occupied with their respective duties, rarely crossing paths during the day. However, no matter how busy he was, Pei Shuyan ensured he returned to Xiuyan Courtyard each evening to accompany Yi Chu-yen to sleep, and thus they continued until May 16th arrived. This day marked the joyous occasion of Bai Ji and Yan Shui's wedding. As both were without parents, and Yan Shui was a solitary figure with few friends in the estate, while Bai Ji dedicated herself to serving Yi Chu-yen, they opted for simplicity in their ceremony, foregoing the traditional wedding procession and instead performing the 3 bows. On this rare day of leisure, Pei Shuyan accompanied Yi Chu-yen to attend the nuptials, along with a few servants from the Jianjia courtyard. As Bai Ji prepared, her eyes were swollen from crying, prompting Yi Chu-yen to offer her comforting words.